Chapter 1. As one of the three great powers of the heavenly martial domain, the Liang sword sect finds your insignificant Lin family utterly unworthy. Now that you have severed your spiritual veins, does the Liang sword sect still intend to uphold the marriage with the Lin family? Are they waiting for the entire heavenly martial domain's 90 million cultivators to mock them? One is a dragon, the other a snake. They cannot coexist. In a daze, Yang Fan opened his eyes. With a bewildered expression, he gazed around. Have I truly traversed dimensions? He recalled the moment before his transition. He had been lying on his bed, engrossed in a fantasy novel titled Supreme Sovereign on his phone. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on his screen, inquiring if he wished to traverse. Yang Fan had thought it was a prank. He clicked yes. In an instant, the phone exploded, and he was engulfed in a whirlwind of chaos. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself witnessing the Liang sword sect's attempt to annul the marriage with the Lin family. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. He was all too familiar with the Liang sword sect and the Lin family. These were characters from the very novel Supreme Sovereign. The plot aligned perfectly. A century ago, the ancestor of the Lin family had inadvertently rescued the saint of the Liang sword sect, who was gravely injured after being besieged by 10 sovereigns. In gratitude for the Lin ancestor's life-saving intervention, the saint of the Liang sword sect pledged that his successor, Su Luo, would marry a daughter of the Lin family and protect them for a millennium. However, even the saint could not have anticipated that the new generation successor of the Liang sword sect was a man of profound scheming and ambition, who also happened to be the greatest antagonist in Supreme Sovereign. Upon learning that the Lin family intended to betroth them a daughter who was a prodigy gathering qi at 7, attaining divine insight at 16, and establishing her foundation at 21, breaking the millennium record in Tianlan City, he resolved to bring her into his fold for cultivation. Simultaneously, he sought to earn a reputation of unwavering promise throughout the realm. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Lin family's prodigy, Lin Zixia, suddenly suffered a severance of her spiritual veins, losing all cultivation. Devoid of any utility, the successor decisively arrived at the Lin family with his retinue to forcefully annul the engagement. Not only did his retinue humiliate the Lin family, but in a bid to preserve his reputation, the successor further proclaimed Lin Zixia to be a promiscuous and debauched woman. This incited those seeking to curry favor with the Liang sword sect to launch an assault on the Lin family. Ultimately, this led to the annihilation of the entire Lin family, leaving only Lin Zixia to survive. However, none anticipated that Lin Zixia was the protagonist meticulously crafted by the author of Supreme Sovereign, endowed with great fortune. For reasons unknown, she later regained her spiritual veins, swiftly ascending to the realm of sovereigns, thwarting the successor's ambitions of unifying the martial world. Moreover, she aided the male protagonist in rising to prominence, forcing the successor to sacrifice his foundation for survival. Thus, he found himself forever deprived of the hope of attaining the terrestrial immortal realm. The eventual fate of this successor was truly lamentable. Yet Yang Fan could not help but admire the author who penned this book, skillfully crafting the formidable antagonist. The Holy Son of the blazing sun. In the face of relentless persecution from all factions of the cultivation world, he fought valiantly alone, only to attain enlightenment in his final moments, sacrificing his own essence to mend the heavens and pave the way for future cultivators. Even as the curtain falls, his tale resonates deeply. Alas, he remains a tragic failure. Upon confirming that he had indeed traversed into the realm depicted in the novel Supreme Sovereign, Yang Fan began to formulate his plans. The protagonist, initially a mere supporting character, found himself comforting Lin Zixia after the Holy Son of the Blazing Sun called off their engagement. This act of compassion led to Lin Zixia's infatuation and subsequently garnered her family's resources for cultivation, facilitating his meteoric rise. However, now that he had crossed over, such a splendid opportunity could not be left for the protagonist. He could easily tread the path of the main character, leaving the latter with no avenue to pursue. Holy Son, Lin Zixia, have just lost my cultivation. Is it not somewhat opportunistic of you to come here to annul our engagement? Her gaze fell upon the figure before her, a woman of breathtaking beauty and striking presence, who is none other than Lin Zixia herself. As soon as she spoke, the representative from the Blazing Sun Sword sect donned a mocking smile. How absurd. You are never worthy of the Holy Son. The only reason he had not annulled the engagement earlier was due to his entanglement in trivial matters. To avoid sending someone to deliver the news and thus insult your Lin family, he has chosen this moment of leisure to come forth. How can that be construed as taking advantage of your misfortune? Holy Son, you should present the marriage contract and make your decision swiftly, lest this woman harbors any lingering hopes. As he spoke, the envoy from the Blazing Sun Sword sect turned, bowing respectfully, though his direction was aimed squarely at Yang Fan. Yang Fan glanced around, confirming the absence of anyone nearby, before realizing he was indeed the subject of their conversation. Am I the Holy Son of the Blazing Sun Sword sect? I have transmigrated into the role of the Holy Sun. A dark line appeared on Yang Fan's forehead. Moments ago, he had contemplated seizing the protagonist's opportunities. Now, it seemed he had directly assumed the mantle of the great antagonist. There was no avoiding the competition now. As the female lead, Lin Zixia exhibited a strong and resilient character, displaying no signs of weakness. Whether it was the author's inclination towards sadism or a mere reflection of reality, Lin Zixia was depicted as a commanding woman, supporting the protagonist in various ways. This portrayal had led many readers to vocally criticize the protagonist as a sycophant. Before the Holy Son of the Blazing Sun, Lin Zixia maintained her composure, neither submissive nor arrogant. She was acutely aware of her unworthiness to stand alongside such a distinguished figure and harbored no delusions. Simply regarding Yang Fan, she remarked, "Since the Holy Sun has come to annul our engagement, I shall comply with your words as you wish." Very well. Yang Fan's expression remained tranquil, though a subtle chill flickered across his otherwise ethereal visage. "I am merely passing through and have come to visit my fiancée, with no intention of annulling our engagement. As the Holy Son of the Blazing Sun Sword sect, I shall not contravene the wishes of my esteemed predecessors." Holy Sun. Upon hearing these words, the attendant by Yang Fan's side hastily shouted. Yet, Yang Fan merely responded coldly. "Who told you I intend to annul the engagement? I, Yang Fan, am not the kind to take advantage of others' misfortunes." The attendant wished to retort, but was silenced by Yang Fan's icy command. "Be quiet. Xiao Hani, can anyone now follow in the footsteps of this Holy Sun?" He continued. "I do not wish to see him again." No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged from the shadows of the hall. Clad in a flowing black robe, with hair billowing and a horrific scar stretching from the corner of his eye to his mouth, the newcomer exuded an aura of menace. At his appearance, the atmosphere in the hall turned suffocating with a palpable sense of danger. Xiao Hani raised his hand. The attendant who had spoken moments earlier did not even have time to utter a cry before he was obliterated. After this display, Xiao Hani stood quietly behind Yang Fan, his demeanor calm as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. The members of the Lin family were left stunned by this spectacle, rendered speechless, afraid to even breathe. Yang Fan turned to Lin Zixia and offered a sunny and friendly smile. "As your betrothed, having not visited you for over a decade, do you harbor any resentment towards me?" Lin Zixia gazed at Yang Fan in astonishment. During these days of lost cultivation, she had been subjected to ridicule from external forces, and even her family's demeanor had shifted toward her. Yet here stood this man, whom she had only met once, not only refusing to annul their engagement due to her diminished powers, but also expressing genuine concern for her well-being. The injustices she had endured surged within her, and tears welled in her eyes. Overcome with emotion, she looked at Yang Fan and, striving to maintain her composure, nodded. "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Holy Sun Yang." A glint of cunning appeared in Yang Fan's eyes as he waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks when you are with me. After all, we have a long road ahead." Lin Zixia's cheeks flushed, and she shyly lowered her gaze, a stark contrast to the strong woman portrayed by the author in the novel. Yang Fan firmly declared his intention not to annul the engagement. A servant in the Lin family's courtyard, holding a broom, suddenly clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, bewildered by the incident. "What is happening? Could it be that I made a mistake during my practice last night?" Unbeknownst to him, it was actually a consequence of Yang Fan seizing his opportunity, resulting in a backlash from the heavens. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Yang Fan was not here to break their engagement, the Lin family's hearts were finally set at ease. They promptly arranged a feast to honor Yang Fan with the utmost respect and hospitality. The head of the Lin family personally engaged in conversation with him, and the two spoke for quite some time in the hall, as if they were old friends. Lin Zixia sat quietly by the side, resembling a well-behaved girl, attentively listening to Yang Fan engage in conversation with her father, Nan Tianhai. Her small eyes sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars. Outside the grand hall, a young servant from the Lin family was sweeping the ground. As he tidied up, he inadvertently swept into the hall. Being merely a lowly servant, the members of the Lin family remained oblivious to his presence. However, Yang Fan, deeply engrossed in his conversation with the head of the Lin family, instantly noticed the young servant. The author of the book Supreme Lord had deliberately crafted the male protagonist to be extraordinarily handsome, albeit with one blind eye, to capture the reader's attention. Thus, when the servant, adorned with a blindfold over one eye, entered with a broom, Yang Fan realized that he was likely the main character of Supreme Lord. Particularly, the servant's furtive glances towards Lin Zixia further solidified Yang Fan's suspicions. Nevertheless, Yang Fan had no intention of provoking him. After all, he was the protagonist of this realm, blessed with immense fortune. Engaging with him could potentially backfire. Yet, Yang Fan felt confident in dealing with him. In Supreme Lord, the so-called protagonist, aside from his extraordinary luck, possessed a notably low intellect. Most of the plot revolve around this protagonist being ridiculed by the formidable antagonist, the holy son of the Liang sword sect. It was only due to the intervention of various powerful entities that the protagonist managed to defeat the holy son, who would have otherwise remained unconquered. Despite this, Yang Fan still regarded this individual as a formidable opponent and afforded him considerable respect. However, disappointment soon washed over him as he realized that this so-called protagonist was even more foolish than he had anticipated. With an expression of anger and jealousy, the protagonist cast a glance at Yang Fan before approaching Lin Zixia directly, broom in hand. Miss Zixia, this worthless holy son of the Liang sword sect has come to annul the engagement, hasn't he? Lin Zixia furrowed her brow, reprimanding Long Outyin. What do you mean by that? Clearly, Long Outyin was unaware of the current situation, mistakenly believing that Yang Fan had come to disgrace the Lin family, leaving Lin Zixia heartbroken and despondent. He quickly attempted to console her. Miss Zixia, do not be disheartened, I have heard all about it. What is just a worthless holy son? Fortune shifts like the tides our Lin family is certainly not inferior to the Liang sword sect. As he grew more animated, Yang Fan's voice rose in volume. It was not just Yang Fan who heard. Even Lin Qingshan, the head of the Lin family sitting beside him, began to wear an increasingly displeased expression. Meanwhile, Yang Fan remained seated, a faint smile playing on his lips as he leisurely lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a small sip. Gazing at Lin Qingshan, he remarked, Master Lin, it seems that this member of the Lin family harbors quite a significant grievance against me. Bang! Lin Qingshan, filled with rage, rose to his feet. The formidable entity that was the Liang sword sect had been painstakingly courted by the Lin family, and yet this presumptuous little servant dared to stand before the sections, air and voice his opinions. Such audacity threatened to bring ruin upon the Lin family. With a forceful slap on the table, Lin Qingshan stood, his face flushed with indignation. He pointed angrily at Long Outyin. What is your name? Since when do matters of the Lin family concern a mere servant like you? I do not wish to see you here. Leave at once. In an effort to impress Lin Zixia, Long Outyin was resolute. Yesterday, he had discovered a broken sword on the back mountain, and the spirit within claimed to have served an ascendant being, possessing the power to cleave rivers and seas. After the sword spirit accepted Long Outyin as its master, he felt emboldened. Although he was merely at the spirit connection stage, with the sword spirit's aid, he was confident that he could defeat even those at the late foundation establishment stage. Thus, emboldened by this newfound power, he boldly challenged Lin Qingshan. Am I mistaken in my assertions, Master Lin? That Yang Fan, he is merely flaunting his status as the heir of Liang sword sect, basking in the advantages bestowed upon him. When it comes to strength, I, Long Outyin, am not inferior to him. He then turned his gaze directly towards Yang Fan. So, you're the heir of Liang sword sect. I assume the sect has spared no effort in providing you with all manner of rare treasures. A genius built upon the foundation of such treasures does not truly merit the title of genius. How dare you dismiss Miss Zixia's marriage proposal? Who do you think you are? Have the courage to face me in an honorable duel without calling upon the Liang sword sect for assistance. If you can defeat me, I shall submit to your will. However, should you falter, you must kneel and apologize to Miss Zixia. At this moment, Lin Zixia became agitated. Who is this reckless fool? My relationship with my fiancé is perfectly fine. Your interference is unnecessary. She immediately approached Yang Fan, expressing her regrets. My apologies, young master. I had no idea someone like him would emerge from the Lin family. You need not concern yourself with him. I shall have him removed. Yang Fan, a smirk playing on his lips, fixed his gaze on Lin Zixia. Are you expressing concern for me? Lin Zixia's cheeks flushed crimson. Shyly, she replied, you are to be my future husband naturally. I must, upon witnessing the endearing side of Lin Zixia, Yang Fan could not resist the urge to gently touzle her. Hared T then remarked, it's all right, let him say whatever he wishes. By the way, I have heard that you have lost your cultivation. When I arrived, I specifically inquired with the Grand Apothecary of the Medicine Valley and gathered some pertinent information. Later, I shall examine you to see if there's a way to restore your cultivation. S. She gazed at Yang Fan's chiseled features. Lin Zixia felt a profound sense of gratitude. Initially, she had assumed that this son of the saint had come to annul their engagement due to her lost powers, but to her surprise, he had not only refrained from doing so, but had also taken the initiative to seek remedies for her condition at the Medicine Valley. Overwhelmed by emotion, Lin Zixia's cheeks flushed crimson as she said, "Then, allow me to express my heartfelt thanks to you, son of the saint." Yang Fan immediately raised his hand and delivered a playful pat on her head. "Did I not mention that there is no need for gratitude between us?" Their intimate and flirtatious conversation left Zhang Jin in the center of the grand hall feeling as if he were about to explode in frustration. Yearning to impress Lin Zixia and win her affection, it was then that he realized his grave mistake. He had never anticipated that this esteemed holy son before him would not withdraw from the engagement. Moreover, Lin Zixia, that wretched woman, was displaying an expression of secret admiration towards this holy son. Jealousy and rage flooded his mind, pushing Long Aotian to the brink of madness. Fixating on Yang Fan, he coldly scoffed, "What is the matter? Is the illustrious holy son of the Liaoyang Sword Pavilion merely a turtle, too timid to accept even a minor challenge?" The moment these words escaped his lips, a chilling wind swept through the hall. Terrifying spiritual pressure and murderous intent radiated from Yang Fan, engulfing the entire chamber. Even the mightiest in the hall, Lin Qingshan, felt a shiver run down his spine as if a malevolent spirit were lurking behind him. Shocked gazes turned towards Yang Fan, struggling to believe that he had risen to such formidable power. At that moment, Long Aotian, the target of the overwhelming pressure, found himself paralyzed, unable to move an inch. In his astonishment, he swiftly cried out in his mind, "Sword Spirit, save me." A faint whisper of the Sword Spirit echoed in his mind. "The person you face is accompanied by a master of the Qi realm. I cannot reveal myself. Such a master could detect me, and if discovered, our fate would be sealed. Take care." With that, the Sword Spirit's voice faded away completely. As the spirit vanished, Long Aotian could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from Yang Fan. Gritting his teeth, his body gradually bent down until he knelt on one knee. Yang Fan raised his hand and waved it towards Long Aotian from a distance. Boom. The remaining azure stone floor shattered, creating a massive pit. Long Aotian knelt, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes and nostrils, his entire body trembling. Yang Fan spoke with an air of indifference. "The reason I did not respond to you earlier was due to my disinterest in a mere insect. However, no one shall insult my parents. This serves as a warning. Should there be a next time, even if my hands are sullied, I will ensure your demise." Lin Qingshan coldly gestured dismissively. "Someone, throw him out of the Lin family. I do not wish to see him here again." A few warriors entered the grand hall and seized Long Aotian, dragging him towards the exit. As he departed, a broken sword fell from his person, catching Yang Fan's eye. Isn't this precisely the celestial sword possessed by the protagonist in the esteemed book The Supreme Venerable? Yang Fan recalls that the spirit of this sword provided the protagonist with immense assistance during his initial endeavors. Even in the later stages, it can be regarded as one of the foremost weapons in the realm. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Thus, Yang Fan raised his hand and summoned the fragment of the Zhu Xian sword towards him. Grasping it firmly, he examined it closely. Its sharpness was reined in. Indeed, a remarkable sword of unparalleled quality. Once he gathered the remaining pieces of this sword, it would become a celestial artifact. Yang Fan promptly stored the fragment of the Zhu Xian sword within his storage ring. Naturally, Lin Qingshan and the others observed Yang Fan's actions. However, what value could a mere fragment possess? They merely assumed Yang Fan had a penchant for collecting swords and did not dwell on it further. After securing the Zhu Xian sword, Yang Fan felt elated. He then turned to Lin Qingshan and said, "Prepare a quiet room for me. I wish to see if there is a way to restore Zixia's cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshan was immediately filled with joy and hurriedly instructed someone to make the preparations. Half a stick of incense later, in the quiet room. In this secluded sanctuary, hidden deep beneath the earth and fortified by an array of intricate mechanisms, entry is a formidable challenge, akin to that faced by an ant. 2 luminous night pearls are embedded in the walls, casting a gentle glow throughout the tranquil chamber. Before him stands Lin Zixia, her beauty reminiscent of a painted scroll. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I must remove everything," she stammered. Yang Fan smiled gently, reassuring her, "Do not worry, my dear. Until we are wed, I shall harbor no improper thoughts. However, For the purpose of diagnosing the issue within you, it is imperative that you disrobe entirely to avoid any mishaps. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Zixia bit her lip and steeled herself, reflecting that this man before her would be her future husband. Eventually, she would have to reveal herself. Thus, she commenced the removal of her garments in Yang Fan's presence. As the delicate silk slipped away, revealing her exquisite form, Yang Fan felt a surge of restraint wash over him. He quickly channeled his inner energy to maintain his composure. With a serious demeanor, Yang Fan instructed, "Now, let our palms meet. I shall guide a portion of my spiritual energy into your body, and you must not resist. If you do, we risk succumbing to madness together." Upon hearing this, Lin Zixia refrained from letting her thoughts wander and promptly complied. Yang Fan directed a stream of spiritual energy through Lin Zixia's palm, tracing her meridians toward her dantian. He recalled clearly that Lin Zixia had not lost her cultivation due to a severed spiritual vein, but rather possessed an extraordinary and powerful constitution known as the devouring spirit body. Those endowed with such a physique encounter no bottlenecks. As long as their spiritual power is sufficient, they can seamlessly ascend to the next realm. Furthermore, once awakened, the devouring spirit body continuously draws spiritual energy from the cosmos, enhancing itself even without deliberate cultivation. Should one acquire treasures abundant in spiritual potency, ascending several realms at once would be a mere trifle. Currently, Lin Zixia's loss of cultivation was solely due to her devouring spirit body being in the awakening phase, necessitating vast amounts of spiritual energy for its full realization. Thus, her entire essence had been absorbed by the devouring spirit body, rendering her appearance akin to one whose spiritual veins had been severed. As Yang Fan's spiritual energy flowed into Lin Zixia's dantian, it responded as a parched riverbed suddenly nourished by rain, eagerly absorbing Yang Fan's essence. He understood that once the spiritual power reached a sufficient level, her devouring spirit body would complete its awakening. In due time, all that Lin Zixia has lost will return. Therefore, she remains unperturbed, fervently channeling spiritual energy into Lin Zixia's being. As the influx of spiritual energy intensifies, a radiant white holy light begins to emanate from her. The brilliance of the holy light grows ever more luminous, enveloping even Yang Fan within its embrace. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descends from the heavens. Simultaneously, within the tranquil chamber, a colossal black vortex appears above Lin Zixia, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy from the world. In but a fleeting moment, within Yang Fan's perception, Lin Zixia's cultivation begins to ascend to the qi-gathering realm. Following swiftly, she transcends through the 1st to the 9th levels of qi gathering, and then into the divine connection realm. Progressing through the 1st to the 9th levels of divine connection, she reaches the foundation establishment realm. Ascending from the 1st to the 9th levels of foundation establishment, she finally attains the golden core realm. It is only upon reaching the golden core realm that Lin Zixia's meteoric rise in cultivation comes to a halt. Previously, she had merely reached the 7th or 8th level of foundation establishment. The moment the devouring spirit body awakens, she instantly becomes a master of the golden core realm. Even Yang Fan, who sat nearby admiring Lin Zixia's figure, couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of those with special constitutions. They are truly the darlings of the universe. Yet, he recalls that the author of the Book Supreme being portrayed the holy son of the Luoyang sword sect in quite an impressive light, seemingly endowed with a terrifying constitution known as the devouring heaven body. Indeed, Yang Fan now recollects that the holy son of the Luoyang sword sect possesses the formidable devouring spirit body. This constitution possesses attributes akin to that of a thief. The spiritual energy of others? It can be consumed for one's own use. The combat skills of others? They can be effortlessly imitated and learned. The physical constitution of others? By absorbing a small fragment of this unique energy, one can replicate such a constitution. Yang Fan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Since he had traversed into the role of the holy son of the fierce sun sword sect, he must possess this devouring heavenly spirit body, right? He pondered, wondering if it would indeed be possible. With that thought, Yang Fan gradually approached Lin Zixia, embracing her in his arms and kissing her, drawing forth a breath of spiritual energy from her lips. As the energy flowed into his body, he immediately realized that even without actively cultivating, his form was voraciously absorbing the external spiritual power. Furthermore, a radiant, pure holy light emanated from him. Indeed, I truly possess the devouring heavenly spirit body. Yang Fan was overwhelmed with joy. At this moment, He had harnessed the terrifying potential of the devouring heavenly spirit body to replicate a spirit-devouring body within himself. In this moment, he, like Lin Zixia, found himself free from any cultivation bottlenecks. As long as his spiritual energy was sufficient, a breakthrough was imminent. Holding Lin Zixia tenderly in his arms, young Fan felt she was indeed his lucky star, a remarkable boon. After a considerable period of slumber following her awakening of the devouring spirit body, Lin Zixia finally stirred. Upon realizing she was nestled in young Fan's embrace, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue before she composed herself and softly uttered, "Husband." Young Fan smiled gently, "Let us dress and step outside. In a few days, I shall return to the Liang Sword sect to participate in the Centennial Demon-Slaying Conference, where we will confront the celestial demons on the outer battlefield. Should I survive the trials of the battlefield and return a year hence, I shall marry you." Lin Zixia nodded with a radiant expression of happiness and promptly rose to dress. Young Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. The conference was organized by the foremost cultivation factions of the Tianwu domain. All cultivators who had reached the age of 20 and attained the Golden Core stage were required to participate. The invasion of celestial demons from beyond would spell a catastrophic disaster for the entire Tianwu domain, necessitating valiant souls to confront them on the outer battlefield. Young Fan, too, was no exception. However, he was not overly concerned about perishing in battle, only lamenting the distance from the beauty at his side. Hand in hand, they stepped out of the quiet chamber, where Lin Qingshan, along with several members of the Lin family, awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the pair, Lin Qingshan rushed forward. "How is it, young Master Yang? What of my daughter's cultivation?" Young Fan replied with a light chuckle. "She has fully recovered and has even advanced to the Golden Core realm." Lin Qingshan's eyes widened in sheer ecstasy. Subsequently, he solemnly clasped his fists and bowed deeply. "On behalf of the Lin family, I express our heartfelt gratitude to the Holy Sun. A prodigy serves as the backbone of a family's development. Should a family find itself devoid of even a single cultivator, no matter how powerful it currently stands, it would ultimately face extinction in a century. Thus, Yang Fan's actions were nothing short of a monumental assistance to the Lin family." Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "Zixia is my betrothed. My efforts are merely a matter of course, no need for thanks." To extricate himself from the situation, he feigned fatigue. "I have expended much spiritual energy assisting Zixia in restoring her meridians. I now require some quiet time to meditate." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshan promptly arranged for a guest room. Once Lin Zixia helped Yang Fan to the room, she was astonished to discover it was a grand suite, capable of comfortably accommodating 5. After settling Yang Fan at the edge of the bed, she looked at him with concern. "Are you all right?" Yang Fan shook his head. "I am fine, merely a bit drained of spiritual energy. You have just made a breakthrough. Hurry back to your own room to solidify your cultivation. Do not worry about me." Having finished her words, Lin Zixia remained rooted to the spot. Her cheeks flushed as she said, I wish to stay with you a little longer. I estimate I'll be here for several days. There is ample time. Be obedient and promptly consolidate your cultivation. Otherwise, I might get angry," Yang Fan warned. Seeing Yang Fan about to lose his temper, Lin Zixia reluctantly stepped outside, conveniently shutting the door behind her. Once she departed, Yang Fan immediately retrieved the remnants of the Zhuxian sword from his storage ring, which he had obtained from Long Aotian. He carelessly tossed the broken sword onto the ground and coldly commanded, "Come forth." However, the sword remained utterly still. Yang Fan's expression hardened. The illustrious spirit of the Zhuxian sword, once associated with a transcendent being, now cowered in fear, refusing to reveal itself. Is this truly the famed Zhuxian sword? At this moment, a glimmer of cold light erupted from the remnants of the sword. Following that, a haughty woman clad in red emerged from the sword, standing in the void. "Ah, the esteemed holy son of the Liang Sword sect. Reduced to a rogue in the humble Lin family. Is this the Liang Sword sect I once knew?" Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Where exactly have I acted like a rogue?" The crimson-clad sword spirit wore a disdainful expression. "All you needed to do was channel spiritual energy into that girl named Lin Zixia. Yet you pretended you had to inspect her by asking her to remove her clothes. What else could that be but lewdness?" Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. "By your reasoning, doesn't that make you a rogue as well? One that enjoys peeping?" Anger flashed across the sword spirit's face. "I am a lady. Yang Fan's lips curled into a smile. In the original book, The Supreme Beings, this sword spirit was a celestial soul sealed within the sword. The author, with a rather sordid imagination, later wrote that the protagonist Long Aotian created a body for this sword spirit and then took advantage of her. It was utterly outrageous. Yet, one must admit the author's imaginative prowess was commendable. This red-clad sword spirit appeared as beautiful as a celestial descending to the mortal realm. Adorned in a flowing red gown with long, dark tresses, she bore a few dots of cinnabar on her brow. In terms of beauty, she was not inferior to Lin Zixia, possessing even a touch more allure. However, this sword spirit seemed rather displeased with her own sensations and harbored a great deal of hostility. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. By your demeanor, do you wish to return to Long Aotian? The sword spirit snorted coldly. He is my master. Would I follow someone as cunning as you? Yang Fan chuckled, a hint of indifference in his smile. He, after all, was a figure akin to a great villain, yet he found himself looked down upon by a mere sword spirit. Raising his hand, he drew the remnants of the Zhuxian sword into his grip. Then, with a chilling demeanor, he declared, I shall become your master. What are you doing? The sword spirit was taken aback, unable to intervene in time. Yang Fan raised his hand and effortlessly erased the mark left by Long Aotian on the sword of extermination. He then imposed his own mark, forcibly claiming the sword as his own. Meanwhile, bereft of Lin Zixia and the sword of extermination, Long Aotian wandered the streets, leaning against an ancient locust tree to rest. His face contorted with resentment. Yang Fan, he exclaimed. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. One day, I, Long Aotian, shall see you kneel at my feet. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when his body was struck as if by lightning, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Darkness enveloped him, and in that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he gazed at the sky in disbelief. What is happening? My sword of extermination, it has been refined by another. With a thud, he collapsed, unconscious, in the street. Passers-by, ordinary cultivators, looked at Yang Fan lying on the ground like a dead dog, pointing and whispering. Their curiosity piqued, yet none approached to offer assistance. A delicate little girl, clutching a candied hawthorn as exquisite as a porcelain doll, squeezed through the crowd. With wide eyes of curiosity, she gazed at the unconscious Long Aotian in the distance. After tasting her treat, she called out to her grandfather, Grandpa, look, that person looks just like a dog. An old man, hunched and burdened with a massive sword case, emerged from the throng and grasped the girl's hand firmly. Enough staring. We must hurry to find St. Yang Fan. What is there to see in a dog? With that, he led the girl toward the Lin residence. At the Lin residence, the sword spirit glared at Yang Fan with fury. What have you done? Do you not realize that erasing the mark containing Long Aotian's bloodline will subject him to the backlash of heaven and earth? He may lose his cultivation at best, or perish at worst. Is that so? Yang Fan waved the ancestral sword in his hand, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Then what if I desire his death? You. The sword spirit was taken aback by Yang Fan's words, staring at him in disbelief. Yang Fan calmly rose, his hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, The reason you chose Long Aotian is because you discern the immense fortune he possesses, did you not? You wish to exploit his fortune to restore the sword of extermination entirely and seek vengeance on the one who killed your previous master. Now, let me tell you this. I shall seize all of Long Aotian's fortune, if you obediently follow my lead. Even if the sword of extermination is not fully restored, I can help you avenge your previous master within 3 years. What will your choice be? The sword spirit widened her eyes, staring incredulously at Yang Fan. Engulfed in profound shock, she had never anticipated that the man before her, who had previously presented himself as cultured and refined in front of the Lin family, could harbor such a cold, ruthless demeanor and possess such depth of cunning. Furthermore, she was astonished that he would discern the fundamental reason behind her allegiance to the dragon. Aotian. In Yang Fan's presence, the sword spirit felt as though her very essence was laid bare. Yet, her pride prevented her from acknowledging his prowess. With a disdainful huff, she retorted, Do you truly possess such capability? Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure materialized from thin air, within the confines of the room. Even the very fabric of space trembled in response. The terrifying aura unique to a primordial infant surged forth, unrestrained. Threads of heavenly laws circled around Yang Fan. Standing proudly, he declared, I, Yang Fan, gathered chi at the tender age of 3, attained spiritual insight at 6, established my foundation at 9, reached the golden core at 13, and by 18 had already achieved the 9th level of the primordial infant stage. Now, at 21, I stand on the cusp of the Qi Si realm. Not only within the Tianwu domain, but across the entire Tianwu continent, I, young Fan, am among the most exceptional talents. Do you still doubt my capabilities? The sword spirit remained frozen in place, profoundly shaken by Yang Fan's extraordinary genius. In the realm of cultivation, for an ordinary individual to attain spiritual insight by 18 is already considered remarkable. Achieving foundational establishment by 30 marks one as a practitioner of moderate standing, while those who reach the golden core by 80 or 100 are deemed sovereigns of their realms. Yet here stood a 21-year-old primordial infant, a feat that many would fail to achieve even by the age of 5 or 600. This is hardly the mark of genius. This is simply extraordinary. Observing the enchanting Yang Fan, the sword spirit hesitated for quite some time before finally uttering with great difficulty, "Master, my master." Yang Fan responded with a gentle smile, reassuring her, "Do not worry, accompany me and you shall not be treated poorly. After all, being with me is far better than being with that brainless Long-Out Yin. Is it not?" Upon hearing this, the sword spirit could not help but let out a sigh. It was true that Long-Out Yin was indeed lacking in intellect. Prior to Long-Out Yin causing trouble for Yang Fan, she had cautioned him, expressing that even with her assistance, they would never be a match for Yang Fan. Moreover, in the presence of the Li Yang sword sect, 100 Lin families would be utterly insignificant. Troubling Yang Fan was tantamount to courting death. Yet, Long-Out Yin disregarded her warning. Convinced that he was the chosen one, the protagonist selected by the heavens, believing that the world should revolve around him and bow to his will. Indeed, in the narrative of Supreme Sovereign, Long-Out Yin was portrayed in such a manner. Alas, the protagonist encountered Yang Fan, a time traveler, and no matter how arrogant he was, he could not maintain such hubris. "Do you still lack a name?" Yang Fan inquired with a smile. He recalled a television series he once watched titled Ancient Sword Fantasy, which featured a sword spirit adorned in a flowing skirt. Thus, he declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be known as Hong Yu." Outside the Lin residence, a man and a woman stood quietly beside Long-Out Yin. "Grandfather, is the holy son Yang Fan really within this dilapidated mansion?" The little girl blinked her eyes and asked, her heart gradually filling with anticipation as she began to envision Yang Fan's imposing figure, unable to suppress a trickle of saliva. "Indeed, Qiao Qiao. Let us knock on the door." With that, the elder took Qiao Qiao's small hand and approached the entrance, rapping on the door. Upon hearing the knocking, a servant opened the door, only to find two elderly individuals, which caused him to frown slightly. He then inquired, "Who might you two be?" "We are here to seek assistance from Yang Fan, the Holy Son. Please allow us entry," the elder explained, his demeanor radiating warmth. However, in this realm, kindness held little value, only strength ruled supreme. The servant then spoke in a low voice, "He. Our Holy Son Yang Fan is not someone you can simply meet at will. Quickly reveal your names, or I shall have to be unrelenting." Recalling the previous servant, Long Ao Tian, a sense of quiet dread enveloped the gatekeeper, who trembled slightly, fearing an unfortunate fate akin to that of Long Ao Tian. Upon hearing this, the elder exhaled deeply, surprised by the tenacity of this servant before him. Thus, without further ado, he unleashed his Yuan Ing realm aura, directing it towards the servant. In an instant, the servant was overwhelmed by the forceful energy, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at the elder. Good heavens! Who is this elder? He is astonishingly powerful. The servant thought in shock. Quickly shaking off his fear, the servant hurriedly rose to his feet and stammered, "I shall report to young Master Yang at once, but you must tell me your name so that I may convey it." The servant understood that this master was not someone he could afford to offend. Had the elder not restrained his aura in time, he might very well have met a fatal end. "Simply say that Hongjin Daoran seeks him," the elder replied, and without further words, he gently stroked Qiao Qiao's head, his eyes brimming with boundless affection. Knowing that his granddaughter would soon depart from his side filled his heart with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Observing this, the servant dared not show any defiance and hurriedly rushed into the estate, making his way to Yang Fan's chamber. In a brief moment, the servant arrived at Yang Fan's door. Without hesitation, he called out, "Young Master Yang, are you there?" Having successfully subdued the Hongyu, Yang Fan was in high spirits, passionately kissing his treasured sword. Such an extraordinary artifact captivated him immensely. Just then, the servant's voice interrupted his reverie. After carefully stowing away Hongyu, Yang Fan stood up, opened the door, and looked at the servant with a puzzled expression, asking, "What brings you here?" The servant, anxious and eager, quickly explained, "Young Master Yang, there is a Taoist claiming to be Hongjin Daoran at the entrance, accompanied by a little girl. I was unable to contend with him, so I came to seek your presence." As he finished speaking, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his heart racing with apprehension at the thought of displeasing Yang Fan and suffering a fate akin to that of Long Aotian. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan was immediately taken aback. He was well aware of Hongjin Daorin's formidable reputation from his previous life while reading the Supreme Sovereign. Although Hongjin Daorin himself may not be exceptionally strong, his granddaughter possessed the rare saintly spirit body. As for the essence of the Holy Spirit, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words, yet he understood it was an extraordinary force. Moreover, the enchanting Hong Qiao Qiao was none other than the beloved confidant of the Supreme Being, Long Aotian. Consequently, Yang Fan could not possibly miss the opportunity to engage with her, if his intuition served him right. This little girl was none other than the granddaughter of Hongjin Daorin, Hong Qiao Qiao herself. Yang Fan murmured to himself. After a brief moment, Chen Yu regained his composure and, addressing his servant with a simple, "I understand," swiftly dashed out of the room, racing towards the entrance, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. Hee, Long Aotian, you cannot blame me for this, he thought. Since the opportunity has presented itself, I shall reluctantly accept it. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance, casting his gaze around until he soon spotted Hongjin Daorin and his granddaughter, Hong Qiao Qiao. After tidying up his attire, Yang Fan approached Hongjin Daorin with a smile, greeting him. "Greetings, Hongjin Daorin." As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yang Fan, enveloping Hongjin Daorin. Had it not been for the latter's timely defense, he might have suffered the same fate as the servant moments ago, sent flying across the room. This sudden display of power instilled a flicker of panic in Hongjin Daorin, who had not anticipated such formidable strength from the young Yang Fan, reinforcing his resolve for the visit. "Greetings, young Saint Yang. You are indeed, as the rumors suggest, youthful, remarkable, and immensely powerful." After regaining his composure, Hongjin Daorin managed a faint smile, revealing the effect Yang Fan's aura had on him. "Not at all, Hongjin Daorin. You are still as formidable as ever. May I inquire what brings you here?" Yang Fan humbly asked, his expression shifting to one of curiosity as he occasionally glanced at Hong Qiao Qiao, who, feeling bashful, lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson. It was clear to Yang Fan that Hongjin Daorin's visit was not merely a matter of pleasantries. After all, it was unusual for him to bring along Hong Qiao Qiao. "You see, young Saint Yang, I have an uninvited request. Would you be so kind as to accept my granddaughter as your disciple? I implore you." With that, Hongjin Daorin set aside his pride and knelt before Yang Fan, his gaze resolute. In that moment, Hong Qiao Qiao was taken aback, hurriedly tugging at Hongjin Daorin. However, given her current limited strength, she could not move him at all. "Father, what on earth are you doing? Why are you kneeling down for no reason?" Hong Qiao Qiao exclaimed anxiously, on the verge of tears. Yang Fan was equally astonished by Hongjin Daorin's actions. "What on earth is this? Why kneel just because of a disagreement?" Yang Fan silently scoffed. He quickly reached out to assist Hongjin Daorin to his feet and then spoke. "Is it not enough that I have agreed?" Upon hearing this, Hongjin Daorin slowly rose, a look of joy adorning his face. "Ha ha ha, my granddaughter is finally going to achieve greatness. Humph, you old geezers, just wait. If I cannot defeat you, I shall have my granddaughter teach you a lesson," Hongjin Daorin silently declared. Yang Fan looked at Hongjin Daorin with a sense of helplessness, never having anticipated such boldness. Deep down, he understood that even if Hongjin Daorin had not acted in this manner, he would have still agreed. "Thank you, young sage Yang, for your willingness to accept my granddaughter. If she ever falters, I ask that you be patient with her," Hongjin Daorin expressed gratefully after a moment, his face radiating joy akin to winning a lottery of 5 million. Soon after, Hongjin Daorin, regaining his composure, turned to Hong Qiao Qiao and urged, "Qiao Qiao, why aren't you addressing young sage Yang as your master immediately?" His tone was laced with urgency, fearful that Yang Fan might change his mind at any moment. Without hesitation, Hong Qiao Qiao knelt down, offering 3 respectful bows to Yang Fan. With a childlike voice, she proclaimed, "Disciple Hong Qiao Qiao pays respects to the handsome and gallant master." Her melodious voice resonated in Yang Fan's ears, instantly lifting his spirits. "Quickly rise. Be cautious not to catch a chill." As soon as he spoke, Yang Fan swiftly helped Hong Qiao Qiao up, his eyes filled with affection. For reasons unknown, he felt an extraordinary fondness for the young girl before him. Observing the scene, Hongjin Daorin nodded in satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although a trace of concern lingered in his heart, it had now dissipated, replaced solely by profound joy and confidence that under Yang Fan's guidance, Hong Chao Chao would undoubtedly flourish. Young Sejong, I entrust my daughter to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude further. Let us gather again another day. Upon finishing his words, the figure of the red-clad Taoist vanished in an instant, leaving Yang Fan alone with Hong Chao Chao. Without much thought, Yang Fan crouched down and pinched Hong Chao Chao's nose. However, at that moment, a single remark from Hong Chao Chao nearly left Yang Fan in a state of shock. Master, with your handsome and dashing appearance, towering stature, you must surely possess great prowess as well, she remarked, her eyes inadvertently drifting towards a certain part of Yang Fan. Yang Fan's heart leaped, and his eyes widened in astonishment at Hong Chao Chao's words. Goodness, is she truly a little temptress? After regaining his composure, Yang Fan, with a slightly sullen expression, inquired, Who told you all this? A friend of my grandfather's mentioned it during a visit to our home, but afterwards, for reasons unknown, my grandfather gave him a good thrashing. Hong Chao Chao explained, her face adorned with a myriad of naive expressions. With a sense of helplessness, Yang Fan shook his head. It seems that one's character inevitably transforms in accordance with the company one keeps. Once he regained his composure, he gently patted Hong Chao Chao's head and softly advised, In the future, steer clear of such individuals. They are truly nefarious. Although Hong Chao Chao struggled to fully comprehend Yang Fan's words, she nodded obediently. As for her grandfather's departure, she felt no sorrow. Rather, she was filled with joy. For her, being in the presence of the red true Taoist felt akin to being imprisoned, devoid of any freedom. Now that she had escaped, how could she not be ecstatic? Initially, Yang Fan intended to impart some rules to Hong Chao Chao, but seeing her youthful innocence, he ultimately refrained from doing so and led her further into the residence. During their walk, Hong Chao Chao suddenly recalled the figure of Long Aotian lying by the roadside and exclaimed, Oh, master, I just saw a dog over there. A dog? Yang Fan gazed at her in confusion. Yes. It was just a dog, like this. As she spoke, Hong Chao Chao animatedly gestured with her hands. Gradually, Yang Fan began to understand and realized she was referring to Long Aotian, the very one who had been unceremoniously cast out. How tragic. Yang Fan shook his head in resignation, but he knew that Long Aotian would not meet his end so easily. After all, the heavens favored him. It was inconceivable that he would simply perish. Surely, some fortuitous event would arise, allowing him to rise again. Nevertheless, Yang Fan chose not to dwell on it. I have taken everything from you. Let us see how you manage to stand again. He mused silently, a wicked smile creeping upon his lips. However, this did not go unnoticed by Hong Chao Chao, who curiously inquired, Master, why are you smiling for no reason? It's nothing. Matters of adults are not for children to concern themselves with, he replied, gently tapping her on the head before continuing on their way. At that moment, Lin Zixia spotted Yang Fan walking alongside an unfamiliar little girl in the residence and hurried over without a second thought. In a short while, she stood before Yang Fan, blocking his path, and asked, Husband, who is this little girl? Lin Zixia immediately inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon Hong Chao Chao. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan, without a moment's hesitation, proceeded to elucidate the matter to Lin Zixia. As she absorbed Yang Fan's explanation, a dawning realization illuminated her expression, altering her perception of Hong Chao Chao. Subsequently, Lin Zixia revealed a gentle smile and spoke, My dear husband, look at how small Chao Chao is, and being a girl. Perhaps I could teach her the art of cultivation? Would that be agreeable? Her voice was imbued with a tender warmth, gently assailing Yang Fan's heart, rendering it nearly impossible for him to refuse. Very well, he acquiesced, and Lin Zixia promptly rushed to embrace Hong Chao Chao. Chao Chao, would you allow your sister to teach you the ways of cultivation from now on? In that moment, Hong Chao Chao found herself utterly flustered, her gaze instinctively turning to Yang Fan in search of assistance. Observing her distress, Yang Fan could only nod with resignation. After all, who could contest the fact that Lin Zixia was his wife? With Yang Fan's silent acquiescence, Hong Chao Chao responded with a simple affirmation. Lin Zixia, unable to contain the affection swelling within her heart, swiftly scooped up Hong Chao Chao and made her way towards her room. As Yang Fan beheld the radiant smile gracing Lin Zixia's face, he could only shake his head in helplessness, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. He followed in her footsteps, acutely aware that his time at the Lin residence was limited. Thus, Yang Fan resolved to seize this opportunity to spend quality time with Lin Zixia, alleviating the pangs of longing he would inevitably feel in the future. Meanwhile, by the roadside, Long Ao Tian gradually regained consciousness, awakening like a dog. His gaze, vacant and bewildered, roamed over the unfolding scene before him. He murmured to himself, "Where am I?" A sharp pain throbbed in his head as he struggled to piece together the events that had transpired. This thought, once entertained, plunged Long Outyan's spirits into an abyss. Nothing remained. All was lost. Cursed Yang Fan, remember this. One day, I shall return to exact my vengeance. Long Outyan silently proclaimed within his heart, his visage contorted by fury. Yet, at that moment, a striking figure weighing 500 pounds strolled down the street, accompanied by a servant. Upon catching sight of Long Outyan, the lady was instantly captivated by his aura. Despite the loss of one eye, her beauty remained unblemished. Summoning her courage, she took heavy steps toward him, each stride measured and deliberate. In mere moments, she stood before Long Outyan, her eyes brimming with desire, saliva escaping her lips, longing to consume him entirely. Sensing the unusual attention, Long Outyan lifted his gaze. This was not a sight to behold. The mere glance nearly terrified Long Outyan to death. Oh my! Where did this hefty figure come from? Long Outyan thought to himself, utterly stunned by the sight of the woman before him, who weighed no less than 500 pounds. Greetings. I am Lu Ruyu, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Lu Ruyu proclaimed in a boisterous voice that nearly deafened Long Outyan. Had it not been for the favor of the heavens, he might have already succumbed to the shock. However, once Long Outyan regained his composure and learned her name, a wave of joy surged through him. It was well known that within this city, the Lu family was a formidable rival to the Lin family. To have the eldest daughter of the Lu family take an interest in him was simply exhilarating for Long Outyan. Suppressing the urge to retch, he slowly replied, "Hello, Miss Lu. My name is Long Outyan. I have admired you for quite some time, and now that I have the opportunity, I wish to express my affection. Please, accept my feelings, Miss Lu." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Outyan knelt before Lu Ruyu, proposing to her. He closed his eyes slightly, unable to bear the sight of her, fearful that he might succumb to the nausea bubbling within him. Lu Ruyu was taken aback by this sudden proposal, her mind echoing Long Outyan's words. After a moment, joy illuminated her face as she seized Long Outyan's hand and began to run, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. After so many years, someone had finally proposed to her. Her long-awaited happiness had arrived. Lu Ruyu's heart sang with delight, her plump cheeks reflecting her joyous spirit. Thus, propelled by Lu Ruyu's excitement, Long Outyan successfully became a part of the Lu family, and his blissful life awaited him. Meanwhile, in the Lin residence, Yang Fan watched Lin Zixia and Hong Chao Chao playfully frolicking together, a sense of contentment spreading across his face. After all, such precious moments were fleeting, and Yang Fan cherished them dearly. Moments later, Hong Chao Chao, fatigued from their play, retreated to Lin Zixia's chamber for a rest, leaving Lin Zixia and Yang Fan in the courtyard. "I heard that you will be leaving tomorrow, my husband?" Lin Zixia spoke hesitantly, a sense of reluctance washing over her, causing her expression to dim. She wished, if only time could slow down, to share more words. In response, Yang Fan nodded and replied, "Yes. I must return and continue my journey, hence my early departure." In truth, Yang Fan was well aware of Lin Zixia's emotions. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to pause his cultivation to accompany her. He understood that this departure would mean he could not return for at least a year. Thus, he could only spend this fleeting time with Lin Zixia, hoping to gradually alleviate her sorrow. In an instant, tears brimmed in Lin Zixia's beautiful eyes, poised to spill over at any moment. "Husband, can't you take me with you?" Lin Zixia implored, her gaze filled with poignant longing directed at Yang Fan. Her heart raced with emotion. Had she been devoid of cultivation as before, she would never have dared to voice such a request. Yet now, having attained the golden core stage, she felt a semblance of strength. Though she could not offer significant aid to Yang Fan, at least she would not be a burden. She possessed the ability to protect herself. Yang Fan, however, shook his head in resignation. If it were possible to take Lin Zixia with him, he would have readily agreed without hesitation. After all, the matters he needed to address were far from singular. Bringing Lin Zixia along would undoubtedly invite unforeseen dangers. Thus, he took a moment to soothe his own feelings before speaking. "Though I cannot take you with me, I will return in a year. You have waited over a decade. A year is but a trifle. When I return, I will marry you. How does that sound?" With renewed courage, Yang Fan leaned in, and pressed his lips to Lin Zixia's. In that instant, her mind went blank, and her beautiful eyes fluttered shut. The taste of strawberries was unexpectedly delightful. After a few moments, he reluctantly released her. Lin Zixia's face flushed crimson, and she bashfully lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Yang Fan's eyes, the flavor they had just shared lingered in her memory. By the way, husband, you mustn't fool around while you're away. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will make you regret it for a lifetime. Suddenly, Lin Zixia recalled something and exclaimed. Her eyes fixated intently on a certain part of Yang Fan. Upon hearing her words and noticing the intensity of her gaze, Yang Fan felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, cold sweat drenching his back. Regaining his composure, he quickly reassured her. Rest assured, Zixia. I promise I will remain faithful. Of course, what kind of person do you think I am? I would never act recklessly. I believe you, husband, Lin Zixia replied, then planted a fervent kiss on Yang Fan's cheek before hastily fleeing the scene, her heart a tumultuous blend of sorrow and joy. As dawn broke the next morning, sunlight poured over the earth, its warmth illuminating Yang Fan's eyes. Slowly awakening, he stretched and exited his room. After a simple tidying of his belongings, he prepared to return to the Liang sword sect. Alas, it was once again time for parting. Yang Fan let out a deep sigh. His eyes filled with a sense of reluctance. Yet, he understood that his departure was inevitable, an unalterable reality. Resolutely, he stepped out of the room and approached the door of Lin Zixia's chamber, preparing to convey the news of his imminent departure. Before Yang Fan could gather his thoughts, the door swung open, revealing Lin Zixia, who looked at him with a puzzled expression and inquired, Husband, what brings you here? Caught off guard by Yang Fan's sudden appearance, Lin Zixia hoped he could provide an explanation. This sudden turn of events left Yang Fan utterly bewildered. After a brief moment, he gathered his thoughts and slowly spoke. Zixia, I must depart today. His tone was laden with sorrow, and his gaze involuntarily fell to the ground, unable to meet Lin Zixia's eyes. Instantaneously, Lin Zixia was taken aback, at a loss for words. A profound sense of anguish enveloped her heart, akin to being ground in a meat grinder. So soon? Wasn't it supposed to be a few more days? She forced a smile. Alas, circumstances have arisen that compel me to leave, Yang Fan sighed, his voice heavy with regret. Regrettably, there is no way to alter these events. Otherwise, I would have changed them long ago. Realizing that no matter how she pleaded, Yang Fan would not stay. Lin Zixia exhaled deeply, offering him a bittersweet smile. Silently, she prayed for his safety, unsure of what she would do otherwise. The atmosphere grew still, until an abrupt voice shattered the silence. A merciless tone pierced the air, reaching the ears of Yang Fan and Lin Zixia. Yang Fan, you arrogant fool. Don't think your status as the chosen one makes you invincible. Just wait until I rise again. I will bring you to your knees. At once, Yang Fan's expression darkened. He was taken aback by such audacity, especially in front of others, a provocation he could scarcely tolerate. Yet, the voice struck him as strangely familiar. Zixia, why does that voice seem so recognizable? He inquired, pondering where he had heard it before. Without hesitation, Lin Zixia replied, that voice belongs to Long Aotian, whom I previously expelled. Her countenance soured, and a flicker of murderous intent gleamed in her eyes. If she could, she would immediately slay Long Aotian in the street to prevent him from disturbing Yang Fan's tranquility, especially now that he was preparing to leave. In an instant, Yang Fan felt a spark of curiosity towards Long Aotian. How audacious to act like a dog, yet remain so arrogant. I must commend you. Yang Fan felt a surge of emotions within him. Without further ado, he led Lin Zixia towards the entrance, eager to confront Long Aotian, who had been cast aside. A hint of a wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. Soon, they arrived at the doorway, but the sight of Long Aotian left Yang Fan utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that after a single night, Long Aotian had donned exquisite attire, transforming his entire demeanor. Although his complexion appeared drained, he radiated an air of nobility that was strikingly different from before. Yang Xingzi, you dare to show your face? Mark my words, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. You shall wait for your reckoning. Long Aotian spat venomously, his eyes glimmering with an insatiable fury. Were it not for the fact that he could not contend with Yang Fan at that moment, he would have already unleashed his wrath, rather than merely resorting to verbal threats. In that moment, Yang Fan was instantly amused by Long Aotian. Such beauty, blessed by the heavens, is truly unparalleled. Yang Fan mused internally. However, he did not take Long Aotian's words to heart. Instead, he pondered how Long Hao Tian had suddenly become so affluent. Just the day before, Long Hao Tian had been begging on the street like a dog, and now he was adorned in such opulence. This left Yang Fan's mind swirling with countless questions. Thus, he transmitted a thought. Zixia, do you know what has transpired here? How did Long Hao Tian undergo such a transformation? His tone was laden with confusion. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Zixia lowered her head despondently. Then, she whispered softly. It was Lu Ruyu who accepted Long Hao Tian as her son-in-law, which is why he has changed so drastically. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan was taken aback. So, Long Hao Tian has entered the Lu family as a son-in-law, he thought. The heavens are indeed too kind to you. Yet, realizing that Long Hao Tian was the male protagonist of this narrative, he quickly found solace. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan regained his composure, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then spoke. Long Hao Tian, you truly lack sense. How dare you come here? I see you have no idea of the peril you're in. Before Long Hao Tian could react, Yang Fan turned on his heel and retreated into the house. Observing this, Lin Zixia closely followed, not forgetting to cast a cold glare back at Long Hao Tian. Instantly, Long Hao Tian was left bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Yang Fan's intentions. Husband, what is wrong with you? Lin Zixia asked anxiously, hastening her steps to keep up with Yang Fan. Her heart heavy with concern for him. She feared that Long Hao Tian's earlier bravado might have ignited Yang Fan's ire. It's nothing, Zixia. I have a matter I would like your assistance with, Yang Fan replied with a faint smile, as a sudden idea struck him. In that brief moment, he had devised a plan to deal with Long Hao Tian, determined to make him experience the sensation of having nothing at all. Yang Fan had no intention of showing mercy to his adversary. In that instant, Lin Zixia was filled with confusion as she gazed at Yang Fan with a perplexed expression. My dear husband, why are you being so formal with me? Just express your desires, and I shall do my utmost to assist you, regardless of the task at hand. Upon finishing her words, Lin Zixia's eyes radiated unwavering determination. Even if Yang Fan were to ask her to sacrifice her life, she would do so without a moment's hesitation, not even furrowing her brow. Is it really that serious, Zixia? What are you thinking? Yang Fan responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. He gently caressed Lin Zixia's cheek with his reassuring hand. At that moment, Yang Fan was brimming with vitality and happiness, truly elated. And what is it that you wish for me to do, my husband? After a brief pause, Lin Zixia inquired, her eyes still filled with curiosity, eager for Yang Fan to elucidate his intentions. Observing her eagerness, Yang Fan hesitated not and leaned in close to whisper a few words into Lin Zixia's ear. After conveying his message, he inquired, do you understand now? Upon hearing the revelation, Lin Zixia found herself ensnared in profound shock, gazing incredulously at Yang Fan. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, she gradually regained her composure. Letting out a deep sigh, she resolutely declared, I understand now, my husband. Rest assured, I shall act in accordance with your guidance. Although such actions seemed somewhat unprincipled, Lin Zixia was willing to set aside her reservations for Yang Fan's sake. Very well. Now, you may proceed with your tasks. I have faith in you. With that, Yang Fan bestowed a gentle smile upon Lin Zixia before taking his leave. As she observed his retreating figure, Lin Zixia did not linger in hesitation. She promptly issued orders to implement Yang Fan's suggestions without delay. Meanwhile, Long Hao Tian, waiting outside the Lin residence, felt a sudden wave of disregard wash over him. This was a bitter pill for Long Hao Tian to swallow. However, at present, his strength was insufficient even to graze the opponent's fur. In utter helplessness, Long Hao Tian could only drag his weary body towards the Lu residence. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the Lu family. Just as Long Hao Tian prepared to enter, a cacophony erupted as a throng of servants obstructed his path. Instantly, a wave of irritation washed over him. You wretched servants, why do you block my way? Do you believe I want to draw a blade and slay you? Long Hao Tian bellowed with ferocity. Having just endured humiliation at Yang Fan's hands, now facing disdain from the servants was intolerable for him. In response, the servants merely sneered derisively. Without a moment's hesitation, they launched a relentless assault of punches and kicks upon Long Hao Tian, showing no mercy whatsoever. This left Long Hao Tian utterly perplexed, his eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. What are you doing? Do you not know that I am the son-in-law of the Lu family? In the end, unable to bear the torment any longer, Long Hao Tian continued to shout, his mind clouded with uncertainty. He yearned to comprehend the events unfolding around him. Humph. You have already been expelled from the Lu family, and yet here you are, acting so arrogantly. Indeed, how dare you offend young Master Yang? You deserve to be punished. If I don't put an end to you today, I shall no longer share your surname. A throng of servants pointed and jeered at Long Outyin, their eyes brimming with disdain, their teeth clenched as though harboring a deep-seated grudge against him. Fists rained down upon Long Outyin, leaving him battered and bruised, his face marred with scars. Had it not been for Long Outyin's resilience, he might have already succumbed to the merciless blows of the servants. Ultimately, to avoid any association with Long Outyin, the servants unceremoniously cast him aside, ensuring he would not come into contact with the Lu family. At this moment, Long Outyin was indeed a solitary figure. Overwhelmed by the psychological strain, he ultimately fainted. At the Lin residence, the head of the Lu family appeared visibly shaken as he stood before the dashing young Master Yang. Young Master Yang, I'll admit my lack of foresight. Who could have anticipated that Long Outyin would dare to provoke you? It is truly unforgivable. Rest assured, young Master Yang, Long Outyin has been expelled from the Lu family. We have no further ties with him. As he spoke, the tremor in the Lu family head's voice betrayed his fear of the imposing Yang. He understood that a mere finger from Yang could crush him, which only heightened his anxiety. Cursed Long Outyin, how he has brought such trouble upon the Lu family. I could easily envision ending his life myself. The Lu family had seethed inwardly. However, the events had already transpired, and even if he wished to intervene, it was too late. He could only wallow in regret. Upon hearing this, Yang merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond immediately. In truth, Long Outyin's current predicament was entirely orchestrated by the information disseminated by Lin Zixia at Yang's behest. Otherwise, how could Long Outyin have fallen into such a dire state without cause? Nonetheless, this revelation assured Yang that Long Outyin would not be so easily defeated. Fate would surely lend him a hand. Yet Yang remained unperturbed. If necessary, he could strip Long Outyin of all his resources, leaving him with no means of escape. With this thought, Yang returned to the present and calmly remarked, "It is of no consequence. The past is behind us. However, I have heard whispers of a treasured jade pendant within your Lu family. I wonder if there is any truth to this?" His gaze remained fixed on the head of the Lu family, a faint smile gradually gracing his lips. Yang Fan was well aware of the significance of this ancestral jade pendant. After all, in the book Supreme Venerable, this very pendant had aided Long Aotian on numerous occasions. Such a formidable artifact was not something Yang Fan could simply overlook. Observing this, the head of the Lu family showed no hesitation and promptly retrieved the ancestral jade pendant from his storage bag, placing it before Yang Fan without a hint of reluctance. If this gesture could absolve the entire Lu family of blame, he would willingly surrender all his possessions. Young Master Yang, this is the ancestral jade pendant. The head of the Lu family managed to force a smile, though his heart ached at the sacrifice he was making. Yang Fan, undeterred, grasped the pendant in his hand. The silky texture elicited a wave of admiration within him. Such a sensation was unparalleled. Without further ado, he stowed the ancestral jade pendant away and said, "Thank you, head of the Lu family. You may return now, unless there is anything else." "As you wish, young Master Yang." With that, the head of the Lu family, weary and burdened, departed from the Lin residence, his countenance shadowed by profound sorrow. The effort he expended to appease Yang Fan had been immense, leaving his heart heavy with grief. Not long after the Lu family head's departure, Yang Fan sensed it was time for him to leave as well. Remaining here was no longer viable. A flicker of discomfort washed over him. Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to linger any longer and made his way directly to Hong Chao Chao's chamber. Before long, he encountered her and, without hesitation, simply stated, "Chiao Chiao. Let us depart." Although confusion clouded Hong Chao Chao's mind, she followed Yang Fan without question, neglecting to inform Lin Zixia. Upon exiting the city, Yang Fan and Hong Chao Chao traversed the steep, earthen path. "Master, why must we leave so hastily? Why not inform Sister Zixia?" Hong Chao Chao inquired innocently, her eyes blinking in bewilderment. "Little rascal, at your age, you needn't concern yourself with such matters. You have yet to grow up." Yang Fan cast a sidelong glance and remarked, surprisingly, that the words of Hong Chao Chao had significantly lifted his spirits. After all, he had to wait an entire year before returning, which filled him with a profound sense of reluctance. Observing Yang Fan's melancholic expression, Hong Chao Chao, though puzzled, refrained from probing further. Instead, she dutifully stayed by his side, gradually helping to ameliorate his mood. Soon, both Yang Fan and Hong Chao Chao set aside their worries and continued their journey. However, the path Yang Fan chose was indeed a long and arduous one. The objective was remarkably straightforward: to thoroughly strip away all the resources that Long Ao Tian had obtained, leaving him with nothing to cling to. Otherwise, why would Yang Fan opt for such a distant route? Meanwhile, in a remote and desolate area, Long Ao Tian, blind in one eye and covered in wounds, lay unconscious, resembling a lifeless corpse that repelled onlookers. At that moment, a frail old man happened upon the scene. Upon noticing Long Ao Tian, he halted his steps and gazed intently at him. "Goodness, what a fortuitous find! A body of great fortune," the old man exclaimed, a trickle of saliva escaping from the corner of his mouth, his demeanor exuding an insatiable desire. However, recognizing the significance of such a fortuitous body, the old man refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he procured a basin of cold water and doused Long Ao Tian with it. Suddenly jolted by the icy shock, Long Ao Tian awoke, immediately erupting in a torrent of curses. "Which wretched soul dares to throw cold water on me?" His eyes, aflame with rage, turned a vivid crimson. "Ah, young man, you are awake," the old man replied, ignoring the tirade and smiling gently, his expression imbued with warmth. Instantly, Long Ao Tian regarded the old man, inexplicably sensing an aura of remarkable strength emanating from him, causing his heart to race. Before Long Ao Tian could fully comprehend the situation, the old man continued, "Young man, I observe great potential in your bones. You would make an excellent disciple in martial arts. Why not become my apprentice, Shizhenxiang?" The old man's proposal left Long Ao Tian utterly flabbergasted, his eyes brimming with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Are you truly formidable?" At this juncture, Long Ao Tian was consumed by thoughts of vengeance, his gaze reflecting a myriad of fierce emotions. "Haha, I am a yawning old monster. Do you think I'm not strong?" Shizhenxiang laughed heartily, dismissing the world's sovereigns with a sense of disdain and pride. Observing this, Long Ao Tian, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. Disciple Long Ao Tian pays respects to the master. His voice brimmed with excitement, and inwardly he vowed, "Young Fan, wait for me. When I ascend to the pinnacle of the world, I shall make you kneel and lick my shoes, and not just any shoes, but the finest ones." With Long Ao Tian's affirmation, Shizhenxiang wasted no time, leading him away from the spot and soaring into the distance, her face alight with exhilaration as if she had discovered a treasure. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, accompanied by Hong Qiao Qiao, stifled a yawn and wiped his nose, pondering, "Which scoundrel is insulting me?" Noticing Yang Fan's gloomy expression, Hong Qiao Qiao immediately grew puzzled and inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Her tone reflected her confusion. Hoping for an explanation, "It's nothing. Let us continue our journey," Yang Fan replied without dwelling on it, resuming their path. After a considerable time, perhaps out of consideration for the young Hong Qiao Qiao, he decided to rest beneath the shade of a tree rather than press on. Hong Qiao Qiao, understanding and well-behaved, sat quietly beside him, refraining from causing any disturbance. At that moment, a peculiar figure caught Yang Fan's attention, causing him to furrow his brow. Despite his formidable strength, he felt unease at the thought of facing an ancient being. It was well known that the tome of the Supreme Venerable concealed a myriad of such beings, who resided hidden among mortals, only emerging in the wake of cataclysmic events. Sensing something amiss, Yang Fan instinctively adopted a cautious demeanor. "Master, are you unwell?" Hong Qiao Qiao asked, her expression filled with concern, eager to understand why he had suddenly grown so serious. Yang Fan, not wanting to elaborate, simply stated, "It's nothing. You rest well. I shall return shortly." Before Hong Qiao Qiao could react, Yang Fan ventured forth alone to seek out the enigmatic figure, driven by an insatiable curiosity to ascertain the nature of this being. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Hong Qiao Qiao chose to remain still, patiently awaiting Yang Fan's return without interruption. In a short span, Yang Fan arrived at a location behind the figure, ready to turn and gaze upon it. However, as he spun around, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. He instinctively took several steps back, a mixture of fear and exhilaration flickering in his eyes, his hand trembling slightly. "Oh my goodness, I can't believe I encountered her. My luck is extraordinary. It feels as though I've hit the jackpot," he thought, staring at the injured me before him, his eyes bulging with surprise and an inexplicable joy swelling within him. Even his hands and feet began to quiver with excitement. "A divine beast. My divine beast. Haha." Yang Fan rejoiced internally. His prior encounters with the tome the Supreme Being had left an indelible impression of this creature. Despite its diminutive size, the injured me possessed immense power. Particularly after sprouting 9 tails, its strength was indeed cataclysmic. Young Fan could hardly contain his drool, yearning to claim it for his own. Yet, he was acutely aware that subduing such a formidable divine beast would require utmost caution. Taking a deep breath, Young Fan approached the 9-tailed creature slowly. His movements deliberate and measured. As he drew near, the 9-tailed beast instinctively recoiled a few steps, fear evident in its eyes, seemingly terrified of being harmed by him. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm," Young Fan reassured with a gentle smile, his actions imbued with tenderness, careful not to startle the creature. It seemed as though the 9-tailed beast understood his words, as it ceased to retreat further, instead gazing intently at Young Fan, as if appraising this young man before it. Eventually, Young Fan reached the 9-tail, cautiously extending his hand to stroke its head, his palm trembling slightly. Should the creature suddenly attack, he felt ill-prepared. Yet, for the sake of acquiring this divine beast, he felt compelled to take the risk. No matter the circumstances, he could not forsake the opportunity to bond with the 9-tail. To his surprise, the 9-tail did not resist his touch. Rather, it welcomed his caress, blinking curiously as it embraced the moment. Thank goodness there are no violent reactions. Young Fan mused, relieved. Young Fan felt a profound sense of dismay, as his back was already drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, it seemed that the 9-tailed beast had heard some sound. Before Young Fan could react, it vanished instantaneously from his sight, denying him any chance to comprehend what had just occurred. In an instant, Young Fan found himself at a loss, his pupils widening in shock. Where has my 9-tailed beast gone? Where is my divine creature? After voicing his thoughts, Young Fan began to search frantically for the 9-tailed beast, his heart racing and his gaze filled with anxiety. However, after searching for what felt like an eternity, he still could not find a trace of it. He was soon engulfed by a wave of despondency, akin to losing several million. Ultimately, in utter helplessness, he returned to the side of Hong Xiao Xiao, feeling defeated. He had believed he could obtain the 9-tailed beast, yet who could have foreseen such an unforeseen turn of events? This sudden disappointment left Young Fan in a state of dejection, his spirits waning. "Master, what troubles you?" Hong Xiao Xiao inquired, observing Young Fan's despondent demeanor with a look of confusion. Her mind was filled with curiosity, wondering how her master, who had seemed so well moments ago, could have changed so dramatically. A multitude of questions swirled within her, yearning for resolution. "I'm fine, just need a moment of silence," Young Fan replied weakly, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, his emotions felt akin to traversing a treacherous landscape of despair. Regrettably, the 9-tailed beast had vanished without a trace. And despite Young Fan's desperate attempts, retrieving it seemed impossible. "Why, oh heavens, do you allow me to witness the divine creature yet deny me the chance to possess it? Are you toying with me?" Young Fan lamented internally, his expression a portrait of sorrow. Soon after, he lost the motivation to continue onward, yearning only for a quiet place to gather his thoughts. Thus, he gently addressed Hong Xiao Xiao, "Let us rest for the night. We shall set forth tomorrow." Upon hearing Young Fan's words, Hong Xiao Xiao readily agreed without hesitation, dutifully sitting beside him in silent companionship. Understanding Young Fan's troubled heart, she refrained from unnecessary chatter, fearing that any misstep might provoke his already fragile state. Gradually, the night enveloped the sky, and Young Fan sat by a tree, quietly gazing at the enchanting night sky. His mood began to lift, no longer burdened by the previous gloom. After all, what was a divine creature? He assured himself that he would surely obtain one in the future. With this thought, Young Fan's spirit slowly began to brighten, dispelling the shadows of his earlier despair. Yet, at that very moment, 3 figures suddenly emerged from a mysterious thicket of grass. This suddenly rendered Young Fan cautious. Immediately, he began to observe who his visitors were. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. "Goodness, 9-tails, you have brought your entire family to seek me out." With wide eyes, Young Fan expressed his astonishment, his heart pounding as if springtime were about to descend upon him. "Meow, meow, meow." The 3 9-tails gazed at Young Fan, emitting a chorus of calls. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed towards him, nuzzling against him as if to curry his favor. In that moment, Young Fan felt as though he had ascended to the pinnacle of the world, drool uncontrollably escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Oh my goodness, ha ha. I have invincible divine beasts now, ha 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 ha." Regaining his composure, Young Fan promptly embraced the 3 9-tails, hastily forming a contract with them without a flicker of hesitation. He soon realized that these 3 9-tails were merely in their juvenile stage, which explained their choice to seek him out. Once the contract was established, Yang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, a charming smile gracing his face. From now on, you shall be named Little White, Little Black, and Little Purple. After bestowing names upon the three Ninetails, Yang Fan nearly broke into a dance of joy. The trio showed no signs of refusal, nodding enthusiastically before leaping into Yang Fan's storage bag to rest. Observing this, Yang Fan thought little of it, lost in his elation. After all, these three Ninetails were divine beasts. How could he not be thrilled? Subsequently, Yang Fan drifted off to sleep, his expression still radiating joy as if he had just won a multi-million lottery. Time flew by, and soon it was the following day. Upon waking, Yang Fan was met with a significant event that left him at a loss for words, his heart heavy with bitterness. The three little whites gazed at him with eyes full of yearning, occasionally meowing and extending their paws, seemingly begging for food. Without overthinking, Yang Fan reached into his storage bag to retrieve some spirit stones to feed them. However, upon inspecting the contents of his storage bag, he was left utterly astonished. His mouth fell agape, capable of holding a large egg, for he discovered that all the spirit stones had been devoured by Little White and the others, leaving not even a trace behind. In an instant, Yang Fan found it hard to come to terms with this revelation, feeling darkness encroach upon his vision. Nearly fainting from the shock, "Master, these three little ones are simply adorable." At that moment, Hong Chao Chiao awakened from her slumber and, upon discovering Xiao Bai and the others, joyfully called out to them. Without hesitation, she extended her arms and embraced them, her eyes brimming with adoration. However, Yang Fan found himself in anguish, for all his possessions had been devoured entirely by Xiao Bai and the others. Even the legendary Zhu Xian sword had mysteriously developed a small chip. Raising divine beasts is no simple feat. After a while, Yang Fan reflected on his predicament. Now, Xiao Bai and the others were once again demanding food from him, leaving him utterly bereft of spirit stones to provide. His spirits plummeted as he pondered how to resolve this dilemma. Had he known that raising divine beasts would be so challenging, he would have settled for just one. Certainly not three. A moment later, Yang Fan regained his composure and turned to address Xiao Bai and the others, intending to suggest they seek out spirit stones for themselves. However, when he beheld Hong Chao Chiao feeding Xiao Bai and the others with large chunks of premium spirit stones, his eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! It appears you are indeed a wealthy heiress. After regaining his senses, Yang Fan slowly calmed himself and inquired, "Xiao Chiao, where did you acquire these spirit stones?" His tone was filled with curiosity. If possible, Yang Fan hoped for an explanation from Hong Chao Chiao. Without much thought, Hong Chao Chiao, who was still feeding, responded, "These were left to me by my father. I have plenty more. Would you like some, master?" Before Yang Fan could process her words, Hong Chao Chiao retrieved hundreds of small storage bags from a large one, each brimming with countless spirit stones. If stacked, they would form a veritable mountain of spirit stones. Well, who can explain why Hong Chao Chiao is so affluent? Yang Fan's heart was overwhelmed with shock, and he found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment. He felt as though his heart had sustained a grievous wound. Yet, as a master, how could Yang Fan bring himself to demand his disciples' spirit stones? After taking a moment to steady his emotions, Yang Fan said, "Ahem, Chiao Chiao. It is unsafe to keep so many spirit stones with you. Allow me to safeguard them for you." Before Hong Chao Chiao could react, all the various bags of spirit stones on the ground were swiftly collected into Yang Fan's hands, leaving her no opportunity to refuse. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai and the others inwardly cursed. Goodness, our master is utterly shameless. How could he do such a thing? Fortunately, they had eaten their fill and quickly nestled into Yang Fan's embrace, drifting off into a deep slumber. "Master, why have you taken all my spirit stones?" In a state of despondency, Hong Chao Chiao imploringly inquired, her gaze fixed longingly upon Yang Fan. She yearned for him to return the spiritual stones. Yet Yang Fan chose to disregard her entirely, turning a blind eye to her pitiful expression and humming a cheerful tune as he strode forward. "Huh? You think I will return the spiritual stones to you? Not a chance." Faced with this indifference, Hong Chao Chiao, with a heavy heart, reluctantly trailed behind Yang Fan. As they walked, her spirits plummeted, akin to a child whose beloved lollipop had been snatched away. "I am doing this for your own good, Chiao Chiao. Please do not be upset." Yang Fan exhaled deeply, his tone infused with genuine concern, as if his recent actions were entirely for her benefit. Upon hearing this, Hong Chao Chiao found herself at a loss for words, wanting to voice her objections, but ultimately refraining from doing so. She had come to understand Yang Fan's character well. Anything that fell into this possession was virtually impossible to reclaim, unless pigs were to fly, just as Yang Fan was about to continue his attempt to console her. The sound of approaching carriages abruptly interrupted his thoughts. He immediately fell silent, drawing Hong Xiao Qiao into the cover of a nearby thicket. "Do not speak," he instructed. His gaze intently fixed ahead, eager to discern the identities of the newcomers. Upon glancing at the scene, Yang Fan was taken aback. Before him, two horse-drawn carriages traversed the steep mountain path. Particularly striking was the first carriage, which bore a woman of exquisite likeness. Yang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment, he gradually regained his composure, gazing at the unfolding spectacle with incredulity. A mischievous grin began to form at the corners of his mouth. This scenario was not unfamiliar to Yang Fan in his previous life. He had perused countless fantasy novels and recognized this as a common trope employed by protagonists to showcase their prowess. The book's supreme ruler had particularly amused him, causing his laughter to erupt. His gaze took on an oddly peculiar quality. "Why does Master S' expression seem so strange?" Red Xiao Qiao observed Yang Fan, her heart filled with confusion, utterly perplexed by his transformation. Yang Fan continued to muse. With the protagonist out of the picture, it is my turn now. Long out yin. I shall not hold back." After adjusting his attire, Yang Fan rose, accompanied by Red Xiao Qiao, and strode purposefully toward the caravan, his aura suddenly surging with intensity. Either he would remain inactive or his actions would reverberate like thunder. This is the character of Yang Fan. Although Hong Xiao Qiao could not comprehend why Yang Fan behaved in such a manner, she ultimately acquiesced to his wishes. After all, prior to becoming Yang Fan's disciple, the venerable Hong Zhendaoren had repeatedly cautioned Hong Xiao Qiao to heed Yang Fan's words and to avoid provoking him at all costs. Thus, Hong Xiao Qiao found herself in a state of helplessness. After walking for several minutes, Yang Fan brought Hong Xiao Qiao before a convoy, obstructing its path. Upon noticing the alluring and formidable aura emanating from Yang Fan, the striking woman atop the carriage furrowed her brow slightly, pondering silently. Who is this powerful individual? And why am I unfamiliar with him? Nevertheless, the woman maintained her politeness, refraining from instructing her subordinates to act against him. Instead, she commanded the carriage to halt and gracefully descended, her steps light, approaching Yang Fan with measured strides. As Yang Fan beheld the captivating beauty before him, an inexplicable flutter stirred within his heart. Though she lacked the ethereal beauty of Lin Zixia, she possessed a unique charm all her own. As if each woman's grace embodied an entirely distinct style. "Greetings, I am Lu Qianqian," she inquired with a gentle smile. "Might I ask, esteemed sir, what brings you to block my path?" Her lavender eyes remained fixed on Yang Fan, an earnest desire to understand his purpose evident in her gaze. In response, Yang Fan, without overthinking, cleared his throat and spoke, "Ahem, I am but a humble traveler who has lost his way, seeking to inquire as to my whereabouts." His tone was laced with an air of trepidation, akin to one who harbors a guilty secret. Lu Qianqian, interpreting his words without suspicion, replied, "Ah, I see. You find yourself in the Solitary Grove." Upon hearing the name Solitary Grove, Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He gazed at Lu Qianqian with astonishment. He was well aware of this location, for in the narrative of the Supreme Sovereign, it was here that the protagonist encountered an astonishingly formidable companion. At this moment, Yang Fan felt a surge of delight within, causing his hands to tremble involuntarily. It is important to note that this attendant provided immense assistance to the protagonist. Otherwise, Yang Fan would not have been so exhilarated. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief interval, Yang Fan gradually regained his composure and inquired, "Lu Qianqian, is there an unconscious person lying in your car?" At this juncture, Yang Fan was too preoccupied to consider much else, and his tone grew increasingly tense as he yearned to clarify the situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian was taken aback, unable to fathom how Yang Fan was aware of such details. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it for long and replied, "Yes. But how did you come to know this?" "I only brought them into the car this morning." Lu Qianqian gazed at Yang Fan with a look of bewilderment, hoping he could elucidate the matter for her. In this manner, Lu Qianqian would be able to ascertain the true nature of the events that had transpired, alleviating her confusion. "At least I want to be left in such a state of perplexity," Yang Fan remarked, scratching his head awkwardly, feeling that his previous words had been rather abrupt and had caught him entirely unprepared. Fortunately, Lu Qianqian did not dwell on it. Otherwise, Yang Fan would have been at a loss for how to respond to her. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Qianqian continued without further contemplation, asking, "Pray tell. Why do you inquire about this? Are you an enemy of this individual, seeking to eliminate them?" The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere grew tense. And even the surrounding guards began to draw their weapons, preparing to engage Yang Fan in combat. At this moment, Yang Fan was rendered speechless. "My goodness, I merely inquired. Must you treat me this way? Beware, I might just draw a circle and curse you." Nevertheless, Yang Fan remained unfazed. He was acutely aware that he could vanquish these individuals with but a single finger. Thus, he took a deep breath and began to clarify. "No, Miss Lu. You are overthinking matters. Do you truly believe you would stand as my adversaries if I were to engage? Moreover, had I intended to act, I would have done so long ago, rather than wait until now." Each of his words struck Lu Qianqian's heart, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She realized that her previous remarks had been somewhat presumptuous, for the disparity in their statuses was undeniable. After all, how could a mere mortal contend with a cultivator? Gradually regaining her composure, Lu Qianqian stammered, "I apologize, young sir. I was indeed abrupt in my words, and I offer my sincerest apologies." Subsequently, she made a bold decision and bowed deeply to Yang Fan, disregarding her noble status. After all, in Yang Fan's eyes, she was no more significant than an ant. Observing this, Yang Fan merely smiled lightly, choosing not to hold her actions against her. After a brief pause, he spoke again, "It's quite all right. I did not take offense. Might I request that you escort me and my disciple a short distance out of this desolate forest?" A faint, enchanting smile graced his features, causing Lu Qianqian's face to redden even further, evoking an irresistible urge to savor the moment. Her heart raced with an intensity she could not comprehend, as she felt an inexplicable connection to Yang Fan. Moments later, she responded, "Of course." The sound was as faint as the buzzing of a mosquito. Upon seeing Lu Qianqian's acquiescence, Yang Fan wasted no time and promptly leaped into the carriage with Hong Qiao, quietly awaiting its departure. As though it were his own conveyance, Lu Qianqian was taken aback by Yang Fan's unexpected boldness, yet she quickly dismissed her surprise and gracefully took her seat beside him. Her cheeks flushed and her gaze averted from his. Before long, Lu Qianqian commanded the carriage to set off, and thus, Yang Fan seamlessly blended into the caravan. However, he soon found himself contemplating how to persuade this attendant to accompany him, a matter that weighed heavily on his mind. Yang Fan was well aware of the attendant's temperament. It was known that in the book Supreme Sovereign, the protagonist had endured countless trials to win over this very attendant, highlighting the latter's stubbornness. After pondering for a while, Yang Fan devised a calm strategy, confident that within a few exchanges, he would successfully win the attendant over, a radiant smile adorning his face. Observing Yang Fan's triumphant grin, Hong Qiao felt a sense of bewilderment and directly inquired, "Master, what is the cause of your incessant smiling?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian swiftly turned to look at the grinning Yang Fan, her heart filled with confusion as she yearned to understand the reason behind his demeanor, her pristine brows knitting into a straight line. At this moment, Yang Fan immediately reverted to his previous serious demeanor, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He never anticipated such a question from Hong Qiao at that moment, which swiftly extinguished his previously delightful mood. If circumstances permitted, he would have relished the idea of giving Hong Qiao a good scolding. However, he ultimately restrained himself. "It's nothing," Master merely recalled a joyful memory, which led to an involuntary smile. He explained, regaining his composure. Yet, Hong Qiao was not about to let Yang Fan off the hook so easily. She continued with her inquiries. What joyful memory did Master recall? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for Yang Fan to divulge the details. Instantly, Yang Fan's expression darkened further, and he exhaled forcefully through his nose. Were it not for the need to maintain his composure in front of Lu Qianqian, he might have lifted Hong Qiao and playfully swatted her backside. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan suppressed his irritation and stated, "Ahem. Why should a child concern herself with such matters? Go play elsewhere." He shot several admonishing glances at Hong Qiao. Upon witnessing the fury in Yang Fan's eyes, Hong Qiao felt a wave of fear wash over her. Aware that Yang Fan was indeed upset, she promptly sealed her lips, terrified of provoking him further. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian observed this scene, struggling to stifle a laugh. Such a spectacle was a rarity, especially for someone accustomed to the aristocratic lifestyle. The atmosphere lightened considerably, shedding the earlier tension. "Young master, you look quite adorable when you're angry," Lu Qianqian blurted out, only to immediately cover her mouth in shock. Bewildered by her own words, Her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, too embarrassed to meet Yang Fan's eyes. Yang Fan, taken aback by Lu Qianqian's comment, felt a jolt of surprise. He had not expected such a remark from someone of her stature. However, he found himself rather pleased by it, charmed by her enchanting presence. "I apologize, young master. I misspoke." Lu Qianqian stammered, her heart racing with anxiety. "Haha, it's quite all right, I don't mind," Yang Fan replied with hearty laughter, displaying none of the aloofness typical of a cultivator, but rather exuding the warmth of a friendly neighbor. At that moment, Lu Qianqian's heart began to race with an intensity she had never experienced before. She found herself at a loss on how to confront Yang Fan. Her fingers fidgeted incessantly, betraying her palpable anxiety. After all, Yang Fan was quite handsome, and coupled with his identity as a cultivator, it was impossible for Lu Qianqian to remain unaffected. As an ordinary person, she was overwhelmed with joy at Yang Fan's earnest declarations. Yet, just as she was engulfed in confusion, Yang Fan inquired, "By the way, Lu Qianqian, do you know the name of the person who is unconscious in that carriage behind us?" His tone was laced with curiosity, and his gaze was fixed intently upon her, leaving Lu Qianqian utterly bewildered and unsure of how to respond. If given the choice, she would have preferred to retreat from Yang Fan immediately. In this manner, her heart would no longer be so agitated. However, Lu Qianqian understood that should she proceed in this way, it would inevitably offend Yang Fan. At that point, if any unfortunate events were to transpire, she would be utterly at a loss as to how to respond. Thus, Lu Qianqian took a deep breath, striving to allow her inner turmoil to gradually subside. After a brief moment, she spoke up, addressing him directly. "Young master, the injured and unconscious individual is named Lu Feng. As for the specifics, he did not disclose them to me. I only know his name." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, barely daring to respond to Yang Fan aloud. This was her first encounter with such a situation, and her anxiety was beyond measure. If it were possible, Lu Qianqian would have dearly wished to dig a hole and bury herself within it. In such a case, one need not feel so bashful. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, Yang Fan suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if he had conceived a brilliant idea. He mused inwardly, "Lu Feng. My dear Lu Feng, let us see how you will evade my grasp this time. I am determined to capture you. By the way, young master, why do you inquire about this?" Lu Qianqian suddenly asked, a look of perplexity flashing in her eyes. "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual question," Yang Fan replied. And then, without further ado, he reclined and gazed up at the sky, appearing remarkably composed. In truth, within Yang Fan's heart, plans were already forming on how to recruit Lu Feng as his companion. Only in such a manner could he ensure greater assistance in the trials to come, alleviating the solitude of confronting perilous predicaments. "I recall that Lu Feng appears to be a twin. I must find an opportunity to test this," Yang Fan thought to himself. Subsequently, he dismissed further contemplation and drifted into a deep slumber, akin to a carriage at rest. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qianqian was left speechless. She had encountered shamelessness before, yet never to such an extent. It rendered her at a loss for words regarding Yang Fan's behavior. After a while, Hong Qiao, feeling bored and curious, turned to Lu Qianqian and asked, "Sister, do you have feelings for my master?" Her voice was imbued with youthful innocence. Taken aback, Lu Qianqian stared incredulously at Hong Qiao. "Do you think of me as a sow, enamored by every man I encounter? How could you possibly think that?" Lu Qianqian glared at Hong Qiao, her tone rife with discontent, yearning to pinch the child's cheek to silence her. If Yang Fan were to overhear, Lu Qianqian would be at a loss for how to face him. Ultimately, Lu Qianqian was a rather conservative woman, unable to accept such overt implications. Her heart raced with anxiety. "My grandfather once said that when a woman likes a man, her face will flush red. Just now, when you were speaking with my master, your face was like that." Hong Qiao responded, gesturing animatedly, as if stating an undeniable fact. Instantaneously, Lu Qianqian felt as though her worldview had crumbled. She silently cried out within, "Can anyone elucidate what has transpired? Why does a flushed face signify affection for another?" After a while, Lu Qianqian managed to alleviate her gloomy mood and slowly spoke. "What your grandfather says is nothing but deceit, little child. Do not heed his words." Her eyes radiated unwavering determination. "The notion that I could ever harbor feelings for Yang Fan is preposterous, unless it were to rain from the heavens." Yet, before Hong Qiao could respond, inexplicably, droplets began to fall from the sky, gently kissing the earth below. In an instant, Lu Qianqian found herself at a loss for words. Why on earth is it suddenly raining?" Hong Chao muttered to herself, her tone laced with confusion. At that moment, Lu Qianqian felt an overwhelming urge to curse. It seemed that whatever she thought would inevitably come to pass, leaving her with a sense of despair. Given the intensity of the rain, even if she struggled to accept the situation, she had no choice but to gradually come to terms with it. Ultimately, she resolved to wait until the rain ceased before continuing her journey. Seeking refuge beneath a tree's shade, she settled down to rest, patiently awaiting the rain's end. Meanwhile, upon noticing the halt of the carriage, Yang Fan turned to Lu Qianqian with a puzzled expression. "Why are we not continuing our journey?" he inquired, his eyes reflecting his bewilderment at the sudden stop. In response, Lu Qianqian, feeling exasperated, replied, "It's raining. We shall resume our travels once the rain has passed." At that moment, she was reluctant to engage in further conversation with Yang Fan, fearing that she might indeed develop feelings for him. The thought of such an attachment was perilous, for if he were to reject her, she could scarcely fathom how she might cope with such a blow. "Oh, I see. Well then, that's fine," Yang Fan said, dismissing the matter, and promptly rose to his feet, heading towards Lu Feng's carriage to check if he had regained consciousness. After all, Yang Fan was eager to recruit him as his subordinate. With such a formidable ally, how could he not be intrigued? As Lu Qianqian watched Yang Fan's handsome silhouette depart, her heart raced inexplicably, as if she had encountered someone she adored. Yet, the disparity in their statuses forced her to conceal her feelings deep within, preventing any outward expression. Who could possibly predict the events that would unfold next? Approximately 10 minutes later, Yang Fan arrived beside Lu Feng's carriage and directly lifted the curtain to peer inside. He discovered Lu Feng still deep in slumber, prompting Yang Fan to refrain from disturbing him. Instead, he chose to step away from the carriage and began to rest quietly nearby, contemplating the destination he was about to pursue. It is essential to note that Yang Fan's decision to refrain from returning directly to the Liang Sword Pavilion was entirely motivated by his desire to seize all the fortuitous opportunities that Long Outyin was destined to encounter. Hence, he was not in a hurry to return. Otherwise, why would Yang Fan be aimlessly wandering about? His thoughts wandered back to the book's supreme reverence, reflecting on the opportunities Long Outyin was to attain, which gradually clarified his thoughts. After a while of contemplation, Yang Fan's expression shifted as a sly smile crept upon his face. "Hee, Long Outyin, you cannot blame me. After all, our paths are not aligned." He muttered to himself with a grin. He had meticulously devised a plan for the forthcoming events. At that moment, a commotion erupted from within Lu Feng's carriage. At that moment, Yang Fan realized that Lu Feng had awakened. He promptly adjusted his attire and made his way towards the carriage, having already prepared his words to recruit Lu Feng into his entourage. Soon, Yang Fan arrived at the carriage, but before he could draw back the curtain, Lu Feng had already opened it first. Their eyes met, and an immediate silence enveloped the scene, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. "Who are you?" Lu Feng inquired darkly, his gaze fixed on Yang Fan, infused with dissatisfaction and a hint of menace. He was utterly unconvinced that this individual before him was anything but a nefarious character. In Lu Feng's mind, Yang Fan was either a sworn enemy or a robber intent on plundering him. The strikingly handsome visage of Yang Fan inexplicably irked Lu Feng even further. In response to Lu Feng's words, Yang Fan remained unfazed and calmly said, "You are Lu Feng, correct? Come with me and be my subordinate. I assure you a life of indulgence." His eyes gleamed with conviction, and a subtle smile graced his lips, as though he was destined to win over Lu Feng without any possibility of failure. Upon hearing Yang Fan's proposition, Lu Feng nearly erupted in laughter. His eyes filled with scorn for Yang Fan. Although he could discern Yang Fan's aura of a cultivator, Lu Feng was renowned in his family as a prodigy and would never submit to anyone. Thus, he scoffed, "Oh, how amusing. You wish to take me as your little brother? What gives you such confidence? Do you believe that with a mere slap I could bring you to your knees begging me to call you father?" Instantly, Yang Fan's brow furrowed slightly, a dark shadow crossing his forehead. To be honest, faced with such derision, he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate and demonstrate his strength to Lu Feng. However, in the end, Yang Fan restrained himself, taking a deep breath and forcing a smile. "You will agree in time. Focus on your recovery for now." Recognizing the futility of coercion, Yang Fan resolved to play the long game. Without further ado, he turned and departed, leaving Lu Feng with only his retreating figure. As Lu Feng observed Yang Fan's back, a frown creased his brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had encountered Yang Fan before. Yet, In that moment, he could not recall where. Naturally, Lu Feng dismissed Yang Fan's words entirely, regarding him as nothing more than a clown, easily extinguishable with a mere finger. This clearly illustrated the extent of Lu Feng's arrogance. Upon returning to Lu Qianqian's carriage, Yang Fan reclined directly, entirely disregarding Lu Qianqian, as though she were non-existent within the confines of the carriage. This left Lu Qianqian utterly speechless. She pondered who she had offended to warrant such shameless treatment. A profound discomfort settled in her heart. After a brief moment, she could no longer contain herself. With a deep exhale, she addressed Yang Fan. Could you possibly be more mindful of your image? Can you not see there is an outsider beside you? Originally, Lu Qianqian had no intention of voicing such words. However, Yang Fan's behavior had become intolerably excessive, pushing her to the brink. Otherwise, she would not have expressed herself so candidly. My apologies, it's just a habit, haha. After uttering this, Yang Fan felt he had indeed overstepped and slightly reined in his demeanor. Yet, his disposition remained largely unchanged, still exuding an air of nonchalance. Consequently, Lu Qianqian found herself at a loss for words. If circumstances permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a light yet firm reprimand to Yang Fan. Unable to bear the situation any longer, she exited the carriage, seeking solace in the beauty of the surroundings to alleviate her frustration. After all, Lu Qianqian felt profoundly stifled at that moment. Beside her, Hong Qiao had also been roused from slumber by the commotion between Yang Fan and Lu Qianqian. Stifling a yawn, she stepped out of the carriage, leaving Yang Fan alone within. Once outside, Hong Qiao inhaled deeply, reveling in the beauty of the world around her. Her expression brightening with joy, she then made her way toward Lu Qianqian, for in this caravan, apart from Lu Qianqian, all the others were men. Thus, if Hong Qiao sought conversation, who else could she turn to? Moments later, Hong Qiao approached Lu Qianqian and inquired, "Big sister, what are you thinking about?" Her eyes sparkled, radiating an adorable charm. "Nothing in particular," Lu Qianqian replied with a blank expression, her tone laced with displeasure. Though she had initially been in good spirits, Yang Fan's antics had marred her mood, leaving her far from cheerful. Merely refraining from striking him seemed to be a small mercy. Observing this, Hong Qiao felt a wave of confusion and hoped Lu Qianqian would share her thoughts. However, sensing Lu Qianqian's discomfort, she opted not to pry further and chose instead to sit quietly beside her, allowing her mind to drift elsewhere. At that moment, 3 bandits descending from the mountains caught sight of Lu Qianqian's beauty, instantly captivated. Their mouths watered slightly as their gazes became entranced. "Brothers, this woman is extraordinarily beautiful." The second man swallowed hard, and his desires were instantly ignited by the sight of Lu Qianqian before him. If given the chance, the bandits would rush forward to seize her and take her home, reveling in their conquest. The leader shared similar thoughts, though he was somewhat more cautious. Fearing that she might be a formidable cultivator, he worried that they might encounter an insurmountable obstacle. Thus, the leader took a moment to steady himself and spoke up. "Third brother, you are a foundation building expert. Please assess whether there are any powerful beings among us." His tone was laced with urgency, his heart ablaze with anticipation. Upon hearing the leader's command, the third brother wasted no time and began his investigation. Truth be told, he too felt a surge of attraction towards Lu Qianqian, which prompted his swift action. Without hesitation, he delved deeper into his inquiry. After a few minutes of scrutiny, he concluded that there were no formidable opponents present. Only 2 individuals remained undetectable. One was the injured Lu Feng, and the other, the most handsome of them all, Yang Fan, who was currently asleep, perhaps lost in a haze of desire. Without a second thought, the third brother reported, "There are no cultivators here, only mortals." "Leader, let us proceed." "Excellent," the leader responded, no longer able to contain his excitement. He led the second and third brothers towards Lu Qianqian with swift strides, fearing that if they delayed, she might vanish from their grasp. After about 10 minutes, the trio arrived beside the carriage, their eyes gleaming with desire as they watched Lu Qianqian. Eager to make their move, Lu Qianqian and Hong Qiao sensed the gaze upon them and turned around. However, the moment they did, Lu Qianqian was taken aback. Instinctively stepping back in fear, her eyes filled with trepidation, utterly at a loss for how to respond. The coachmen of the carriage were mere mortals, incapable of standing against the bandits. Lu Qianqian found herself at a loss, uncertain of how to confront the unfolding scene. "Fair maiden, I am coming for you." The leader's eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint as he approached Lu Qianqian step by step. A certain part of him stirred with an insatiable eagerness. The coachman, gripped by terror, fled in haste, abandoning all else. In their minds, the only priority was to preserve their lives. Everything else was too perilous to contemplate. Before long, only Lu Qianqian and Hong Qiao remained in the scene, encircled tightly by the three bandits. They found themselves with no avenue of escape. Their initial panic gradually morphed into sheer dread. "Sister, what shall we do now?" Hong Qiao asked fearfully, clutching Lu Qianqian's delicate hand. Overwhelmed by fear, she hid behind Lu Qianqian, unable to confront the bandits directly. As the saying goes, fear is indeed contagious. At this moment, Lu Qianqian became increasingly apprehensive. Words escaped her lips, leaving her in a state of despair within her mind. She was utterly at a loss on how to confront the three bandits. Soon, the trio approached Lu Qianqian and Hong Qiao, halting just a few steps away. Their faces were suffused with an unsettling desire as they gazed upon the two beauties. "Why are you both so frightened? We are good people and would never harm you." The leader leered, his tone laced with an unsettling condescension. This revelation left Lu Qianqian overwhelmed with emotion, teetering on the brink of tears, her eyes brimming with moisture that seemed ready to spill over at any moment. "You are talking nonsense. It is evident you are no good person," Hong Qiao boldly declared, her teeth grinding in a display of palpable fury. Her disdain for such a nefarious individual ran deep, which fueled her desire to enhance her own abilities. Her goal was to eradicate the evil that plagued the world. "Young lady, do not tempt fate with your defiance. I claim to be a good person, so what of it?" The bandit leader, losing patience, barked in a low voice, his tone rife with dissatisfaction. Were it not for the necessity of keeping Hong Qiao and Lu Qianqian compliant, the bandit chief would have long since succumbed to his wrath and forcibly taken them away. "Huh? You? A good person? I would sooner believe in ghosts. Do you doubt that I could summon my master to teach you a lesson?" Hong Qiao retorted, disregarding any caution as she shouted defiantly. She was somewhat aware of Yang Fan's prowess, and thus she was unyielding, facing the bandits head-on. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and Lu Feng, roused from their slumber by Hong Qiao's outcry, furrowed their brows in concern, pondering the unfolding situation. They hastily emerged from their respective carriages, only to be met with a scene that soured their spirits. Lu Feng, in particular, was incensed, his eyes ablaze with fury. For Lu Qianqian had rescued him from the roadside, and he felt an overwhelming debt of gratitude toward her. Finally, he saw an opportunity to repay that kindness. With this thought, Lu Feng prepared to confront the bandits. However, he was a moment too late. Yang Fan struck first, unleashing a colossal hand that crashed down upon the bandit leader, reducing him to a mere pulp. Witnessing such brutality, Hong Qiao and Lu Qianqian instinctively shut their eyes, while Lu Qianqian was engulfed in shock, never anticipating Yang Fan's formidable strength. "Who dared to threaten my disciple just now?" she pondered in disbelief. After retracting his enormous hand, Yang Fan yawned and ambled towards Lu Qianqian and Hong Qiao, barely casting a glance at the two ruffians, seemingly regarding them with complete indifference. His demeanor was exceedingly casual. "Woo-woo, master, you have arrived. If you had come just a moment later, Qiao wouldn't have known what to do." Upon witnessing this, Hong Qiao rushed to Yang Fan's side, her voice thick with tears as she sobbed heart-wrenchingly, as if she had endured immense torment. Yang Fan, at a loss for words, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he recognized Hong Qiao's tendency to exaggerate the situation. He sighed inwardly and gently reassured her. "It's all right, Qiao, do not fear, master is here." He then turned to Lu Qianqian with a concerned expression, asking, "Are you all right?" His face bore a soft smile, exuding an aura of security. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably, striking at the fragile core of her heart. Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words, pondering how it was that women seemed to cry so easily, feeling a mix of frustration and bewilderment. Meanwhile, the two ruffians, seeing Yang Fan's lack of reaction, prepared to stealthily retreat, having been thoroughly frightened by the earlier scene. They were acutely aware that they were no match for Yang Fan, and if they did not leave now, they risked dire consequences. Yet, the ruffians severely underestimated Yang Fan's prowess. The moment they attempted to move, he captured them effortlessly, a mere glance from him transforming them into mere blood mist. Their demise was tragically horrific, and the scene was drenched in blood. Lu Feng, upon witnessing this, was incensed, nearly stomping his feet in frustration. If he could, he would have loved to vent his anger on Yang Fan. However, having observed Yang Fan's capabilities, he understood he was no match for him and thus bore the indignation in silence. Weary, he slowly made his way towards the carriage. This action was precisely captured by Yang Fan. However, he chose not to elaborate, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. He secretly mused, hee hee, Lu Feng. Can you still escape from my grasp now? Without further contemplation, Yang Fan resumed, comforting Hong Qiao Qiao. All right, Qiao Qiao, the villain has been vanquished. So there is no need for fear. With that, he gently ruffled her hair, his tone imbued with tenderness. Yes, yes. I saw that the evildoers who bullied Qiao Qiao have been dealt with by the master. Thank you, master. Then I shall take my leave. You should comfort the elder sister. As soon as the words left her lips, Hong Qiao Qiao ceased to disturb Yang Fan's pursuit of romance and turned to depart. In truth, she was still quite frightened. Yet, she understood that Lu Qianqian seemed even more terrified than herself. After all, Hong Qiao Qiao had always been protected throughout her life, accustomed to such scenes and no longer fazed by them. Conversely, it was Lu Qianqian's first encounter with such a scenario, inevitably leaving her with some psychological shadows. At this moment, Lu Qianqian is in dire need of solace from others. This is precisely why Hong Qiao Qiao chose not to intrude. Otherwise, she would not have departed so swiftly. She would certainly have lingered. Observing the retreating figure of Hong Qiao Qiao, Yang Fan felt a surge of contentment. My disciple truly understands, he mused, refraining from interrupting my pursuit of romance to console others. With that thought, Yang Fan dismissed his distractions and gathered his thoughts. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Qianqian and inquired, Are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries? His eyes radiated with genuine affection, reminiscent of a robust and formidable man. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yang Fan in disbelief. It seemed as though his concern had profoundly impacted her, causing her heart to race violently. The tears that had once flowed freely ceased to fall, as his words echoed persistently in her mind, leaving her emotions in turmoil. Why has she fallen silent? Yang Fan pondered, feeling a sense of frustration. He found it perplexing to comprehend the transformation of Lu Qianqian's emotions at that moment. If only it were possible, he would wish to delve into her heart to unravel the confusion that clouded his understanding. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. After a brief pause, Lu Qianqian managed to force a faint smile. Yet, the smile on her face was tinged with sorrow. Presently, she harbored an inexplicable feeling towards Yang Fan, an emotion that was difficult to articulate. This feeling enveloped Lu Qianqian in a sense of wonder, instantly invoking a cascade of memories from her past. Previously, she had lived a life devoid of concern from others, languishing in despair as her family regarded her merely as a tool for their own purposes. Now, however, the presence of a man who genuinely cared for her rendered her momentarily speechless. She marveled at the exquisite beauty of being cared for. With a heart full of emotion, Lu Qianqian wiped away her tears and revealed a shy smile, asking, Could you stay and chat with me? Her voice was laced with longing, tinged with the fear that Yang Fan might decline her request. Upon hearing her, Yang Fan readily acquiesced, exclaiming, Of course. I relish conversations with beautiful women. His expression bore a playful charm, which Lu Qianqian found amusing rather than off-putting. Regaining her composure, a hint of joy illuminated her face as she led Yang Fan to a shaded area beneath a tree, eager to engage in a profound discussion about life. This was a moment of rare vulnerability for Lu Qianqian, a first encounter with such a remarkable feeling. Soon, they settled beneath the tree. Yet Lu Qianqian's face bore little trace of a smile, overshadowed by a deep sense of sorrow. What would you like to talk about? Yang Fan inquired with a gentle smile, eager to proceed without delay, as he had intentions to confront Lu Feng later. Thank you for saving me earlier. I truly don't know what I would have done without your help, Lu Qianqian expressed, exhaling deeply, her demeanor lightening considerably. A flicker of guilt washed over her as she reflected on how she had underestimated Yang Fan, realizing he had still chosen to assist her despite her previous harshness. This revelation deeply touched her heart. It's nothing, really. It's only right for me to help, especially since you're guiding me to my destination. Yang Fan replied casually, dismissing the act with a wave of his hand, demonstrating an ease that suggested he bore no weight of the matter. Truth be told, even if Lu Qianqian had chosen not to accompany him, he would have intervened had the situation arisen again. Yang Fan could not stand idly by in the face of such cruelty. Lu Qianqian, however, found her thoughts spiraling once more. What if your disciple were not present? Would you still come to my aid? She asked, her heart inexplicably racing, as if traversing a treacherous path fraught with trials. Her complexion flushed crimson. She could not bear to meet Yang Fan's gaze directly. Absolutely. You are a stunning beauty. Why would I not come to your rescue? he replied with unwavering confidence. Upon the utterance of these words, Lu Qianqian's heart began to race tumultuously, as if it had encountered some exhilarating stimulus, incessantly provoking her heart's rhythm and rendering her exceedingly tense. This left Lu Qianqian at a loss for how to respond to Yang Fan. A peculiar sensation washed over her once more, enveloping her heart. By the way, why do you ask such a question? Is there something on your mind? Yang Fan pondered increasingly, sensing something amiss, and thus spoke up directly, his eyes filled with confusion. If possible, Yang Fan wished for Lu Qianqian to provide an explanation. At that moment, Lu Qianqian found herself utterly at a loss as to how to respond to Yang Fan. Her heart raced uncontrollably, urging her to flee from the situation and evade the question entirely. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Qianqian could not muster the courage to take that first step. She remained seated, feeling desolate. After a brief pause, she managed to compose herself and replied, "It's nothing. I just suddenly felt compelled to ask that question." Without missing a beat, she continued, "I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Before Yang Fan could react, Lu Qianqian swiftly departed. Her footsteps light yet frantic, almost stumbling as she hurried away, her demeanor betraying her palpable anxiety. In this scene, Yang Fan gazed in utter bewilderment, unable to fathom why Lu Qianqian had displayed such behavior. A myriad of questions surged through his mind. However, he had far more pressing matters to attend to, and thus he chose not to dwell on it. With a determined mind, Yang Fan gathered his thoughts and made his way toward Lu Feng's carriage, a radiant smile gracing his face. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance of Lu Feng's carriage. Clearing his throat twice, he rapped on the door. Upon hearing the knock, Lu Feng drew back the curtain, only to find Yang Fan standing before him. Instantly, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by an ominous and terrifying aura. His robust hands trembled with barely contained fury, a palpable expression of rage etched upon his features. "Come out, let us converse," Yang Fan declared, his tone dripping with self-satisfaction, as though he were flaunting something before Lu Feng. "Curse you, you wretched little man. Had I not been injured, I would have surely knocked your teeth out." Lu Feng spat vehemently, his eyes blazing with anger, his countenance contorted in wrath, yearning to unleash his fury upon Yang Fan for usurping his achievements. It was critical to note that just moments ago, Lu Feng had owed nothing to Lu Qianqian, and now that Yang Fan had disrupted the situation, it was impossible for Lu Feng's mood to improve. Instead, he was consumed by intense rage. Faced with Lu Feng's harsh words, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. He could not comprehend why Lu Feng was so incensed, which only served to sour his own mood. Initially, Yang Fan had intended to engage in a cordial discussion with Lu Feng, but now, inexplicably berated, his spirits plummeted. Consequently, Yang Fan's expression darkened, and he slowly replied, "Lu Feng, do not be ungrateful. I acted out of goodwill. Besides, your slow response is not my fault. If you choose to scold me, do not be surprised if my retaliation is merciless." His tone was laced with discontent. Were it not for certain considerations, Yang Fan would have already silenced Lu Feng's insolence. How could he permit such indignity to be heaped upon himself? In truth, Lu Feng's vitriol was merely a manifestation of his own frustrations. Anyone who had witnessed their family slaughtered, left utterly alone, would understandably be in a foul mood. At this moment, Lu Feng realized the gravity of his mistake. He took a deep breath, attempting to soothe his turbulent emotions, striving to suppress his anger gradually and refrain from any impulsive actions. After a while, as Lu Feng began to regain his composure, he spoke softly, "I apologize. My tone earlier was somewhat excessive. I hope you can overlook it." As a rare talent of the Lu family, enduring such a tremendous setback was no small feat. Witnessing Lu Feng's sincere apology, Yang Fan's mood gradually improved, though a lingering discomfort remained. After all, who could feel at ease after being reprimanded? "So, tell me what brings you here?" Lu Feng inquired directly. Despite having offered an apology, he still maintained an air of nonchalance as if he had committed no wrongdoing. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since dismissed Lu Feng. However, Yang Fan was well aware of the novel Supreme Lord. Otherwise, he would not have persisted so tenaciously. With that, Yang Fan refrained from further pleasantries and stated plainly, "You witnessed my strength this morning. How do you choose to respond now?" Upon finishing, Yang Fan fixed his gaze intensely on Lu Feng. Should Lu Feng refuse once more? Yang Fan might have no choice but to extinguish the budding talent before it could flourish, ensuring that another adversary would not emerge on his path. At this moment, Lu Feng found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Yang Fan still wished to recruit him as a subordinate. This realization stirred a sense of discomfort within Lu Feng. However, considering Yang Fan's formidable prowess, he chose to suppress his feelings rather than erupt in anger. Casting a turbulent gaze upon Yang Fan, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, "I understand that this matter is quite challenging for you. Take your time to contemplate. Once you've reached a decision, feel free to seek me out at any moment." With these words, Yang Fan prepared to turn away, reluctant to engage in further conversation with Lu Feng. After all, Yang Fan had already conveyed everything he needed to say, and Lu Feng's subsequent choices were his own to make. Yet, just as Yang Fan was about to depart, Lu Feng's voice halted him in his tracks. "Wait." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan turned back to face Lu Feng and inquired directly, "What is it? Do you have something further to say? I can agree to your proposal, but you must assist me in a particular matter. Once you help me accomplish this task, I will wholeheartedly accept your offer without any regrets." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Feng spoke with a gravity that suggested a significant decision had been made. His eyes shone with determination. "Oh, what is this task? Please, enlighten me," Yang Fan responded, his expression one of confusion, though inwardly he was elated. Ultimately, Lu Feng could no longer restrain himself and had taken the bait. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself enveloped in a longing that had persisted for an eternity. "Help me eradicate the entire Wu family, leaving not a single survivor, and I shall agree to become your subordinate." Upon uttering these words, Lu Feng's face was suffused with a fierce anger. The haunting image of his own Lu family being annihilated by the Wu family echoed relentlessly in his mind. His clenched fists began to tremble ever so slightly. Were it not for his inadequate strength, Lu Feng might have charged directly into the Wu family's domain, seeking retribution without hesitation, rather than remaining here to recuperate. Moreover, ever since he witnessed Yang Fan's formidable prowess, the impulse to act had already begun to stir within him. Had it not been for the unforeseen events that transpired, Lu Feng would not have treated Yang Fan with such disdain previously. At this moment, Yang Fan finally comprehended the source of Lu Feng's recent fury. Consequently, he spoke softly. "Very well, I shall take you tomorrow. For now, focus on your recovery." With that, Yang Fan refrained from further disturbing Lu Feng's rest and withdrew from the carriage, leaving Lu Feng alone to recuperate. Moments later, Lu Feng regained his composure, a surge of excitement welling up within him. The thought of the Wu family facing imminent annihilation filled him with exhilaration, causing his expression to contort with fervor. "Father, mother, I shall soon avenge you," Lu Feng exclaimed, his voice brimming with unrestrained joy. In this moment, for reasons unknown, Lu Feng had been anticipating for far too long. It reignited the flames of hope within him. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, having exited the carriage, sighed deeply, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the sky. "Alas, it seems I must provide some guidance to my younger brother. I cannot allow him to be blinded by hatred." After this reflection, Yang Fan ceased to dwell on such matters. He reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a talisman-like object, which he tore apart without a second thought. Yang Fan was aware of the Wu family from his previous life, when he had observed the Supreme Elder. He understood that the ancestor of the Wu family was no match for him. Thus, in an effort to avert any unforeseen circumstances, he sought assistance. "I may not be able to defeat you, but I have powerful allies. I fear you not." Once the talisman was destroyed, Yang Fan strode away towards the carriage, preparing to engage in a meaningful conversation with Lu Chanshan about life. He chose not to ponder over other matters, for in Yang Fan's heart, these issues were merely trivialities, hardly worthy of concern. Meanwhile, within the Liyang Sword Pavilion, the Grand Elder felt a sudden jolt in his heart, immediately snapping to attention. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to investigate. However, upon inspection, he was taken aback, nearly losing his balance and tumbling over. Steadying his thoughts, the Grand Elder exhaled deeply. After confirming the situation, he realized that the protective talisman had indeed shattered. Without further ado, he rushed out of the main hall towards the Master-S Pavilion. In a brief moment, he arrived at the Master-S Pavilion, disregarding any formalities as he burst inside. The master of the Liyang Sword Pavilion noticed the Grand Elder's flustered demeanor and furrowed his brow with displeasure. Thus, he inquired, "Grand Elder, you have been a veteran of the Liyang Sword Pavilion for years. Why are you in such a state of panic?" His tone bore hints of irritation, clearly displeased with the Grand Elder's recklessness. "Master, there has been an incident. Our holy son is in trouble," the Grand Elder exclaimed hurriedly, at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing this, the master was momentarily stunned, his forehead creased with worry. He then asked, What has transpired? Please, explain it to me. It is imperative to understand that the Holy Sun is the inheritor of the next generation of the Radiant Sun Sword sect, and any loss is utterly unacceptable. The sect master was incensed, causing the very air around to become thick with an unsettling atmosphere. Observing this, the Grand Elder dared not delay and recounted the recent events he had encountered with utmost candor, leaving no detail obscured. This matter was of paramount importance. Any slightest misstep could lead to repercussions that the Radiant Sun Sword sect could not withstand, potentially leading to its demise. Thus, the significance of the Holy Sun to the sect is abundantly clear. After narrating for approximately 10 minutes, the Grand Elder found himself unable to meet the sect master's gaze, fearful that the latter's wrath might be directed towards him. In this moment, the sect leader was consumed by an unparalleled fury, his very breath becoming erratic, akin to the eruption of a volcano. Damn it! I had previously advised that Xiao Fan should bring more subordinates, and now look what has transpired. This is truly infuriating. Grand Elder, swiftly dispatch the shadow guards to Xiao Fan without delay. We cannot afford any misfortune to befall him. Should any harm come to him, I shall hold you accountable. Aware that the situation had already unfolded and was beyond alteration, the sect leader issued his orders immediately, fearing that any delay might lead to unforeseen calamity for Yang Fan. Understood. The Grand Elder responded, promptly bidding farewell to the sect leader before exiting the hall to issue instructions without a moment's hesitation. After the Grand Elder departed, the sect leader rose, gazing solemnly at the sky, murmuring to himself, Xiao Fan, you must not encounter any mishap. If anything were to happen, I would be at a loss as to how to explain it to your grandfather. In a matter of moments, the sect leader unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, shaking the entire Liang Sword sect to its core, leaving no one at peace. Soon, after the Grand Elder had made the necessary arrangements, the entire contingent of shadow guards swiftly departed from the Liang Sword sect, racing towards Yang Fan's location with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Yang Fan was engrossed in a game of guessing words with Hong Chao Chiao, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Wah, Master, you're cheating. I've lost 100 times in a row, Hong Chao Chiao exclaimed, feeling exceedingly disgruntled. Haha, my dear disciple, what does it matter if you've lost 100 times? You can help me wash clothes for 100 days. Do not worry, I have faith in you. You will surely win. Yang Fan laughed heartily, his face adorned with a radiant smile, as if he had just savored the sweetest honey. At this moment, Hong Chao Chiu became increasingly displeased. The thought of having to wash 100 days' worth of clothes was simply unbearable for her. With that, she rose to her feet, huffed, and declared, Humph, I shall ignore you, master. I am off to play with my elder sister. Before Yang Fan could even react, Hong Chao Chiao's figure had vanished from sight. Watching her depart, Yang Fan could only shake his head in resignation. However, just as he was about to tidy up, he sensed a familiar aura and immediately began to investigate. Upon this observation, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. He mused inwardly, Ah, father, how extravagantly generous you are to send the shadow guards directly. However, I must admit, I quite like it. With that thought, Yang Fan gathered his reflections and leisurely stepped out of the carriage, making his way to a secluded spot where he halted. The shadow guards, emerging from various concealed locations, promptly appeared before Yang Fan, all half-squatting as they greeted him. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. Rise, Yang Fan replied with a gentle smile. The shadow guards felt an undeniable sense of relief wash over them upon realizing that nothing untoward had befallen Yang Fan. Instantly, their tension dissipated. Had anything unfortunate occurred to him, they would have been at a loss regarding how to proceed. After a brief moment, the leader of the shadow guards inquired, Might I ask, Holy Sun, what brings you to summon us? His tone was laden with perplexity, for such a grand gathering was a rare occurrence within the Liang Sword Pavilion. Indeed, this time you have witnessed it. Yet it is not a matter of great consequence. I simply wish for you to eradicate the Wu family entirely, leave not a single survivor. Upon uttering these words, Yang Fan felt a twinge of regret, a peculiar discomfort stirring within him. After all, the Wu family bore him no grievance, and to act thusly now would render him even more despicable than a beast. Instantly, the shadow guards felt an impulse to protest. It was well known that the shadow guards represented the pinnacle of the Liang Sword Pavilion. Even the sect leader held them in considerable esteem. To mobilize the entire force merely to extinguish the Wu family was utterly inconceivable. Holy Sun, do you truly mean what you say? After a moment, the shadow guards questioned with a hint of displeasure, their gaze fixed firmly upon Yang Fan. Yes, I understand your discontent. However, I did not anticipate the sect leader would deploy such a formidable force, so I cannot be held entirely responsible, Yang Fan replied. His voice tinged with bitterness, his heart heavy with a sense of injustice. Yet, the situation had unfolded, and regardless of his reluctance, he had to come to terms with it. Seeing the innocent expression on Yang Fan's face, the mood of the Shadow Guards began to shift. Easing somewhat from their earlier gloom, once their spirits had been lifted, one of the Shadow Guards spoke up. Understood, Holy Son. We shall extinguish the Wu family. But we hope you do not just about such matters in the future. Just as the Shadow Guards were about to take their leave, Yang Fan called out, Wait. I have one more thing to discuss. Initially, he had no intention of voicing his concerns, but his conscience urged him to speak up. Yes, Holy Son. Is there anything else you wish to command? The leader of the Shadow Guard turned around in confusion, a myriad of perplexing thoughts swirling in his mind, tinged with a hint of impatience. Spare the defenseless elderly women of the Wu family. Grant them a sliver of mercy, as long as they harbor no vengeful intent. After voicing his heartfelt plea, Yang Fan felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, he could not bear to witness the unfolding tragedy and was compelled to act thusly. Instantly, the Shadow Guard stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief as they regarded Yang Fan, silently pondering, is this truly the merciless saint I once knew? However, the leader of the Shadow Guard dismissed any further contemplation and promptly acquiesced, departing without hesitation to execute Yang Fan's orders. Watching the departing figures of the Shadow Guard, Yang Fan let out a deep sigh, returning to the carriage to sit in silence, aware that this night would be one devoid of sleep. Gradually, the night enveloped the continent, casting a shadow over all. The Shadow Guard arrived at the Wu family estate, their expressions impassive as they surveyed the scene before them. Who are you? Why do you come to the Wu family at this hour? A servant of the Wu family demanded, fury lacing his tone. Yet, the Shadow Guard paid him no heed. The leader issued a command, you have heard the saint's decree, kill. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Shadow Guard unleashed a wave of brutality upon the Wu family, executing a merciless slaughter. Screams echoed from within the estate, and upon witnessing the carnage, the head of the Wu family shouted, Quick, summon the ancestor. Yet, his plea was cut short as the leader of the Shadow Guard severed his head, which was promptly stowed away. The entire Wu estate was drenched in the scent of blood, deterring nearby residents from approaching, leaving them to gaze from afar. In mere moments, only the frail and the elderly remained, alongside a strikingly beautiful young woman, her eyes aflame with fury as she glared at the leader of the Shadow Guard, her fists clenching tightly. What shall we do with this Wu Ji leader? The Shadow Guard presented her to the leader, who maintained an expressionless facade. Though her face bore the marks of despair, the leader was momentarily moved, recalling Yang Fan's words. Thus, he slowly proclaimed, Leave her to the saint. Let him decide her fate. Just as the leader's words finished echoing, a figure appeared above the Wu family estate, radiating wrath as they beheld the tragic scene. Who dares to slaughter the Wu family of my esteemed Miao Se-jun? Miao Se-jun shouted in fury. If gazes could kill, the intensity of Miao Se-jun's glare would have slain the Shadow Guard countless times. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Shadow Guard ceased to pay attention to Wu Ji and soared directly upwards, confronting Miao Se-jun face to face. His expression remained utterly unchanged, exuding an air of calmness. Gazing at the leader of the Shadow Guard before him, Miao Se-jun was momentarily taken aback, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. He promptly began to probe further. However, what began as a simple inquiry soon turned into a source of terror, causing Miao Se-jun's legs to tremble uncontrollably as he involuntarily retreated several steps. It is you. Why have you slaughtered the Wu family? Miao Se-jun stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the leader of the Shadow Guard. Because you have offended those whom you should not have, the leader replied without a trace of hesitation, manifesting his spiritual energy into a colossal sword that he lunged towards Miao Se-jun. Such an exceedingly swift speed was simply beyond the capabilities of Miao Se-jun to evade. In an instant, he was pierced through by a great sword, his eyes glazing over as life slipped away. Summoning his last breath, Miao Se-jun uttered, What grievance do I have with you? Yin-yang, before he could finish his words, the leader struck him down with a sword, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Gazing at the vanishing figure of Miao Se-jun, the leader displayed no emotion whatsoever. He merely cast a disdainful glance before continuing to eliminate all members of the Wu family, leaving behind only a few crippled survivors and the enchanting maiden, Wu Ji. After a while, the Wu family was declared to have been completely exterminated. The Shadow Guard leader, bearing Wu Ji and several severed heads, soared towards the direction of Yang Fan. Approximately 10 minutes later, the leader arrived at Yang Fan's carriage, unceremoniously tossing down Wu Ji and the heads of the Wu family. After leaving a brief remark, he departed. All right, holy son. I have taken care of the Wu family for you. I shall take my leave now. Remember, unless faced with life-threatening danger, do not summon the Shadow Guard. Watching the leader's retreating figure, Yang Fan felt a wave of emotions wash over him, followed by a resigned shake of his head. He was aware of the leader's true identity and recognized him as an invincible being. However, this only fueled Yang Fan's perplexity, as he wondered why such a formidable individual would choose to occupy the position of a mere leader within the Burning Sun Sword Pavilion. Moreover, in his previous life, the book he had read, The Supreme Sovereign, abruptly ceased updates, leaving him in the dark regarding the subsequent developments of the plot. Alas, I shall take it one step at a time. Eventually, the leader's secrets will be unveiled, he mused. With that, Yang Fan gently covered the beautiful Wu Ji with a blanket before exiting the carriage and making his way to Lu Feng's carriage, intending to hand over the heads of the Wu family for disposal. In a brief moment, Yang Fan arrived at Lu Feng's carriage and knocked on the door without hesitation. Hearing the commotion, Lu Feng, still drowsy, opened the curtain to investigate. Upon realizing it was Yang Fan seeking him, a look of confusion washed over his face. Eager to discern the reason for Yang Fan's visit at such a late hour. Thus, Lu Feng collected his thoughts and directly inquired, Yang Fan, are you unwell? Why are you bothering me at this hour? Upon hearing those words, Yang Fan did not respond to Lu Feng. Instead, he directly cast the severed heads of the entire Wu family before him. His expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Gazing at the gruesome sight, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. It dawned on him that he was not dreaming. This was starkly real. Trembling, he stammered, These are the heads of the Wu family. Lu Feng's recollection of the Wu family members was vivid, and he instantly recognized the faces, his heart swelling with shock. Yes, these are indeed the heads of the Wu family. Take a good look. After uttering this, Yang Fan chose to disregard Lu Feng, leaving him to grapple with the grim scene. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang Fan felt a flicker of compassion for those heads, which bore no enmity toward him, and he experienced an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Thus, he opted to avert his gaze from the gruesome display and departed, believing that distancing himself would gradually alleviate his heavy heart, at least rendering his emotional burden somewhat lighter. Once Yang Fan had left, Lu Feng erupted into a frenzied laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, Wu family science, did you ever imagine you would meet such a fate? As he spoke, he ruthlessly trampled upon the severed heads, venting the fury that had long simmered within him. Had it not been for the Wu family, his own clan would not have faced such a brutal massacre, nor would he have been cast to wander the desolate wilderness. Now that vengeance was finally his, how could Lu Feng not revel in this moment? He then began to viciously squeeze the heads, a spectacle too grotesque to describe in detail, revealing a thoroughly depraved scene. Upon returning to the carriage, Yang Fan gazed at Wu Ji before him and silently sighed. He felt at a loss on how to confront such a breathtaking beauty, fully aware that when Wu Ji awoke, her life would be steeped in anguish. This left Yang Fan utterly bewildered, contemplating how to address these matters. After a moment, he found himself devoid of any coherent thoughts, leading him to abandon the endeavor and succumb to slumber. He resolved to tackle these issues after Wu Ji awakened. Gradually, the air turned cooler as daylight broke. Wu Ji was stirred from her sleep by the piercing sunlight. As she hazily opened her eyes, she began to survey her surroundings, only to be met with a sharp pain in her head. Where am I? Wu Ji cried out in anguish. Hearing her distress, Yang Fan awoke from his dreams. Upon noticing Yang Fan, Wu Ji instinctively recoiled several steps, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. In response, Yang Fan offered a faint smile, though internally he was filled with trepidation, fearing that Wu Ji might uncover something unsettling. Who are you? Where is this place? What is my name? The moment these questions crossed her mind, Wu Ji's head throbbed painfully, rendering her unable to recall even the slightest details of what had transpired, causing her great distress. Yang Fan discerned that Wu Ji had likely experienced a significant trauma, resulting in amnesia. Yet, this realization brought him a modicum of relief. At least this spared Wu Ji from enduring the anguish of her memories. Regaining his composure, Yang Fan smiled softly and said, Your name is Wu Ji. I just brought you back from the roadside. As for what happened, I am uncertain. His tone carried an air of helplessness. After hearing Yang Fan's words, surprisingly, Wu Ji appeared to believe him, nodding in a half-understanding manner. However, at that moment, a figure joyfully swung open Yang Fan's car door. Upon seeing Wu Ji in tattered clothing beside Yang Fan, her face instantly transformed from joy to a frown, as if she had suddenly realized the loss of something precious. Li Chanqian, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Yang Fan inquired, perplexed by Li Chanqian's dazed expression, eager for an explanation. And nothing. It's just that Lu Feng said he wanted to see you. Li Chanqian managed to force a smile, her eyes brimming with tears that threatened to spill at any moment. She struggled to maintain her composure. Oh, I see. I will head there now. Please take care of Wu Ji for me. I just brought her back from the roadside. After speaking, Yang Fan did not notice the sorrowful gaze of Lu Chanqian and directly exited the carriage, hastening towards the one occupied by Lu Feng. Knowing that Lu Feng had come to fulfill a promise to him filled Yang Fan with immense joy, instantly banishing the tears from Lu Chanqian's eyes. For reasons unknown, she felt a quiet sense of relief in her heart, realizing that perhaps she had overthought the situation. Soon, as Lu Chanqian regained her composure, she dismissed her earlier concerns and engaged in lively conversation with Wu Ji, her face illuminated by a charming smile, utterly transformed from her previous demeanor. Being women themselves, Wu Ji interacted with Lu Chanqian in a perfectly natural manner, dismissing the earlier events from her mind. Yet, whenever she attempted to recall those moments, inexplicable pain would throb in her head. After a while, Yang Fan approached the vicinity of Lu Feng's carriage and spotted him seated in the shade of a tree. Without hesitation, he made his way over. Once beside Lu Feng, Yang Fan smiled and inquired, "How is your injury healing, little brother?" Upon hearing the words little brother, Lu Feng perked up immediately, his expression shifting to one of displeasure as he gazed at Yang Fan. However, since this was a commitment Lu Feng had made to Yang Fan, he found himself compelled to acquiesce, despite his reluctance. After a brief moment of bitterness, Lu Feng slowly replied, "It's nearly healed. Thank you for your concern." Alas, there was no escaping the fact that Lu Feng had already accepted his role as Yang Fan's little brother in his heart. At that moment, Yang Fan's spirits soared with joy. Initially, he had presumed that Lu Feng might struggle to accept the situation. However, it now appeared that he had indeed come to terms with it. This revelation filled Yang Fan with exhilaration. "Ahem, my dear brother, rest assured. I shall indulge you with the finest delicacies and experiences from now on. I guarantee you will not be neglected," he proclaimed, as he heartily patted Lu Feng on the shoulder, exuding an air of generosity. Undoubtedly, this day marked one of the happiest moments in Yang Fan's life. With Lu Feng's inclusion, Yang Fan was acutely aware that his strength would only continue to amplify. In response, Lu Feng merely offered a wry smile, choosing not to reply to Yang Fan. This might very well be the most dismal day for Lu Feng. After alleviating his spirits, he inquired, "By the way, Yang Fan, what is your true identity? How did you manage to annihilate the entire Wu family so swiftly?" This question had been a source of great perplexity for Lu Feng for quite some time. Previously, he had been unable to find the opportunity to ask. But now that the moment had arisen, he was eager to unravel this mystery. Lu Feng had now completely aligned himself with Yang Fan. Thus, it was essential for him to gain a deeper understanding of certain aspects concerning Yang Fan. Only in this manner can one truly become a worthy subordinate. Upon hearing these words, Yang Fan merely offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond immediately to Lu Feng, but instead opting for silence. After a brief moment, he finally spoke, saying, "You will understand in due time." Before Lu Feng could register his words, Yang Fan turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind a lingering silhouette. Once Lu Feng regained his composure, he was rendered speechless, his expression darkened with frustration. He had berated Yang Fan internally countless times. Ultimately, with no other options, Lu Feng resigned himself to returning to the carriage for a moment's respite, dismissing further thoughts. Upon entering the carriage, Yang Fan noticed Wu Ji engaged in an animated conversation with Lu Chanqian. A wave of relief washed over him. He had feared that Wu Ji would remain troubled indefinitely. It seemed he had been overly concerned. After gathering his thoughts, he entered with a smile and inquired, "What delightful topics are you two discussing that bring such joy?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chanqian and Wu Ji fell silent, their beautiful eyes sparkling enticingly as they turned to Yang Fan. "Could you possibly make some noise while you walk? You nearly startled me just now," Lu Chanqian remarked with a furrowed brow, her mood instantly soured. Wu Ji nodded in agreement, feeling an inexplicable fear from that fleeting moment. As if haunted by some past shadow, it caused her to tremble as if faced with a nemesis. "I will certainly be more mindful next time," Yang Fan replied awkwardly. Scratching his head, not overly concerned with Lu Qianqian's words. He chose to step aside and rest quietly, saying little further. The previous light-hearted atmosphere was shattered by Yang Fan's presence, leaving Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji at a loss for conversation, engulfed in silence. Eventually, Lu Qianqian took a deep breath and suggested to Wu Ji, "Sister, let us take a stroll outside and not linger with this scoundrel." "Yes, yes, I will follow you." "Sister." With that, Wu Ji followed Lu Qianqian out of the carriage, leaving Yang Fan alone inside. At that moment, Yang Fan felt an urge to vent his frustration. "When did I become the villain? Must you slander me so, Lu Qianqian? Just wait. One day I shall surely give you a proper reprimand." Yang Fan silently fumed. Though the conversation between Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji had been hushed, he had still caught wind of their exchange, which stirred his emotions deeply. As Wu Ji stepped out of the carriage, she inhaled the fresh air, allowing the fog of her worries to dissipate slowly. At least her complexion appeared considerably improved. "Sister Ji, why were you fainting by the roadside?" At that moment, Lu Qianqian gazed at Wu Ji in confusion, her mind awash with an array of questions, yearning for an explanation. Upon hearing her, Wu Ji found herself at a loss for words, a wave of pain coursing through her head, her exquisite features contorted in anguish. Observing this, Lu Qianqian immediately rushed to support Wu Ji, her heart filled with concern. "What on earth is happening? Just a moment ago, everything seemed perfectly fine." Wu Ji anxiously pondered, reflecting on how a mere inquiry could precipitate such a dire situation. Lu Qianqian, caught off guard, felt utterly unprepared. "Are you all right, Sister Ji?" she inquired urgently, her voice tinged with fear. I don't understand why. Whenever I think of the past, an excruciating pain seizes my head, as if countless needles are stabbing into it, and I cannot recall any of those memories." Wu Ji slowly explained, her face etched with pain, her eyes brimming with tears that threatened to spill over at any moment. At that moment, Lu Qianqian was filled with urgency, uncertain how to address the predicament at hand. Ultimately, driven by desperation, she called out loudly, "Yang Fan, could you come out for a moment? Ji Mimi has a terrible headache." With no other course of action available, Lu Qianqian could only turn to Yang Fan for assistance. Upon hearing her call, Yang Fan immediately rose from within the carriage, a hint of worry etched on his face, and rushed to join Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji. Observing Wu Ji in severe distress, Yang Fan wasted no time. He promptly channeled his energy into her body. A gentle warmth flowed into her, gradually alleviating her anguish and restoring some semblance of tranquility. After approximately 10 minutes, the pain in Wu Ji's mind completely dissipated, and she gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. Fortunately, Yang Fan was quick-witted and caught her before she could fall to the ground. He then carefully carried Wu Ji back to the carriage and laid her down on the bed, finally allowing himself to exhale in relief. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang Fan felt a pang of guilt towards Wu Ji, perhaps stemming from the roots of sorrow he had inadvertently planted when he ordered the annihilation of her family. Sighing deeply, he thought, "I hope you never learn of this." Regaining his composure, Yang Fan shook his head and stepped out of the carriage, leaving Wu Ji to rest within. "How is she, Yang Fan? Is Ji Mimi all right?" Lu Qianqian inquired anxiously upon his emergence, her eyes brimming with concern, terrified that something dire might befall Wu Ji. "She is fine. She has fallen asleep," Yang Fan replied calmly. He continued, "And you? Why are you questioning Wu Ji about such matters? Are you not simply inviting discontent? Let me assure you, there shall be no repeat of this situation." Before Lu Qianqian could respond, Yang Fan, exasperated, shook his head and made his way towards the shade of a tree. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Qianqian pouted in annoyance. "I was merely curious. How was I to know such a thing would occur?" Lu Qianqian pouted, engaging in self-talk. She had never anticipated such an occurrence. Fortunately, Wu Ji was unharmed. Otherwise, Lu Qianqian would have been at a loss regarding what to do. Gradually, time slipped away, and the sky darkened. Just at that moment, two figures clad in black abruptly emerged from the underbrush, emanating an aura reminiscent of the depths of hell. Their gaze fixated intently on the carriage, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Soon, the two black-clad individuals approached a tree near the carriage, coming to an abrupt halt, their eyes never leaving the target, revealing a glimmer of greed akin to an insatiable abyss. These two figures were none other than the infamous He by Shah Xian among the cultivators, their prowess not to be underestimated. "He Xian, are you certain he is within this carriage?" Bai Shah inquired darkly, casting a scrutinizing glance at He Xian. "I am certain. I witnessed him being rescued from the roadside." He Xian affirmed with a nod, his demeanor exuding confidence as his hands trembled with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let us act quickly. That brat was severely injured by me before. He must still be recovering. If we do not strike now, when will we? Baisha urged, already envisioning the possibilities in his mind. However, just as Baisha prepared to make his move, Xin abruptly blocked his path, preventing him from advancing. Instantly, Baisha's displeasure surged, his expression tinged with irritation. Xin, what are you doing? Why do you suddenly stop me? Baisha questioned, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Had another dared to treat him in such a manner, Baisha would have likely resorted to violence without hesitation, sparing no words. Why the haste? It is not yet deep into the night. If we are discovered, our reputations would be tarnished, Xin explained, exhaling deeply, exasperated. He silently lamented Baisha's impulsiveness. Upon hearing this, Baisha gradually calmed, recognizing his own impatience. Yet, a trace of annoyance lingered in his heart. Thus, he inquired slowly, when shall we strike? I have coveted this prize for quite some time, and I do not wish for any complications at this juncture. With a slight smile, Xin acknowledged Baisha's concerns. After a brief pause, he replied, rest assured, we shall obtain the item tonight. There is no need for you to fret. For now, let us observe and avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Having spoken, Haishin ceased to regard Baisha's feelings and began to scrutinize the carriage, ignoring Baisha entirely. In Haishin's heart, that object held a supremacy above all else. Despite his considerable displeasure, Baisha ultimately endured for the sake of that object, his gaze fixated intently on the carriage, unwilling to let his guard down. However, unbeknownst to Haishin and Baisha, the moment they appeared, they had already drawn Yang Fan's attention. Yet, Yang Fan refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe quietly, curious about the intentions that lay behind Haishin and Baisha's demeanor. What captivates your attention so? Why do you stare at the carriage door? At that moment, Lu Chanqian noticed Yang Fan's peculiar behavior and promptly inquired, her eyes brimming with confusion, earnestly hoping for his elucidation. In this manner, one will no longer feel such profound confusion within oneself. The sudden sound abruptly interrupted Yang Fan's train of thought. He couldn't help but harbor some resentment towards Lu Chanqian for speaking up at this particular moment. Why did she choose now to break the silence? After exhaling a deep breath, Yang Fan replied, is it not permissible for me to be lost in thought? You should hurry and sleep, and refrain from bothering me. His tone was laced with irritation, reminiscent of a woman experiencing her monthly discomfort. Instantly, Lu Chanqian felt displeased, having asked her question out of goodwill. She was now stung by Yang Fan's response, leaving her quite unhappy. In a huff, she turned her back on him, choosing to ignore him entirely. A surge of annoyance bubbled within her. Yang Fan, unperturbed, maintained a serious expression as he observed the shadowy figure before him, a hint of a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself, ah, young man, do you dare to skulk in my territory? You must be oblivious to the dangers that lie ahead. Nevertheless, Yang Fan refrained from taking any immediate action, opting instead to quietly observe. Once he comprehended the intentions of the shadowy figure, his demeanor would surely change. Gradually, the night deepened, and apart from a few flickering lights, darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering even the path indistinguishable. At this moment, Haishin understood that it was the perfect time to act. Without hesitation, he spoke, Baisha, let us go and claim what rightfully belongs to us. Upon hearing this, Baisha immediately nodded in excitement. At this moment, Baisha was unaware of how long he had waited, but he was finally ready to act. Without waiting for Xin, Baisha sprang into action. And upon witnessing Baisha's movement, Xin could only shake his head in resignation, fully aware of Baisha's impatience. Without further contemplation, Xin followed in Baicha's footsteps, progressing toward Lu Feng's carriage step by step. Moments later, Baicha arrived at the front of Lu Feng's carriage. And without any hesitation, he lifted the canvas covering. This sudden action jolted Lu Feng awake. Upon regaining consciousness, Lu Feng gazed at the two familiar figures before him, furrowing his brow in mild astonishment. He never anticipated that they would pursue him to this very location. Long time no see, little prodigy of the Lu family. Before Lu Feng could fully process the situation, Baicha, with a wicked grin, declared triumphantly, as if he regarded Lu Feng merely as a hapless rabbit, ripe for the slaughter at his whim. Instantly, Lu Feng's expression grew darker, his fist clenched tightly, filled with a desire to eliminate Baicha before him. After all, Lu Feng's current predicament was entirely due to Baicha. Had it not been for them, Lu Feng might have already embarked on a path of vengeance by now. Baicha, do you truly believe you can obtain that which lies in my possession? After a brief pause, Lu Feng scoffed coldly. for his injuries had nearly healed, and he was brimming with confidence. Moreover, having recently become Yang Fan's subordinate, he felt a sense of shame. Yet it reassured him that he would not be easily vanquished by the likes of He Baicha. Lu Feng's mood stabilized, alleviating the fear that had previously consumed him. Upon witnessing the confidence radiating from Lu Feng's eyes, He Xin felt a sense of confusion wash over him, pondering silently, why is this brat so self-assured? The atmosphere around them became palpably tense, so quiet that even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. In this moment, He Baicha fixed his gaze intently on Lu Feng, his hands subtly gathering strength, poised to strike at any moment. Oh, I can't wait any longer. Is it time for you to make your move against me? Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Feng coldly remarked, his tone laced with disdain. Clearly looking down upon the figure of He Baicha before him. After several days of recuperation, Lu Feng had fully healed from his injuries and felt no fear towards the black and white figure. Instantly, He Xin's demeanor darkened. He had not anticipated that Lu Feng, on the brink of demise, would exhibit such arrogance. He exhaled sharply, reminiscent of an enraged bull. You'd best temper your arrogance. The one who should be afraid is you, not I. He Xin growled menacingly, his eyes aflame with murderous intent, his fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the fear of causing a disturbance, He Baicha would have already struck Lu Feng down, unwilling to allow such insolence to persist. Well then, if you possess such prowess, why not strike me directly? Why all this idle talk? Lu Feng retorted scornfully, a smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he leapt from the carriage, confronting He Baicha outside, his expression betraying a hint of amusement. After enduring much hardship over the past few days, Lu Feng had longed for a target upon which to unleash his frustrations, and now that one had presented itself, he would not let the opportunity slip away. He Baicha seethed with fury at Lu Feng's audacity. You are ruthless. You forced our hand. With that, Baicha unleashed his spiritual energy, charging at Lu Feng with fervor. The energy morphed into a multitude of razor-sharp swords, aimed directly at Lu Feng, intent on administering a severe lesson. It was the first time Baicha had heard such repugnant words, underscoring just how infuriated he had become. As Baicha bore down upon him, Lu Feng immediately adopted a serious demeanor. He was acutely aware of He Baicha's formidable strength and dared not underestimate it. Thus, he swiftly assumed a defensive posture. After all, his own strength had not yet fully returned, and with He Xin yet to make a move, he found himself forced into a defensive stance. However, Lu Feng had grossly underestimated Baicha's capabilities. Under the onslaught of the piercing swords, no defense could withstand their assault. In an instant, the blades grazed Lu Feng's body, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield, his eyes betraying a fierce determination. He could hardly believe the ferocity of Baicha's attack. How is it that Baicha is so powerful? I had never encountered such overwhelming force before. Lu Feng silently lamented, his eyes brimming with concern as he pondered what course of action to take next. If the situation were to persist, he would inevitably be the one to suffer, rendering any semblance of defense utterly futile. This left Lu Feng in a state of deep anxiety. Moreover, Baicha's relentless assault continued unabated. It would not be long before Lu Feng might truly be unable to endure any longer and would fall on the spot. Initially, Lu Feng had harbored confidence in his potential to triumph over He Baicha. However, this moment had dealt a profound blow to his psyche. Could it be that I am truly destined to perish here? Lu Feng murmured softly to himself, his face etched with sorrow. He yearned to alter the current predicament. Yet how could such circumstances allow for any change? Hey, why the silence? Weren't you just so arrogant? Baicha sneered after a brief pause, his tone laced with mockery. Lu Feng's previous words had infuriated Baicha to no end. Otherwise, Baicha would not have resorted to such aggressive measures. He would have initiated negotiations with Lu Feng long ago. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression darkened instantly. Even in the face of death, Lu Feng would not yield to He Baicha. After all, within Lu Feng lay an immense pride. If you possess the ability, then kill me. Let us see how you will acquire that thing. Having come to this realization, Lu Feng scoffed coldly, fully prepared to embrace his fate. Although a sense of reluctance lingered in his heart, who could possibly assist him now? At this moment, He Baicha was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Feng. Indeed, the words Lu Feng had just uttered struck a chord deep within He Baicha's heart, rendering him unable to unleash his killing intent upon Lu Feng. Instead, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts on how to obtain that coveted object. Brother, what shall we do now? We cannot afford to kill Lu Feng. Baicha communicated telepathically. His mind clouded with frustration. He harbored a strong desire to eliminate Lu Feng before him, yet at this moment, he felt utterly powerless to do so. After all, that object was simply too alluring. Upon receiving Bai Chaxin's thoughts, Bai Chaxin fell into contemplation, pondering how to proceed. It was imperative that they did not continue in this manner, as it might arouse suspicion. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. In this manner, the issues at hand could be resolved. After pondering for a moment, Haixin exhaled deeply and conveyed, "Let us set aside our concerns for now. We must first take Lu Feng with us. Once we reach our destination, we shall devise a plan to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us." For Haixin was acutely aware that lingering any longer could lead to dire consequences beyond his imagination. Therefore, his sole focus was on swiftly abducting Lu Feng, indifferent to whatever might transpire thereafter. Upon hearing this, Baisha nodded vigorously. Even without Haixin's urging, Baisha wished to proceed in such a manner. For Lu Feng's earlier words and the allure of his possessions were simply too enticing to resist. Thus, disregarding any lingering hesitation, both Haixin and Baisha advanced step by step towards Lu Feng. However, as they approached within mere paces of him, Lu Feng instantly grasped their intentions and felt a surge of panic, utterly unsure of how to react. He had never anticipated encountering this individual here. Yet, just as Haixin and Baisha were poised to forcibly seize Lu Feng, a figure suddenly emerged, blocking their path and causing them to halt in their tracks. Retreating a couple of steps in surprise, familiarity washed over Haixin and Baisha at the sight of this individual, igniting a sudden wave of anxiety within them. As fear flickered in their eyes, "Why you? How did you come to be here?" they stammered, their gazes betraying their profound trepidation. Indeed, the figure standing before them was none other than the notoriously infamous Yang Fan. The reason for their palpable fear was, of course, Yang Fan's notorious reputation and formidable strength. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Yang Fan retorted, his tone laced with mockery, and his gaze sharpened with intensity. It was crucial to note that Lu Feng had been a hard-won ally for Yang Fan, and now, individuals dared to threaten his newfound subordinate. How could Yang Fan possibly endure this? Nevertheless, he still wished to uncover the true intentions of Bai Chaxin. He refrained from acting hastily. At this moment, the hearts of Bai Chaxin were filled with an overwhelming dread. After all, Yang Fan was notorious for his malevolence. Bolstered by a formidable background that rendered them utterly powerless in comparison, the thought of facing him sent chills down their spines, compelling them to contemplate an immediate escape from the scene. The fear lingered that should Yang Fan confront them, their chances of fleeing would evaporate entirely. In that moment, Bai Chaxin felt an acute sense of terror, anxious that a single misstep could lead to their demise. After a brief pause, Haixin spoke with a quivering voice. "Yang. Young saint, I trust you are well. Might I inquire as to why you have chosen to obstruct our path?" His gaze remained fixed on Yang Fan, for he had not wronged him, which alleviated some of his panic. Otherwise, he might have fled the moment he sensed danger. How could he possibly linger in such perilous circumstances? The reputation of Yang Fan was well known to Bai Chaxin. It was prudent to avoid inciting his wrath whenever possible. In this manner, unforeseen events shall be averted. Block your path? Do not jest, both of you. I am merely safeguarding my younger brother. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan curled his lip and spoke, his tone laden with disdain. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, allowing Lu Feng to tackle these issues alone. However, Yang Fan soon realized that Lu Feng was incapable of resolving the predicament. This revelation left Yang Fan utterly speechless, in a state of resignation. He had no choice but to take the initiative and address these matters himself. As for everything else, he dared not dwell upon it. At this moment, Bai Chaxin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yang Fan with disbelief. Her heart was profoundly shaken, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. If circumstances permitted, she would have harbored a desire to eliminate Yang Fan, severing his path to power. However, the strength and influence of Yang Fan were far beyond what Bai Chaxin could ever hope to rival. This rendered Bai Chaxin utterly incapable of taking action, leaving him to merely gaze from a distance. Beyond this, no other endeavors were feasible. Moments later, Chaxin exhaled deeply and inquired, "Yang Xingzi, you cannot be jesting. How could this insignificant wretch possibly become your subordinate, especially with such feeble strength?" A faint smile forced its way onto his face. Only by stabilizing Yang Fan could he attend to other matters. Otherwise, any unforeseen event was too dreadful for Bai Chaxin to contemplate. "Why would I engage in jest with you? And do you truly merit my humor? It is utterly ridiculous. Please do not amuse me further," Yang Fan declared, exuding an air of arrogance, dismissing Bai Chaxin entirely. He felt he could easily dispose of his opponent in an instant. Consequently, He Baisha Xin found himself at a loss for words, his heart heavy with sorrow. Brother, what shall we do now? If this continues, it may prove exceedingly difficult for us to acquire what Lu Feng holds. Baisha conveyed telepathically, his mind rife with anxiety. After all, they had toiled for many days, only to find themselves unable to attain their goal. Who among us could endure such circumstances? The dark-hearted individual became increasingly anxious, eager to resolve the matters at hand. Yet, no matter what schemes he devised, he found himself utterly incapable of driving Yang Fan away. This left He Xin with a profound bitterness. What could he do when Yang Fan's background and strength were so formidable? At present, the black and white scythe could only endure this torment gradually. Beyond that, any other course of action would be utterly futile. You too, leave at once, and do not provoke my wrath. If you manage to anger me, you shall find no favorable outcome. Before He Xin could fully collect his thoughts, Yang Fan spoke first, his tone laden with dissatisfaction, and his gaze betrayed a hint of murderous intent. At this moment, the heart of the monochrome realm understood that even if it desired to remain, departure was inevitable. A profound bitterness enveloped its soul, as what was once within grasp had suddenly vanished into thin air. Such emotions had reached the zenith of disappointment. In the end, Heishin understood that Yang Fan would undoubtedly remain resolute in his decision. With a deep sigh, he spoke, Then, young Saint Yang, if fate allows, we shall meet again. I shall take my leave with my brother. Baisha, initially inclined to refuse, felt disheartened at the prospect of returning empty-handed after toiling for so many days. However, Heishin did not afford Baisha the opportunity to decline, swiftly leading him away from the scene, fearing that any delay might invite unforeseen misfortune. As Lu Feng watched the departing figures of Heishin and Baisha, a profound sense of relief washed over him. How fortunate it was that Yang Fan had arrived just in time. Otherwise, Lu Feng could scarcely imagine how he would have coped. Upon witnessing their departure, Yang Fan sneered disdainfully. In that fleeting moment, he had genuinely contemplated taking action, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Subsequently, he dismissed these thoughts and approached Lu Feng directly, inquiring, Are you unscathed, Lu Feng? Observing the wounds on Lu Feng's body, Yang Fan couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation, his eyes betraying a hint of sorrow and a profound sense of helplessness. And no, it's nothing, just a minor injury, Lu Feng stammered in response, though internally he was in a state of panic. The unexpected concern from Yang Fan left him flustered, utterly unprepared for such attentiveness. Nevertheless, Yang Fan was not one to heed Lu Feng's reassurances. He promptly began tending to Lu Feng's injuries. After all, the last thing Yang Fan wanted was for any lingering ailments to arise. He had invested considerable effort in ensuring Lu Feng became his subordinate, and he would not allow him to perish without reason. Lu Feng felt a flicker of gratitude within. Had it not been for Yang Fan's timely intervention, he shuddered to think of the potential consequences. Yet, just as Lu Feng was enveloped in Yang Fan's warmth, a voice interrupted his thoughts. By the way, Lu Feng, why did Heishin seek you out? Yang Fan inquired casually while tending to Lu Feng's wounds, his tone imbued with an air of indifference, as if he were already aware of some underlying truths regarding Lu Feng. This revelation took Lu Feng by surprise, leaving him momentarily stunned. Uncertainty clouded his thoughts as he pondered how best to respond to Yang Fan, his mind spiraling into a whirlwind of anxiety. His heart raced with an intensity that felt as though he were burdened by a guilty secret. After a brief interval, Lu Feng came to a realization. Such matters are inescapable. Eventually, one must confront them. Moreover, Yang Fan has just saved Lu Feng's life. Thus, Lu Feng took a moment to alleviate his troubled spirit and then spoke directly. It is because of the map I possess. They seek to obtain it, which is why they have come after me. His eyes were filled with a sense of helplessness, tinged with a hint of resentment. He yearned to resolve the predicament before him. However, given Lu Feng's current capabilities, he found himself utterly incapable of addressing the situation, forced to endure it. After all, his strength had yet to reach its zenith, and he bore wounds that perhaps even an ordinary mortal could exploit. Map? Yang Fan inquired, gazing at Lu Feng with a perplexed expression, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. A profound confusion stirred within him, and he hoped that Lu Feng would provide some clarification. In this manner, one would no longer be engulfed in confusion, and all matters could be resolved. Indeed, it is akin to a map, a treasure map, replete with countless riches, which elucidates why the enigmatic black and white chasm seeks to wrest it from me. This very incident explains the annihilation of the Lu family at the hands of the Wu clan. As these words echoed, Lu Feng's eyes revealed an unfathomable rage and a thirst for vengeance, creating a vast psychological chasm. Who could possibly navigate such a predicament without despair? Beyond the anguish, all other endeavors seemed futile. Yet, Yang Fan remained remarkably indifferent. It is essential to note that Yang Fan had perused the Supreme Sovereign, thus possessing an intimate understanding of its contents. His earlier inquiries directed at Lu Feng were merely a means of testing the waters, to ascertain Lu Feng's willingness to divulge the truth. Presently, Yang Fan found himself exceedingly pleased with Lu Feng's responses. Gradually regaining his composure, Yang Fan spoke with a calm demeanor. "Ah, so that is the case. Might you show me the treasure map?" He feigned great disinterest. With a resigned sigh, Lu Feng found himself at an impasse. Ultimately, he had no choice but to retrieve the treasure map from his storage bag and present it to Yang Fan. Though reluctant, he recognized that Yang Fan had saved his life, and at this moment, Lu Feng had come to terms with his situation. He silently resolved to follow Yang Fan, dismissing any further thoughts. After enduring so much, Lu Feng's spirit had been thoroughly dampened. It was not easy to find a leader capable of lifting him from the abyss. Such a significant favor could only be repaid step by step. As Yang Fan gazed at the treasure map before him, he wasted no time in examining it. However, the moment he did, he was taken aback, his pupils widening in astonishment and his heart racing furiously. This was a schematic of the internal structure of the ruins. Yang Fan was profoundly shaken, nearly leaping with excitement. While others might not grasp the significance of this map, Yang Fan was acutely aware of what lay within, filling him with joy. After all, he had read the tome of the Supreme Being. "Lu Feng, how could you so readily part with this? Do you not feel a pang of regret?" After a moment, Yang Fan tucked the map into his pouch and inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips, clearly revealing his elation. "Regret? If I were truly regretful, would I have so willingly handed it over to you?" Lu Feng replied. "But now, neither of us owes the other anything. Let us not create a debt where none exists." With that, Lu Feng said little more to Yang Fan and, battered and bruised, made his way toward the cart, ready to rest. The recent events had left him gravely injured. Had it not been for his toughened skin and resilience, he might have succumbed on the spot. How could he possibly continue on otherwise? Gazing at Lu Feng's solitary figure, Yang Fan let out a helpless sigh. He understood that Lu Feng had yet to fully accept him. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. However, Yang Fan was not overly concerned about this. Time was abundant, and he believed that eventually he would persuade Lu Feng to alter his perspective, thus choosing to follow him on their journey forward. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan ceased his lingering and returned directly to the carriage, where he diligently began to examine the map of the ruins. In the original narrative, Yang Fan vividly recalled that it was Lu Feng who had presented this very map to Long Ao Tian, from which they had acquired countless treasures. Yet, the treasures were of secondary importance. There was one particular item within the ruins that Yang Fan yearned to obtain, the guardian beast of the relics. This incited a yearning within Yang Fan, causing a trickle of saliva to escape the corner of his mouth. He longed to possess it, and his mind began to conjure images of himself riding the mythical beast, a truly exhilarating thought. However, at that very moment, Wu Ji abruptly awakened from her slumber. Upon noticing Yang Fan lost in thought, with drool escaping his lips, she could not help but inquire with curiosity, "Yang Fan, what is the matter with you? Has something delightful occurred?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping that Yang Fan would share his thoughts with her. In this manner, one could unravel the enigma, preventing the ongoing confusion that presently lingers. However, the moment this was articulated, it startled Yang Fan profoundly. The beautiful reverie was abruptly shattered by Wu Ji's words, instantly plunging Yang Fan's mood into discontent. His countenance darkened as he glared at Wu Ji. "Why did you suddenly come out to frighten me when you should be sleeping?" Initially, Yang Fan had been in high spirits, brimming with excitement. Yet, Wu Ji's interruption left him momentarily at a loss for words, igniting a fleeting impulse to confront her. Upon hearing Yang Fan's remarks, Wu Ji's bewilderment intensified. She found it utterly perplexing why Yang Fan would erupt in anger without cause. Thus, she responded, exasperated. "I woke up suddenly and saw you like this. Is it not permissible for me to inquire? Why is your demeanor so hostile? I have done nothing to provoke you." Her tone was laced with a sense of grievance, and her gaze bore a hint of reproach. It is worth noting that Wu Ji had just awakened from a troubling nightmare, and now faced with Yang Fan's misunderstanding, how could her spirits possibly improve? The fact that she refrained from confronting Yang Fan was a testament to her restraint. Realizing that his previous remarks were somewhat excessive, Yang Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at Wu Ji. He then spoke, I understand now. You should rest early, as it is getting late. Perhaps it was guilt towards Wu Ji that prompted Yang Fan to express himself this way. Had it been someone else, he would have undoubtedly resorted to physical confrontation to assert his strength. You've kept me from sleeping early. Quickly tell me what you were thinking just now that made you so joyous. After a brief moment, Wu Ji directly responded. Despite her troubled mood, she acknowledged that the other party was her savior, and her demeanor softened a bit, no longer as harsh as before. This revealed that Wu Ji possessed a remarkable understanding of others' feelings. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond. He wished to conceal the recent events from Wu Ji, not wanting her to worry excessively. Thus, he decisively stated, that's not your concern. You should go to sleep. Before Wu Ji could react, Yang Fan leapt from the carriage, choosing to depart rather than linger with her. He believed that if she pressed him further, he might inadvertently reveal something inappropriate. Should anything untoward occur, it would be regrettable. Moreover, the less anyone knew about these matters, the better. At least it would ensure his own safety. Watching Yang Fan's retreating figure, Wu Ji pouted, her face reflecting her displeasure. However, since he had already left, even if she were to chase after him, it would be futile. Thus, Wu Ji could only resign herself to a sense of regret as she gradually succumbed to sleep, contemplating how to extract information from Yang Fan. Only then would her mind be freed from the current perplexities. As time slipped away, morning sunlight soon bathed the earth in its warm embrace. Lu Qianqian awoke, startled by the intensity of the light. Once she opened her eyes, she noticed that Wu Ji was sporting dark circles, leaving her utterly bewildered. She couldn't fathom why Wu Ji had suddenly transformed in such a manner. Taking a moment to steady her thoughts, Lu Qianqian inquired, Sister Ji, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night? Her eyes blinked in confusion, hoping Wu Ji would provide some clarity. In this manner, one would no longer be engulfed in the persistent confusion that currently plagues the mind. The answers to the questions would become readily apparent. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, the drowsy Wu Ji instantly regained her composure, as if confronted with a significant matter. It was tea instigated by Yang Fan. Otherwise, I would have long succumbed to slumber, Wu Ji replied with a hint of frustration, her tone suffused with a sense of helplessness. If it were possible, Wu Ji yearned to unravel the perplexities that beset her heart. Otherwise, if the state of affairs were to continue, she felt that sleep would elude her entirely. Thoughts spiraled chaotically in her mind, and she longed for resolution to these unsettling inquiries. At this moment, Lu Qianqian felt a subtle shock coursing through her. Confusion began to swirl within her mind, and she was filled with an earnest desire to unravel these matters. In this manner, the confusion that plagued her would dissipate. Thus, Lu Qianqian boldly inquired, what exactly transpired? Sister Ji, please elucidate the matter for me. In response, Wu Ji, without hesitation, recounted the events of the previous night in meticulous detail. It was not until half an hour later that Lu Qianqian comprehended the situation at hand, and a sudden clarity washed over her. However, this newfound understanding only birthed an immense perplexity within her, mirroring Wu Ji's own sentiments. She found herself bewildered by Yang Fan's inexplicable elation. Such is the nature of things, leaving me utterly fatigued. Forget it. I shall not dwell on it further. I shall retire for now. And please do not disturb my rest. Before Lu Qianqian could fully process her thoughts, Wu Ji had already succumbed to a deep slumber, her sleep remarkably tranquil. After all, having toiled through the night, Wu Ji was undoubtedly weary. Observing Wu Ji's serene repose, Lu Qianqian felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Yet, she could not bring herself to awaken her companion. Resigned to her predicament, Lu Qianqian disembarked from the carriage and traversed the rugged terrain, her mind occupied with the narrative Wu Ji had just shared, plunging her into a profound state of confusion. She yearned to unravel the intricacies of the situation. Upon exiting the carriage, she spotted Yang Fan seated beneath the shade of a tree. At that moment, Lu Qianqian was engulfed in turmoil, contemplating whether to voice the doubts that plagued her heart. After much internal struggle, she resolved to take a leap of faith. With her thoughts meticulously arranged, she approached Yang Fan step by step, her heart racing wildly, akin to a fawn darting about within her chest, leaving her in a state of unease. Before long, she found herself mere steps away from Yang Fan, pausing momentarily to exhale deeply. What is it? Do you have something to discuss, Lu Qianqian? As Lu Qianqian prepared to speak, Yang Fan preemptively posed his question, his tone infused with curiosity, perplexed as to why Lu Qianqian had suddenly sought him out. Yang Fan's words startled Lu Qianqian, rendering her momentarily speechless as anxiety overtook her. If given the choice, she would have preferred to flee the scene at once, seeking refuge elsewhere. At that juncture, Lu Qianqian's nerves were frayed. She longed to escape her current surroundings. Yet, it was impossible to leave. She could only ponder how to confront the matters before her. Thus, Lu Qianqian took a deep breath and declared, "Indeed, there is something I wish to share with you." The tone was imbued with a profound sense of insecurity, revealing an unmistakable air of agitation, akin to that of one who has committed a clandestine misdeed. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself increasingly puzzled, eager for Lu Qianqian to reveal her thoughts. He promptly inquired, "What is it?" His gaze fixed intently on her. He awaited her response in silence. After a brief pause, Lu Qianqian composed herself and directly stated, "It's about what happened last night. Wuji mentioned it to me. Could you possibly share the details?" Upon finishing her sentence, Lu Qianqian immediately lowered her head, averted her eyes from Yang Fan, fearful of provoking any displeasure. The thought of any ensuing consequences was too daunting for her to contemplate. Instantly, Yang Fan comprehended the source of Lu Qianqian's sudden shyness and anxiety. Thus, he firmly responded, "There is nothing to discuss. You needn't inquire further, for I shall not divulge anything." After all, the bond between Yang Fan and Lu Qianqian remained that of mere acquaintances, and he felt no obligation to share too much. The potential for unforeseen complications left him cautious. Should he reveal everything? Who would take responsibility if something went awry? Therefore, a sliver of wariness lingered in Yang Fan's heart regarding Lu Qianqian. He resolved that once that apprehension dissipated, he would confide in her. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable sense of despondency washed over Lu Qianqian, as if something precious had vanished, leaving her in profound discomfort. After a few minutes of silence, Yang Fan suddenly recalled something important and declared, "I must depart for several days. You should remain here for now, and we shall continue our journey upon my return." His tone was imbued with resolute determination, leaving no room for dissent. "What are you going to do?" Lu Qianqian asked, her eyes shimmering with a pitiful allure. Yearning for Yang Fan to share his intentions. "Do not pry. It is of utmost significance. I must take my leave now. Farewell." With that, Yang Fan disregarded any further conversation and chose to leave without delay. He had long coveted this relic, and with an opportunity finally at hand, he could not afford to waste a moment. As she gazed at Yang Fan's receding figure, Lu Qianqian let out a resigned sigh. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, poised to cascade down her cheeks, evoking an air of profound vulnerability. Yet, the events had transpired. Regardless of Lu Qianqian's reluctance to accept the reality, acceptance was the only course available to her, as alternatives were entirely absent. With a heavy heart, she gradually made her way back to the carriage, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Yang Fan's intentions. Time slipped away imperceptibly. Meanwhile, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of the ruins, only to be met with an unexpected sight that startled him. At the entrance, a multitude of formidable figures from various factions had gathered, some even accompanied by their esteemed elders. This was truly astonishing to Yang Fan. However, he merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. In terms of strength and background, none of those present could compare to him. Thus, Yang Fan strode towards the entrance of the ruins with an air of indifference, a commanding smile gracing his face. Upon hearing the heavy footsteps, the disciples of various sects immediately turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. However, the sight that greeted them left all present utterly astounded, causing them to recoil several steps in disbelief as they beheld Yang Fan. What on earth? How did this fellow arrive here? They thought. Isn't that the infamous young Master Yang, known for his domineering nature and malevolence? What shall we do now? I cannot afford to offend him. If I had known young Master Yang would be here, I would have abstained from coming. Now, alas, before I can even claim the treasure, I might be struck down by him." The disciples lamented internally, longing to distance themselves from Yang Fan to ensure their safety. They felt that remaining in his presence was perilous, not knowing what calamities might unfold. "Greetings, young Master Yang. I am Guzi, an elder of the Northgate sect. Welcome to your esteemed presence." Guzi scampered over to Yang Fan, a smile plastered across his face. The onlookers regarded Guzi's actions with disdain, perceiving him as a mere sycophant. Nevertheless, the crowd around Yang Fan quickly swelled, each individual eager to curry favor with him, fearful of inciting his wrath. For none could afford to offend such a formidable figure. "I merely came to observe. You all carry on," Yang Fan remarked nonchalantly, a charming smile adorning his visage. He was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. It seems the previous owner of this body has committed far too many misdeeds, he reflected inwardly, his eyes betraying a sense of resignation. However, Yang Fan remained confident that he could gradually reshape the world's perception of him, at least not to the extent of past malevolence. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals released a quiet sigh of relief, their tension alleviating somewhat. By the way, Erguzi, what brings you all together here? Why do you not venture inside? Suddenly, Yang Fan seemed to recall something, directing his inquiry at Erguzi with a hint of perplexity, hoping for an explanation. In this manner, one would no longer feel such profound confusion within. Upon witnessing this, Erguzi's heart surged with joy, realizing that this was an opportunity to strengthen his sect, and he must seize it with determination. He could not afford to let this chance slip away. Thus, Erguzi promptly spoke up, "Young Master Yang, the situation is such that we currently do not possess the key, and therefore cannot enter the ruins. We can only stand at the entrance and wait to see if we can find an opportunity to enter." After listening to Erguzi's account, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by Erguzi's meaning. He then directly inquired, "Key? What key? Is it true that only those who possess the key can enter the ruins?" "Indeed, young Master Yang," Erguzi explained without hesitation, "this key is a map. Only with this map can one unlock the entrance to the ruins." He was anxious not to delay, fearing that even a moment's hesitation might displease Yang Fan, leaving Erguzi at a loss for what to do. In that moment, Yang Fan suddenly comprehended the situation. A subtle, wicked smile crept onto his lips, for he knew that this key was solely in his possession. This filled Yang Fan with immense joy. However, when he regained his composure, he discovered that there were unexpectedly numerous disciples from other sects present. Instantly, his expression darkened. This implied that once he opened the ruins, there would be even more individuals vying for the valuable treasures alongside him. Yang Fan pondered how he might disperse these disciples from other sections. In that case, would the treasures within the ruins not rightfully belong to oneself? Upon this realization, Yang Fan's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. However, upon witnessing the malevolent smile adorning Yang Fan's face, Erguzi felt a tremor of apprehension. It seemed as though an ominous event was imminent, prompting him to shy away from contemplating further. At that moment, Yang Fan leaned in and whispered to Erguzi, "My dear Erguzi, I bestow upon you a sacred mission. Should you aid me in its completion, this holy sun shall forever remember your kindness." Instantly, Erguzi understood that something troubling was afoot, and his body began to tremble with trepidation. Fearfully, he gazed at Yang Fan, and a pang of regret surged within him. Why had he so willingly approached this predicament? Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have taken his leave much sooner. Had circumstances unfolded differently, such events would have been averted. However, at this juncture, even if Erguzi wished to retract his decisions, it is far too late. After all, the die has been cast. With a deep exhale, Erguzi finally mustered the courage to speak. "Yang Xingzi, whatever it is that I, Erguzi, am capable of, I shall assuredly accomplish without a single frown." In that moment, Erguzi was prepared to go to great lengths to preserve his life. He had no choice but to acquiesce. He secretly hoped that the task proposed by Yang Fan would not be excessively demanding. Yang Fan, undeterred, offered a reassuring smile and replied, "Rest assured, this task will be exceedingly simple for you." He then leaned in closely, whispering the details of the task directly into Erguzi's ear. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing the news, Erguzi was taken aback, instinctively retreating several steps, too intimidated to approach Yang Fan. He regarded Yang Fan with the same trepidation one might reserve for the Grim Reaper. Had anyone else conveyed such matters to Erguzi, he would have undoubtedly retaliated with bluster, without the slightest hesitation. Yet, in this instance, it was Yang Fan himself who was imploring him. Even if Erguzi yearned to decline, he found himself compelled to acquiesce, for there was simply no alternative. After a moment of inner turmoil, Erguzi bitterly remarked, "Yang Xingzi, must we truly proceed in this manner? If I were to do so, I would surely be besieged and meet my demise." His eyes shimmered with sorrow, revealing his reluctance to comply. Should he agree, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "Rest assured, Erguzi, I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. Rather, I am here to assist you. I promise to protect you. They shall not lay a finger on you." After a brief pause, Yang Fan replied with a subtle smile, exuding confidence as though the situation were of little consequence. His words imbued Erguzi with newfound vigor, illuminating his eyes as if he had found redemption. Even the breath he exhaled became noticeably hurried. "Understood, Yang Xingzi. I vow to fulfill this task. Just watch." With that declaration, Erguzi advanced with fervor towards the throng, his mind swirling with visions of his sect's eventual ascendance to greatness. The thought ignited an impulse within him to leap for joy. Soon, he found himself amidst the gathered crowd. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Fellow Taoists, I come bearing an edict from Yangxingzi. I urge you to heed his words and avoid straying from the righteous path." His voice resonated powerfully. The disciples, upon hearing this, exchanged bewildered glances, turning to Yang Fan with confusion, unable to grasp his intentions. Before they could collect their thoughts, Erguzi continued, "Yangxingzi has instructed me to inform you that this relic is not to be coveted. Should anyone disregard his command, it would be tantamount to opposing the Liyang Sword sect. If any calamity befalls you thereafter, do not blame me for failing to forewarn you." The moment these words left his lips, the surrounding cultivators were instantly incensed, their faces contorting with indignation as they cast fiery glares at Yang Fan, eager to confront him. However, upon meeting Yang Fan's displeased gaze, their attention swiftly shifted back to Erguzi. If Yang Fan was beyond reproach, then surely Erguzi was within their reach. "Erguzi, what do you mean? Do you wish to forsake your very life? Do you truly believe I would not strike you down with a single blow? Indeed, it is revolting to see you reduced to a mere lapdog. If I were in your position, I would contemplate ending it all. Yes, I have never encountered such a detestable individual in my life." The cultivators unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Erguzi, yet refrained from taking action. After all, they understood that Erguzi's audacity stemmed from his obedience to Yang Fan. Without such backing, he would not dare to act so brazenly. This signified that Erguzi was under Yang Fan's protection. To strike Erguzi would be tantamount to attacking Yang Fan himself, a fact that the cultivators were well aware of. However, Erguzi paid no heed to the scornful words of the cultivators, his demeanor exuding indifference. Thus, he continued, "You may say whatever you wish. This is the will of young Master Yang. Whether you choose to stay or depart is entirely up to you, but you are all aware of young Master Yang's temperament." Before the cultivators could fully process his words, Erguzi strode forward with an air of disregard, making his way step by step towards Yang Fan. At this moment, for reasons unknown, Erguzi felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and comfort. The once subservient version of himself had suddenly transformed, and this newfound state brought him immense pleasure. He became enamored with this sensation almost instantly. Soon, Erguzi returned to Yang Fan's side, but his demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. He immediately adopted the demeanor of an eager spaniel, sweetly proclaiming, "Yangxingzi, I have already conveyed your message. They will surely depart shortly." His tone was imbued with a palpable sense of deference. After all, this moment filled Erguzi with unparalleled joy. "Very well, Erguzi, you have done splendidly. When the time comes, accompany me into the ruins and assist me in transporting some items. I shall reward you with a precious treasure," Yang Fan stated. And without further ado, he settled down beside him, patiently awaiting the departure of the cultivators. Meanwhile, Erguzi stood there, momentarily stunned, replaying Yang Fan's words in his mind, which ignited a surge of excitement within him. Initially, Erguzi had contemplated leaving this place alongside the other cultivators. But who could have anticipated such fortuitous circumstances unfolding in his favor? This revelation left him practically giddy with anticipation. If it were possible, he would have danced with joy to express his elation. However, with Yang Fan so close by, he had to stifle his exuberance. Otherwise, he would have erupted in cheers. The surrounding cultivators, having overheard the exchange between Erguzi and Yang Fan, were instantly consumed by jealousy, their hearts heavy with envy. Had they known that events would unfold in such a manner, they would have endeavored to curry favor with Yang Fan themselves. In such circumstances, one might hope to partake in a share of fortune. However, it is now evident that any words spoken have come too late. Even if one cannot accept this epic, acceptance is inevitable. Ultimately, several cultivators, wary of Yang Fan's strength and influence, departed the scene in a state of despondency, their gazes tinged with reluctance. This harbored resentment within their hearts, each silently vowing, "Yang Fan, await your reckoning. Once I elevate my prowess, I shall ensure your suffering knows no bounds." As time trickled by, all cultivators departed, each nursing a grudge against Yang Fan. Regrettably, their inability to confront him left them with no alternative but to withdraw. Soon, only Yang Fan and Erguzi remained at the entrance of the ruins. Gradually, Yang Fan regained his composure, stifling a yawn before rising and addressing Erguzi. "Erguzi, let us proceed inside." Before Erguzi could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Fan strode towards the entrance of the ruins. retrieving the treasure map and inserting it into the gateway. Instantly, the grand doors of the ruins swung open, and without further ado, Yang Fan stepped inside. Once Erguzi grasped the unfolding events, he dared not linger, promptly trailing in Yang Fan's footsteps, his eyes betraying a flicker of excitement. Moments later, as they entered the ruins, they were awestruck by the breathtaking scenery within. Their pupils widened in disbelief at the sight of an array of weapons, artifacts, and armors that unfolded before them. It was the first time Yang Fan had encountered such a wealth of treasures, causing his heart to race with exhilaration. Erguzi, too, was taken aback. He had never anticipated witnessing such an abundance of treasures within his lifetime. If possible, he would have let out a joyous howl to express his overwhelming emotions. Erguzi, why are you not hastening to retrieve your storage bag? I implore you. Even a single brick from the ruins must be taken, Yang Fan urged, his gaze fixed intently on the treasures, utterly astonished. His voice snapped Erguzi back to reality, prompting him to respond without delay. At your command, young Master Yang. Upon concluding his words, Erguzi did not linger, disregarding appearances as he meticulously stowed away the treasures into his storage bag. His enormous hands began to tremble slightly, betraying an unmistakable sense of anxiety and trepidation. After all, these treasures were worth an immense fortune. A single misstep could cost him dearly. 10 lives would not suffice to repay such a loss. Thus, it was this very reason that rendered Erguzi so flustered. Meanwhile, Yang Fan observed the scene without undue concern. He was acutely aware of the nature of the treasures at hand, having witnessed the Supreme Being in his past life seeking a particular tome. His understanding of everything within this setting was remarkably thorough. Consequently, Yang Fan chose not to dwell on the matter further. He placed his unwavering trust in Erguzi, allowing him to continue collecting the treasures scattered across the ground, not even casting a glance his way, which reflected his complete confidence. Instead, he pressed onward into the depths of the ruins, driven by the desire to acquire something of great significance that awaited him there. This was also the purpose of Yang Fan's visit. He silently vowed to exert every possible effort to acquire this treasure. Otherwise, Yang Fan would undoubtedly not relent. Thus, Erguzi continued to gather the treasures scattered on the ground, while Yang Fan pressed onward into the depths of the ruins. Along the way, Yang Fan observed the fallen treasures with no interest whatsoever. After all, he had no time to comprehend the true nature of these artifacts. Hence, he could only entrust Erguzi to collect them and bring them back to the Sword Pavilion. Only in this manner can one truly comprehend its worth. Furthermore, Yang Fan is acutely aware that these treasures do not rightfully belong to him, but rather to Long Aotian, for reasons unbeknownst to him. A sudden surge of pride welled up within Yang Fan, filling him with an overwhelming sense of joy and arrogance. Long Aotian, oh Long Aotian. Are you aware of the emotions coursing through me now? I have taken all your treasures. Will you be enraged by my audacity? After this soliloquy, Yang Fan dismissed further thoughts and ventured deeper, intent on seizing the most valuable items within this realm. Meanwhile, at a distant manor, Long Aotian was perplexed by an inexplicable yawn that had suddenly escaped him. What could this mean? Have beautiful women begun to yearn for me? He paused his cultivation, murmuring to himself. Just then, a stick unexpectedly struck him on the forehead. What a distraction. Do you still wish to seek vengeance? Get back to your training. The old man bellowed, his tone laced with sternness. Reluctantly, Long Aotian could only continue his practice with a dejected expression. And so, time slipped away, moment by moment. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fan found himself in the innermost sanctum of the ruins, where no path lay ahead for him to tread further. At this moment, Yang Fan understood that what lay before him was the very object of his desires. It is worth noting that in the Tome Supreme Sovereign, Long Aotian became utterly invincible solely because he possessed this artifact. In that moment, Yang Fan's fighting spirit was ignited, fueled by an intense desire to possess the object before him. However, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead in attaining it. To acquire this treasure, immense effort would be required. Nonetheless, Yang Fan's heart brimmed with confidence, steadfast in his belief that he could indeed claim it. Only in this way could he stand a chance against Long Aotian when the time for vengeance arrived, ensuring he would not falter. With this resolution in mind, Yang Fan wasted no time. He unleashed a powerful blow, striking the wall with ferocity. The 100-meter-thick stone wall crumbled into a heap of rubble beneath his might. Hearing the commotion, Erguzi, who was busy collecting treasures, immediately perked up, alarmed by the thought that something dreadful had befallen Yang Fan. It's all right, continue gathering the treasures. Yang Fan communicated telepathically, soothing air Guzi's worries and allowing him to resume his task with a charming smile adorning his face. After shattering the wall, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and stepped inside, his expression devoid of jest, replaced instead by profound seriousness. He understood that what awaited him was the most formidable adversary he had encountered since his arrival, and he dared not let his guard down. Soon, he found himself beyond the wall, but before he could steady his footing, a colossal figure loomed before him, its gaze an abyss of endless malice. "Ha! The audacious human dares to intrude upon the domain of the Fire Dragon King. Surely you have never faced death." The Fire Dragon King sneered, unleashing torrents of terrifying flames that seemed capable of incinerating everything in their path. Even as Yang Fan summoned his spiritual energy for protection, it could only provide a modicum of defense. "Ha ha ha, Fire Dragon King, do you not fear divine retribution for your treatment of humanity?" Yang Fan laughed heartily, though anxiety churned within him. After all, who could predict the temperament of the Fire Dragon King, prone to capricious wrath? This caused Yang Fan's limbs to tremble slightly. However, in order to stabilize the situation, he could only gradually regain control. He dared not dwell too much on other thoughts. Upon hearing this, the Fire Dragon King was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling some unsettling matters that inexplicably stirred a sense of anxiety within him. Subsequently, the Fire Dragon King directly inquired, "Human, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that you look down upon me, the Fire Dragon King?" His enormous crimson eyes fixated intently on Yang Fan, devoid of any emotion, as if he were lost in thought. Were it an ordinary cultivator, they might have already been petrified by the presence of the Fire Dragon King, unable to utter a word in conversation. After alleviating the tension within him, Yang Fan gradually composed himself, allowing a faint smile to grace his face before he spoke. "Fire Dragon King, have you forgotten the promise you made after your previous master passed away?" Upon hearing this, the Fire Dragon King was instantly reminded of those early words. "Fire Dragon King, you have accompanied me for so long, yet you cannot ascend to that realm. I must part with you, but fear not, someone will come to seek you. When that time comes, entrust your offspring to him, and you shall attain unparalleled glory. Master, go with peace of mind. I shall guard until that person arrives." These words reverberated in the Fire Dragon King's mind, evoking a wave of nostalgia and sorrow, filled with reluctance over his master's departure. As for how Yang Fan knew such things, it stemmed from his countless encounters with the supreme beings in his past life, which had cultivated an immense inner strength within him. Furthermore, this was also a serendipitous opportunity for the Dragon Overlord, and Yang Fan was determined to seize it at all costs. "How do you know of this?" the Fire Dragon King inquired in a deep voice, his tone softened considerably, losing its previous domineering edge. "Heaven revealed it to me. Do you believe that?" Yang Fan replied with a gentle smile, gradually feeling a sense of relief within. At the very least, the Fire Dragon King could now treat him with courtesy. In this case, wouldn't the opportunity to take action for oneself have arrived? Upon this realization, Yang Fan's heart brimmed with joy, utterly elated beyond measure. At that moment, the Fire Dragon King gazed at Yang Fan in disbelief. The former master of the Fire Dragon King was none other than the Heavenly Emperor. This revelation instantly stirred a tempest of emotions within the Fire Dragon King. Were it not for the stark difference in their sizes, he would have been unable to restrain himself from seizing Yang Fan's shoulders with fervor, compelling him to divulge the whereabouts of the Heavenly Emperor. "What has stirred your excitement so, Fire Dragon King?" Yang Fan inquired, noticing the dragon's labored breathing, his eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. He was eager for an explanation from the Fire Dragon King. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the Fire Dragon King gradually regained his composure, exhaling deeply before asking, "Where did you encounter the Heavenly Emperor? Could you kindly enlighten me?" In that moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. "So, you took my previous falsehood to heart, did you?" With a slight curl of his lips, Yang Fan remarked, "Heaven forbids me from revealing the truth to you." Upon hearing these words, the Dragon King's countenance darkened instantly, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Yet, he ultimately managed to suppress the fury that surged within him. Then, the Dragon King spoke directly, "Very well, since this is the will of heaven, I shall refrain from meddling further. However, remember this, young man, should you dare to deceive me, I will ensure your utter destruction." His tone was imbued with an air of dominance, as if issuing a decree to Yang Fan. Nevertheless, Yang Fan dismissed the threat as inconsequential, responding confidently, "Rest assured. How could I ever mislead you?" Internally, he couldn't help but smirk, while his face wore an expression of utmost sincerity, reminiscent of a genuinely earnest husky. Observing this, The Dragon King exhaled deeply, a resigned sigh escaping his lips. Yet, despite his composure, he felt a profound unease within. After all, what he was about to entrust to Yang Fan was of paramount importance to him. However, there was little he could do now, having pledged to heaven in the past. After regaining his composure, the Dragon King gradually inquired, "What brings you here this time?" His tone bore a hint of exasperation, sounding rather weary. "You see, Dragon King, you once vowed to heaven to bestow your cherished daughter upon a worthy suitor." With that, Yang Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his hands involuntarily trembling with anticipation, as if on the verge of acquiring a priceless treasure. At this point, even if the Dragon King of Fire were reluctant, he would have no choice but to comply. A bitter expression of despair immediately surfaced on his face, as he felt a profound sense of reluctance for his beloved daughter. Yang Fan remained unperturbed, standing quietly in place, a smile perpetually gracing his features. He understood that the Dragon King would not take action, merely lamenting the situation. Ultimately, he would willingly entrust his daughter into my care. Gradually, time trickled by, and the Dragon King managed to compose himself. He then softly spoke, "Follow me." Before Yang Fan could fully grasp the situation, the Dragon King, with a dejected demeanor, began to tread slowly toward the innermost depths of the ruins. Once Yang Fan realized what was happening, he wasted no time and quickly followed suit, his heart racing with anticipation. The thought of soon acquiring a precious treasure ignited an uncontrollable excitement within him. Soon, under the Dragon King's guidance, Yang Fan arrived at the deepest part of the ruins. However, upon encountering a particular figure, he was instantly taken aback. Staring in disbelief at the sight before him, he beheld a small purple fire dragon. The only distinguishing feature was that this purple dragon emanated an irresistible allure. This allure was directly released into the heart, utterly enchanting Yang Fan. "Zia!" The Fire Dragon King halted his steps, calling out to Zia with a voice laden with profound reluctance. After all, he was on the verge of losing Zia, destined to part ways forever. Upon hearing his words, Zia immediately looked up, her face beaming with joy as she rushed towards him, her eyes sparkling with delight. In just a few moments, she reached the feet of the Fire Dragon King and called out in an irresistibly enticing tone, "Father, why have you come only now? Zia thought you no longer wanted me." Her voice carried a childish innocence, radiating pure, untainted joy. Silence was preferable, yet upon speaking, the Fire Dragon King was overtaken by a surge of compassion. He desperately wished for Yang Fan not to take Zia away. However, the events had already transpired, and even if the Fire Dragon King desired to alter the course, it was beyond his power. In a moment of reminiscence, Zia spotted Yang Fan and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Father, who is he? How can a human be present within our ruins?" Her eyes widened in astonishment, blinking curiously at Yang Fan. Upon hearing her words, the Fire Dragon King let out a deep sigh, fully aware that the situation was irrevocable. Consequently, he spoke, "Zia, he is the master of the future." Despite the profound reluctance in his heart, the Fire Dragon King ultimately chose to reveal this truth. Though filled with resignation, he understood that there was no alternative. The course of events could not be altered. At this moment, Zia was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Yang Fan. Gradually, she discerned that apart from his handsome appearance and formidable strength, he possessed no extraordinary qualities. Contemplating internally, she thought, "If this man were to become my master, I would have to distance myself from my father. No, I cannot allow such a thing to transpire." Having come to this realization, Zia immediately directed a hostile glare towards Yang Fan. Her small fists were clenched tightly, as though she harbored a deep-seated vendetta against him. "Father, I refuse to become the master of this feeble Yang Fan. I refuse. I would rather perish than accept such a fate." After a moment, Zia erupted in a loud outburst, her voice reverberating throughout the ruins, unnoticed only by Erguzi, who was joyfully rummaging through treasures. In an instant, Yang Fan's expression darkened, filled with vexation. He had never anticipated that Zia would dare to label him as feeble, inciting his ire. However, upon catching sight of the Fire Dragon King beside him, he swiftly abandoned that line of thought. In his mind, he mused, "So, Zia, just you wait. Once we depart from this place, I shall teach you a lesson and deliver a sound spanking. Do not act recklessly. He is the heir of heaven." "What are you talking about? Aligning with him brings only advantages, not disadvantages. Do you understand? At worst, you can always return to your father later." The Fire Dragon King communicated telepathically with Zia, his tone imbued with a stern authority, his gaze fixed intently upon her, as if compelling her to relent. The Fire Dragon King was acutely aware that failing to uphold his promise could result in dire consequences. To avert such a fate, he felt compelled to take this course of action, hoping that Zier would grasp his sincere intentions. At this moment, Zier was on the verge of tears. Throughout her life, the Fire Dragon King had never raised his voice at her, yet now he was shouting at her for the sake of an outsider. How could Zia possibly come to terms with this? However, when confronted with immense pressure, she ultimately acquiesced, despite her reluctance. After exhaling deeply, Zia slowly spoke. "Father, must it truly be this way?" Her eyes brimmed with a sense of reluctance. To speak candidly, Zier was profoundly unwilling to acknowledge Yang Fan as her master. For such an act would signify the forfeiture of her freedom. How could Zier possibly accept this? Indeed, it must be done, the Fire Dragon King asserted resolutely. His heart was heavy with pain, yet there was no alternative. To fulfill his promise, the Fire Dragon King had no choice but to proceed this way. Aside from this, there was simply no other solution. The Fire Dragon King's words shattered the last straw for Zier, leaving her utterly incapable of rising again. Her expression immediately fell into despair. Yet, at that moment, Yang Fan spoke gently, reassuringly. "Do not worry. I shall not deprive you of your freedom. Simply follow me." His tone was imbued with a soothing warmth, and a faint smile graced his features, conveying an air of casual indifference. In truth, Yang Fan's thoughts were quite simple. He only hoped that in his most critical hour, Zier would lend him her assistance. He no longer aspired for anything beyond that. Upon hearing his words, Zier quickly lifted her head, gazing at Yang Fan in astonishment. Then, she directly inquired, "Is what you say truly genuine?" Her eyes widened with curiosity. If Yang Fan's words held any truth, Zier might consider them seriously. "Of course, would I lie to you?" Yang Fan replied with a faint smile, exuding an aura of confidence that utterly captivated Zier. In that moment, Zier found herself wavering, uncertain whether to heed Yang Fan's words, fearing that a misstep might lead her into deception. Where would she turn for justice then? However, faced with overwhelming temptation and the Fire Dragon King's insistence, Zier began to sway in her resolve. Finally, she exhaled deeply and declared, "All right, I will follow you." Upon uttering these words, for reasons unknown, the Fire Dragon King felt an intense pang in his heart, as if he had lost something of utmost importance. Tears welled up in his eyes, nearly spilling over. Fortunately, he managed to hold them back just in time. Seeing Zier consent, Yang Fan immediately initiated a pact with her, his heart racing with anxiety. He feared that if he hesitated even a moment longer, something dreadful might transpire. His tension escalated to the point where his breaths became rapid. Soon, after the contract was established, Yang Fan took a deep breath, allowing a radiant smile to blossom on his face, exuding satisfaction. "May I bid farewell to my father before we depart together?" Just as Yang Fan was basking in his triumph, Zier, feeling somewhat bashful, spoke up. After all, being so carelessly sold out left her feeling quite unprepared, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. "All right, I will wait for you at the door." With that, Yang Fan wasted no time and turned to leave, still reveling in his secret glee. Meanwhile, far away in the mountains, Long Aotian felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, as if he had lost something of great significance that day. This sudden void soured his mood. However, faced with his stern master, Long Aotian dared not slack off and continued with his cultivation. Upon exiting the depths of the ruins, Yang Fan spotted Ergo Z, who had already organized the treasures. He walked straight over. Ergo Z, hearing the commotion, realized Yang Fan had emerged and promptly handed him his storage bag. Exclaiming with delight, "Young Master Yang, I have gathered the treasures. Please take a look." His face beamed with immense satisfaction. To be honest, today was undoubtedly the happiest day for Ergo Z. Having acquired such a plethora of treasures, it was almost beyond imagination. Although these treasures did not belong to him, they would bring him joy for a lifetime. After placing the storage bag aside, Yang Fan casually retrieved a few items from within and tossed them to Ergo Z. Stating directly, "Ergo Z, you have done well. These treasures are your reward. Keep them safe." Yang Fan regarded the abundance of treasures with a sense of detachment. Ergo Z, upon receiving the treasures, was momentarily stunned. Initially, he had not expected to receive any treasures at all, and now to have been granted two was simply exhilarating for him. This truly elevates one sect to an entirely new echelon. The words spoken by Yang Fan reverberated in his mind, causing Ergo Z to be overwhelmed with joy. Gradually, as he regained his composure, Ergo Z immediately voiced his gratitude. "Thank you, young Saint Yang. I vow that even if you were to ask me to die, I would not hesitate. The sky rumbled twice, as if acknowledging Erguzi's oath. Nevertheless, he felt no regret. Rather, he was filled with excitement, his mind beginning to drift into daydreams. You may leave for now. When I require your assistance in the future, I shall certainly call upon you. Yang Fan replied nonchalantly. The addition of a loyal warrior brought Yang Fan immense delight. Yet, he understood that altering the world's perception of him would require patience, as such transformations could not be rushed. Upon hearing this, Erguzi dared not linger, immediately bowing to Yang Fan before departing. It was not until he had traveled over 50 kilometers that he could no longer contain his elation, crying out in sheer exuberance, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Meanwhile, Yang Fan remained in place, patiently awaiting Z'Air's emergence. Sensing her current discontent, he refrained from urging her. After approximately an hour, Z'Air finally appeared. Her expression steeped in sorrow, akin to the death of a fire dragon, radiating profound grief. Observing her distress, Yang Fan approached gently, softly inquiring, Z'Air, what troubles you? Why do you appear so heartbroken? His tone was imbued with a tenderness capable of warming the heart of any innocent girl. However, Z'Air, upon hearing his words, could not summon the strength to lift her spirits. Instead, her sorrow deepened. After a moment, she slowly regained her composure and spoke, I am fine. I will go lie down for a while. Call me if something arises. Before Yang Fan could respond, she swiftly entered his storage bag, seeking solace in silence, her heart in utter turmoil. Witnessing this, Yang Fan sighed helplessly, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. He turned his gaze back to the ruins, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Dragon out, Yen. I wonder how you would feel knowing I have seized your opportunities? Yang Fan mused inwardly, without lingering on such thoughts. He departed, for the ruins had been thoroughly emptied by him. There was nothing left to be gained, and there was no time to waste in leaving. At this very moment, Yang Fan's spirits were exceedingly high. After all, he had never experienced such affluence before. The abundance of treasures he had acquired undoubtedly uplifted his mood. Thus, he hurried towards Lu Chanchan's caravan, a charming smile gracing his face throughout. After approximately an hour, Yang Fan returned to the vicinity of the carriage. Upon seeing Wu Ji and Lu Chanchan engaged in conversation, he approached them. In a matter of moments, he appeared before Wu Ji and Lu Chanchan without them noticing. He then inquired directly, what thoughts occupy your minds, dear ladies? It was better not to mention it, but once spoken, it startled both Wu Ji and Lu Chanchan, almost causing them to tumble from their shaded perch. Once Lu Chanchan managed to regain her composure, she noticed Yang Fan's return, and her face instantly lit up with joy. However, as she prepared to speak, Wu Ji interjected with a sharp retort. Yang Fan, what do you mean by this? How dare you leap out and frighten us? Are you out of your mind? If so, seek treatment at once. Her tone was laced with venom, as if Yang Fan were her sworn enemy. Immediately, the atmosphere became palpably awkward, catching Yang Fan off guard with the intensity of Wu Ji's ire. Yet, Yang Fan was not one to be trifled with. He believed in reciprocating the treatment he received. Thus, he replied with a darkened expression, what did you just say? His gaze was laden with profound seriousness, causing Wu Ji to instinctively retreat a couple of steps, her mind racing with thoughts of how terrifying his eyes were. She trembled, as if confronted by the specter of death itself, utterly frightened. Enough. Can we not speak civilly? Lu Chanchan exclaimed, sensing the rising tension. Her voice was tinged with urgency. Unable to fathom how the situation had escalated so drastically, the transformation left her momentarily speechless. Indeed, Yang Fan's earlier gaze had been somewhat fearsome, unsettling not only Wu Ji but also Lu Chanchan, who remained shaken by the encounter. I refuse to engage in civil discourse. With that, Wu Ji forced herself to quell her rising panic and turned away, unwilling to linger in that disconcerting atmosphere. The recent moment had made her acutely aware of the specter of death, leaving her breathless. Watching Wu Ji's retreating figure, Lu Chanchan let out a deep sigh, pondering how events had spiraled into this chaos, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. If given the choice, she would have preferred that none of this had ever taken place. In this manner, communication could proceed normally. At last, Lu Chanchan forced a faint smile and inquired of Yang Fan, by the way, where have you been? Why have you only just returned? Her tone bore a hint of complexity, as the recent events had left her in a state of unresolved turmoil. She could only suppress the fear that lingered within her. In response, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation. His mood had already been soured by the earlier incident. And now, faced with Lu Chanchan's question, he felt overwhelmed. He was reluctant to answer her inquiry. Consequently, Yang Fan replied curtly, why should I tell you? You are not someone of significance to me, truly. Before Lu Chanqian could fully comprehend his words, he turned and departed. What had begun as a pleasant mood was abruptly shattered by Lu Chanqian and Wu Ji, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Once Lu Chanqian gradually came to her senses, she realized that Yang Fan had vanished without a trace. For reasons unbeknownst to her, an inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over her. The sensation was akin to a heart-shattering, as the most cherished possession slipped away from one's grasp. Tears involuntarily cascaded from her beautiful eyes, falling onto the earth, while even the sky turned somber. It was as if one could feel Lu Chanqian's heart breaking. Meanwhile, Yang Fan approached the vicinity of Lu Feng's cart. Upon noticing Lu Feng resting beneath the shade of a tree, he took a deep breath and walked directly over. After a short while, Yang Fan arrived beside Lu Feng and, disregarding all else, sat down without hesitation. "What troubles you? Are you feeling low?" Lu Feng inquired. Observing Yang Fan's despondent demeanor, his tone was imbued with an air of indifference. Yang Fan, however, offered no reply, instead exhaling deeply as he gazed skyward. The once beautiful and exhilarating emotions were swiftly marred, leaving Yang Fan in profound discomfort. Had he known, he would have postponed his return, choosing to linger a while longer. Noting Yang Fan's silence, Lu Feng surmised the situation, a flicker of disdain igniting within him, though he refrained from expressing it. It was not in Lu Feng's nature to exacerbate matters. Thus, he gently remarked, "Take it easy, do not dwell in sorrow. Always strive to see the brighter side." His eyes glimmered with a hint of vagueness. What reason do I have to be upset? I should be celebrating." Yang Fan retorted with a cold laugh, feigning nonchalance while grappling with inner turmoil. "Oh, so you mean to say you have discovered a treasure?" Lu Feng responded with a knowing smile, having interpreted Yang Fan's words. He could only speculate about Yang Fan's recent endeavors, uncertain about anything beyond that. Yang Fan, without further contemplation, nodded affirmatively, indicating Lu Feng's conjecture was indeed correct. Responding to Lu Feng's inquiry, he merely nodded, remaining silent and exuding an air of aloofness. At this moment, Lu Feng was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Yang Fan. It is worth noting that Yang Fan had only returned less than a day after his departure and had already acquired a treasure. This clearly demonstrated Yang Fan's remarkable efficiency. "Surely you jest?" After regaining his composure, Lu Feng managed to force a smile, his face betraying a profound disbelief in Yang Fan's words. After all, he was somewhat familiar with the ruins, and it was utterly implausible to obtain anything from there so swiftly. The notion that Yang Fan had done so was hard for anyone to accept. "Why would I deceive you? Besides, do I even have a reason to?" Yang Fan retorted, a hint of disdain lacing his tone, as if Lu Feng's belief or disbelief was of no consequence to him. Lu Feng was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After a brief pause, he gradually regained his composure and spoke. "That may be true, but are you not planning to share some of the treasures with me? After all, I did provide you with the key to the ruins." His tone carried a hint of playful probing, eager to see how Yang Fan would respond. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Fan did not hesitate. He simply pulled several treasures from his pocket and tossed them before Lu Feng without a moment's thought. Instantly, Lu Feng was astonished by Yang Fan's candor, and he quickly realized that these treasures were indeed of exceptional quality. Yet, Yang Fan had merely discarded them without even a glance in his direction. This left Yang Fan profoundly astonished. "Goodness, Yang Fan, must you be this way? You leave me utterly unprepared," Lu Feng silently exclaimed. The relics, bestowed upon him so nonchalantly by Yang Fan, stirred a tempest within his heart. After a moment, Lu Feng exhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He then spoke. "You truly offer me these treasures without fear of my absconding with them?" His gaze bore a hint of complexity, yet predominantly softened. It was evident that Lu Feng was gradually beginning to accept Yang Fan as his older brother, with his previous resistance now markedly subdued. "I have immense trust in you, and I know you would never commit such an act. I shall take my leave now. If these treasures do not suit you, feel free to seek me out for a trade." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yang Fan rose and made his way towards the carriage. As Lu Feng watched Yang Fan's departing figure, a wave of sentiment washed over him, leaving him at a loss for words. He had never anticipated encountering such a sincerely trustworthy older brother. This realization prompted Lu Feng to reflect nostalgically, his gaze becoming increasingly intricate. After about 10 minutes, Lu Feng gradually regained his composure and ceased his musings, beginning to examine the treasures gifted to him by Yang Fan. It is only upon trying that one realizes the startling truth. To speak candidly, these exquisite treasures proved to be quite convenient, allowing Lu Feng to seize them effortlessly. However, Lu Feng does not forget that his acquisition of these treasures is entirely due to Yang Fan. Without Yang Fan, he would have never obtained such easily accessible artifacts. Instantly, a profound admiration welled up in Lu Feng's mind. Upon returning to the carriage, Yang Fan noticed Wu Ji lying inside, enveloped in a cloud of gloom. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging the situation with resignation. Without further ado, Yang Fan stepped into the carriage and reclined beside her. Upon hearing the movement, Wu Ji turned to see Yang Fan and her mood soured instantaneously. She promptly averted her gaze, unwilling to spare him another glance, her demeanor radiating irritation. Still upset? Yang Fan inquired calmly, gazing at the sky. His tone was remarkably even, devoid of any emotional inflection, exuding tranquility. In response, Wu Ji chose not to answer immediately. Instead, her eyes began to well with tears for reasons unknown, as if Yang Fan's words had struck a chord deep within her soul. All right, I understand that I shouldn't have startled you earlier. Please don't remain angry. If it helps, you may frighten me in return. Yang Fan continued, his eyes reflecting a hint of remorse. He recognized that his missteps had led to this predicament, gradually prompting him to reflect on the situation. This revelation, though seemingly innocuous, immediately caused tears to cascade uncontrollably from Wu Ji's eyes. The sound of her sobs reached Yang Fan, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. He silently pondered. What could have prompted such an unexpected display of emotion? The suddenness of Wu Ji's tears took him completely by surprise. Consequently, he inquired, what has happened? Why are you crying so suddenly? As he spoke, he rose to his feet, scratching his head in confusion and irritation, eager to comprehend the underlying cause of her distress. However, Wu Ji remained unresponsive, choosing instead to weep in silence, her sorrow palpable. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps over half an hour, she gradually ceased her crying. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang Fan felt an unusual shift in his emotions. Observing Wu Ji's silence brought him a sense of relief. He thought to himself, if others were to witness this scene, they might think I am the one tormenting her. I realize that my earlier actions startled you, which was unkind. I apologize sincerely. With this, Yang Fan continued, his tone imbued with remorse, his gaze dimming. Yet, Wu Ji offered no response, remaining turned away from him. At this moment, Yang Fan could no longer endure the situation. He inwardly lamented, what is this nonsense? I have already apologized and said everything that needed to be said. Yet I am still being ignored. It drives me to the brink of madness. Subsequently, unable to contain his frustration any longer, Yang Fan abruptly stood up, cast a cold glance at Wu Ji, and left the carriage. His mind was ablaze with fury, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Upon hearing the sound of departing footsteps, Wu Ji realized that Yang Fan had left, and a profound sense of desolation washed over her. As if she had lost something of utmost importance, her heart seemed to stop beating. However, for reasons unknown, Wu Ji found herself unable to take that crucial step. A tremendous resistance weighed heavily upon her heart. Once outside the carriage, a gentle breeze caressed Yang Fan's face, as though it sought to sweep away his turmoil. In that moment, Lu Qianqian, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, suddenly materialized beside him. With a tone tinged with sadness, she inquired, what wrong, Yang Fan? A forced smile graced her lips, appearing exceedingly insincere. Yang Fan, unperturbed by her presence, gazed silently at the sky, for reasons he could not fathom. A profound heaviness enveloped his heart, as if foreboding something ominous. After a while, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and finally spoke, I am fine. You should return and keep Wu Ji company. Before Lu Qianqian could process his words, Yang Fan strode away with a lightness in his step, ascending to the highest branch of a tree where he sat down and retrieved a flask of celestial wine from his pocket, indulging in it liberally. Although Lu Qianqian yearned to understand the cause of Yang Fan's agitation, she refrained from pressing him for answers. Instead, she followed his suggestion and returned to the carriage to console Wu Ji. As time slowly trickled by, night descended. Yang Fan remained atop the tree, feeling the chill of the wind. At that moment, however, a dozen shadowy figures suddenly appeared near the carriage. Despite their subtle movements, Yang Fan sensed their presence. Yet, rather than act impulsively, he chose to observe quietly, curious about the intentions of these cloaked individuals. Big sister, this household seems exceedingly affluent. One of the underlings exclaimed greedily, a hint of drool escaping his lips as he displayed an unseemly demeanor. Wipe that drool away. Do not disgust me, the elder sister disdainfully remarked. Her eyes filled with contempt. The younger brother, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and quickly wiped away the drool from his mouth. However, He could not help but notice the elder sister's striking figure, which caused his heart to race furiously, akin to a little deer bounding about in excitement. As if he had just received a sudden jolt to his stomach. Surround those two carriages and await my command. As the younger brother indulged in his fantasies, the elder sister, the bandit leader, issued her order in a commanding tone, completely disregarding the younger brother's presence. As you command, sister, with her words barely fading. The younger brothers sprang into action, promptly encircling the two carriages, though they had yet to commence their mission. Upon discerning the scene from his elevated vantage point, Yang Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. Was this not one of the most formidable confidants of Long Ao Tian, unexpectedly appearing in this locale? He chuckled inwardly, thinking, Long Ao Tian, do not blame me for appropriating what is yours. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain, Long Ao Tian, engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly let out a yawn. He pinched his nose and muttered, which enchanting beauty is thinking of me? Before he could finish his thought, a colossal wooden stick unexpectedly struck the back of his head, leaving a sizable bump of 50 centimeters in its wake. What are you daydreaming about? Do you still wish to seek revenge? Focus on your cultivation at once. The old man bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the mountain, startling the surrounding beasts into flight. Dragon Ao Tian, filled with frustration, immersed himself in his training. Curse that old man. Just you wait. I shall repay every grievance I have suffered. He vowed silently within his heart, nearby the carriage. The elder sister sensed that the time was ripe and immediately issued her commands. Go forth and seize everything of value within. With her words, the band of robbers sprang into action. The tremendous clamor startled the slumbering Wu Ji and others from their rest. Upon leaping from the carriage, they found themselves encircled by the robbers, fear instantaneously flickering in their eyes. They could scarcely believe they were encountering brigands, and terror flooded their hearts. However, when the robbers caught sight of Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian's appearances, they were momentarily struck dumb, their eyes gleaming with fervor and possessive desires. They began to breathe heavily, wishing fervently to whisk the women away to their homes, contemplating unspeakable acts. Yet, as they turned to gauge the elder sister's gaze, their bravado faltered, replaced by an inexplicable sense of dread. Consequently, the robbers halted their advance, refraining from further actions. After a brief interval, the elder sister approached Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian directly. Upon recognizing their features, she was taken aback, her eyes wide with incredulity. Why? Why are there women in this world who resemble me so closely? She mused inwardly, her jealousy surging forth uncontrollably, her fists clenched tightly, radiating palpable anger as if she had encountered an unspeakable misfortune. What do you intend to do? Lu Qianqian inquired, exhaling deeply as she gazed at the elder sister. Her voice laced with trepidation. Fear was evident in her demeanor, for this was her first encounter with such perilous circumstances, and how could she not be frightened? The robbers bore a vicious appearance, evoking a profound sense of dread within her. Silently, she prayed, Yang Fan, where are you? Please, come forth. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Do not be afraid. We are merely here to claim some valuables. As long as you cooperate, nothing untoward will occur. Otherwise, do not blame my subordinates for their lack of mercy. The elder sister spoke softly. Although she felt an intense jealousy towards the beauty of Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji, she adhered to her own principles. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not compromise her values. At this moment, Wu Ji secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the other party had such intentions. Had their motives been different, she would have found herself at a loss for what to do. However, just then, a discordant voice suddenly erupted, drawing the astonished gazes of all present toward its source. Particularly, Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian exhibited even greater astonishment. How dare you snatch something? Do you believe I won't cut you down with a knife for your audacity to seize things before me? The scene instantly fell silent. As everyone turned their attention to Lu Feng, their eyes brimming with disbelief. No one had anticipated such an incident occurring at this moment, leaving everyone utterly astounded. After a brief pause, one of the younger subordinates immediately spoke up, Sister Ranran. This brat is far too arrogant. Allow me to take care of him. His tone was laden with anger, as if he were on the verge of a physical confrontation. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Yet Sister Ranran did not respond to her subordinate. Instead, she fixed her gaze intently on Lu Feng, a flicker of surprise crossing her mind. After all, this was a reckless youth, and Sister Ranran was encountering such a situation for the first time. Subsequently, she declared, You all stay here. I will speak with him for a moment. Before her subordinate could react, Sister Ranran strode directly toward Lu Feng, her expression shrouded in depth, leaving everyone perplexed about her thoughts. In no time, she stood before Lu Feng, mere steps away from colliding with him. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Feng asked in a low voice, his hands trembling slightly, betraying a hint of fear. He was acutely aware that his injuries had yet to heal, and should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Moreover, Yang Fan was conspicuously absent at this moment. This left Lu Feng exceedingly vexed. Unable to fathom the whereabouts of Yang Fan, who had yet to make an appearance at such a critical moment. Just a moment ago, he had exuded arrogance. Now, however, his hands trembled. "Sister Ran Ran," she inquired with a meaningful tone, laced with a hint of mockery, unperturbed by Lu Feng's presence. Instantly, she discerned that he bore significant emotional wounds. Otherwise, he would not be standing there, seemingly paralyzed, when a physical confrontation would have ensued long ago. Lu Feng, feeling thoroughly embarrassed, was at a loss for words, his gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. After a brief interlude, he exhaled deeply and finally spoke. "Is it so wrong for me to tremble? Yet here you are, with no enmity between us. Why must you resort to robbery?" Despite his underlying fear, Lu Feng felt compelled to voice his discontent, for he found the situation intolerable and deemed it essential to intervene. After all, he was a man of integrity. Upon hearing his words, Sister Ran Ran burst into laughter, utterly taken aback by his naivete. After her amusement subsided, she cleared her throat and replied, "Are you attempting to tell a joke? In this world, why can I not rob if I so desire? Surely you jest." Before Lu Feng could respond, she continued, "I recognize your integrity as a cultivator, yet in this world, righteousness alone cannot resolve matters." In an instant, Sister Ran Ran unleashed her full strength, delivering a powerful blow to Lu Feng's abdomen, propelling him through the air with an overwhelming force. Lu Feng soon succumbed to dizziness, his eyes wide with disbelief, shocked to discover that Sister Ran Ran was indeed a cultivator. Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian were equally taken aback by Sister Ran Ran's formidable prowess, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment as their limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. They instinctively retreated several steps, fearing that she might unleash her might upon them as well. In that moment, neither Wu Ji nor Lu Qianqian knew how to respond. After a brief silence, Sister Ran Ran commanded, "Bring everyone here back with me." Upon hearing the news, the bandits' faces instantly lit up with joy, displaying their elation unmistakably. They had long harbored intentions towards Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, and now that the opportunity had finally presented itself, they could not let it slip away. Thus, they hastily began to make arrangements. Yang Fan, observing the scene before him, furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a silent sigh. He lamented, "Perhaps it is my excessive sentimentality." With this thought, he decided against lingering and jumped down from the tree, seamlessly blending into the throng of bandits. He intended to ascertain their intentions. Initially, Yang Fan contemplated intervening immediately, but after a moment's reflection, he opted to observe the situation first. After all, Sister Ran Ran was one of the favored companions of the dragon Aotian, and her prowess was undoubtedly formidable. The mere thought of what was inscribed in the Supreme Sovereign made him shudder involuntarily. Before long, under Sister Ran Ran's guidance, Yang Fan and the others were swiftly escorted back to the encampment. Gazing at the campsite, Yang Fan was taken aback, unable to fathom its opulence. It was evident that they had plundered a considerable amount of wealth, which caused him to furrow his brow once more. Subsequently, Wu Ji, Lu Qianqian, and the unconscious Lu Feng were confined to his cell. However, before departing, Sister Ran Ran issued a specific order that they must not harm a single hair on their heads. This directive astonished the bandits present. Yet, as it was the command of their leader, even though the bandits felt a deep-seated resentment, they had no choice but to comply. With no alternative available to them, the sensation of being unable to partake in what one can only gaze upon is excruciating. Within the encampment, a sumptuous feast of fish and meat is being prepared to commemorate today's triumph. The bounty reaped this time is indeed abundant, filling the hearts of the gathered with an overwhelming joy. Such opportunities for harvest are, after all, exceedingly rare. Goodness, this is sheer banditry, Yang Fan thought. Overwhelmed by the spectacle before him, his heart heavy with a sense of resignation. If only these brigands could forsake their nefarious ways, life could undoubtedly improve beyond its current state, possibly even leading them down the path of cultivation. Yet, in this moment, Yang Fan could only shake his head in lament, recognizing that such ingrained habits were unlikely to change. Just then, a voice pierced through Yang Fan's reverie, snapping him back to reality. "Hey, you over there. Come here and pour us some wine." shouted one of the ruffians, his tone brimming with bravado. Yet, there was a glint of cunning in his eyes that Yang Fan could not ignore. In an instant, Yang Fan perceived this glimmer, causing him to furrow his brow. What is this strange aura? He murmured to himself, his senses heightened as he inhaled deeply, feeling an inexplicable familiarity in the air. However, unable to pinpoint its essence, he resolved to dismiss it, adopting a new demeanor as he complied with the ruffian's request. He poured wine into their cups before stepping aside, silently observing the unfolding scene without interruption. At that moment, Sister Ran, having concluded her business, approached the central table and took her seat. As she passed by Yang Fan, a flicker of recognition crossed her mind. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before, she pondered but dismissed it, settling down with the ruffians. Thank you all for your hard work today. Don't hold back, eat and drink to your heart's content, she proclaimed, her tone exuding authority akin to that of a queen. Her words ignited a wave of cheers among the bandits, who promptly immersed themselves in revelry, disregarding all else as they joyously drank. Observing this, Sister Ran nodded in satisfaction before joining the table with the ruffians. Sister Ran, today has been arduous for you. This cup is poured for you by the younger brothers to celebrate our success. Having spoken, the young man presented a cup of wine before Sister Ran, his face adorned with a joyful smile. However, this smile was tinged with a hint of anxiety. Yang Fan immediately perceived this but chose not to intervene, instead opting to observe quietly. Within his mind, he speculated about the nature of the contents within the cup, an endless stream of confusion swirling in his thoughts. Sister Ran, gazing at the wine glass before her, did not dwell on it for long. She seized the cup from the young man's hands and declared, "Excellent," without hesitation. She drained the contents in one swift motion, exuding an air of boldness. Upon witnessing this, a faint, wicked smile crept onto the young man's lips, barely noticeable unless one was truly attentive. After consuming the wine, Sister Ran felt unperturbed and continued to engage in conversation with the young man, who, while feigning interest, awaited the onset of the potion's effects. Gradually, time slipped by, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. For reasons unknown, Sister Ran suddenly felt an intense heat enveloping her body, reminiscent of the sweltering summer noon. What is happening? Why do I feel so warm? She gasped, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and even her breath turned uncomfortably hot. In that moment, the younger brother, known as A, was instantly filled with delight. Without hesitation, he spoke up. Sister Ran, perhaps the room is too warm. Shall I escort you to a more comfortable space to rest? His eyes betrayed a hint of desire, and even his hands began to tremble. After all, this was A's inaugural experience in such a scenario. Sister Ran, without much thought, nodded in agreement. Dazed and disoriented, she followed closely behind A along the steep path. Observing her swaying figure, Yang Fan quickly grasped the situation and stealthily trailed behind, an unusual seriousness etched upon his face, revealing the gravity of his concern. After approximately 10 minutes, guided by A, Sister Ran arrived at the threshold of her room. At this juncture, she had become increasingly entranced, her mind growing foggy, rendering her incapable of contemplating anything else. The sight of Sister Ran in such an endearing state stirred A's excitement to new heights. Indeed, such a situation was rare and precious. Sister Ran, allow me to assist you inside. After a brief pause, A could no longer contain himself and spoke, his movements becoming increasingly frantic. No, it's all right. You can go back, Sister Ran murmured in a daze, attempting to suppress the overwhelming desire that surged within her. Yet, the more she resisted, the more that desire seemed to intensify, leaving her feeling as though ants were crawling all over her body, an unbearable discomfort. At this moment, the younger brother, referred to as A, could no longer hold back. His true intentions were laid bare. Sister Ran, you cannot blame me. It is your enchanting beauty that has captivated me. As soon as he uttered these words, A, driven by reckless ambition, seized the moment to approach Sister Ran. Initially, she contemplated resisting, yet the emotions that surged within her grew increasingly intense, creating an insatiable thirst akin to longing for much-needed rain. In an instant, A realized that this was his opportunity. He thought to himself that if he hesitated any longer, the chance would slip away. Thus, he rushed towards Sister Ran without a second thought. However, the moment he made contact with her, a figure appeared before him, swiftly delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, rendering him unconscious and causing white foam to spew from his mouth. How despicable! Yang Fan exclaimed disdainfully at the fallen A, his tone dripping with contempt. Just as he prepared to turn away, an unexpected incident unfolded. With dazed eyes locked onto the handsome young fan, Sister Ranran could no longer suppress her desires. She pressed her soft, rosy lips against his, instantly leaving young fan in a state of bewilderment. Initially, he instinctively attempted to resist, but the more he struggled, the more fervently she kissed him, refusing to allow him to escape her embrace. Gradually, time slipped away, and what should not have transpired had indeed occurred. As he gazed at the woman in his arms, young fan let out a deep sigh, uncertain of what to express. Alas, my first time, how could it be taken by another? How frustrating, he lamented inwardly, regret coursing through his eyes. Yet, it was not just young fan's first experience, it was also Sister Ranran's. Thus, there was little reason for him to dwell on regret. However, an inexplicable discomfort began to gnaw at his heart, for he already had a fiancée. Being in bed with another woman left him overwhelmed with guilt. Why did this happen? Young fan mused, his gaze becoming increasingly distant. He had intended to win over Sister Ranran, but not in this manner. In this moment, young fan found himself at a loss for what to do. He could only hope that Sister Ranran would understand his actions once she awakened. Just as young fan was lost in his thoughts, a sudden commotion beside him jolted him back to attention. He quickly turned his head to discover that Sister Ranran was beginning to open her eyes, albeit in a hazy manner, as she stirred back to consciousness. In that moment, young fan found himself at a loss, his heart racing with urgency, even his breath becoming uneven. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Sister Ranran abruptly awakened. However, at this very moment, she was beset by a profound headache, feeling an unsettling chill enveloping her body, leading to a gradual awareness of her surroundings. Yet, this newfound consciousness only intensified her alarm, prompting her to step back several paces, gazing at young fan with a mixture of dread and disbelief. You are awake," she exclaimed. Realizing there was no escaping the circumstances, young fan forced a smile, though internally he was cursing his fate. He was well aware of the nature of the character depicted in the book The Supreme Master, and he understood Sister Ranran's temperament all too well. This knowledge left him in a state of panic, uncertain of how to proceed. "What have you done to me?" Sister Ranran demanded after a moment, her eyes burning with fury. Her tone was laced with anger, although she refrained from immediate outburst, fixing a cold, piercing gaze upon young fan. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a fierce impulse to eliminate young fan surged within her. This overwhelming sense of impulse resonates profoundly within Ranran's heart. Even though she wishes to eradicate this feeling of resentment, she finds herself utterly incapable of doing so at this moment. At that moment, young fan found himself at a loss for how to explain the situation to Sister Ranran. After approximately 10 minutes, he managed to calm his nerves and proceeded to recount the entire incident in detail, leaving no stone unturned. He understood that Sister Ranran appreciated honesty, and perhaps his candid narrative would alleviate the tension in the atmosphere. Indeed, once Sister Ranran absorbed young fan's explanation, memories of the recent events flooded back to her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She fully recalled what had transpired, leaving her in a state of confusion. Moreover, she had not anticipated young fan's genuine sincerity. His words struck a chord within her, making her heart race uncontrollably. Consequently, the situation grew increasingly awkward. Ultimately, unable to endure the discomfort any longer, Sister Ranran blurted out, Why are you still here? How much longer do you intend to linger in my room?" Her tone was laced with panic, revealing her disarray as her heart continued to race. Instantly, young fan sprang to his feet, devoid of any hesitation. Acutely aware that remaining in the room could lead to undesirable consequences, he was uncertain of how he would handle such a scenario. Thus, after donning his clothes, he exited the room. Yet, before leaving, he couldn't resist casting a final glance at Sister Ranran, for she was the first woman he had encountered in this world. Regardless of where life took him or the achievements he attained, he would never forget her, forever etching her memory in his heart. Sister Ranran, too, sensed the weight of young fan's gaze. For reasons unknown, she felt a subtle stir within her heart, a sensation that lingered in her mind. However, her thoughts were in disarray, akin to a startled fawn darting wildly within her. Upon leaving the room, young fan found himself amidst the bandit lair. Since he had emerged from Sister Ranran's quarters, no one obstructed his path. They merely stood by, silently observing. Beyond that, they were powerless to intervene. Sigh. Gazing at the midnight sky, young fan let out a helpless sigh, feeling a profound sense of unease within. Although he was familiar with the contents of the book Supreme Being, he found himself perplexed. The reality of his experiences was far more intricate than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Sister Ran in the room was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, never expecting such events to unfold. Yet, for reasons unknown, she did not harbor any aversion towards Yang Fan. Rather, she found herself somewhat inclined towards him. This sensation fills Sister Ran with an extraordinary wonder, instantly enamoring her. Yet, deep within her heart, she remains resistant to it. With no other choice, she exhales deeply, feeling utterly at a loss. Gradually, the sunlight bathes the earth, illuminating the new day. Yang Fan and Sister Ran have both endured a sleepless night, unable to find solace in slumber, as if beset by immense burdens weighing heavily upon their minds. Before long, Sister Ran steps out of her room and immediately spots Yang Fan, who has vigilantly waited for her in the corridor throughout the night. A wave of inexplicable emotion washes over her, and her gaze becomes imbued with an enigmatic allure. After another deep breath, Sister Ran gathers her courage and approaches Yang Fan, inquiring, "Why have you been standing here all night?" Her tone is laced with concern, yet her expression remains as impassive as ever, perhaps indicating her reluctance to fully embrace Yang Fan. Upon hearing Sister Ran's words, Yang Fan is momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He lapses into silence, while Sister Ran, exhibiting remarkable patience, waits for his response. After a brief interlude, Yang Fan musters a faint smile and says, "I don't really know. Once I stepped outside, I felt compelled to wait here." Although he recognizes the folly of his actions, he embraces this foolishness willingly. Instantly, Sister Ran's beautiful eyes widen in astonishment. Her heart races uncontrollably, and her thoughts spiral into complexity, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Even her breath quickens. What she initially intended to express is inexplicably swallowed back. After a moment of emotional turmoil, Sister Ran exhales deeply and states, "Oh, I see," her voice tinged with intricacy, her gaze now tinged with a hint of worry. In that instant, the atmosphere grows profoundly quiet, so much so that the sound of a pin dropping would be audible. After a while, Yang Fan suddenly recalls something and promptly exclaims, "By the way, could you release my companions?" Initially, he had no intention of broaching the subject, but circumstances compel him to voice it now. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran senses a shift and asks, "Your companions?" "Yes, the 2 women and 1 man you have captured. I kindly ask that you release them." Yang Fan was candid, voicing his thoughts without hesitation. However, this revelation startled Sister Ran, causing her pupils to widen slightly and her breathing to quicken. The jealousy within her was palpable, as if a precious possession had been threatened. After taking a deep breath, Sister Ran inquired, "What is your relationship with them?" A hint of menace flickered in her gaze, akin to the feeling of something invaluable being at risk of being taken away by another man, which left her feeling quite distressed. "Just ordinary friends. Do not overthink it." Yang Fan hastily responded, sensing the undercurrent of hostility. He dared not display even a hint of uncertainty. While others might be unaware of Sister Ran's temperament, Yang Fan was acutely aware. Thus, he felt compelled to clarify swiftly, hoping to prevent her from erupting in fury. In this manner, one would be able to depart from this place with utmost ease. Otherwise, should any unforeseen events arise, Yang Fan would find himself at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran felt a wave of relief wash over her. At the very least, the atmosphere had improved from its previous severity, her heart now resembling a tranquil lake. "All right then, I shall release them all for you," she declared. Her footsteps light and cheerful as she made her way towards the dungeon, reminiscent of a young girl in the throes of first love. Observing Sister Ran's retreating figure, Yang Fan let out a resigned sigh, his heart burdened with unutterable thoughts. How could such a situation have arisen? Who could possibly advise him on the right course of action? Yang Fan mused silently, his expression a tapestry of sorrow. In a moment of uncertainty regarding how to navigate these circumstances, he ultimately followed in Sister Ran's footsteps towards the dungeon. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, guided by Sister Ran, Yang Fan arrived at the dungeon, where the frightened and anxious Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji huddled in a corner, fearful of what might transpire. Noticing their distress, Yang Fan refrained from saying much and stepped ahead of Sister Ran, swiftly delivering a kick that forcefully swung the cell door open. Creating a tremendous commotion that drew the attention of everyone present, their faces etched with disbelief at Yang Fan's audacity. "What are you doing? Could you not simply open the door properly?" Sister Ran inquired, her tone laced with irritation, reflecting her dissatisfaction. However, she bore no anger towards Yang Fan. In her heart, she had gradually come to accept him. Thus, As long as Yang Fan did not cross any significant boundaries, Sister Ranran would not hold any resentment against him. At that moment, she resembled a naive sweetheart in love, her intelligence seemingly diminished. "Ah, I understand. I shall be more mindful next time," Yang Fan replied, awkwardly scratching his head, his tone tinged with a hint of remorse. For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon hearing Yang Fan's apology, Sister Ranran's mood brightened instantaneously. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji, upon witnessing this interaction, could not help but widen their beautiful eyes in astonishment. They were well aware of Sister Ranran's temperament, and the transformation of Lu Feng standing nearby served as a testament to this unexpected change. This was something Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian could never have anticipated. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Subsequently, Yang Fan said little, directly entering the cell. He addressed Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian. "How much longer do you intend to remain here? Come out." Immediately thereafter, Yang Fan approached Lu Feng and delivered several forceful kicks to him. This kick was not merely a nuisance, it instantly jolted Lu Feng back to reality. In an instant, he erupted into a loud tirade, exclaiming with fervor, "Who dares to strike me? Do you truly believe I won't make you crawl away?" His eyes radiated fury, already burdened by a heavy heart. The unwarranted kick had intensified his vexation. Who could possibly accept such a situation? In an instant, Lu Feng's mood soured. However, when he raised his gaze to meet the other S, he immediately fell silent. For reasons unknown, his rough, large hands began to tremble slightly, betraying a palpable fear. "Oh, it's you." Lu Feng managed to force a smile after regaining his composure. Yet, internally, he felt an acute sense of dread. As if he were in the presence of the King of Hell. "Weren't you just berating me? Why have you ceased?" Yang Fan did not respond with anger, instead wearing a faint smile. Yet this expression instilled profound terror in Lu Feng, for it was laced with a hint of lethal intent that sent chills down his spine. Lu Feng was well aware of Yang Fan's capabilities, thus, it was prudent to avoid provoking him. Any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences, leaving Lu Feng at a loss for what to do. After a brief moment, Lu Feng slowly spoke. "Brother, you must have misheard me. I wasn't scolding you. I was actually praising you." There was no other choice for Lu Feng, as he could not match Yang Fan's strength and had to resort to such words. In truth, Yang Fan was not truly angry. After all, anyone would be incensed in such circumstances. Consequently, Yang Fan merely said, "Get up, we are leaving here." Before Lu Feng could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Fan had already turned his back and departed the dungeon without a moment's pause, leaving behind a chilling atmosphere. Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian wasted no time in rising to their feet, brushing off the straw from their clothes before following him out of the dungeon. However, upon exiting and confronting Sister Ranran, the atmosphere grew icy, as if a blizzard had descended. Their eyes locked in a fierce gaze, ablaze with unquenchable fury, akin to mortal enemies. When Lu Feng tremulously emerged from the dungeon and witnessed this scene, he instinctively took several steps back, as though he were witnessing a battle among divine beings. Panic surged within him. What are you doing?" Lu Feng stammered, an overwhelming sense of fear creeping into his heart. He longed to seek refuge in Yang Fan's embrace, yearning for his protection. "We haven't done anything. Let us go." Before Sister Ranran could speak, Lu Qianqian coldly interjected. She then brushed past Sister Ranran, accompanied by Wu Ji, exuding an unending aura that compelled Sister Ranran to clench her fists tightly. Her eyes blazed with an infinite fury, as if enraged by the presence of Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian. However, upon spotting Yang Fan in the distance, Sister Ranran took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that simmered within her, choosing not to unleash it. "Why are you still here?" Upon regaining her composure, Sister Ranran noticed Lu Feng lingering in place and inquired with a tone as sharp as a cold blade, causing Lu Feng to instinctively retreat several steps. He inwardly mused, "Why are women so terrifying? No, I must never seek out women, it would only bring me misery." Quickly snapping back to reality, Lu Feng dared not dwell on his thoughts any longer and hurriedly made his exit, sprinting away into the distance. He refrained from contemplating anything further, recognizing his place as merely Yang Fan's subordinate. Meanwhile, Sister Ranran, with a somber demeanor, made her way out of the dungeon, slowly approaching Yang Fan. Without granting him a moment to react, she transmitted a message, "Come with me." With heavy steps, she strode away, leaving no room for hesitation. In that moment, Yang Fan found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. He pondered what had transpired, yet ultimately resolved to follow. eager to discern the intentions of Sister Ranran. Thus, he turned to Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, stating, "I shall step out for a moment. Please wait for me here." Before either could respond, Yang Fan strode away without hesitation, heading towards Sister Ranran's retreating figure. As Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian watched Yang Fan's silhouette fade, an inexplicable sense of impending loss weighed heavily upon their hearts, filling them with an unsettling discomfort and sharp pangs of anxiety. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan caught up to Sister Ranran, positioning himself beside her and inquiring directly, "What is going on?" His tone was imbued with curiosity, and he earnestly hoped for an explanation from her. In this manner, Yang Fan's feelings of confusion could finally be unraveled. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran did not hesitate for a moment. She directly inquired, "What is the situation with those two women? Why do their gazes towards you seem so laden with ambiguity? You must provide me with a clear explanation." Her steps came to an abrupt halt, her eyes fixed intently on Yang Fan. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a wave of anguish suddenly surged within her, leaving Sister Ran in great distress. Nevertheless, the events had already transpired, and even if she were reluctant to accept it, she would gradually come to terms with the reality. With a deep sigh, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation. He inwardly pondered how perplexing women can be. Although he was well aware of Sister Ranran's character, the reality of the situation proved to be quite different. After all, what one reads in books bears no resemblance to the complexities of real life. Nevertheless, in order to prevent Sister Ranran from harboring any undue suspicions, Yang Fan decided to provide a thorough explanation, recounting the events in their entirety without any concealment. In his heart, he regarded Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian merely as friends, devoid of any ulterior motives. Upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Sister Ranran's mood instantly brightened, her previous discomfort dissipating as if she had found redemption. A subtle smile graced her lips, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. With a hint of a smile, she inquired, "Is everything you said true?" Her tone was imbued with a gentle allure that nearly overwhelmed Yang Fan. He was acutely aware of Sister Ranran's beauty, and her captivating demeanor left him momentarily spellbound. However, given that it was broad daylight, he was resolute in refraining from any inappropriate actions. Thus, he exhaled deeply and replied, "All right, no more wild guesses. Let us be on our way." His voice was tinged with a sense of helplessness. Without further ado, Yang Fan made his way towards Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, his expression reflecting a myriad of frustrations. At that moment, he finally grasped a profound truth. Having too many women can indeed be a predicament. Soon, he returned to Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian's side and inquired, "Are you both all right?" His eyes conveyed an endless depth of concern. He felt a pang of guilt towards Wu Ji, wishing only to uplift her spirits. Beyond that, he dared not indulge in any further thoughts, fearing the sudden emergence of unforeseen troubles. "Yes, let us go," Lu Qianqian nodded in agreement. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming desire to escape the den of thieves. Moments ago, she had witnessed the flirtatious interaction between Yang Fan and Sister Ranran, which soured her mood instantly. Her delicate fists clenched tightly, radiating her indignation. At this moment, Yang Fan felt a subtle shock. He had not anticipated that Lu Qianqian would leave in such a hurry. This caught him completely off guard. Immediately, he turned to look at Sister Ranran, only to find her gazing at him with an enchanting smile. A deep sigh escaped his lips. As he found himself at a loss for what to do next, his mind began to spiral into a whirlwind of thoughts. What is it? Are you reluctant to part with such beauty, unwilling to leave this place? Just as Yang Fan pondered this, Lu Qianqian, with a hint of displeasure in her voice, inquired, her eyes tinged with a trace of sorrow. This took Yang Fan aback. He had never expected Lu Qianqian to display such a melancholy expression towards him. Consequently, he was filled with confusion, utterly unable to comprehend what was transpiring within her heart. Thus, he asked, "Lu Qianqian, what do you mean by that?" His tone was laced with bewilderment, yearning for an explanation from her. However, Lu Qianqian chose not to respond. Instead, she took Wu Ji's small hand and brushed past Yang Fan, promptly departing the scene without uttering another word. Her visage was shrouded in various shades of sorrow, reminiscent of a wife abandoned by her husband. Wu Ji cast a reluctant glance back at Yang Fan, yet ultimately, she too departed with a sense of resignation. "What is this? I kindly rescued you, and yet you treat me this way." Yang Fan lamented internally, feeling a deep sense of discontent. However, despite his displeasure, there was nothing he could do. He had to gradually come to terms with the situation. There were no other alternatives available. In resignation, Yang Fan addressed Lu Feng, who was not far from him, saying, "Brother, Please keep a close watch on Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian. Make sure they come to no harm. His eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. There was no choice. Since Sister Ranran was not yet settled, Yang Fan decided to stay behind. Once matters with Sister Ranran were resolved, he would consider leaving. Other than that, he felt utterly powerless. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Feng did not say much but promptly replied, "Rest assured, brother, I will take good care of sister-in-law and the others." Without hesitation, Lu Feng pursued the footsteps of Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji, silently vowing not to disappoint Yang Fan. Deep down, Lu Feng understood that throughout his time here, it was Yang Fan who had consistently looked after him, while he had never truly reciprocated. With this newfound opportunity, Lu Feng was determined not to let it slip away. It was the only way to gradually manage these matters and showcase his own talents. Upon witnessing Lu Feng catch up, Yang Fan felt a quiet sigh of relief. He then set off towards Sister Ranran, preparing to express his thoughts thoroughly. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be at a loss as to how to respond. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan arrived not far from Sister Ranran. Taking a deep breath, he approached her side without overthinking. He gazed quietly at the scenery before them. "What brings you here so suddenly?" Sister Ranran inquired, turning to Yang Fan as she sensed his presence, her tone laced with confusion. She was aware that he had just attended to Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, and his return hinted at something troubling. This left Sister Ranran bewildered, unable to fathom Yang Fan's true intentions. Furthermore, she found herself still contemplating the events of the previous night, uncertain of how to navigate the complexities that lay ahead. Unbeknownst to her, a profound sentiment had silently blossomed in her heart for Yang Fan, as if he had ensnared her very soul. Upon hearing his words, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming ache within, yet he ultimately chose to voice his thoughts. "I am preparing to leave. I have come to bid you farewell." Despite the knowledge that such a confession would inflict immeasurable pain upon Sister Ranran, Yang Fan felt he had no other choice. In this moment, he recognized that he was left with no alternative, and the weight of his unspoken words only amplified the anguish. Upon hearing him speak, Sister Ranran turned to Yang Fan in disbelief, her heart feeling as though it had been cleaved by a knife, engulfed in profound sorrow. This feeling is akin to the profound loss of something exceedingly significant. It leaves Ranran in a state of emotional turmoil. What did you say?" After a moment, she exhaled deeply, her eyes reflecting an immense sorrow. The reality of this situation is simply unbearable for her. It feels as though one has attained a profound love, only to have it vanish in an instant. Who could possibly accept such a situation? "I declare, I must depart from this place." Yang Fan responded once more. Although his actions would undoubtedly inflict immense pain upon Sister Ranran, he found himself left with no alternative but to proceed in this manner. There truly existed no other viable options. After all, Yang Fan had immensely important matters awaiting him. Should he delay his departure now, what consequences might follow? Additionally, the presence of Long Outyin left Yang Fan with no choice but to forge ahead. Instantly, Sister Ranran felt an even deeper ache in her heart. She could hardly fathom that Yang Fan would leave so swiftly. This was something Sister Ranran had never anticipated. If it were within her power, she would have wished for Yang Fan to stay. In this way, one can remain in the company of oneself, never having to choose departure. However, Sister Ranran is acutely aware that such a notion is utterly unattainable. She finds herself powerless to prevent Yang Fan from leaving, as she has just conducted an inquiry into his identity. This investigation was unexpectedly startling for Sister Ranran, revealing the terrifying identity of Yang Fan. With great effort, she suppressed the pain within and boldly asked, "Is it not possible for you to stay with me?" Her tone was imbued with a hint of pleading. This was the first time Sister Ranran unveiled her emotions to another. For reasons unknown, she fervently wished to grasp the fleeting affection before her, unwilling to let it slip away. "No, this matter is already decided. I cannot change it," Yang Fan replied bitterly. Despite feeling remorse towards Sister Ranran, he chose to voice his thoughts. It is better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. In an instant, Sister Ranran could only shake her head in sorrow, unable to believe that her first love had turned out this way. Most importantly, she recognized that she was no match for Yang Fan. There was no way to keep him with her, given the disparity in strength and background. After a moment, a sudden idea struck Sister Ranran's mind, illuminating her gaze and filling her heart with boundless joy. Yang Fan, noticing the change, looked at her in confusion, unable to understand why she was staring at him so intently. Thus, he inquired, "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" His tone was filled with bewilderment, and his eyes reflected a myriad of questions directed at Sister Ranran, hoping for an explanation. In this manner, one would no longer feel such turmoil within. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran did not dwell on it excessively. She promptly spoke up, saying, I wish to leave with you, if that is permissible. This bold declaration was a novel experience for Sister Ran. Consequently, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that Yang Fan might outright refuse her request. In such an event, she would be at a loss regarding what to do next. This was a moment when Sister Ran gathered her courage to express herself directly. Instantly, Yang Fan gazed at her in surprise, utterly unprepared for such a candid revelation. It was a profound shock that left him momentarily speechless, his mind enveloped in a deep astonishment. After a brief pause, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and finally spoke, You must be joking with me, right? His eyes reflected disbelief. The words spoken by Sister Ran had truly left him astounded. Why would I joke with you? Does it seem like I am jesting? Sister Ran pouted in response, appearing exceptionally endearing, a stark contrast to the formidable presence she had exhibited the previous night. Yang Fan could hardly believe the transformation before his very eyes. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that Sister Ran was not jesting with him. With a resigned sigh escaping his lips, he declared, Do as you wish. Before Sister Ran could respond, Yang Fan stood up and departed. Ultimately, he felt indebted to Sister Ran, which compelled him to make such a decision. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly continued to persuade her to remain by his side. As he watched Yang Fan's retreating figure, Sister Ran felt a surge of joy within her heart. The thought of being with Yang Fan instantly brightened her smile. Without further hesitation, she proceeded to her room to pack her belongings, preparing to leave with Yang Fan. As for the robbers, she cared little for their fate. They could handle themselves as they pleased. About half an hour later, Yang Fan returned to the vicinity of the carriage, where he encountered the sorrowful expressions of Lu Chanqian and Wu Ji. Confusion washed over him as he struggled to comprehend the sudden change in their demeanor. Thus, he approached them and inquired, Wu Ji, Lu Chanqian, what troubles you both? His tone was imbued with puzzlement. It was better when no words were spoken. But once they began to converse, the mood of Wu Ji and Lu Chanqian became increasingly dismal. Consequently, they chose to disregard Yang Fan and made their way to their carriage, leaving him with a solitary silhouette that invoked a sense of confusion within him. Yang Fan was eager to unravel the mystery of what had transpired. What on earth was happening? Everything seemed fine just moments ago, and now it had all shifted so suddenly. He lamented in his heart. Yet, no matter how he inquired, Wu Ji and Lu Chanqian remained unwilling to divulge their thoughts. This was what troubled Yang Fan the most. In resignation, he retreated to the carriage to rest. He chose not to involve himself in other matters. Outside, Lu Feng stood foolishly, silently observing everything. He understood that making a sound now would only invite trouble, so it was best to remain quiet. Gradually, time passed. And before he knew it, the next day arrived. The ardent sunlight illuminated Yang Fan's eyes. As he slowly opened them, still groggy from sleep, he stepped out of the carriage. However, the moment he emerged, he was taken aback by an astonishing sight. To his disbelief, Sister Ran had arrived near the carriage and was preparing breakfast, displaying an admirable domesticity. Yang Fan was instantly stunned, at a loss for words. After a moment, he composed himself and approached her. Without hesitation, he inquired, What are you doing? His mind was a whirlwind of questions, eager for Sister Ran to provide clarity and dispel his confusion. Upon hearing Yang Fan's question, Sister Ran, without a second thought, replied, I am making breakfast for my future husband. What about it? Her eyes sparkled with an irresistible charm. Were it not for the circumstances, any ordinary person would have already knelt before her, captivated by her allure. The reason for Sister Ran's remarkable transformation was a night filled with contemplation, leading her to this newfound resolve. This was her happiness, and if not cherished properly, it would surely vanish. Thus, since Yang Fan did not take the initiative, she decided to take matters into her own hands. In this moment, the words spoken by Sister Ran reverberated in Yang Fan's mind, leaving him at a loss for what to express. Apart from the shock that surged within him, no other thoughts occupied his mind. After exhaling deeply, Yang Fan bitterly admitted, I do not harbor such thoughts at this moment. Initially, he had no intention of articulating his feelings in such a manner. However, faced with the reality of having a fiancée, he realized that the occurrence of such events would indeed betray her, thus opting for a brief pain over prolonged suffering. Yang Fan chose to voice his thoughts, determined to avoid sinking deeper into turmoil. Though his words might be somewhat hurtful, Sister Ran seemed unfazed, responding gently, It's all right. Let us hurry and have breakfast. Her tone bore a hint of melancholy. How could he expect to cast her aside after having taken advantage of her? Sister Ran mused silently. Observing this, Yang Fan sighed in resignation, choosing not to dwell further on the matter as he began to partake in the breakfast prepared by Sister Ran. Meanwhile, Wu Ji and Lu Chanqian remained inside the carriage, their faces displaying unmistakable displeasure. In truth, both had risen at an early hour, even before Yang Fan, and had encountered Sister Ran beforehand. Thus, the reason for their reluctance to exit the carriage was evident. After finishing breakfast, Yang Fan resumed driving the carriage without lingering. Along the way, Sister Ran sat beside him, seemingly transformed, gazing at him with affectionate eyes, reminiscent of a dutiful wife. Please, do not look at me that way. Yang Fan eventually could no longer endure the intensity of her gaze and spoke up, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. He pondered the inexplicable nature of his predicament, questioning why fate had dealt him such a hand. Although in the novel The Supreme Venerable, Sister Ran is depicted as the beloved confidant of the protagonist, and now she was with Yang Fan, he never anticipated her to be so clingy. This unforeseen development left him regretting his earlier decisions. Why can't I treat you this way? Do you wish to deny our bond? Sister Ran pouted her lips and spoke, her eyes betraying a hint of reproach. In response, Yang Fan fell silent, uncertain of how to address her concerns. However, the situation had already unfolded, and even if he wished to alter it, he found himself powerless to do so. With this thought, he let out a resigned sigh and continued to drive forward, daring not to dwell on other matters. After more than half an hour of travel, Sister Ran gazed at the road ahead and, with a puzzled tone, inquired, "Husband, where are we headed now?" Her voice was laced with confusion, for the path they were traversing did not lead to the city, but rather took a detour. This sudden deviation left her perplexed, and if it were possible, she sincerely hoped Yang Fan would provide her with an explanation. In this manner, the confusions nestled within one's heart may find resolution, sparing one from the incessant turmoil that currently ensnares the mind. Upon hearing Sister Ran's words, Yang Fan did not ponder excessively and promptly replied, "You shall know shortly." At this moment, Yang Fan's thoughts were too tumultuous to contemplate further, and his mood was decidedly dismal. After all, Sister Ran had entangled herself with him, leaving Yang Fan utterly bewildered as to how to proceed. Despite having mentally prepared for this eventuality, he could not fathom why an overwhelming sense of anxiety gripped his heart, as if foreboding some impending misfortune. Observing the displeasure etched upon Yang Fan's face, Sister Ran opted for silence, choosing instead to remain quietly by his side, her gaze delightfully surveying the surrounding scenery, exuding an air of serene contentment. However, scarcely had they traveled for 20 minutes when a small girl suddenly appeared in front of Yang Fan's carriage. Upon seeing her, Yang Fan was instantly invigorated. Gazing at her in disbelief, his heart racing as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. "Oh my, is this not the bearer of the Phoenix bloodline? I recall her esteemed master is a transcendent figure." Yang Fan marveled inwardly. The image of the little girl was vividly etched in his memory, and his palms began to tremble ever so slightly. It is worth noting that within the realm of the Supreme Being, while this little girl may initially have appeared weak, she would later evolve into an immensely formidable presence. Moreover, ever since Long Outyin had acquired her, his strength had surged to unprecedented heights. How could Yang Fan possibly refrain from feeling elated? Thus, he suppressed the surging emotions within him, taking a deep breath before bringing the carriage to a halt. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down from the carriage and approached the little girl step by step, his breath quickening with each stride. Observing this scene, Sister Ran was engulfed in confusion, utterly perplexed as to why Yang Fan would exhibit such interest in an ordinary little girl. A profound curiosity began to blossom within her. If circumstances allowed, she would dearly wish to unravel the mystery surrounding this situation. After pondering for a while, a flush crept across Sister Ran's face as her mind began to entertain a daring speculation. Could it be that her husband harbors a fondness for children? Fantasies began to swirl in her mind, and she could not help but let a trickle of saliva escape from her enchanting lips. What might Yang Fan think upon witnessing Sister Ran in such a state? After a brief interval, Yang Fan found himself beside the little girl, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed at her, a quiet joy swelling within him. The little girl, sensing Yang Fan's presence, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, perhaps startled by the sight of a stranger. She instinctively took several steps back, wary of approaching him. "Who are you?" The little girl stammered, her delicate hands trembling slightly, her mind clouded with fear. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that the little girl harbored a strong aversion to strangers. Therefore, he refrained from exhibiting any undue urgency. After taking a deep breath, he allowed a gentle smile to grace his face. He then spoke directly, "Little sister. My name is Yang Fan, and I am a wandering hero." His tone was imbued with a soft warmth, exuding an undeniable tenderness, akin to that of a nurturing figure. This delicate voice reached the little girl's ears, bringing her an unexpected sense of comfort, diminishing her earlier resistance towards him. Nevertheless, she still maintained a guarded demeanor. "Oh," she responded, nodding slightly, seemingly understanding yet not fully comprehending. She said little more and continued to linger in the shade of the tree, as if awaiting something. In an instant, Yang Fan furrowed his brows, silently pondering, "Is my charm lacking?" According to the narrative he anticipated, the little girl should be embracing him with open arms, showing no fear whatsoever. Yet, the unfolding of events had deviated from his expectations. This predicament instantly caused a headache for Yang Fan, who pondered the situation at hand. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to discouragement. Rather, he contemplated how to approach the little girl before him and ultimately win her over. He understood that only through this conquest could he elevate himself further. Otherwise, if Long Outyin were to gain the favor of this girl, he would be left utterly oblivious to his own demise. Thus, Yang Fan began to deliberate, occasionally glancing at the little girl to discern her activities. After approximately 10 minutes, a series of soft gurgling sounds emanated from her, and he realized that she was hungry. Without hesitation, he retrieved some food from his storage pouch and cautiously approached her, feeling a tinge of nervousness. Moments later, he stood before the little girl, presenting the food with a gentle smile and softly uttering, "You must be hungry. Please, enjoy." His charming demeanor captured her heart, causing her pulse to quicken and her imagination to wander. Faced with the tempting offering, the little girl could not resist. She reached out, grasping the food eagerly and began to devour it hungrily. Yet, as she ate, she occasionally glanced up at Yang Fan, her gaze growing increasingly fond. He had undeniably won her heart, though her body still held a certain reluctance, keeping her at a distance. After all, despite his handsome appearance, he exuded an air of malevolence that made it evident he was not to be trifled with. "Little sister, what is your name?" Yang Fan inquired, maintaining a warm smile and a gentle gaze devoid of menace as the girl continued to eat. "I am Lu Shaoqi," she replied, her innocence shining through as she spoke, completely engrossed in her meal. In that moment, Yang Fan was filled with delight. After all, with communication established, how far could the remaining matters be? Therefore, Yang Fan continued to inquire, "Shaoqi, how did you come to be here, and where are your guardians?" Upon uttering those words, Lu Shaoqi instantaneously lost her appetite. Her face was suffused with a profound sorrow, as if some heart-wrenching matter had been incessantly weighing upon her soul. In that moment, Yang Fan found himself secretly amused, aware that an opportunity to take action was imminent. He understood the discord between Lu Shaoqi and her master, and thus, if she dared to bare her heart, he would possess the means to resolve these issues, thereby gradually winning her affection. "Humph, they are all dead," Lu Shaoqi exclaimed in indignation. For reasons unknown, the mere recollection of past events incited within her an impulse to lash out. Yet, she was acutely aware that she could not contend with her esteemed master, leaving her to silently endure her frustrations. Consequently, this was the root of her vexation. Otherwise, she would have long been in high spirits. How could she be so troubled otherwise? Shaoqi, what do you mean by that?" Yang Fan immediately feigned complete ignorance, gazing at Lu Shaoqi with an expression of bewilderment, akin to that of an utterly naive individual. Observing this, Lu Shaoqi did not dwell on her thoughts and proceeded to clarify, saying, "My master insists that I focus on my cultivation, yet he never considers my feelings." In a fit of anger, I dashed out. At this point, for reasons unknown, tears began to stream down Lu Shaoqi's cheeks. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, as if she had encountered a profoundly distressing situation, displaying a sense of petulance. In truth, even without her words, Yang Fan was well aware of her predicament, having perused the tome of the Supreme Master. Thus, after contemplating for a moment, Yang Fan remarked, "Shaoqi, your master acts this way for your own good. You must strive to understand his heartfelt intentions." He then squatted down, gently stroking Lu Shaoqi's head. This sensation of tenderness is one that Lu Shaoqi experiences for the very first time. In that fleeting moment, she feels an overwhelming fondness. If it were possible, Lu Shaoqi would wish for Yang Fan to continue caressing her indefinitely. In this manner, one could truly indulge in the moment. However, after a brief caress, Yang Fan withdrew his hand, leaving Lu Shaoqi pouting with an expression of discontent. "Why did you stop?" Lu Shaoqi inquired with a hint of urgency. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Shaoqi experienced an unprecedented warmth emanating from Yang Fan's large palm. What should I continue? Yang Fan feigned ignorance, his face adorned with a look of perplexity, as if he utterly failed to grasp Lu Shaoqi's words, prompting her to elaborate on her thoughts. Upon uttering these words, it inadvertently vexed Lu Shaoqi, who immediately displayed her displeasure. However, after a moment of contemplation, she felt a profound sense of frustration within her. Consequently, Lu Shaoqi boldly inquired, "What must you do to comfort me?" Upon finishing her question, she cast her gaze downward, too shy to meet Yang Fan's eyes. Her demeanor was one of considerable bashfulness. After all, Yang Fan was the first male friend she had encountered in her life, leaving her in a state of anxious confusion, unsure of how to engage in conversation. Hearing her words, Yang Fan realized that Lu Shaoqi had already taken the bait, and his heart swelled with excitement. His mind raced as he pondered how to navigate the situation before him. After a brief moment of reflection, he replied nonchalantly, "You need not seek comfort. In truth, you are merely upset, and that feeling will pass in due time." Yang Fan had not intended to express himself in that manner, yet the words escaped him. He recognized that Lu Shaoqi was still quite young and likely did not contemplate matters with such depth. At this moment, Lu Shaoqi slightly widened her eyes. It was the first time she had ever heard such words. For some inexplicable reason, her heart began to race unexpectedly, and she exhibited a profound sense of anxiety. However, upon reflecting on her mentor's previous admonitions, her mood swiftly soured. Deep within her heart, Lu Shaoqi fervently wished for someone to step forward and deliver a sound beating or a scathing reprimand to her mentor. In this manner, the grievances that she had endured for many years could be alleviated. At the very least, it would not be as unbearable as it was now. Suddenly, Lu Shaoqi's expression fell into despondency. After all, her esteemed master was the most formidable cultivator she had ever encountered. Ordinary cultivators were simply no match for her master. What happened? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Observing Lu Shaoqi's downcast demeanor, Yang Fan inquired with a tone imbued with gentleness, exhibiting a nonchalant attitude. However, his words seemed to illuminate a glimmer of hope within Lu Shaoqi's heart. Without hesitation, she promptly replied, "Could you do me a favor, big brother?" Her eyes conveyed a pitiful longing, reminiscent of a small puppy gazing up at its owner. After all, Yang Fan was the first friend Lu Shaoqi had ever made. Otherwise, she would not have expressed herself in such a manner. Upon hearing her request, Yang Fan was instantly perplexed, entirely unable to grasp what assistance Lu Shaoqi sought from him. Thus, he directly asked, "Shaoqi, what do you mean by that?" His voice was filled with confusion, as he hoped Lu Shaoqi would provide a clear explanation. In this manner, the confusions within one's heart may find resolution. Lu Shaoqi, not one to linger, directly spoke, "Could you assist me in giving my esteemed teacher a beating?" Her eyes were filled with a pitiful allure, desperately wishing for Yang Fan to comply. For only through such an act could Lu Shaoqi's pent-up frustrations be alleviated. However, upon hearing her request, Yang Fan's expression darkened instantly. "Are you out of your mind? You want me to confront a recluse of unparalleled prowess? That would be tantamount to inviting my own demise." He scolded inwardly, his irritation growing with each thought. He could hardly fathom that Lu Shaoqi would utter such a thing. If it were permissible, he would have liked nothing more than to deliver a sound thrashing to her, silencing her incessant chatter and relieving his own vexation. Yet, Yang Fan was acutely aware that he must refrain from such actions. To do so would only awaken the phoenix bloodline within Lu Shaoqi, leading to a scenario where she would pursue him relentlessly. The mere thought instilled an inexplicable fear in him. After a moment's reflection, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and replied, "I fear that is beyond my capabilities." His tone was laden with refusal, unequivocally denying Lu Shaoqi's request. Instantly, her noble demeanor manifested, revealing her true nature. She had not anticipated Yang Fan's resolute rejection. "Why won't you assist me?" Lu Shaoqi pouted, her eyes brimming with reproachful intensity, as if she were a queen demanding obedience. Were it anyone else, they might have already dealt her a harsh reprimand for her audacity. Having encountered arrogance before, he had never witnessed such unbridled boldness. "Because I am not a match for them. Why should I agree to such a thing?" Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, as if the reasoning were self-evident. While he yearned for Lu Shaoqi's support, it did not imply that he was obliged to act upon her whims. Thus, his rejection was swift and without hesitation. In that moment, Lu Shaoqi found herself at a loss for words, her heart swelling with a sense of injustice. Tears began to cascade from her eyes, embodying her profound grievance. Those tears were the very source of Yang Fan's deepest regrets. Suddenly, he felt a rush of uncertainty about how to respond, his heart racing with urgency. "Why are you crying? Please, stop." he urged, releasing a heavy sigh. Gradually, he began to grasp the arduous journey of the protagonist in the book The Supreme Venerable. Yet, Yang Fan did not let this realization affect him too deeply. It was merely a moment of reflection. I shall weep endlessly if you do not assist me, responded Lu Xiaoqi, her cries growing increasingly louder, impossible to quell. Her lamentations piqued the curiosity of Sister Ran Ran, who sat in the carriage, eager to discern the source of the commotion. Ultimately, Yang Fan succumbed to Lu Xiaoqi's emotional display. Exhaling a sigh of resignation, he then spoke, all right, cease your tears. However, I cannot promise to physically confront your esteemed teacher. I can, nonetheless, chastise her and compel her to apologize, ensuring that she treats you with the utmost respect henceforth. This was indeed Yang Fan's intention. His extensive knowledge of the situation afforded him the confidence to reprimand Lu Xiaoqi's manner. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xiaoqi's spirits lifted instantly. Her gaze fixed on him with palpable excitement. Is that truly the case? She inquired, her heart racing as if she had encountered her destined beloved. Of course it is. Yang Fan replied, I have no reason to deceive you. However, I have fulfilled my promise, so what will you offer in return, Xiaoqi? Without hesitation, he posed the question. A peculiar smile gracing his lips, as if reveling in his own cleverness. Yet, Lu Xiaoqi's subsequent response startled Yang Fan, causing him to retreat a couple of steps. If you accomplish this, I shall marry you, she declared, immediately lowering her gaze in shyness, unable to meet his eyes. Her heart raced wildly, akin to a fawn in frantic flight, leaving her utterly unprepared for the implications of her words. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan gradually regained his composure, his smile broadening with delight. At last, you have uttered such words. I have awaited this moment with anticipation, he mused inwardly. He then promptly added, very well. You have made this promise of your own volition. I have not coerced you. Given the late hour, shall we seek your teacher on the morrow, Xiaoqi? Upon finishing his words, Yang Fan turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaoqi. If she wished to depart at this moment, he would not object. It was merely a matter of her decision now. Lu Xiaoqi, however, did not utter a reply. Instead, she silently nodded. Witnessing this, Yang Fan's heart blossomed with joy, and he instinctively took her delicate hand in his, leading her step by step towards the carriage. Yet, Lu Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a young maiden freshly touched by love. Upon returning to the carriage, Sister Ranran caught sight of Lu Xiaoqi and was momentarily taken aback. After all, Lu Xiaoqi was still quite young, yet possessed such striking beauty that it ignited a profound sense of jealousy within Sister Ranran. Nevertheless, despite her envy, a smile adorned her face as she cheerfully greeted, Hello, little sister, forcing a semblance of happiness onto her countenance. In contrast, Lu Xiaoqi merely glanced at Sister Ranran, instantly exhibiting a lack of interest, adopting an air of superiority as she swiftly retreated into the carriage to rest, not uttering a single word throughout the entire encounter. In that moment, Sister Ran was utterly infuriated. She had encountered arrogance before, but never had she witnessed such unbridled hubris. Her small fists clenched tightly. A strong urge to confront the exceedingly impudent and ill-mannered Lu Xiaoqi surged within her. After Lu Xiaoqi entered the carriage, Yang Fan leaped up as well. Noticing the worried expression on Sister Ran's face, confusion instantly filling his mind. Thus, Yang Fan inquired, What's wrong? His tone was steeped in bewilderment. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. How had it so suddenly changed? He pondered. Upon hearing his question, Sister Ran appeared despondent, casting a rather unfriendly glance towards the interior of the carriage. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, she shook her head and said, It's nothing. Let us continue our journey. Observing her demeanor, Yang Fan refrained from probing further and resumed driving the carriage forward. Though he was deeply perplexed, he respected Sister Ran's desire for silence. Inside the carriage, Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji gazed at the reclining Lu Xiaoqi, their eyes blinking in unison, utterly confounded by the presence of this unknown girl. Soon, Lu Qianqian gently asked, Little sister, my name is Lu Qianqian. What is yours? Her gaze radiated warmth. However, Lu Xiaoqi, upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, did not respond at all, leaning back with an air of haughtiness, as if she were a celestial empress. At this moment, Wu Ji furrowed her brow slightly. Having encountered arrogance before, yet never to such an extent, this instant provocation infuriated her. Her delicate fist clenched tightly, producing a series of crackling sounds. Observing this, Lu Qianqian hurriedly restrained Wu Ji, fearing that she might explode at any moment. Fortunately, Wu Ji managed to maintain her composure, refraining from an immediate outburst. However, Expecting Wu Ji to treat Lu Xiaoqi with kindness was utterly implausible. It is essential to understand that Wu Ji is a beautiful woman who loves fiercely and harbors deep animosities. The way others treat her dictates her treatment of them in return. Time passed gradually, and dusk settled in. Yang Fan gazed at the road ahead, aware that it would still take some time to reach the location of Lu Xiaoqi's esteemed manor. Thus, he called out from within the carriage, "Let us rest for the night and depart tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the others felt no particular concern and promptly halted, beginning to rest in place. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoqi cheerfully approached Yang Fan, resting her chin on her hand and gazing at him quietly. However, this scene incensed Sister Ran Ran, igniting her fury. Her eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of menace, as if Lu Xiaoqi had committed a grave offense. Finally, unable to contain her anger, Sister Ran Ran strode directly toward Lu Xiaoqi and Yang Fan. After a brief moment, she reached Yang Fan's side, casting a hostile glance at Lu Xiaoqi. Without hesitation, she declared, "Step aside." Her tone was laced with a threatening undertone, as though Lu Xiaoqi had perpetrated a heinous crime. Instantly, Lu Xiaoqi lifted her head slightly, her gaze sharp and defiant as she retorted, "Who do you think you are? Why should I step aside?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, reflecting her disdain for Sister Ran Ran. The atmosphere crackled with tension, ripe for an explosion at any moment. Yang Fan, witnessing the escalating situation, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He was at a loss for how to navigate this predicament, his mind swirling with exasperation. He had intended to enjoy a moment of peace, yet tranquility seemed utterly unattainable now. Thus, Yang Fan took a deep breath and slowly articulated, "Could you two possibly quiet down?" A sense of helplessness enveloped his heart. However, Sister Ran Ran and Lu Xiaoqi paid no heed to Yang Fan's words and continued their quarrel. As for the subject of their dispute, "Dear guests, let your imaginations run wild." Moments later, Yang Fan could no longer endure the situation and rose in anger, striding towards the carriage, intent on finding solace away from these unreasonable women. "Look, you've driven Yang Fan away, and yet you persist in your bickering. What uncouth behavior!" Lu Xiaoqi exclaimed with disdain. In an instant, Sister Ran Ran shattered the tranquility of the moment. Upon uttering those words, a surge of impulse surged within Ran Ran, compelling her to confront Lu Xiaoqi. However, she ultimately restrained herself, for she understood the implications of a severe confrontation. Yang Fan would undoubtedly be aware, and the consequences were too daunting to contemplate. Thus, aside from enduring the situation, she found herself incapable of any alternative action. "I refuse to bicker with a child still in their formative years." With that, Ran Ran exhaled deeply, refraining from further discourse with Lu Xiaoqi, and turned away from the bonfire, making her way toward the carriage, her gaze imbued with piercing intensity. Were it not for Yang Fan, she might have already resorted to physical confrontation without a moment's hesitation. Observing Ran Ran's retreating figure, Lu Xiaoqi felt a swell of indignation. Yet she was acutely aware of her own limitations and recognized that she could not prevail against Ran Ran. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, Lu Xiaoqi gradually regained her composure and proceeded directly toward the carriage, choosing to dismiss her troubling thoughts. Upon returning to the carriage, she discovered Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji engaged in lively conversation, instantly igniting her desire to join in. Mustering a forced smile, she interjected, "What are you discussing?" Before either Lu Qianqian or Wu Ji could react, Lu Xiaoqi seated herself beside them, her eyes brimming with eagerness. Upon hearing her, Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji halted their dialogue, regarding Lu Xiaoqi with a peculiar gaze. Though this scrutiny irked Lu Xiaoqi, her curiosity prevailed, prompting her to endure the discomfort. "Why should we share anything with you?" After a lengthy pause, Wu Ji finally responded, her tone laden with discontent, as if Lu Xiaoqi's presence was unwelcome and deserving of reprimand. "I simply wish to know. Just tell me." Lu Xiaoqi retorted without a second thought, perhaps indicative of her youth and naivety. Had she grasped the underlying insinuations in Wu Ji's words, her notoriously fiery temperament might have led her to a more confrontational stance. Sensing the brewing tension, Lu Qianqian felt compelled to interject gently, "All right, Jimei, Lu Xiaoqi is still young. You shouldn't be too hard on her." The tone was imbued with a gentle warmth. She did not wish for these trivial matters to jeopardize their harmonious relationship. Upon hearing these words, Wu Ji realized that she had perhaps overstepped her bounds, and she exhaled deeply. She chose not to elaborate further. After all, Lu Xiaoqi's earlier demeanor had provoked a profound irritation within Wu Ji, which had yet to subside. Just then, Lu Xiaoqi sensed a hint of something amiss. Thus, she boldly remarked, "Hey, is there something wrong with your head?" This statement instantly widened Wu Ji's eyes in disbelief. Her gaze ignited with fury as she glared at Lu Shaoqi. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "What did you say? If you have the guts, repeat that." Her fists ached to land a blow on Lu Shaoqi's face. "I mean, have you forgotten something?" Lu Shaoqi dismissed Wu Ji's words with indifference. For she had just observed something obstructing Wu Ji's thoughts, something she suspected had been deliberately placed there by another. At this moment, Wu Ji was taken aback. Gazing incredulously at Lu Shaoqi, she never anticipated that Lu Shaoqi would deduce it so swiftly. After a brief pause, Wu Ji exclaimed in astonishment, "How did you know?" Her eyes reflected a profound incredulity. For reasons she could not fathom, Wu Ji felt an overwhelming desire for Lu Shaoqi to cure her ailment. In this manner, one could recall the events of the past. "I have seen it, hence I know," replied Lu Shaoqi. "Do you possess a method to heal me and restore my memories?" As soon as the words left her lips, Wu Ji immediately shifted her demeanor, gazing at Lu Shaoqi with an air of pitiable desperation, her voice imbued with longing. "Certainly. It is not a difficult task." With that brief assurance, Lu Shaoqi refrained from further elaboration and commenced the healing process for Wu Ji. She began to gather a flame-like spiritual energy within her hands, gently directing it towards Wu Ji's head. At the outset, Wu Ji experienced an excruciating pain, as if a fire raged within her mind. Had it not been for Lu Qianqian supporting her, Wu Ji might have collapsed to the ground. The intense heat of the spiritual energy was almost unbearable for Lu Qianqian as well. Gradually, as time trickled by, Lu Shaoqi's fervent energy slowly incinerated the aberrant substances within Wu Ji's consciousness. Subsequently, she withdrew her energy and entered into a deep meditative state, for she had dared not relax her focus. Otherwise, Wu Ji might have faced dire consequences. After approximately 10 minutes, Wu Ji gradually began to regain consciousness. In an instant, her gaze transformed into one of unparalleled intensity, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The gaze she cast was so chilling that Lu Qianqian instinctively retreated several steps, her eyes filled with fear as she regarded Wu Ji. "Is this truly the Wu Ji I once knew?" Lu Qianqian's heart trembled as she silently lamented. At that moment, Yang Fan returned to the carriage, weary from his exertions. However, upon his return, he was immediately struck by a sense of unease, his brow furrowing deeply as he met the icy stare of Wu Ji. Wu Ji, sensing Yang Fan's presence, wasted no time. She summoned the frigid essence of ice and snow and charged toward him with unrelenting force. This scene instantly rendered Lu Shaoqi and Lu Qianqian speechless, as they could hardly fathom the unfolding events. Their hearts raced with unparalleled intensity. For reasons unknown, Yang Fan, who could have withstood Wu Ji's assault, ultimately succumbed to it, allowing her to strike. With a resounding crash, Wu Ji's icy powers pierced through Yang Fan's being. Though there was no visible injury to his exterior, his soul suffered a grievous blow. After standing for a few moments, he collapsed to the ground. "Yang Fan, how dare you annihilate my clan? You will pay for this. Do not think that your death absolves you. I shall eradicate your Radiant Sunsword sect." After delivering this chilling proclamation, Wu Ji cast a frigid glance at Lu Shaoqi and Lu Qianqian before vanishing into the night. As realization dawned upon Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi, they rushed to check on Yang Fan. However, when Lu Shaoqi examined Yang Fan's breath, terror compelled her to recoil several steps, her eyes trembling with fear. "No, he is not breathing," Lu Shaoqi cried out, her voice echoing throughout the forest. Overwhelmed, she found herself at a loss. This was the first time Lu Shaoqi had encountered Yang Fan devoid of breath, leaving her utterly bewildered. Lu Qianqian, too, was rendered speechless, the haunting echo of Lu Shaoqi's words reverberating in her mind, leaving her in a state of shock. Lu Feng leapt from the cart, urgently inquiring, "What on earth has happened?" Upon turning to Yang Fan, his brow furrowed deeply as he hurried to investigate. Unfortunately, after assessing the situation, Lu Feng's expression mirrored that of Lu Qianqian. Disbelief etched across his face. Meanwhile, within the Radiant Sunsword sect, the Grand Elder beheld Yang Fan's life lamp dimming ominously. Instantly, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, causing the entire sect to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed, "Shadow Guard, go rescue young Master Yang at any cost. Even if it means the total annihilation of the Shadow Guard, bring him back." His voice was laced with fury, and the immense pressure of his spiritual energy obliterated the beasts surrounding the sect, leaving none alive. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the leader of the Shadow Guard unleashed ancient spiritual energy, his gaze sharpening with determination as he swiftly made his way to Yang Fan's location, sparing no time for delay. Inwardly, He prayed, "Please, let nothing happen to you. If you suffer even a scratch, how can I ever face water again?" At this moment, in a place shrouded in ethereal mist, a woman, who could summon the protection of all men in the world, felt her heart racing violently. As if something of utmost importance had vanished, a hint of worry flickered across her pristine face. "Fanner, have you encountered trouble?" With this thought, the woman waved her hand, attempting to ascertain the situation. Yet, she found herself ensnared by the rules that rendered her unable to see anything. Time passed swiftly. The leader of the Shadow Guards had arrived at the location where Yang Fan lay. Upon witnessing the lifeless form of Yang Fan sprawled on the ground, he was momentarily frozen, as if bereft of spirit. "Who are you?" Just as the leader of the Shadow Guards stood in daze, Lu Feng noticed the anomaly and immediately inquired, his tone laced with hostility as he clenched his fists tightly. However, the leader ignored Lu Feng entirely, striding heavily towards the lifeless Yang Fan. With no response to his question, Lu Feng positioned himself directly in front of the leader, attempting to block his path. Yet, in his profound sorrow, the leader was far from considering such matters. With a casual wave of his hand, he forcefully flung Lu Feng aside, rendering him unconscious. Seeing this, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi hurriedly positioned themselves in front of Yang Fan, determined to shield him from any harm that the leader might inflict. "Step aside. If you endanger young Master Yang's life, you will accompany him to the grave," the leader intoned ominously, akin to a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell, causing Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi to tremble with fear. After much contemplation, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi reluctantly cleared the way, allowing the leader to approach Yang Fan. However, they remained vigilant, keeping their eyes fixed on him, ready to intervene should he attempt anything nefarious. Kneeling down, the leader gently touched Yang Fan's body, a wave of chilling despair engulfing his heart, causing tears to well up in his eyes. "Who dares to commit such inhumane acts against my adopted son?" he roared internally, his teeth clenched tightly, the very air around him beginning to quiver. This intimidation sent Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi retreating several steps in fright. "This is even more terrifying than my master," Lu Shaoqi lamented inwardly, paralyzed by the leader's overwhelming presence. Gradually, the leader exhaled deeply and began to administer treatment to Yang Fan. Yet, the injuries sustained by Yang Fan were grievous, with only his spiritual energy sustaining him. This left the leader utterly helpless in treating Yang Fan, and a sense of urgency began to creep into his heart. "Is there any way to save him?" Lu Shaoqi asked in a hushed voice, her words laced with trembling anxiety. She felt utterly lost, unsure of what to do next. In response, the leader did not answer Lu Shaoqi. Instead, he gazed silently at the breathless Yang Fan, his thoughts gradually becoming entangled in confusion. This time, the leader was determined to rescue Yang Fan, even if it meant venturing into the realm of the dead. Was it truly necessary to seek his aid? After a brief moment of reflection, the leader sighed. Ultimately, he set aside his thoughts and gently lifted Yang Fan into his arms. Channeling a surge of powerful spiritual energy, he instantly teleported away, heading towards a celestial paradise. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi were utterly unprepared to intervene, as the leader's speed was simply too swift. Once they regained their composure, Lu Qianqian anxiously inquired, "What shall we do now? Yang Fan has already been taken away." Her tone was filled with urgency and distress. This was the first time Lu Qianqian felt utterly powerless. "I don't know." Lu Shaoqi shook her head, her heart brimming with agitation, utterly at a loss regarding how to handle these matters. Thus, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi remained seated, their thoughts in utter disarray. Meanwhile, atop a lofty mountain, Long Outyin experienced an exhilarating surge of joy, as if something delightful had transpired. This newfound elation accelerated his cultivation significantly. "What is going on today?" Long Outyin pondered, lost in his thoughts. At that moment, an elderly man arrived atop the mountain, accompanied by a breathtaking beauty. He called out to Long Outyin, "Disciple, come meet your junior sister." His tone was filled with joy, reminiscent of someone who had just won a 5 million lottery. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin, without a second thought, ceased his cultivation and made his way toward the old man. In no time, Long Outyin stood beside the elder. However, upon catching sight of the beauty, he was instantly taken aback, his excitement surging to the point that he nearly lost control. "Disciple, this is your junior sister, Wu Ji. Make sure to take care of each other from now on." With that, the old man took his leave, leaving Long Outyin and Wu Ji alone together. Wu Ji regarded Long Outyin with a frigid expression, resembling a goddess emerging from an iceberg. Long Outyin was utterly captivated. "Hello, I am Long Out Yin. It is a pleasure to meet you, junior sister Wu Ji. After a moment, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his heart racing with fervor, displaying an exuberant demeanor. Yet, Wu Ji merely cast a fleeting glance at him, offering no reply as she turned and walked to a nearby clearing to begin her cultivation. Within Wu Ji's heart lay an immense hatred. Observing this, Long Out Yin felt not repulsion but rather an increasing fondness. He found himself enamored by such an icy goddess. Junior sister Wu Ji, hee, I will surely have you resting in my embrace. Long Out Yin thought gleefully. Soon after, he quietly approached Wu Ji and began his cultivation beside her. A delightful fragrance wafted into Long Out Yin's nostrils, instantly uplifting his spirits. This may very well be the happiest day for the illustrious Long Out Yin in recent memory. Upon a mystical mountain, the leader of the Shadow Guard gazed at the ethereal summit before him. With a resigned sigh, he proceeded to ascend, each step heavy with intention. Though he possessed the ability to soar directly to the peak, he chose instead to walk, out of respect for his counterpart, fully aware of the latter's temperament. After traversing for over 2 hours, the leader of the Shadow Guard finally reached the mountain's apex. Before he could utter a word, his companion let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, I never anticipated that one of the 10 esteemed leaders, the Black Shark Sovereign, would come seeking the counsel of an old man like me. What a surprise. At that moment, an elderly figure emerged before the leader of the Shadow Guard, his visage marred by a hint of anger. The Black Shark Sovereign shook his head in resignation, recognizing that the old man still harbored resentment over past events. Thus, he took a deep breath and stated, Ghostly Physician Sovereign, let bygones be bygones. His tone was laced with an unmistakable sense of helplessness, a reflection of his genuine remorse for past transgressions. After all, it was out of character for the Black Shark Sovereign to apologize unless compelled by serious circumstances. Can the wounds of the past truly heal? Do not jest with me, Black Shark Sovereign. You, a formidable king, have the audacity to utter such words to me. Do you not find it laughable? The Ghostly Physician Sovereign scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded the Black Shark Sovereign with contempt. Were it not for the disparity in their strength, he might have already unleashed his wrath upon him without hesitation. After a brief silence, the Ghostly Physician Sovereign spoke again. Pray tell, what brings you to seek me? His gaze was imbued with profound aversion, as he wished for no interaction with the Black Shark Sovereign. Yet, with the latter's arrival, his sole desire became to expel him, hoping to restore his own peace of mind. I wish to request a favor from you. The Black Shark Sovereign replied, exhaling deeply. Despite his reluctance to speak, he felt compelled to do so, for nothing held greater significance in his heart than Yang Fan, not even his own dignity. Before he could finish his request, the Ghostly Physician Sovereign erupted into laughter. Black Shark Sovereign, do you truly wish to maintain your dignity? You come to me for assistance, are you jesting? The Ghost Dr. Wong spoke disdainfully, his expression rife with contempt for the Black Shark Sovereign. However, this also instilled within him a profound sense of astonishment. It is worth noting that the Ghost Dr. Wong possessed a considerable understanding of the Black Shark Sovereign. The fact that the latter would cast aside his dignity to seek him out signified an event of great magnitude. Otherwise, the Black Shark Sovereign would not act in such a manner. What is it that you desire, which would compel you to assist me? After a brief moment, the Black Shark Sovereign exhaled deeply before posing the question. He was aware that the Ghost Dr. Wong still harbored grievances from past events. I desire your life. Are you willing to part with it? Upon hearing the words of the Black Shark Sovereign, the Ghost Dr. Wong replied in a low tone, his gaze instantly sharpening, as though he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Black Shark Sovereign before him, yearning to consume his flesh and drink his blood. Absolutely, the Black Shark Sovereign responded without hesitation, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve, devoid of any semblance of doubt. In that instant, the Ghost Doctor was utterly astounded. He could not fathom the events that had transpired to compel the Black Shark King to such an extraordinary resolve, one that even disregarded his own life. At that moment, the Ghost Doctor found himself at a loss for words. The Black Shark King, however, maintained his composure, gazing steadily at the Ghost Doctor to convey the depth of his determination. After a brief pause of approximately 10 minutes, the Ghost Doctor finally spoke, his voice laced with a sense of resignation. Tell me, what assistance do you require? His tone bore the weight of despair, a sentiment he had not intended to express. Yet, he could not withstand the fervor of the Black Shark King. Although he harbored considerable resentment towards him, the gravity of the situation compelled him to act. After all, they had once been steadfast companions. Observing the unfolding circumstances, the Black Shark King wasted no time and lifted the lifeless body of Yang Fan before the ghost doctor, declaring, "Bring him back to life. I am willing to bear any price." For reasons unknown. The sight of Yang Fan in such a state stirred a profound sorrow within the Black Shark King, causing his heart to ache and his fists to clench tightly. The ghost doctor, upon beholding the breathless Yang Fan, was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "You wish for me to revive him?" he stammered, his hands trembling slightly, and his gaze towards the Black Shark King shifting in intensity, his inner turmoil palpable. "Yes, I want you to bring him back. I know you possess the ability," the Black Shark King asserted after releasing a deep sigh. He was well aware of the ghost doctor's capabilities. "I can revive him, but it will come at a grievous cost," the ghost doctor replied solemnly, his mind racing with the implications of Yang Fan's identity, a revelation that left him incredulous. "I have already stated, no matter the cost, he must be saved," the Black Shark King reiterated, yearning to rush forward and embrace the ghost doctor, urging him to hasten in reviving Yang Fan. "Very well, remember your words. Your life is now in my hands." Having spoken, the esteemed ghost doctor swiftly and gently lifted Yang Fan into his arms and proceeded towards his abode, devoid of any hesitation. The ghost doctor was acutely aware that any further delay could render Yang Fan beyond salvation. Thus, it was imperative to restore him swiftly. Otherwise, even if the Celestial Emperor himself descended, Yang Fan would remain in a state of irretrievable slumber. Meanwhile, the Black Shark Sovereign awaited outside, gradually feeling a sense of relief. He was well aware of the ghost doctor's formidable abilities. Once he intervened, there was no soul beyond revival. Even the most diminished remnants could be restored. This attests to the ghost doctor's extraordinary prowess. Inside the dwelling, the ghost doctor commenced his meticulous treatment of Yang Fan, infusing his being with the ethereal essence of healing energy that permeated Yang Fan's soul, painstakingly mending it, without a trace of negligence. In truth, even if the Black Shark Sovereign had not made any requests, the ghost doctor would have endeavored to save Yang Fan, for that individual was not one to be trifled with by the ghost doctor. Time elapsed gradually, and before long, a week had passed. During the anxious vigil of the Black Shark Sovereign, the weary form of the ghost doctor emerged from the chamber. He called out to the Black Shark Sovereign, declaring, "It is done. He has been healed. You may take him back, but do not forget the promise you made." In that instant, the Black Shark Sovereign was filled with elation, his countenance alight with excitement. Without a moment's pause, he rushed into the room to check on Yang Fan, discovering that he had regained stability and was breathing once more. A sigh of relief escaped him as he felt a profound sense of tranquility wash over his heart. This may very well be the most remarkable news the Black Shark Sovereign has ever received, without exception. Following this, the Black Shark Sovereign gently lifted Yang Fan into his arms and exited the room, approaching the Ghost Physician Sovereign. He then knelt halfway and expressed, "Ghost Physician Sovereign, I am grateful to you. I shall honor my promise. Just grant me a little time." His tone brimmed with sincerity, utterly devoid of the demeanor expected from a sovereign. "Let us proceed," the Ghost Physician Sovereign replied, not wishing to elaborate further, his voice carrying a hint of an enigmatic sentiment. For reasons unknown, the Ghost Physician Sovereign finally comprehended the motivations behind the Black Shark Sovereign's earlier actions, feeling an overwhelming weight in his heart. Upon hearing this, the Black Shark Sovereign wasted no time and promptly cradled Yang Fan, swiftly returning to their original location without any hesitation. After all, sometimes conversations require not an abundance of words, but merely a meeting of hearts. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Black Shark Sovereign arrived near the carriage with Yang Fan in tow. Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi, who had been anxiously awaiting for a week, immediately displayed expressions of joy. They quickly inquired, "Great, esteemed one, how's Yang Fan?" Their hearts raced with trepidation. Fearing the worst for Yang Fan and feeling utterly unprepared for any unfortunate turn of events, their eyes reflecting their urgency as if they were ablaze. "He is fine. He has recovered. After some rest, he will be well again," the Black Shark Sovereign gently reassured them while setting Yang Fan down. He continued, "In the future, I may not be able to protect him. Please tell him to return to the Sunfire Sword Pavilion swiftly." Before Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi could grasp the full extent of the situation, the Black Shark Sovereign cast a deep glance at Yang Fan and departed without a moment's hesitation, fearing that lingering too long would make it difficult for him to part ways. However, as he left, the Black Shark Sovereign placed his sovereign necklace around Yang Fan's neck. The nature of the remnants within the necklace remained a secret known only to the Black Shark sovereign. After his departure, Lu Qianqian and Lu Xiaoqi did not dwell on it for long and began to care for Yang Fan. They discovered that his heartbeat and breathing had returned, releasing a deep sigh of relief. Throughout that week, Lu Qianqian and Lu Xiaoqi had been exceedingly worried about Yang Fan, while Lu Feng remained in a deep slumber, a consequence of the severe measures taken by the Black Shark sovereign. At least, all that mattered was that he was safe. Lu Qianqian forced a faint smile, and her worries dissipated in an instant. At least her concern for Yang Fan was no longer as overwhelming as before. Night fell swiftly. Under the attentive care of Lu Qianqian and Lu Xiaoqi, Yang Fan gradually opened his eyes. Trembling slightly, he inquired, "Where am I?" His gaze grew increasingly unfocused, and a sharp pain throbbed in his head as fragments of the past began to resurface. "You've finally awakened. I thought you would sleep for several days and nights." Upon hearing Yang Fan's feeble voice, Lu Qianqian stifled her drowsiness and spoke with a smile, her tone imbued with warmth. The anxiety that had gripped her heart began to ease. She no longer felt the same urgency and fear as before. In response, Yang Fan gently shook his head, quickly piecing together the events that had transpired. He sighed in resignation, realizing that the very situation he had dreaded most had indeed come to pass. Alas, he lamented internally, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events that had caught him utterly unprepared. Nevertheless, the deed was done, even if Yang Fan wished to turn back time. It was far too late. He could only hope that Wu Ji might gradually emerge from her suffering, for he dared not entertain any further aspirations. Soon, Yang Fan regained his composure and asked, "Who rescued me?" He was aware of certain events that had unfolded and knew that Wu Ji had instigated the attack. Otherwise, he would not have remained unconscious for such an extended period. This realization left him profoundly perplexed, eager to uncover the truth behind the occurrences that had taken place. In response, Lu Qianqian wasted no time and recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. After more than half an hour, she finally concluded her narrative. Upon hearing the news, Yang Fan was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a revelation. A profound respect for the Black Shark sovereign began to blossom within him, compelling Yang Fan to express his gratitude towards this formidable figure. "I understand now, thank you. Lu Qianqian has been taking care of me these past few days. You should rest as well." "I need some solitude," he remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lu Qianqian, without further thought, offered a few words of advice before retiring, having not had a moment's peace herself while attending to Yang Fan's needs. Seizing the opportunity for rest, she departed, leaving Yang Fan in contemplation. As he observed her retreating figure, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation. With a tremulous body, he stepped out of the carriage and gazed silently at the sky before him, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. Just then, Lu Feng approached, bearing an expression of concern, aware of the turmoil that had transpired. His tone softened, recognizing Yang Fan's fragile state of mind, for he knew that under different circumstances, he would not have dared to engage him in conversation. Yang Fan, upon hearing Lu Feng's words, shook his head in resignation, choosing silence while his gaze remained fixed ahead. Lost in a whirlpool of thoughts, he struggled to articulate the complexity of his emotions, for such events are unbearable for anyone, let alone someone in Yang Fan's current predicament. After a moment of deep breath, he finally replied, "I'm not thinking about anything." Lu Feng chuckled softly, unconvinced by Yang Fan's assertion. He understood that such experiences weigh heavily on anyone's heart. With a deep sigh, he responded, "How can that be? After everything that has happened, you must have thoughts swirling in your mind. Sometimes, sharing your feelings can lighten your burden. Keeping everything bottled inside can be detrimental." His tone was laced with empathy, reflecting his own suppressed troubles. Yang Fan shook his head once more, unsure of how to express his feelings. His face bore an expression of helplessness. "Do you know Wu Ji's true identity?" After a while, Yang Fan spoke softly, his gaze fixed on the sky, revealing a myriad of emotions within him. It was impossible to emerge from this abyss immediately. At that moment, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Wu Ji. This was precisely why, when Wu Ji made her move, Yang Fan did not attempt any form of defense. "Isn't Wu Ji just someone you encounter by the roadside? What else could she possibly be?" Lu Feng inquired, his mind swirling with a multitude of questions. If possible, Lu Feng hoped that Yang Fan could provide him with a thorough explanation. In this manner, one would no longer feel such inner turmoil, and would be able to clarify the matters at hand. With a deep sigh, young Fan's face was etched with a sense of helplessness. Eventually, he spoke slowly. He is not someone I encountered by the roadside. Rather, she is the young lady of the Wu family, albeit suffering from amnesia. His tone was laden with despondency, as if deeply remorseful towards Wu Ji. Young Fan had initially wished to keep this to himself, but circumstances left him no choice to prevent such events from recurring. He felt compelled to inform Lu Feng in advance, allowing him to gradually come to terms with the situation. Instantly, Lu Feng gazed at young Fan in disbelief, his mind replaying the words just spoken. He never anticipated the intricacies of the matter. It was utterly shocking. He found himself at a loss for words. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Feng began to regain his composure and directly inquired, "Why did you wait until now to tell me? If you had informed me sooner, this situation could have been avoided." His eyes were filled with displeasure, and his fists clenched tightly with palpable anger. The recollection of Yang Fan's words triggered memories of the tragic demise of his family at the hands of the Wu clan, rendering it impossible for Lu Feng to remain calm, his anger simmering deeply within. Seeing this, Yang Fan was at a loss for how to explain. He could only exhale a heavy sigh, for he too had not wished for such an occurrence. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he spoke. "I did not desire this outcome, but I felt a certain reluctance to turn a blind eye." Expressing his innermost feelings provided Yang Fan with a modicum of relief, allowing him to shake off some of the previous despondency and regain his resolve. A glimmer of something different shone in his eyes. Observing Yang Fan's demeanor, Lu Feng was unsure of what to say next. After a deep sigh, he resolved to think no more on the matter and quietly gazed at the sky, his thoughts swirling in complexity. Soon, Lu Feng continued, "Let it be. The past is behind us, and there's no need to dwell on it. However, Yang Fan, I must tell you, your disposition will eventually lead to your downfall. You should strive to change. In all matters, do not be indecisive." After expressing his thoughts, Lu Feng ceased further discourse, allowing space for Yang Fan to ponder alone. In moments such as these, it is only through solitude and quiet contemplation that one's thoughts can gradually coalesce into clarity. Once Lu Feng departed, Yang Fan remained in silence, slowly soothing his mindset. However, being an optimistic individual, Yang Fan's spirits quickly lifted, no longer mired in the despondency that had previously plagued him. "Wu Ji, I have faced death once before. I implore you to relinquish your hatred and not remain ensnared in this obsession. Otherwise, should I be compelled to act again, I shall not show mercy," he declared, rising with a faint smile and making his way toward the carriage, resolute in his decision to not dwell too deeply on the past. At this juncture, Yang Fan sought nothing more than rest, for what has transpired cannot be undone, and the world offers no remedy for regret. The only path forward is to continue onward. Soon enough, Yang Fan returned to the carriage, only to find Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi fast asleep, exhausted from their prolonged ordeal. He chose not to disturb their slumber and instead settled in the front of the carriage, where the warmth of his earlier optimism had dimmed. Who could remain cheerful in the face of such turmoil? "How is your injury healing?" At that moment, Sister Ranran approached from afar, taking a seat beside Yang Fan, her voice imbued with genuine concern. The reason for her absence during the earlier events was due to her attending to other matters. But upon her return and learning of the situation, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront Wu Ji for her egregious actions toward her husband. "It is nearly healed." "Thank you for your concern," Yang Fan replied without much thought, his gaze fixed ahead, avoiding eye contact with Sister Ranran. His mood was decidedly melancholic. At this moment, Sister Ranran felt an overwhelming sense of compassion for Yang Fan. She yearned for him to regain his spirit and to no longer dwell on his troubles. Yet, she understood that the path to his revival would necessitate a gradual process. It was only through the passage of time that such anguish could be alleviated. In the short term, it would be quite challenging for Yang Fan to find his footing once more. With a deep exhalation, Sister Ranran mustered a faint smile and said, "All right, let us not overthink things. We must look forward." Summoning her courage, she gently enveloped Yang Fan in her embrace, hoping to infuse him with her warmth and inspire him to rise again. Remarkably, this approach proved to be profoundly comforting. As Yang Fan lay within Sister Ranran's arms, he was touched deeply, a look of contentment gracing his face. For reasons unknown, being cradled by Sister Ranran allowed him to experience an endless warmth, akin to finding solace for his soul. In an instant, he found himself enamored with this sensation. Observing Yang Fan's satisfied expression, Sister Ranran too smiled. As Yang Fan's partner, her role was not to burden him with additional worries, but rather to provide a sanctuary for his spirit. ensuring that she could stand by him and help alleviate his troubles during his moments of distress. This is precisely the endeavor that Sister Ranran wishes to undertake. After approximately 10 minutes, young Fan succumbed to slumber in Sister Ranran's embrace. She chose not to awaken him, relishing the warmth of the moment. Gradually, time slipped away, and before long, dawn broke anew. The fervent sunlight bathed the earth, rousing young Fan from his slumber. Upon awakening, he beheld the sight of Sister Ran peacefully sleeping beside him and refrained from making any noise that might disturb her. Instead, he gently retrieved a blanket from beside him and softly draped it over her. He then exited the carriage and ventured into the wilderness. However, as young Fan stepped out, he discovered Lu Shaoqi quietly awaiting him at the entrance. A wave of perplexity washed over him. Thus, he composed himself and approached her directly. "Why are you waiting for me here, Lu Shaoqi?" he inquired, a note of confusion tinged in his voice. If possible, young Fan hoped that Lu Shaoqi would provide him with an explanation. In this manner, the perplexities within one's heart could be unraveled, at least alleviating the incessant confusion that currently prevails. Upon hearing young Fan's words, Lu Shaoqi did not linger in hesitation. She boldly expressed, "When shall you accompany me to meet my esteemed master? So many days have passed, have you forgotten?" Her face bore the unmistakable mark of discontent, unmistakably revealing her noble temperament. Had it been anyone else, they would have lost their patience and delivered a few sharp slaps to Lu Shaoqi. "Let us go now. What do you think?" Young Fan replied after a moment of contemplation. Furthermore, he felt an urgent desire to return to the Liang sword sect. Having been away for nearly 2 months, time could not be squandered any longer. Instantly, Lu Shaoqi's spirits soared. She had not anticipated young Fan's swift agreement following her appeal, which truly took her by surprise. After calming her excitement, she declared, "All right, let us set off at once." Without further ado, she grasped young Fan's hand and hurried towards the location of her master, her face radiating pure exhilaration as if she had encountered the most joyous of occasions. Observing Lu Shaoqi's elation, young Fan could not help but smile faintly, dismissing any further thoughts. He had witnessed her master through the Supreme Being, thus was quite familiar with his temperament. Confronting this master did not intimidate young Fan. Instead, he felt a surge of confidence. After approximately half an hour, guided by Lu Shaoqi, young Fan arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. Gazing upon the crumbling structure before him, he shook his head in resignation, fully aware that Lu Shaoqi had lived in such conditions since childhood. Alas, how could a young girl be made to reside here? "You old scoundrel, how utterly despicable!" Young Fan mused internally, his heart brimming with a myriad of complex emotions. This time, regardless of the circumstances, young Fan was determined to impart a proper lesson to his counterpart, ensuring they understood his formidable capabilities. Otherwise, he would not relent under any conditions. Although Lu Shaoqi's mentor possessed considerable prowess, young Fan was acutely aware that no matter what he might articulate, her mentor would not take any action against him. After all, the established background was undeniable. Any attempt at confrontation would require careful consideration. "Young Fan, this is the place. My esteemed mentor resides within," Lu Shaoqi stated, her tone urgent. "You must scold my mentor fiercely, so he treats me better in the future. Do you understand?" As she paused to catch her breath, her imagination conjured images of her mentor defeated at young Fan's feet. Yet, this notion instilled a sense of unease within her, a nagging feeling that something unfavorable might occur. However, she quickly dismissed this thought, recognizing that her youth limited her capacity for such contemplations. After gathering his thoughts, young Fan led Lu Shaoqi into the dilapidated temple. The moment he stepped inside, a figure materialized before him, eyes fixed on young Fan with an odd intensity. The elderly man then turned his attention to Lu Shaoqi, bellowing, "Lu Shaoqi, where have you been? You've been absent for days. Have you grown restless? Should I fetch a whip to discipline you?" His tone bore a sternness akin to that of a strict father admonishing his daughter, causing Lu Shaoqi to cower behind young Fan, trembling in fear. She longed to escape this place of discord, terrified that remaining would lead to dire consequences. "Is this how you treat a young girl?" Young Fan shouted at the old man, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as a surge of energy swirled around him, reminiscent of a sovereign. In that moment, the old man's expression darkened, and his brows furrowed slightly. He could hardly fathom that a mere young lad would dare to shout at him. This unexpected insolence soured his mood instantly. He exhaled forcefully through his nose, manifesting his anger, wishing he could rend the audacious young Fan into 1,000 pieces to relieve the fury boiling within his heart. After a brief pause, the old man directly inquired, "Who are you, and why are you beside Lu Xiaoqi?" The atmosphere became palpably tense, silence enveloping the scene, with even the breaths of those nearby becoming audible. After a moment, Yang Fan took a deep breath and boldly declared, "I am Yang Fan, the holy son of the Liyang Sword Pavilion." A sly smile crept across his lips as he revealed his identity, for it was a lineage of unparalleled prestige, unmatched in the mortal realm. The old man's astonishment was evident as he gazed at Yang Fan, unable to comprehend the depth of his background, which left him utterly taken aback. However, it was Yang Fan's subsequent remark that sent tremors through the old man's heart. "Wang Lang, how dare you treat a girl of Phoenix bloodline so? If her parents were to discover this, do you truly believe you would survive?" Yang Fan's tone was laced with mockery. As for how he knew the old man's name, it was merely a revelation gleaned from the esteemed lineage. Wang Lang's face was a canvas of shock, leaving him at a loss for words. His palms trembled involuntarily, despite his attempts to mask his fear. Yet, Yang Fan perceived it keenly, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. After a while, Wang Lang took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and asked, "How do you know my name?" Very few were aware of his name, save for his old acquaintances. The fact that Yang Fan knew it startled him profoundly, leaving his mind in turmoil as he yearned to unravel the enigma of the current events, seeking clarity to dispel the confusion that plagued him. Upon hearing Wang Lang's question, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond immediately, for it was this very hesitation that would instill fear and trepidation in Wang Lang's heart. In such a manner, one could indeed gain Lu Xiaoqi, thus laying a solid foundation for future growth. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan slowly remarked, "How would I know? It seems unrelated to you." He continued, "The way you treat Lu Xiaoqi now, doesn't it pain your heart? Are you not afraid of her parents confronting you? Moreover, what you are doing is a disservice to Lu Xiaoqi, who has poured her heart into this." His words, sharp and piercing, penetrated the heart of the Wolf of Death, rendering him unable to lift his head. He could only bow his head in silence, too afraid to meet Yang Fan's gaze. For the truths Yang Fan voiced were indeed stark and unembellished. The Wolf of Death found himself at a loss for words, wishing for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. If he had known such events would unfold, he questioned his very decision to step out. This realization brought him immense anguish, and his eyes grew increasingly unfocused. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoqi watched her esteemed mentor in this state, secretly reveling in the moment, hoping Yang Fan would scold even more fiercely. In this manner, the pent-up frustrations that had lingered within for years could finally be released. Ultimately, the Wolf of Death could no longer bear the weight of his emotions and spoke up, confessing, "I acknowledge my faults. Please, refrain from further reproach. I shall endeavor to treat Lu Xiaoqi with greater kindness henceforth." His tone was imbued with a palpable bitterness. Were it not for Yang Fan's coercive persuasion, the Wolf of Death would never have arrived at such a decision. Yet, the events had unfolded, and regardless of his reluctance to accept, he had no choice but to gradually come to terms with it. There existed no alternative. Upon hearing the wolf's words, Yang Fan offered a faint smile and slowly responded, "I sincerely hope that your promises will be upheld. Do not let your words falter. Should you renege on your commitment, do not blame me for any ensuing misdeeds." "Understood. Rest assured." The Wolf of Death replied without hesitation, and even his gaze towards Lu Xiaoqi transformed, now tinged with a hint of tenderness. After a brief pause, Yang Fan chose not to linger longer on this trivial matter. He crouched down to meet Lu Xiaoqi's eyes and gently spoke, "I have resolved your issues. You may now return to your cultivation, no longer needing to accompany me." His eyes radiated warmth, akin to a caring companion speaking to Lu Xiaoqi. However, when Lu Xiaoqi heard Yang Fan's intention to depart, a surge of reluctance enveloped her heart, and she was loath to see him go. Her eyes brimmed with tears, poised to spill at any moment. In a voice laced with vulnerability, she implored, "Yang Fan, could you not leave? Would you stay by my side?" Her heartbeat quickened, akin to confessing feelings to a beloved. Yet, Yang Fan's subsequent reply left her at a loss for words. "I have pressing matters to attend to. You must focus on your cultivation. Once you reach my level, we may be together daily, never to part again," he reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. A radiant smile graced his face, reflecting an unwavering confidence in the future. This undoubtedly warmed Lu Xiaoqi's heart, causing it to thump wildly within her chest. Her cheeks flushed instantly, as if she had encountered something exceedingly shy. After a brief interlude of around 10 minutes, once Lu Xiaoqi had calmed her emotions, she spoke directly, "Is everything you said true? Her gaze towards Yang Fan shifted to one of newfound depth. Of course it is true. When have I ever deceived you? Yang Fan replied without a moment's hesitation. It was essential to reassure Lu Xiaoqi, for only then could she continue to progress. Otherwise, the thought of any unfortunate events occurring was too daunting for Yang Fan to contemplate. In that moment, Lu Xiaoqi's emotional turmoil was resolved, rendering her remarkably resilient. She opened her heart wide and shouted towards the heavens. I understand now, Yang Fan. I, Lu Xiaoqi, vow before the sky that in this life and the next, I shall marry no one but Yang Fan. Alive, I am his, and in death, I shall be his spirit. As her words echoed, a tremendous sound erupted from the sky, reverberating like thunder. This signified the success of her vow. After Lu Xiaoqi made her declaration, she turned to see both the Wolf of Death and Yang Fan frozen in disbelief, gazing at her with incredulity. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. Their hearts filled with shock. Lu Xiaoqi, do you even realize what you are doing? The Wolf of Death stammered, slowly regaining his composure, his voice trembling with disbelief at what he had just heard. The declaration had taken him by surprise, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. If it were possible, he would prefer to have never heard Lu Xiaoqi's vow. However, the deed was done, and there was no way for him to intervene. I know exactly what I am doing. What is wrong with making a vow? Am I not allowed to do so? Lu Xiaoqi replied dismissively, unfazed by their reactions. Yang Fan, shaking his head in resignation, found himself at a loss for words, his heart heavy with a sense of helplessness. If given the choice, he would have preferred to leave this place and alleviate his troubled spirit. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. Lu Xiaoqi, are you not aware that vows should not be taken lightly? Once made, they must be fulfilled. His voice carried a bitter undertone, leaving him uncertain about how to express his thoughts. Initially, Yang Fan had hoped to depart with joy, but now he could only manage a hollow laugh, his heart entangled in a web of conflicting emotions. Yet, Lu Xiaoqi seemed to brush aside his concerns, for she was merely honoring the promise she had made to him. With a carefree demeanor, she declared, I understand, Yang Fan. You may return. I need to focus on my training to keep pace with you. Before Yang Fan could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Xiaoqi had already departed, leaving him with nothing but her retreating silhouette, rendering him helpless. Ultimately, Yang Fan exhaled a deep sigh and turned to walk in the opposite direction, choosing to cease his contemplation of the matter. After all, events had transpired, and even if he wished to regret them, it was far too late. Meanwhile, the lone wolf was left amidst the chaos of the wind, bewildered and disoriented. The unexpected turn of events had caught the lone wolf off guard, his mind overwhelmed with turmoil, yearning to express his feelings, yet finding himself unable to articulate them. With a heavy heart, he trudged towards the temple, acutely aware of the immense pressures that awaited him in the future. This singular incident was already enough to cause him considerable distress. After approximately 2 hours, Yang Fan returned to the carriage. The joy he had previously felt was instantly replaced by a sense of resignation. What is the matter, Yang Fan? Why do you look so glum? Lu Qianqian gently inquired, her tone imbued with genuine concern. Since the last incident, her perception of Yang Fan had undergone a significant transformation, prompting her to refrain from burdening him further and instead offer her companionship. In this manner, it sufficed. As for other matters, Lu Qianqian dared not dwell too deeply. She was acutely aware of her own limitations, nearly akin to that of a mere mortal. Thus, she refrained from harboring extravagant desires. Merely being by Yang Fan's side was ample for her. Anything beyond that was a thought she scarcely entertained. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, Yang Fan remained silent, simply gesturing with his hand and stating, "It is of no consequence. Let us depart from this place." His tone bore a hint of remorse. After such occurrences, it was only natural for one's spirits to be dampened. Consequently, Yang Fan was solely focused on leaving, believing that perhaps in doing so, his mood would gradually improve, alleviating the sorrow that presently engulfed him. Receiving his cue, Lu Qianqian did not ponder further and promptly took her seat in the carriage, awaiting Yang Fan as he guided them away. However, a myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind, particularly regarding the reasons for Yang Fan's evident despondency, which left her feeling quite unsettled. She yearned to unravel the complexities of the situation before proceeding. Meanwhile, Sister Ranran emerged from the carriage and approached Yang Fan, who wore a troubled expression. She inquired, "By the way, Yang Fan, where is Lu Xiaoqi? I have not seen him." Initially, Sister Ranran intended to express concern for Yang Fan, but ultimately refrained, redirecting her curiosity towards Lu Xiaoqi instead. She was eager to ascertain Lu Shaoqi's whereabouts and why he had eluded her sight. In response to Sister Ranran's inquiry, Yang Fan did not linger in his reply. Stating simply, he has returned to his master. It would have been better left unspoken, but once uttered, it immediately soured Yang Fan's mood. With a helpless sigh in his heart, he pondered how he could possibly encounter such a situation. Why make a vow? Wasn't it perfectly fine without one? Yang Fan silently lamented. The moment he recalled this matter, he found himself at a loss when facing his fiancée, Lindsay Xia. Instantly, his spirits dampened. If circumstances permitted, he felt a sudden urge to strike out, seeking to release the pent-up fury within him, hoping that such an act would alleviate the turmoil that plagued his mind. Have you returned to your esteemed mentor's place? Sister Ranran exclaimed in mild shock, her expression betraying disbelief as if she had just heard an utterly bizarre tale. It was enough to leave her quite startled. Yet, she soon regained her composure, her mind racing with the implications of Yang Fan's words. She had always believed that Lu Shaoqi was Yang Fan's cousin, and now discovering otherwise left her at a loss for words, her heart in a tumultuous state. Akin to an earth-shattering revelation, her emotions remained unsettled for an extended period. As Sister Ranran contemplated, under Yang Fan's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of a gorge. Gazing at the chasm before him, Yang Fan promptly halted the carriage, his gaze fixated on the breathtaking scenery, memories of the text from the Supreme being flooding his mind. A faint smile crept upon his lips. After a brief moment of reverie, he gradually regained his focus. Musing inwardly, that ancient tome seemed to be called the Breaking Heaven's Secret Method. Since I am here, I shall reluctantly seize the opportunity. Having thought this, Yang Fan adjusted his attire slightly and turned to Sister Ranran, saying, I have a matter to attend to. Please rest here for a while. I shall return shortly. Before Sister Ranran could fully process his words, she caught sight of Yang Fan's retreating figure, her mind instantly engulfed in bewilderment. She could not comprehend why he had abruptly departed. Where on earth was Yang Fan headed? Sister Ran silently called out within her heart. However, given Yang Fan's fervent declarations, she could only remain in place, patiently awaiting his return. Beyond that, she felt utterly powerless, hoping that upon his return, he would provide her with a thorough explanation. As Yang Fan traversed the steep mountain path, his gaze pierced the horizon with intensity. Despite his awareness of the potential dangers lurking within the canyon, he dared not afford himself any sense of complacency, fearing that a moment's inattention could lead to unforeseen troubles. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the canyon. Beholding the vast expanse before him stirred a surge of exhilaration within Yang Fan, causing his palms to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in his ears. Destined One, I have finally awaited your arrival. Please step inside. A peculiar voice resonated from within the canyon. Upon hearing the voice, Yang Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and without further contemplation, he boldly ventured inside, eager to encounter this enigmatic figure and acquire what he sought. Before long, Yang Fan found himself making steady progress into the canyon, eventually reaching its very heart. At that moment, an elderly man appeared before him, silently observing Yang Fan. Are you the one who called out? Yang Fan inquired, squinting at the old man as he spoke. Within his heart, he had already gleaned a general understanding of the old man's essence, which imbued him with newfound confidence. That cannot be. You are not the destined one I awaited. The old man muttered inwardly, his demeanor shifting as if something troubled his mind. After a brief pause to recompose himself, the old man spoke. You are not the person I seek. It would be best for you to leave. He then turned to depart. How impressive. What do you mean I am not the destined one? Aren't you merely a discarded relic cast out by an ancient sect? What gives you the right to boast before me? Yang Fan retorted, his displeasure palpable in his tone, laced with a sense of disdain. He regarded the elderly figure with scorn, feeling a profound lack of respect. Had the old man approached him with humility and kindness, Yang Fan might have reciprocated in kind. Alas, the circumstances were far from conducive. At this moment, the old man furrowed his brow slightly and turned to gaze at Yang Fan with a somber expression. His eyes betrayed a flicker of surprise, while his heart was filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated the words Yang Fan had just uttered. Moreover, this was a matter of utmost secrecy, and the fact that Yang Fan was aware of it left him utterly incredulous, as if he had encountered a specter. After a brief pause, Yang Fan continued, Chu Daorong, do you not seek someone to avenge you? I can promise to assist you, provided you surrender the items to me. I will ensure your vengeance and eradicate the ancient sect that has driven you away. This declaration left the old man profoundly shocked. His hands and feet trembled involuntarily. and he stared incredulously at Yang Fan. "How do you know my name?" Chu Dowring exclaimed, his eyes widening with fear. It is worth noting that only his master was privy to Chu Dowring's name. No one else was aware of it. The mere fact that Yang Fan had spoken it aloud was almost unbearable for Chu Dowring. His heart raced violently, akin to a brush with the supernatural. And even his breath became labored. If it were possible, Chu Dowring would have wished to find a wall against which to collide. In this manner, one can gradually awaken. At the very least, one will not be subjected to such nonsensical chatter. Now, Chu Dowring's gaze towards Yang Fan had shifted, revealing an unexpected awareness of many matters. "Why can I not know your name? Have you elevated yourself to such heights that revealing it is an arduous task?" Yang Fan remarked with a smirk, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his mouth. He contemplated that if he could conquer Chu Dowring before him, then the unparalleled secret method would undoubtedly belong to him. This thought ignited a surge of excitement within Yang Fan, though he maintained a composed exterior. Any expression of his emotions might reveal too much to Chu Dowring, so he chose to endure patiently. Only in this way could he untangle the complexities of the situation without exposing any vulnerabilities. At this moment, Chu Dowring's state of mind was far from tranquil. He felt at a loss for words, akin to someone who had awakened from a troubled slumber, confronting an apparition. After about 10 minutes, he gradually began to regain his senses. Expelling a deep breath, Chu Dowring finally spoke. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish?" His eyes brimmed with sorrow. Originally, he had come in search of a fated connection, yet instead, he found himself face to face with someone who instilled profound fear. Who could endure such torment? It was as if Chu Dowring felt a desire to escape this torment altogether. "You wish to do something. I wish to do the same. Do not pretend you do not comprehend my intentions." Upon hearing Chu Dowring's words, Yang Fan did not hesitate. He responded coolly, his tone laced with mockery as if he were utterly confident and fully aware of the circumstances. It was as though Chu Dowring could not deceive him, even if he tried. In an instant, Chu Dowring found himself at a loss for words, his gaze towards Yang Fan transforming profoundly. "Good heavens, who am I encountering today? How does he know so much about me?" Chu Dowring silently lamented. At this moment, his heart was tumultuously restless, and he felt an overwhelming urge to flee from this place. In this manner, one could attain a state of tranquility, free from the incessant anxiety that currently plagues one's mind. "What? Are you intending to render me mute, reluctant to speak?" As Chu Dowring's thoughts spiraled into chaos, Yang Fan continued to speak with a nonchalant tone, laced with mockery. It felt as though a colossal stone was pressing down on Chu Dowring, rendering him unable to find his footing, his legs trembling involuntarily. Yet, this overwhelming pressure ignited a rebellious fire within Chu Dowring. His teeth clenched tightly, trembling, while his fists were gripped firmly, as if on the verge of eruption. However, just as Chu Dowring was poised to strike, his gaze fell upon the necklace adorning Yang Fan's neck. Instantly, he recoiled, retreating several steps, terror evident in his eyes. A wave of shock surged through him as he thought, This is the necklace of the Black Shark Sovereign." At this moment, Chu Dowring no longer dared to lay a hand on Yang Fan. He needed to carefully weigh the value of his own cards. Perhaps others were unaware of the true nature of the Black Shark Sovereign, but for Chu Dowring, who hailed from an ancient sect, the existence of such a figure was well known. Once one provoked something ominous, could he still survive in this world? This thought sent a wave of fear coursing through Chu Dowring. Seeing Chu Dowring's silence and the fear etched upon his face, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming curiosity, eager to understand why Chu Dowring exhibited such trepidation. After all, had he not merely recounted his own circumstances? Yang Fan pondered to himself, perplexed by Chu Dowring's apparent dread. If possible, he wished for Chu Dowring to elucidate his fears. In this manner, one would no longer grapple with confusion within. Answers to certain matters could be procured with greater swiftness. Just as Yang Fan found himself in a state of perplexity, Chu Dowring exhaled deeply and spoke directly. "I can grant you that secret method, but you must promise me one thing." His eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. Initially, he had sought someone rather simple-minded, yet now, lamentation accompanied his thoughts. He never anticipated encountering such a character. Was it merely a matter of assisting in the eradication of an ancient sect? No trouble at all. Upon hearing Chu Dowring's words, Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, displaying an air of indifference. In truth, prior to entering, Yang Fan had already contemplated this plan. He merely articulated it earlier than expected. After all, the significance of that secret method to him was immense. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such lengthy discourse with Chu Dowring and would have departed long ago. Upon hearing this, Chu Dowring released another deep sigh, his face suffused with a bitter expression. Yet, at this juncture, even if he wished to resist change, he had no choice but to adapt step by step. There existed no alternative. Thus, Devouring reached into his storage bag and retrieved the secret method. He approached Yang Fan, presenting the method before him. Observing this, Yang Fan did not linger. He accepted the secret method from Devaring's hands without a trace of hesitation. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. I will avenge your great grievance. Await my good news in due course. After a moment, Yang Fan smiled and, without further ado, turned to depart, devoid of any indecision. After all, he had acquired what he sought, and his objective had been achieved. There was no need to prolong the encounter. If not now, when would he leave? Gazing at the retreating figure of Yang Fan, Devouring let out a silent sigh, his heart heavy with a sense of helplessness. Yet, the events had already transpired, leaving him with no alternative but to accept this reality. He could no longer concern himself with anything else. Meanwhile, atop a high mountain, Long Outyin was immersed in his training with Wu Ji when he suddenly experienced a violent backlash. His eyes widened in shock, as if he had lost something of utmost significance. In a fit of distress, he expelled a copious amount of blood. Sensing the anomaly, Wu Ji swiftly turned to him. Realizing that Long Outyin had overexerted himself, she immediately channeled her spiritual energy to stabilize his turbulent condition. A frown creased her brow as she struggled to comprehend why Long Outyin had suddenly succumbed to such a state. What could have caused him to spew forth blood so unexpectedly? Wu Ji pondered in her heart. Gradually, under Wu Ji's care, Long Outyin regained his composure, though his face now bore a pallor reminiscent of a despondent soul. Are you all right, senior brother? After a moment, Wu Ji inquired, her voice imbued with a frigid tone, akin to that of a cold goddess. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. Once he had calmed down, Long Outyin replied, though a sense of vexation lingered within him. I was merely training diligently. How could I have experienced such a backlash? It's quite perplexing, Long Outyin mused, eager to unravel the mystery behind this bewildering occurrence. In this manner, the doubts within one's heart can be resolved, at least alleviating the persistent confusion that currently plagues the mind. Upon hearing Long Outyin's words, Wu Ji refrained from further discourse. After carefully assisting Long Outyin, she resumed her cultivation. At this moment, Wu Ji harbored no thoughts beyond a profound desire for vengeance, regardless of the cost. She was determined to eradicate the members of Yang Fan's family. Only then could the fury within her heart be quelled. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, having acquired the secret technique, joyfully made his way back to the carriage, his face illuminated by an excited smile. For he understood that this secret technique possessed a power akin to that of a demigod. This inevitably filled Yang Fan with excitement. Ha ha ha, Long Outyin. I wonder how you will feel once I have taken your martial arts techniques ahead of time. Yang Fan chuckled to himself, his heart brimming with joy. Even his demeanor shifted, becoming so buoyant that his steps felt light. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan returned to the carriage. However, upon witnessing the exuberant and animated smile on Yang Fan's face, Sister Ranran was immediately filled with confusion, her mind swirling with a multitude of questions. Ultimately, unable to contain her curiosity, she spoke up. Yang Fan, have you encountered something delightful? Why are you so joyous? Her gaze was fixed intently upon him, her breath slightly quickening, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. After all, this was the first time Sister Ranran looked at Yang Fan in such a manner, leaving her heart in a state of profound complexity. Although they had previously shared intimate moments, it had been in a hazy state. And now Sister Ranran found herself somewhat unaccustomed to it. I want to tell you, hee hee. Upon hearing Sister Ranran's words, Yang Fan replied with a beaming smile, his heart overflowing with happiness and excitement. In that moment, Sister Ranran was rendered speechless, uncertain of how to express her thoughts regarding Yang Fan. However, as Yang Fan was unwilling to divulge his feelings, she could not press him for answers. Thus, she was left to ponder in frustration, her mind becoming a tumult of confusion. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan collected his thoughts and ceased to dwell on the matter, steering the carriage with the intention of leaving the forest. Yet, midway through his journey, a sudden voice echoed in his mind, interrupting his train of thought. Young Master Yang, it is time to return from your escapades. The voice of the Grand Elder of the Li Yang Sword Pavilion resonated in his consciousness, compelling Yang Fan to halt the carriage. He had intended to linger a while longer, but this announcement caused a slight furrow to form on his brow. What is it, Yang Fan? Sister Ranran inquired, having noticed his unusual demeanor. Her tone was imbued with confusion, and her beautiful eyes gazed intently at him, her heart perplexed by the sudden cessation of his movements. I may have to return now, Yang Fan replied slowly, exhaling deeply. His gaze darkened, as if troubled by an unseen burden. Return? Sister Ranran's bewilderment deepened, her eyes blinking in surprise, eager for an explanation. Without hesitation, Yang Fan recounted the entire situation. I must return to the Liyang Sword Pavilion. It seems I cannot accompany you any longer. Upon voicing his thoughts, an inexplicable wave of melancholy washed over him, akin to encountering the most disheartening of circumstances. He felt a profound reluctance to depart, yet this was the Grand Elder's command, a directive that even his deepest desires could not contravene. In truth, he found himself utterly powerless in the face of this obligation. At this moment, Ranran was also lost in thought, her mind echoing with every word spoken by Yang Fan. This left her utterly perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. A wave of disquiet surged within her heart, and at that instant, she desperately wished for Yang Fan to remain by her side. Yet, she knew this was a futile desire. Even if Yang Fan wished to stay, she could not prevent his departure. After approximately 10 minutes of turmoil, Ranran managed to calm her thoughts, took a deep breath, and spoke. Her voice laden with pleading. Is it possible for you not to leave? Her gaze was filled with reluctance, reflecting her deep desire for Yang Fan to remain close. Observing Ranran's pitiable demeanor, Yang Fan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, as if a dagger had pierced it, causing it to bleed with sorrow. His eyes betrayed an endless sense of helplessness. However, he had already received a message from the elder. Regardless of his own wishes, he was compelled to leave. The elder's orders were not to be defied. After a brief moment, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and, with a bitter tone, confessed, I have no choice but to leave. Please, forgive me. He could not bear to meet Ranran's gaze, overwhelmed by an immense sense of guilt. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Ranran fell into a state of shock. At a loss for words, a profound sense of loss enveloped her heart, and an agonizing feeling swept over her, leaving her breathless. Yet, the reality had set in. Even if she struggled to accept it, she had no choice but to gradually come to terms with the situation. There was simply no alternative. In that moment, an idea suddenly sparked in Yang Fan's mind. However, he hesitated, fearing that Ranran might not agree. After a brief pause, he summoned his courage and proposed, Why don't you come with me? Although the journey ahead might be fraught with endless dangers for Ranran's sake, he was willing to risk it all and share his thoughts. Ranran was momentarily taken aback, her emotions surging with excitement as she gazed at Yang Fan in disbelief. His words echoed in her mind, igniting her spirit. Is that truly possible? Upon regaining her composure, Sister Ranran inquired incredulously, her pale lavender eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. It was as if she had experienced a profound sense of relief. Of course it is possible. Why wouldn't it be? Yang Fan replied with a subtle smile. A confident grin illuminated Yang Fan's visage, exuding an air of assuredness and poise. In that moment, Sister Ran, disregarding everything else, embraced Yang Fan tightly. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, gradually dripping onto Yang Fan. However, these tears were imbued with the essence of happiness, devoid of any sorrow. After approximately 10 minutes, Sister Ran began to regain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, What about Lu Chanqian and Lu Feng? Once the joy subsided, concern took its place. After all, their group consisted of more than just herself and Yang Fan, which stirred a sense of unease within Sister Ran. The moment the topic was broached, a frown began to etch itself upon Yang Fan's brow. After all, he had not previously contemplated these matters, which instilled a flicker of anxiety in him. Sister Ran, however, chose not to disturb Yang Fan's musings, instead observing him quietly, patiently awaiting a stroke of inspiration. After much deliberation, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and finally spoke. I shall converse with them and ascertain their intentions. His tone was laden with resignation. To be candid, Yang Fan was reluctant to depart in such a manner, yet he found himself with no alternative but to discuss his concerns with Lu Chanqian and Lu Feng, eager to gauge their reactions. Yes, do proceed. Allow me to take the reins of the carriage, Sister Ran said, her understanding nature shining through as she spoke softly. A gentle smile gracing her lips, intent on alleviating any pressure on Yang Fan. Thus, with a clear mind, Yang Fan swiftly gathered himself and stepped into the carriage. Upon his entrance, Lu Chanqian and Lu Feng were immediately engulfed in confusion. Lu Chanqian was the first to voice her bewilderment, asking, Yang Fan, what brings you here? Her tone was steeped in curiosity, as she hoped for some clarification from him. In this manner, one would no longer be perplexed within. Yet, Yang Fan did not respond to Lu Chanqian. Instead, he approached and seated himself before her and Lu Feng. His countenance bore a hint of solemnity, as if the words he was about to utter were devoid of any jest. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, fully aware that Yang Fan's forthcoming words would undoubtedly be of great significance. Otherwise, he would not have adopted such a demeanor. After some moments, Lu Feng inquired, his anxiety escalating. It is nothing grave. I am merely returning to the Liyang Sword Pavilion, and it seems we shall part ways today. Upon uttering these words, Yang Fan's gaze dimmed instantly. He had not intended to express such sentiment, but circumstances dictated otherwise. It is better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one, and thus he conveyed his message with swiftness. However, this revelation left both Lu Qianqian and Lu Feng in utter shock, their faces reflecting disbelief as they stared at Yang Fan, particularly Lu Qianqian, whose heart was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of loss. She had never anticipated Yang Fan's departure would come so swiftly, leaving her unprepared. If she could, she would have cried out in anguish to release her pent-up emotions. Yet, Lu Qianqian understood that such an outburst would only burden Yang Fan further, providing no solace. Hence, she could only endure in silence, with waves of sorrow washing over her. Ah, so it is that matter. No worries. I too seek to venture forth for some training. Once I have honed my skills, I shall come to find you at the Liyang Sword Pavilion. What do you think? Lu Feng, assuming it was merely a trivial issue, responded nonchalantly, displaying an air of indifference. After all, he recognized that no gathering lasts forever, and he had long suspected this outcome. Nevertheless, Lu Qianqian found the situation exceedingly difficult to bear, struggling to accept the reality of their impending separation. And what of you, Lu Qianqian? Where do you intend to go next? Upon Lu Feng's hearty agreement, Yang Fan turned his gaze towards Lu Qianqian, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, the moment Yang Fan discerned the sorrow etched upon Lu Qianqian's face, he instantly comprehended the turmoil within her heart. Yet, the events had already unfolded. And even if Lu Qianqian wished to alter the course, it was beyond her grasp. As Lu Qianqian, lost in thought, heard Yang Fan's words, she quickly regained her composure, refraining from delving deeper into her musings. Exhaling deeply, she responded with a voice tinged with bitterness. This is good news. I have been away from home for so long. I must return and see it once again. Her tone was laced with a profound sense of sorrow, flooding her mind with pangs of heartache. If circumstances permitted, Lu Qianqian yearned to accompany Yang Fan on his departure. However, after a moment's contemplation, she ultimately relinquished that desire. She understood that as an ordinary mortal, following Yang Fan would only burden him further, offering no assistance in return. Rather than complicate matters, it would be wiser to maintain a distance from Yang Fan. In this manner, Yang Fan could progress smoothly, without hindrance from his own actions. Very well. I shall take my leave with Sister Ranran. Lu Feng, please escort Lu Qianqian back and then proceed with your training. Upon seeing this, Yang Fan refrained from further conversation and promptly issued his commands. Lu Feng said nothing more, merely nodding in agreement, signaling Yang Fan to depart quickly and not linger. Lu Feng had also sensed the melancholy in Lu Qianqian's expression. Consequently, Yang Fan, without hesitation, turned to cast a final glance at Lu Qianqian. With a profound sigh escaping his lips, he departed, exhibiting no signs of reluctance. As she watched Yang Fan's retreating figure, Lu Qianqian could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her fair cheeks. Observing this scene, Lu Feng shook his head in resignation, at a loss for words, his face etched with sorrow. Do not weep. He has already left, and tears cannot summon him back. After a while, Lu Feng attempted to comfort her, hoping to soothe her troubled heart. What am I to do now? I know that this parting may mean we shall never meet again. With this thought, Lu Qianqian's sobs grew louder. Resembling a heartbroken girl abandoned by her love, her grief palpable. Embarking on the path of cultivation will allow you to pursue Yang Fan's footsteps, Lu Feng stated decisively. While ordinary mortals may not approach Yang Fan, a cultivator may have a chance. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian lifted her head, as if she had received promising news, and her spirits were instantly lifted. After calming her tone, she inquired, is that truly possible? Her voice wavered, tinged with trepidation about her ability to undertake such a journey. Of course. Why not? If you are determined, I can teach you. Take some time to consider it. With that, Lu Feng gazed into the distance, pondering whether his recent decision was right or wrong. Lu Qianqian looked at Lu Feng's silhouette, feeling inexplicably moved, her heart racing like a fawn leaping within her chest. She understood that once she embarked on this path, there would be no turning back. Yet, for Yang Fan, she was willing to do anything. Thus, Lu Qianqian steadied herself and resolutely declared, I shall pursue cultivation. Her gaze was filled with unwavering determination, as though she had made a momentous decision. This stirred something deep within Lu Qianqian's heart, making it resolute. Upon hearing her words, Lu Feng turned to face her directly. However, upon gazing into Lu Qianqian's enchanting eyes, he was struck with profound astonishment, for it was the most steadfast expression he had ever encountered. This clearly illustrated the immense resolve Lu Qianqian possessed. Once he regained his composure, Lu Feng exhaled deeply, nodded, and led Lu Qianqian down an opposing path. Perhaps, in due time, Lu Qianqian would become that indomitable woman. Is it truly safe for us to proceed like this? Sister Ranran expressed her concerns, feeling an instinctive sense of foreboding that something ominous might transpire. This left her unable to settle her mind. It will be fine, do not worry. Yang Fan replied without a second thought. To claim he was untroubled would be disingenuous. Yet, what use was worry now? There was no alternative but to forge ahead. Witnessing Yang Fan's conviction, Sister Ranran was uncertain of how to respond. So she simply chose to remain silent, sparing him any additional burdens. Gradually, the sky darkened, and the enigmatic night enveloped the earth, shrouding the entire day in shadow. Let us rest for a moment, Yang Fan suggested as the light faded. He had no desire to continue their journey under the cloak of night. For the wilderness at night was not as tranquil as during the day. Otherwise, he would have pressed on long ago. Sister Ranran did not dwell on her worries and nodded in agreement, promptly kindling a campfire. Yang Fan and Sister Ranran sat quietly beside the flickering flames, enveloped in silence. The atmosphere grew awkward, as they found themselves devoid of conversation, leaving them with nothing to discuss. Yet, in this tranquil moment, a sudden rustling emanated from the nearby bushes by the campfire, startling both Yang Fan and Sister Ran. Instinctively, Yang Fan adopted a posture of vigilance. His gaze fixed upon the underbrush, refusing to relax his watchful eyes. Sister Ran mirrored his demeanor. After all, they were in the wilderness, where any hint of danger could mean the absence of assistance for them. After a brief interval, a small rabbit suddenly bounded forth from the thicket, its eyes wide with palpable fear, as if it were fleeing from an unseen terror. Upon spotting Yang Fan, the rabbit scurried directly towards him, trembling in trepidation while scanning its surroundings with heightened alertness. The creature's unexpected approach left Yang Fan momentarily dumbfounded, at a loss for words. Who could possibly elucidate the enigma of the situation? Yang Fan's heart surged with confusion, yearning desperately to comprehend the unfolding events before him. In this manner, one would no longer feel such inner confusion. After approximately 10 minutes, the rabbit gradually calmed down, lifting its head to gaze adorably at Yang Fan. Then, the rabbit executed a rather astonishing act. It nestled comfortably into Yang Fan's embrace and fell into a deep slumber, treating him as one of its own. This left Yang Fan momentarily speechless. This rabbit is remarkably intelligent. Just as Yang Fan was feeling a bit exasperated, Sister Ranran gazed intently at the enchanting creature before her. For reasons unknown, she held a particular affection for this rabbit, as if it were a kindred spirit. If you desire it, then it shall be yours. With that, Yang Fan gently placed the rabbit into Sister Ranran's arms, resignedly observing the scene unfold. Sister Ranran, filled with joy, cradled the rabbit, a radiant smile gracing her face as she swayed gently. Meanwhile, Yang Fan decided to rest his head and cease to pay further attention to the rabbit, regarding it merely as an ordinary beast. As long as it posed no threat to him, he felt indifferent. Perhaps due to fatigue, Sister Ranran too gradually succumbed to slumber, embracing the rabbit. Before long, dawn arrived, and Sister Ranran was roused by the piercing sunlight. However, the very first thing she did upon awakening was to search for the rabbit. Discovering that it was no longer by her side, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Her eyes filled with trepidation as she frantically sought the remarkably intuitive creature. Yet, after a thorough search, she found the rabbit had chosen to nestle in Yang Fan's arms, her lips pouting in displeasure. Without hesitation, Sister Ranran scooped the rabbit into her embrace, unwilling to let it escape her grasp, illustrating just how much she cherished this little creature. Soon, Yang Fan awoke as well. Let us strive to return to the Sunfire Sword Pavilion today. Upon waking, Yang Fan said little else, opting instead to continue their journey. He had gleaned from previous communications that the Grand Elder was quite anxious to find him, compelling Yang Fan to press onward. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Sister Ranran did not dwell on her thoughts but simply nodded in agreement, promptly falling in step with him as they made their way to the Sunfire Sword Pavilion. However, as they drew nearer to their destination, Sister Ranran's anxiety intensified. After all, this was a meeting with her family, and it was imperative to leave a favorable impression. Otherwise, what would they do if met with disapproval? In order to prevent such occurrences, Sister Ranran could only let out a deep sigh, allowing her emotions to gradually stabilize. Only in this manner could she avoid any unfortunate events in the future and continue to forge ahead. Otherwise, she would be at a loss regarding what to do. Meanwhile, the little rabbit lay obediently in Sister Ranran's embrace, yet its gaze remained fixed solely upon Yang Fan. As time swiftly passed, evening arrived, and both Yang Fan and Sister Ranran found themselves standing before the majestic entrance of the Solar Sword sect. The grandeur of the architecture left Yang Fan utterly astounded. My goodness, living in a place like this, even a pig could cultivate to immortality, he mused in astonishment, finally comprehending why his strength had surged so rapidly in his previous life. Sister Ranran was equally taken aback by the sight before her, her eyes widening in disbelief as her pupils dilated several times over. The magnificent scene was far beyond her expectations. Initially, she had assumed that Yang Fan's sect was rather unremarkable, but the spectacle she now beheld completely transformed her perception, filling her with a sense of incredulity. If only she could, she would have slapped herself twice to awaken from her daze, wishing to dispel the confusion that had clouded her mind. After a moment, Sister Ranran exhaled deeply and then inquired, Yang, is this truly your sect? Her voice quivered slightly with uncertainty. Upon hearing her question, Yang Fan, without much thought, replied, Of course, why? His tone bore a hint of confusion, unable to grasp the underlying meaning of Sister Ranran's words. If it were possible, he hoped she would elucidate further. In this manner, one shall no longer be engulfed by such perplexity within one's heart. At this moment, Sister Ranran found herself at a loss for words. She managed to force a faint smile and said, It's nothing. Observing her demeanor, Yang Fan chose not to press further and led Sister Ranran into the Liaoyang Sword Pavilion. The disciples guarding the entrance, upon seeing Yang Fan's return, immediately displayed expressions of fear. In unison, they exclaimed, Welcome back, Holy Son Yang. Yang Fan simply waved his hand, refraining from elaboration, and continued to escort Sister Ranran deeper into the sect, a subtle smile adorning his face. Why Yang Holy Son smiled at me, remarked Disciple A, astonished and somewhat intimidated. Indeed, this differs greatly from the rumors. Could it be that Yang Holy Son has changed his temperament? Don't speak recklessly. We wouldn't want anyone overhearing. Just continue your watch. Several station disciples conversed among themselves, astonished by Yang Fan's unusual demeanor. It was well known that he had not previously treated his subordinates in such a manner, leading to their utter disbelief at this sudden transformation. Yang Fan, however, merely smiled faintly, dismissing the disciples' chatter without response as he continued onward. At that moment, the sect master, upon learning of Yang Fan's return, promptly dispatched a disciple to summon him. It seemed there was a matter of great significance that required Yang Fan's attention. The disciple, not daring to linger, bowed deeply to the sect master before hastily exiting the hall in search of Yang Fan. It wasn't long before he spotted Yang Fan and rushed over, his steps urgent, as if time were of the essence. Upon reaching Yang Fan, the disciple breathlessly exclaimed, Holy Son, the sect master is looking for you. He requests your immediate presence. His voice was laced with urgency, clearly struggling for breath. Hearing this, Yang Fan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected summons from the sect master. He had not anticipated such a call at this moment. Nevertheless, Yang Fan understood that the sect master must have something of great importance to discuss, as he would not seek him out otherwise. Thus, he turned to Sister Ranran and said, Please wait for me in my courtyard for a moment. I will come to find you once I have dealt with this matter. All right? A hint of solemnity lingered in his gaze. The fact that Yang Fan was summoned by the sect leader surely boded ill. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out so promptly upon returning. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Sister Ranran, without further contemplation, nodded in agreement, signaling him to proceed without concerning himself with her. Subsequently, Yang Fan did not dwell on the matter any longer and made his way directly to the grand hall of the sect leader, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. He dared not afford any negligence, fearful that the leader might hold him accountable for some unforeseen reason. Should such a situation arise, the consequences could be dire. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of the grand hall. Gazing at the imposing doors before him, he took a deep breath and, without further ado, stepped inside. Upon entering the hall, Yang Fan beheld the sect leader seated at the center. Drawing in a breath, he knelt partially and proclaimed, I pay my respects to you, esteemed sect leader. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. The mere mention of it immediately infuriated the sovereign. Have you bumped your head? How could you not even call me father? It's utterly exasperating. The sovereign berated inwardly. Unable to contain his temper any longer, he exclaimed, "Have you grown wings, you rascal, to deny your own father?" There was a hint of anger in his tone, and he longed to teach Yang Fan a lesson, to make him understand who truly held the power. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, for Yang Fan remained his son. "Hey, father, aren't we in the main hall? It would be better if you called me father," Yang Fan replied with a mischievous grin, scratching his head in an awkward manner. Observing this, the sovereign let out a resigned sigh. For reasons unknown to him, he felt a peculiar sensation. Yang Fan had changed somehow, though he could not discern how. The sovereign's gaze softened slightly, and he inquired, "You've been away for quite some time. You must be weary. Take some time to rest. And do not concern yourself with the sect's affairs. We shall discuss them once you have recuperated." Although he had not intended to speak in such a manner, the words of the Black Shark sovereign lingered in his mind, prompting him not to pressure Yang Fan too much. Otherwise, he would not have treated his son this way. He would have already entrusted him with authority and certainly would not have allowed him to rest. Upon hearing the sovereign's words, Yang Fan nodded in agreement without further contemplation. "Understood, father. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." As he turned to depart, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to pivot back toward the sovereign. "By the way, father, I possess some treasures that serve me no purpose. Perhaps I should surrender them to the sect?" He wore a faint smile, exuding an air of mystery, as if he possessed something extraordinary. The sovereign felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Yang Fan's words. He responded, "The treasures you have are likely less than what we have in the storeroom. You should keep them. I appreciate your sentiment. Today, for reasons inexplicable." The sovereign felt an unusual joy, particularly at the notion of Yang Fan's transformation, which delighted him immensely. However, Yang Fan remained unfazed and calmly asserted, "No, father. I truly have many. Would you like me to reveal them to you now?" His eyes shone with determination, for in his heart, this place was his sanctuary. "If we do not arm ourselves, what shall we do when the formidable Long Out Yin invades our stronghold? It is imperative that we prepare ourselves adequately to preempt any unforeseen circumstances." Witnessing Yang Fan's unwavering determination, the sect leader was at a loss for words. Eventually, he spoke. "Very well, let me behold the treasures you have acquired during your time away." At this moment, Yang Fan could not help but smile knowingly, and without hesitation. He reached into his pocket to retrieve a storage bag of superior quality. Without uttering a word, he began to unveil the treasures contained within. However, the moment he did so, the sect leader leapt from his throne in astonishment. The treasures surged forth like a torrential flood, inundating the grand hall. In a matter of moments, the entire chamber was filled to the brim with exquisite artifacts. Faced with this overwhelming sight, both Yang Fan and the sect leader had no choice but to vacate the hall, which now shimmered with a resplendent golden light. The blinding radiance instantly captivated the attention of the esteemed elders of the fierce Sun Sword Pavilion. The sect master, witnessing the spectacle, was rendered utterly dumbfounded. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. It felt as if one were ensnared in a dream. "Where am I? Who am I?" The sect leader's heart cried out. In an instant, he felt a burning flush upon his face. Meanwhile, the elders arrived at the entrance of the main hall, utterly stunned by the scene before them. Their hands and feet trembled involuntarily. Most importantly, the quality of these treasures was remarkably high. After approximately 10 minutes, the sect leader gradually regained his composure. Then, with a quivering voice, he turned to Yang Fan and inquired, "My son, have you perhaps plundered a superlative sect? How could there be so many treasures?" His gaze, filled with disbelief, was fixed upon Yang Fan, and his breath quickened, as if something truly extraordinary had transpired, leaving the sect leader utterly astounded. This sensation is akin to dreaming. "Oh, come now, you are well aware of my capabilities. These treasures were acquired by me through various secret realms. I have no need for such an abundance, so I have retained only a few, while the rest have been submitted to the sect." Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting an air of indifference, as though he were gazing upon a heap of worthless scrap metal. At this very moment, every individual present was engulfed in astonishment, rendered speechless by the sheer sight of so many treasures, a spectacle they had never before witnessed. "Very well, father, I shall leave these treasures in your care. I will take my leave now." With that, Yang Fan paid no further heed, striding away from the grand hall with a leisurely gait, making his way back to his own courtyard. Only the sect leader and a congregation of senior elders remained behind. Approximately half an hour later, everyone gradually regained their composure. their gazes fixated upon the sect leader with an insatiable yearning, reminiscent of wolves eyeing their prey. Why do you all gaze at me in such a manner? The sect leader instinctively took a few steps back upon encountering those fervent stares. For reasons unknown, his heart began to race. Master, you have witnessed the contributions I have made to the sect. Surely I am deserving of a few treasures as a reward. Another elder chimed in. Indeed. Though I may lack merit, my hard work should not go unrecognized. Master, I must insist, if you do not grant me a few items, I shall simply refuse to leave this place. The elders chattered animatedly, their hearts racing with fervor, as if they had long coveted these treasures. At this moment, the sovereign's expression darkened significantly, leaving him at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply and remarked, "These matters are to be addressed by my son. They belong to him, not to me." Before the esteemed elders could fully comprehend his words, the sovereign casually waved his hand, gathering all the treasures before striding joyfully towards the treasury, leaving behind an imposing figure for the elders to ponder. In an instant, the elders were engulfed in anxiety, never anticipating that the sect leader could be so devoid of ethics. Yet, feeling powerless against the sect leader, they could only watch in silence as he departed. There was simply no recourse available. As if I would relinquish these treasures to you. The sect leader mused inwardly, a broad smile illuminating his face, akin to one who had just won a lottery of 5 million. Meanwhile, Yang Fan returned to the courtyard with great delight. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his expression darkened instantaneously. His fists clenched tightly in a display of profound anger. How dare they bully my woman? They are utterly oblivious to their own mortality. Yang Fan cursed silently. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward with fervor. In mere moments, Yang Fan stood before Sister Ran, positioning himself to intercept the assailant poised to strike her. With a swift motion, he sent the attacker flying. Upon recognizing Yang Fan's presence, Sister Ran hastily retreated behind him, trembling with fear, her beautiful eyes reflecting an overwhelming sense of panic. Initially, she had intended to resist, but knowing she could not triumph over her adversary, and fearing that her actions would only complicate matters for Yang Fan, she chose to endure instead. Yang Fan regarded the dashing young man before him with a cold gaze, his eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent as he exhaled sharply. If it isn't young Master Yang, how surprising that you haven't perished out there. The young man sneered with disdain. This man, known as Luo Feng, possessed equal strength and status as Yang Fan. The moment these words left his lips, Yang Fan's expression soured further. His fists tightened, an overwhelming urge to deliver a forceful blow to Luo Feng's forehead surging within him. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, choosing not to act impulsively. After taking a deep breath, Yang Fan inquired, "Luo Feng, what brings you to my courtyard? Why do you assault my friends? Do you truly hold me in such contempt?" At that moment, Yang Fan's aura erupted, enveloping Luo Feng and propelling him several meters away. At this moment, Luo Feng was slightly taken aback, never anticipating that Yang Fan would return with such formidable strength after an extended absence. The sheer surprise was overwhelming. However, Luo Feng felt no fear towards Yang Fan. His mind was occupied with other concerns. Once he regained his composure, he exhaled deeply and boldly declared, "I'm free, isn't that permissible? If you possess the ability, come and strike me." Before Luo Feng could finish his sentence, Yang Fan, unable to contain his explosive temper, swiftly extended his hand and struck Luo Feng without a moment's hesitation. Instantly, Luo Feng was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, his face etched with fury. How reckless could one be to provoke me at this juncture? Observing the unconscious Luo Feng, Yang Fan scoffed disdainfully, his tone laced with cold indifference, revealing his utter lack of concern. Not far away, Sister Ran watched the scene unfold with a heavy heart. After all, this predicament had arisen from her actions, and now she had inadvertently caused trouble for Yang Fan, who could remain in good spirits under such circumstances. Thus, she approached Yang Fan with a profound sense of disappointment. Her steps heavy, with a hint of sorrow in her voice, she spoke. "I'm sorry, Yang Fan, for causing you trouble. It's all my fault." She lowered her head, unable to meet Yang Fan's gaze, fearing that he might blame her for the incident. At that moment, she felt utterly lost, unsure of how to rectify the situation. Upon hearing Sister Rant's words, Yang Fan recognized the guilt weighing upon her. He promptly replied, "It's all right. I've longed to teach Luo Feng a lesson, and now I merely seized the opportunity." A faint smile graced his lips, hoping to ease Sister Ran's troubled heart. To his surprise, Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that truly so?" she inquired, her voice tinged with excitement. "Of course, I would never deceive you," Yang Fan assured her before swiftly retreating to the house to rest. After months of exhausting travel, he was utterly fatigued and would not let this chance for respite slip away. As she gazed at Yang Fan's retreating figure, Sister Rand felt an inexplicable surge of emotion within her. Even though she understood that Yang Fan's words were merely meant to console her, they resonated deeply with her. Gradually, Sister Rand composed herself and turned towards the side room, allowing herself to rest happily without overthinking. Time passed by imperceptibly, and before long, the warm sunlight of the following morning flooded the earth, rousing Yang Fan from his slumber. Upon opening his bleary eyes, he went through a simple morning routine and stepped out of his room. However, upon exiting, he was met with the sight of the sect leader waiting for him, instantly plunging his previously buoyant mood into dismay. After taking a moment to steady his emotions, Yang Fan approached the sect leader and inquired, "Father, what brings you here so early? Has something happened?" His eyes were filled with confusion, and if possible, Yang Fan hoped for a thorough explanation from the sect leader. In this manner, one would no longer be engulfed in confusion. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the leader spoke without hesitation. "I have a task for you to accomplish shortly." His tone was laden with a sense of resignation. Initially, the leader had no intention of sending Yang Fan. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. Since the request had been made explicitly for Yang Fan, the leader found himself compelled to comply with this necessity. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. At this moment, Yang Fan was increasingly perplexed. Thus, he promptly inquired, "What on earth is happening, Father?" The sect master, with a hint of resignation on his face, replied, "It's nothing significant. I merely wish for you to visit the Sheng sect and engage in discussions regarding the demon-slaying matters." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking to himself, "I was worried about something serious, but it turns out to be this." Gradually, he dismissed further thoughts and, regaining his composure, declared, "All right, Father. I shall take care of this matter. I will set off immediately." Before the sect master could react, Yang Fan was already preparing to head to the Sheng sect. However, suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He turned to the sect master and said, "By the way, Father, your future daughter-in-law is in the house. Please take good care of her and ensure she is not bullied." Just as the sect master was about to leave, he stumbled upon hearing Yang Fan's words, nearly losing his balance. As he attempted to seek clarification from Yang Fan, he discovered that his son had already vanished without a trace, instantly wearing a displeased expression. Nevertheless, the situation had unfolded, and regardless of the sect master's reluctance to accept this reality, he had no choice but to come to terms with it. There was simply no other alternative. With a deep sigh, he made his way to the side room to see what kind of daughter-in-law his son had acquired, his mood growing increasingly tense. After all, such matters would make anyone feel exceedingly anxious. As Yang Fan exited the Liang Sword Pavilion, he did not dwell on the situation and promptly headed towards the Sheng sect, eager to fulfill the task entrusted to him by the sect master before attending to his own affairs. He understood that during his moments of rest, Long Outyin would undoubtedly be devising ways to enhance his strength. If he did not seize this opportunity to elevate his own power, he would inevitably find himself trampled underfoot by Long Outyin. With this thought, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. That damned old man. Why must he assign me tasks at this moment of all times? After a moment of introspection, Yang Fan ceased his contemplation and resumed his journey. Approximately 2 hours later, he arrived near the Sheng sect. Perhaps due to fatigue, he slowed his pace while traversing the steep mountain path. However, the profound silence enveloping him was somewhat disconcerting, causing his brow to furrow slightly. At that moment, he sensed a subtle disturbance and swiftly turned his gaze, only to find a strikingly graceful celestial maiden, her long hair flowing and her attire pristine white. Instantly, he was captivated. The ethereal beauty before him exuded an aura of purity, leaving a lasting impression of innocence. Such a woman was unlike any he had ever encountered. Yet, he struggled to recall her identity, his heart brimming with confusion. Taking a deep breath, he approached her without hesitation. Standing before the celestial maiden, he softly inquired, "Greetings, fair maiden. I am Yang Fan. May I have the honor of knowing you?" His face adorned with a radiant smile, he appeared exceptionally charming. Upon hearing his words, the maiden's brow furrowed slightly. Yet, upon observing Yang Fan's demeanor, a flicker of disdain arose within her. A lingering feeling told her that this Yang Fan was not a virtuous character. Consequently, she replied coolly, "No, you may not." Without further deliberation, she turned and departed, as formidable as an unyielding iceberg. At that moment, Yang Fan's expression darkened significantly. The taste of rejection is undeniably bitter. Leaving Yang Fan on the verge of an outburst, I approached with the best of intentions, and yet this is how I am treated? Just wait until I discover your identity. Yang Fan silently cursed. He chose not to linger on the matter any longer and turned away, continuing his journey towards the Xingnu sect. His mood swiftly soured. After all, anyone would feel disheartened in such circumstances. Before long, Yang Fan arrived at the grand entrance of the Xingnu sect. As he gazed upon the magnificent establishment, a wave of emotion washed over him. It was no wonder that the Xingnu sect was renowned alongside the Liang Sword Pavilion. Its aura radiated a distinct sanctity, truly resembling a holy ground. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed further thoughts and strode confidently inside, devoid of any hesitation. However, just as Yang Fan was about to cross the threshold, a female disciple intercepted his path. With an icy demeanor, she inquired, "Who are you, and why have you come to our Xingnu sect?" Her gaze was unwavering, and any misstep on Yang Fan's part would prompt her to strike without hesitation, demonstrating her formidable prowess. Without overthinking her words, Yang Fan replied, "I am Yang Xingzi of the Liang Sword Pavilion. I have come to the Xingnu sect on the orders of our sect leader to discuss matters regarding the demon extermination. Please inform your superiors." Without delay, he produced a token from his possession, presenting it before the disciple's eyes. Upon seeing the token, the disciple's skepticism waned. Yet a trace of uncertainty lingered in her heart. She then said, "I will go and report this. Please wait here." "Go ahead." Yang Fan replied dismissively with a wave of his hand. The disciple, sensing no further hesitation, promptly entered the Xingnu sect and made her way towards the main hall. Wasting no time, the matter of demon extermination was of utmost importance and could not afford any errors. Approximately 10 minutes later, the disciple arrived in the grand hall, where two stunning women awaited her. One was Lu Xian, the saintess of the Xingnu sect, while the other, more mature figure, was the sect leader, Diao Ruyu. "What is the matter? Why the fluster? Is it so difficult to see the saintess has returned?" Diao Ruyu remarked darkly, her expression darkening. The return of Lu Xian should have been a moment of great joy, yet it was now marred by the disruption caused by a mere disciple. Such occurrences, who among us could endure them? Upon witnessing the fury of Diao Ruyu, the female disciple collapsed in an instant, trembling as she offered her explanations, fearful of any hesitation that might lead to her demise at Diao Ruyu's hands. After listening to the disciple's account, Diao Ruyu furrowed her brow, astonished to discover that Yang Fan had arrived at the Xing sect. This revelation filled her with a profound sense of shock, and her expression grew increasingly grave. After a moment, Diao Ruyu exhaled deeply and spoke, her tone laced with resignation. "Let him in." Beside her, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with this Yang Fan, as if she had encountered him before. In response, the disciple, not daring to voice any dissent, bowed respectfully to Diao Ruyu and hurried out of the grand hall, swiftly making her way to the entrance of the Xing sect. Upon reaching Yang Fan's side, she gasped for breath, her eyes wide with urgency. "Yang Xingzi, our sect master requests your presence." Not wishing to squander a moment, she was acutely aware of the potential consequences of any delay. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan smiled faintly and replied, "I understand. I shall enter now. Please maintain your post." Without further ado, Yang Fan strode directly into the Xing sect. It must be noted that true to its name, the Xing sect was comprised solely of female disciples, with no male members in sight. Thus, as Yang Fan entered, all gazes converged upon him, leaving him somewhat disconcerted, perhaps due to the long absence of male presence in the vicinity. Upon encountering Yang Fan, the female disciples' eyes immediately sparkled with admiration, and a hint of drool escaped from their lips. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. What on earth is happening? He lamented inwardly. Moments later, a thought struck him. This was not a place to linger. Consequently, he hastened to the entrance of the grand hall. After catching his breath and straightening his attire, he stepped inside, his anxiety gradually subsiding. However, upon entering the hall and catching sight of Lu Xian, he was momentarily taken aback. Internally, he scoffed. How did she end up here? Is she the saintess of the Sacred Sun sect? A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Simultaneously, Lu Xian, upon spotting Yang Fan, was equally stunned. never anticipating that the person she had encountered earlier by the roadside was, in fact, the infamous holy son of the fierce Sun Sword Pavilion. Her disdain for him intensified, further diminishing her regard for him. Young Saint Yang, it has been a while. Jia Ruyu greeted him with a faint smile. Had it not been for his distinguished status, she would have disregarded him entirely and would never have initiated conversation. Yet, the weight of his formidable background compelled her to adopt a more humble demeanor. Master Diao, I must say, it is astonishing how youthful you remain after all this time. Yang Fan responded with a slight smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. One must remain vigilant around such cunning individuals to avoid falling prey to their schemes. Haha, how is Yang Jingxiang? Is he in good health? Jiao Ruyu chuckled lightly, her smile utterly captivating. Had it not been for Yang Fan's formidable composure, he might have been easily ensnared by her charm and obediently followed her lead. Thank you for your concern, Master Diao. My father is quite well and could easily engage in a 300-round duel with you. As soon as these words were uttered, the delicate face of Diao Ruyu flushed crimson, her gentle and tender hands instinctively tightening into a slight grip. A faint huff escaped her nose, and her brows knitted together in displeasure. She never anticipated that Yang Fan would dare to tease her so openly in front of others. Instantly, fury ignited within her. If circumstances permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to teach Yang Fan a stern lesson, making him aware of her formidable presence. However, as thoughts swirled in her mind, she gradually regained her composure, though her gaze towards Yang Fan still flickered with a hint of menace. After a brief moment, Jiao Ryu exhaled deeply and inquired, "Might I ask what important matter brings you, young Master Yang, to seek my presence?" Her tone was laced with dissatisfaction, harboring a fierce desire to strike Yang Fan. Yet she refrained, choosing instead to envision such scenarios in her mind, perhaps hoping this would ease her temper. Upon hearing Jiao Ruyu's words, Yang Fan appeared utterly indifferent. Without further contemplation, he replied, "Truth be told, I had no intention of coming here. However, my father insisted I do so, claiming I needed to discuss some demon-slaying matters with you. Thus, here I am. After all, this place is so remote that even birds wouldn't deign to relieve themselves here. Were it not for my father's command, I would certainly not have made the journey." With that, Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, his expression replete with an air of insubordination. Jiao Ryu, upon hearing this, clenched her fists tightly, her teeth grinding audibly in a display of her mounting anger. It seemed the rumors of Yang Fan's arrogance and disdain for others were indeed founded in truth, as Lu Exine silently mused, her beautiful visage contorting into an unnatural expression, as if she shared a deep-seated enmity with Yang Fan. The reason behind Yang Fan's behavior was entirely rooted in his disdain for Jiao Ryu. Otherwise, he would have approached her with courtesy and civility, rather than the insolence he exhibited now. Nevertheless, Lu Exine, like Jiao Ryu, eventually found her composure, choosing not to engage in further conflict with Yang Fan, recognizing the formidable background he possessed, which was beyond the capabilities of the Xing sect to confront. Jiao Ryu, aware of the immense prowess of the ancients of the Liang Sword Pavilion, understood that provoking them could lead to dire consequences, far exceeding the capabilities of even 100 Xing sects. After a moment of respite, Jiao Ryu finally spoke. "I see. In that case, young Master Yang, as nightfall approaches, how about I summon the esteemed elders of the Xing sect tomorrow to provide you with a thorough discourse? What do you think?" Especially the phrase good, which was emphasized with a tone reminiscent of a precious jade. There was no alternative, since they could not take action. Were they not allowed to vent their frustrations by verbally berating Yang Fan? At that moment, Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Initially, he had intended to resolve the current matter swiftly and return to the Li Ying Sword Pavilion without delay. After all, remaining in the Xing sect, one could never anticipate what misfortunes might unfold. Finally, with a deep exhale, Yang Fan spoke. "Very well, I shall remain here for the night." He then prepared to turn away, wishing to leave this place behind. However, just as he was about to depart, a voice interrupted his progress, prompting him to turn and regard the speaker. "Yang Xingzi, I have heard of your formidable prowess, having reached the threshold of a half-immortal. Coincidentally, I too have attained that level. Why don't we engage in a contest to ascertain who among us is superior?" Upon finishing her words, Lu Exine cast an unfriendly glance at Yang Fan, her tone laced with mockery. Instantly, Yang Fan furrowed his brow again, taken aback by Lu Exine's unexpected provocation at such a moment. This instantly ignited a fierce anger within Yang Fan. his gaze directed at Lu Xian brimming with a palpable aura of hostility, sharp as a longsword. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply, his teeth clenched slightly, and declared, "Since the esteemed Lu Xian is so eager, I shall accompany you to the very end." The atmosphere immediately fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. Jia Ruyu, witnessing this tense scene, felt a surge of anxiety wash over her. Internally, she chastised. Why must the saintess provoke him? Is she not courting trouble? Truly sigh. Her expression betrayed a sense of helplessness, as she found herself at a loss for words. If it were within her power, Jia Ruyu would have wished to intervene. However, young Fan had already acquiesced, and it was too late for her to dissuade him. Very well, let us proceed. Before Jiao Ryu could fully lament, Lu Xian, with a spirited demeanor, promptly announced her intent. Without further ado, she strode out of the grand hall towards the training grounds, exuding an utterly unique charisma. This temperament captivated young Fan. However, he was more than willing to teach the other party a lesson. A wicked smile crept upon his lips. Without uttering much, young Fan simply followed in Lu Xian's footsteps. At that moment, Jiao Ryu could not bear to watch any longer and hurriedly trailed behind, anxious that Lu Xian might encounter some misfortune. It is well known that Jia Ryu is aware of young Fan's brutality, regardless of whether the opponent is male or female. Should they provoke young Fan, he would unleash a merciless onslaught. His attacks are exceedingly cruel. Therefore, to avert any potential calamity, Jia Ryu felt compelled to follow him, with no other recourse available. After approximately 10 minutes, under Lu Xian's guidance, Yang Fan arrived at the martial arts arena. However, the news of Yang Fan's challenge to Lu Xian spread like wildfire within the Xing sect. Numerous female disciples gathered around the arena, eager to witness this monumental clash, their faces alight with fervor. Who do you believe will triumph, the illustrious young Saint Yang or our revered saintess? Is that even a question? Of course. It's the dashing young Saint Yang. Pa. No way. Our saintess is far superior. Where do you hail from? All right, everyone. Please settle down and observe this duel in silence. The group of female disciples chattered incessantly, reminiscent of market vendors haggling over produce. On the stage of the martial arts arena, Yang Fan and Lu Xian stood face to face, locking gazes without rushing to strike. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Young Saint, shall you make the first move, or shall I? Lu Xian inquired after a brief pause, a faint smile gracing her lips, though it bore an unsettling quality, as if victory were already assured. In response, Young Fan, unfazed, replied, "You may go first, lest I be accused of bullying you." "Very well, I shall not hold back." With that proclamation, Lu Xian instantly unleashed her spiritual energy. A chilling aura swirled around her, gradually coalescing into razor-sharp ice blades, poised to surge toward Yang Fan at any moment. By heavens, this is the power of the Ice Vein. The female disciples gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating several paces, deterred by an overwhelming chill emanating from Lu Xian, which instilled a trace of fear amidst their deep admiration. They had never anticipated that after such a long separation, Lu Xian had grown to such formidable strength. Observing this scene, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly, not regarding Lu Xian's assault with any concern. In his heart, he possessed an unwavering confidence in his ability to prevail. Without hesitation, Lu Xian unleashed a blade of ice formed from her spiritual energy, swiftly launching it towards Yang Fan with no intention of offering any quarter. At this moment, Yang Fan remained unperturbed, promptly channeling his spiritual energy. He swiftly activated the devouring pulse body, directly consuming the ice blade conjured by Lu Xian. With a gaping maw, he devoured the icy weapon, savoring its essence. Afterward, Yang Fan let out a satisfied burp and inquired, "Is there more?" "I am not yet satiated." His words left everyone present utterly astonished, gazing at him in disbelief, their palms beginning to tremble involuntarily. They could hardly fathom the terrifying prowess Yang Fan displayed. Lu Xian, too, was taken aback, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before her. A whirlwind of emotion surged within her. Though Lu Xian had mentally prepared herself, she could never have anticipated Yang Fan's formidable strength. The echo of a singular thought reverberated in her mind. Could it be that I am truly destined to be defeated? Thus, within Lu Xian's heart, a distorted mindset began to take shape, and her expression instantly became unnatural. Her gaze radiated a fierce intensity, and her aura gradually swelled with mounting fury, as though her entire being was suffused with anger. Subsequently, disregarding everything else, Lu Xian unleashed all her spiritual energy, transforming it into a colossal ice blade. Poised to engage Yang Fan in a desperate struggle. Observing this scene, Yang Fan furrowed his brow, fully aware of Lu Xian's imminent actions. He recognized that he could not afford to be complacent. Should any misfortune befall him, the consequences would be dire. Consequently, he began to accumulate his strength slowly, preparing to withstand Lu Xian's final onslaught. In no time, the massive ice blade surged toward Yang Fan, accompanied by a whirlwind. Unperturbed, Yang Fan swiftly released a searing palm to counter it. The instant the palm met the ice blade, a tremendous wave erupted, causing several surrounding cultivators to stagger backward several paces, unable to withstand the force. As the ice blade and the palm dissipated, a thick fog enveloped the arena, obscuring the events within from the female disciples outside. After approximately a minute, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a sight that left the onlookers in stunned silence. Some were elated, while others were filled with sorrow or resignation. An array of emotions surged within the hearts of the female disciples. Yet, the events had transpired, and even the desire to alter the outcome could not change what had occurred. They could only gradually accept this new reality. There lay Lu Xian, utterly weakened upon the ground, her face etched with indignation. In a fit of rage, she struck the earth, tears streaming from her beautiful eyes, portraying profound sadness. In stark contrast, Yang Fan stood unscathed in the training arena, yet at that moment, he displayed no sign of joy, his brow knitted tightly in discontent, as if he found little satisfaction in his victory. Gazing at the weeping Lu Xian, Yang Fan shook his head helplessly, unable to comprehend how things had spiraled into such a state. A flicker of pity ignited within him, prompting him to exhale deeply. He approached Lu Xian step by step, then knelt beside her and gently uttered, "Rise." Immediately, Yang Fan extended his petite hand, intending to assist Lu Xian in rising. However, Lu Xian's thoughts diverged sharply. She perceived Yang Fan's gesture as mere pity, a prelude to mockery. Consequently, her expression darkened in an instant. Without hesitation, she flung Yang Fan's hand away and declared, "Get away. Conceal your disdainful face. I do not require your pity. Just leave me be." Years of effort had been reduced to this moment. Who could endure such a fate? In that moment, Yang Fan's expression darkened significantly. "I extend my genuine concern towards you, yet you respond in such a manner. My apologies. But I shall take my leave." With this thought, Yang Fan did not linger any longer. He rose to his feet and strode away with a light step, not bothering to cast a glance back. After all, it was precisely due to Lu Xian's actions that Yang Fan felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Otherwise, he would not have reacted in such a way. This was entirely due to the vexation caused by Lu Xian. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing Yang Fan's departure, Lu Xian felt no sense of relief. Instead, a tinge of reluctance arose within her, akin to that of a forsaken wife. As Lu Xian wallowed in her sorrow, Jia Ruyu hastily approached from a distance, her expression fraught with urgency. Soon, Jia Ruyu reached Lu Xian's side and gently assisted her to her feet. With genuine concern, she inquired, "Lu Xian, are you all right?" Her gaze was filled with empathy, deeply worried about any unfortunate occurrences during Lu Xian's confrontation with Yang Fan. "No, I'm fine, master. I shall return now," replied Lu Xian, extricating herself from Jiao Ruyu's embrace and trudging toward her room with heavy steps, her face etched with despondency. Observing Lu Xian's retreating silhouette, Jiao Ruyu felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Yet, there was nothing that could be done to alter the course of events. She could only hope that Lu Xian would gradually regain her strength and not remain in such a state of despair. Otherwise, Jiao Ruyu would be at a loss for what to do. With a heavy heart, she sighed deeply and murmured to herself, "Lu Xian, you must gather your spirits and not succumb to despondency. The future of the Sheng sect depends entirely on you." Meanwhile, everything that had transpired was fully witnessed by Yang Fan. However, rather than waiting for Lu Xian to distance herself before offering her comfort, he chose to silently observe her, unwilling to let her stray from the right path. Yang Fan had recalled Lu Xian's identity, and his mood grew increasingly tense. Though Lu Xian may currently be unable to defeat Yang Fan, once she grows stronger, she could easily overpower him, effortlessly delivering a crushing blow. This gradually instilled a sense of fear within Yang Fan. Otherwise, he would not have stealthily followed Lu Xian. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Xian arrived at a rooftop and settled down. She gazed quietly at the sky, her eyes revealing an unfathomable sorrow. Her mind incessantly replayed the scene of her recent battle with Yang Fan. For reasons unknown, a pang of heartache began to arise within her. Why? Why can't I defeat Yang Fan? Lu Xian lamented. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, gently falling onto the rooftop, embodying her profound sadness. Upon witnessing this, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, then without hesitation, soared to Lu Xian's side and sat down. Like Lu Xian, he quietly gazed at the sky. Hearing a sound, Lu Xian turned her head and was taken aback to find Yang Fan seeking her out, which instantly soured her mood. Her eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Subsequently, Lu Xian exhaled deeply and, with a stoic expression, inquired, "What is it? Have you come to mock me?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm, and her gaze dimmed. An aura of frostiness enveloped her, akin to a cold goddess. However, Yang Fan appeared unfazed, seemingly accustomed to such behavior. Thus, he replied calmly, "If I were here to mock you, I would not have approached in this manner. I came to check on you out of concern." His voice was soft, as if fearful that raising it even slightly might strike a chord in Lu Xian's heart. At this moment, Lu Xian found herself utterly perplexed by Yang Fan's true intentions in seeking her out. Her mind was clouded with a sense of responsibility, and even her gaze towards Yang Fan had shifted subtly. "Hey," Lu Xian scoffed a few times, choosing not to respond to Yang Fan but instead gazing silently at the sky, withholding any verbal expression. The feelings of a failure were undeniably irksome, particularly for someone like Lu Xian, who was accustomed to being exceptional. Her mood was decidedly tumultuous. If given the choice, she might have even harbored an impulse towards self-destruction. In this manner, one might find a semblance of liberation, at the very least, escaping the persistent haze of confusion that currently envelopes me. Truth be told, I have often found myself bested by many, perpetually succumbing to their prowess. During those times, my thoughts were consumed by an unwavering determination to triumph over my adversaries, to rise once more. However, upon the day I finally emerged victorious, reclaiming my footing, I was struck by an overwhelming sense of solitude in this world. It became evident that these struggles were not pursuits of my own choosing, but rather a manifestation of my competitive spirit in that fleeting moment. I have since come to understand that failure is not to be feared. The true dread lies in the inability to rise again. Without the courage to stand once more, one forfeits even the opportunity to conquer their rivals. After expressing these heartfelt sentiments, Yang Fan revealed a gentle smile, harboring a quiet hope that Lu Xian would heed his words. In this manner, Lu Xian would at least not be wallowing in despair as she currently is. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him with an expression of disbelief. His words echoed persistently in her mind. It was the first time Lu Xian had encountered such sentiments, leaving her utterly astonished. For reasons unknown, her heart began to race with increasing fervor. The ethereal energy, poised to transcend her limitations, swiftly coursed into Lu Xian's being. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming influx of this energy enveloping her. However, just as she believed she was on the verge of a breakthrough, a sudden thud signaled the abrupt disappearance of that energy, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. Her brow furrowed deeply, her expression shifting from joy to sorrow. Internally, she lamented, "Wasn't a breakthrough promised? How did it end up like this?" At this moment, Lu Xian's mood was exceedingly discontent, akin to a knife piercing her heart. "What is the matter?" Yang Fan inquired, noticing Lu Xian's unusual demeanor, his voice laced with curiosity. He hoped, if possible, that Lu Xian could elucidate her feelings to him. In this manner, her heart would no longer be engulfed in confusion. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian gradually came to her senses. With a resigned sigh, she found herself at a loss as to how to articulate her feelings. An overwhelming urge to weep surged within her. After what felt like a lengthy interval of 10 minutes, Lu Xian slowly regained her composure. With a deep exhale, she responded directly, "It's nothing." Her eyes were shrouded in a dim hue, as if she had lost something of great significance, leaving her unable to experience joy. Her demeanor had become profoundly despondent. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that Lu Xian undoubtedly had something weighing on her mind. However, he couldn't quite fathom what had transpired to bring about such a change in her demeanor, leaving him ensnared in a web of confusion. He yearned for Lu Xian to confide in him. Thus, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, wearing a faint smile as he said, "Very well then, rest early, and we shall meet tomorrow." Rather than remaining ensnared in perplexity, it would be wiser to seek solace in rest. Perhaps this was the only way to avoid spiraling into unproductive thoughts. Lu Xian did not ponder much and simply nodded, waving goodbye to Yang Fan. Although her spirits were low, she harbored a profound gratitude towards him. She knew that without Yang Fan's presence, she would have found it nearly impossible to navigate through the fog of despair, potentially succumbing to overwhelming inner demons. Therefore, despite her current state of melancholy, Liu Xin was sincerely appreciative of Yang Fan. Observing this, Yang Fan hesitated for only a moment before departing with a gentle smile, not glancing back. As she watched his distant silhouette fade away, Liu Xin felt a surge of emotion within her, fostering an inexplicable sentiment towards Yang Fan. This feeling was profoundly difficult for Liu Xin to articulate. What is happening to me? I clearly detest him, so why has everything suddenly changed? Liu Xin silently lamented, her face involuntarily creasing with a hint of sorrow. Ultimately, she chose not to dwell on her thoughts any further and simply tucked away her emotions. With a deep exhale, she returned to her room and began to rest gradually. As for Yang Fan, he did not proceed to his own chamber. Instead, he followed a voice's directive to the back mountain of the Sheng sect, where he quietly gazed upon the breathtaking scenery before him. Isn't this place rather unfit for you, boy from the Burning Sun Sword Pavilion? The voice resonated in Yang Fan's ears, heavy with gravity. Yet, Yang Fan paid it no heed. He merely smiled faintly and replied, "Why should I not come here, ancestor of the Sheng sect?" His tone brimmed with confidence, as if every situation lay firmly within his grasp. At this moment, the figure that had emitted a sound was momentarily startled, never anticipating that the other party would so swiftly deduce their identity. This revelation cast a profound shock upon them, leaving them at a loss for words. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, the figure finally spoke, "Come in." Initially, they had no intention of allowing Yang Fan to enter. However, given that the individual had successfully guessed their identity, it seemed prudent to grant entry. After all, this would enable them to ascertain the other party's true motives and intentions. Otherwise, the ancestral figure of the Sheng sect would never have permitted Yang Fan's entrance. Upon hearing the words of the sect's matriarch, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly, showing no hesitation as he stepped directly into the rear mountain. As for the reason behind Yang Fan's sudden visit to the ancestral figure of the Sheng sect, it was simply to seek out more formidable allies. Soon, Yang Fan found himself within the depths of the rear mountain. Yet the sight that greeted him was a startling, elderly woman who caused him to instinctively retreat several steps. Utterly incredulous at the scene before him, her long, white hair cascaded over a figure that was anything but ordinary, and her visage bore the youthful charm of a woman in her 20s, making her appear far removed from the image of a typical old woman. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. "What? Are you rendered speechless upon meeting me?" inquired the matriarch of the Sheng sect. Her demeanor tinged with a subtle yet imposing gravity, reminiscent of a queen reigning over the cosmos. Had it not been for Yang Fan's unwavering composure, he might have succumbed to a fatal bout of bloodshed right then and there. After gathering his thoughts, he exhaled deeply and managed a faint smile. How could that be? I was merely taken aback for a moment, which left me momentarily speechless. His limbs trembled involuntarily, fearful that the matriarch might perceive any hint of his distress. Should such an unfortunate event transpire, the consequences would be dire. "Oh, I see. So you imply that I am indeed beautiful." The matriarch nodded, her expression shifting to one of inscrutable depth as she regarded Yang Fan. Her aura intensified, cornering him with an overwhelming presence that compelled him to retreat several steps. "Goodness, must you be so severe, old lady? I merely complimented your beauty." Yang Fan inwardly scoffed as he stepped back, his face etched with exasperation. He felt a strong discontent towards the matriarch's sudden display of authority. Yet, what could he do? He was no match for her strength, leaving him with no choice but to concede. With a resigned sigh, he forced a semblance of a smile and said, "Sheng Fenglin, please refrain from provoking me. I have pressing matters to discuss with you and do not wish to engage in trivialities." His tone was laced with discontent. Had he possessed the ability to overpower her, he would have certainly confronted her head-on, refusing to allow Sheng Fenglin to bully him. Upon hearing her name, Sheng Fenglin took a few steps back, her face betraying her displeasure. Her pale lavender eyes fixated on Yang Fan, and an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, so profound that even the sound of a falling needle would be audible. At that moment, Sheng Fenglin's emotions were tumultuous, akin to a sharp thorn piercing her heart. After a tense 10 minutes, she finally exhaled and questioned, "How do you know my name?" Her gaze remained locked on Yang Fan, eager to discern his reaction. Her limbs trembled slightly, caught off guard by his knowledge of her identity. However, Yang Fan merely smiled enigmatically, choosing not to divulge any information. After all, a man must maintain an air of mystery. It is the allure that captivates. "Why are you silent now?" Having not received an answer from Yang Fan for quite some time, Shang Fenglin anxiously exclaimed, her aura gradually rising, akin to a queen surveying her realm. Were it anyone else, they might have been utterly intimidated by Shang Fenglin's commanding presence. However, Yang Fan remained entirely unperturbed. It is worth noting that Yang Fan had encountered the Supreme Being before and possessed a profound understanding of Shang Fenglin's temperament. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan slowly began to speak. I wonder if you would believe my conjecture? His tone carried a hint of nonchalance, as though he viewed the entire situation with remarkable detachment. This revelation incited an immediate and furious reaction from Shang Fenglin, her fists clenching tightly in response. Yet, despite her intense anger, she refrained from laying a hand on Yang Fan, choosing instead to glare at him menacingly. How did I come to know your name? It was none other than my ancestor who revealed it to me. Yang Fan, noting the slight irritation on Shang Fenglin's face, hastily interjected, his own heart heavy with frustration as he mused inwardly. Women are indeed peculiar creatures. His expression bore the marks of discontent. Instantly, Shang Fenglin's demeanor softened considerably, her hostility dissipating, and her features gradually returned to a more normal state. If you had mentioned it sooner, I wouldn't have been left waiting here in vain, she remarked after a brief pause, her words laced with a hint of joy. Suddenly, an idea struck Shang Fenglin, prompting her to directly inquire. What exactly did you come to see me for? Her gaze fixed intently on Yang Fan, nearly forgetting the most crucial matter at hand. Upon hearing Shang Fenglin's question, Yang Fan felt a wave of confusion wash over him, uncertain of how to articulate his intentions. His mind was engulfed in a whirlwind of perplexity. For the very reason he sought out Shang Fenglin was to strengthen their relationship. In such circumstances, when the time arrives for the demon-slaying battlefield, Shang Fenglin would not be swept away by Long Outyin. Yet, presently, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew palpably silent, and Shang Fenglin, devoid of urgency, fixed her gaze intently upon Yang Fan, eager to extract an answer from him. After roughly half an hour, a flicker of inspiration illuminated Yang Fan's mind. Consequently, without further hesitation, he declared, I sought you out because I harbor feelings for Liu Xin, and I would like you to act as a matchmaker. What say you? Initially, Yang Fan had not intended to express himself in such a manner. However, he found himself bereft of alternatives. This was his only recourse. Otherwise, he would have no means to navigate the situation. Upon hearing this, Shang Fenglin's pupils widened slightly as she gazed at Yang Fan with disbelief, as though he were recounting an utterly preposterous tale. The revelation left her astonished. Gradually, after calming her emotions, she responded, Yang Fan, do not jest with me. Even during my seclusion, I have been aware of your reputation as the Holy Sun. While your prowess is commendable, you must remember that your current strength is entirely derived from the use of elixirs, not a reflection of your true capabilities. Am I not correct, Holy Sun Yang? Her tone dripped with disdain, utterly dismissing Yang Fan before her. Instantly, Yang Fan's brow furrowed, and his gaze upon Shang Fenglin shifted, igniting within him an urge to retaliate. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, choosing not to act on such impulse. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and replied, Esteemed ancestor of the Shang clan, even if my strength is a product of potions, at least I possess power now, unlike those prodigies whose exceptional talents were stifled in their infancy. I find their plight lamentable. As he spoke, he bore an inscrutable expression, as if he held dominion over the unfolding events. In an instant, Shang Fenglin's demeanor altered. Her brows knitted together, and an inexplicable tremor coursed through her being, emanating a unique aura that compelled Yang Fan to retreat several paces, fearing that should she unleash her wrath, he might be summarily vanquished. In such a situation, to whom could one turn for reason? However, the subsequent scene instantly allowed Yang Fan to exhale deeply, as he felt a considerable alleviation of tension compared to before. Indeed, you speak the truth. But your prowess is merely a product of substance enhancement. Otherwise, how could you possibly possess such strength? Therefore, I hold the utmost disdain for individuals like you. With that said, Shang Fenglin cast a scornful glance at Yang Fan, her eyes reflecting an unwavering contempt. At this juncture, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond to Shang Fenglin. After all, no matter how Yang Fan articulated his sentiments, he could not alter the fate that had been shaped by the use of drugs. In truth, Yang Fan possessed an exceptionally peculiar talent, albeit one concealed by the Liang sword sect. Were it to be revealed, the public's perception of him might shift dramatically. Coupled with Yang Fan's tarnished reputation, it was no wonder that matters had unfolded in such a manner. After a moment, Yang Fan revealed a faint smile and spoke candidly. What you say may indeed hold some truth, but I possess elixirs, whereas they have nothing, absolutely nothing. His demeanor remained unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of discouragement from the situation. The atmosphere in the room instantaneously grew quite peculiar, leaving Sheng Fenglin unable to grasp the reality of Yang Fan's nonchalance. She had never anticipated that he would regard this situation as a matter of course. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Fenglin replied, "Do you truly believe that after stating such things, I would consent to marry the current holy maiden, Liu Xian, to you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to answer. Aware that Sheng Fenglin was in a state of agitation, he refrained from exacerbating her ire. Thus, Yang Fan slowly articulated, "I understand that you would certainly not permit Liu Xian to wed me at this moment. However, in the future, your stance may very well change. And should you dare to obstruct my path then, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that parting remark, he turned and departed, leaving Sheng Fenglin with a striking silhouette that incited her ire. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront Yang Fan physically, yet she ultimately restrained herself, recognizing both his formidable strength and the considerable influence backing him. Nevertheless, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Sheng Fenglin could not tolerate Yang Fan's arrogance and yearned to unleash her pent-up frustration. Unable to contain herself any longer, she soared towards the back mountain, her gaze sharp with determination. Meanwhile, Yang Fan cheerfully made his way back to his quarters, his mind untroubled. To speak candidly, had he not feared that Sheng Fenglin might fall into the clutches of Long Outyin, he would not have taken such measures. Alas, he felt compelled to act in such a manner to prevent her from easily succumbing to Long Outyin's allure. After all, women are often perceived as lacking in discernment. After approximately 10 minutes, Sheng Fenglin appeared above the Liang Sword Pavilion, exuding an air of regal authority as she surveyed the scene below. Without a trace of hesitation, she made her way directly to the pavilion's loft. Moments later, she arrived at her destination, only to find a figure quietly awaiting her arrival. As if he had anticipated this moment with uncanny foresight. "How did you know I was coming?" Sheng Fenglin inquired, her brow furrowed in perplexity, eager for an explanation from the figure before her. The individual in question was none other than Yang Fan's father, Yang Zhengxiang. "Why would I not know of your impending visit?" Yang Zhengxiang replied nonchalantly, his expression as calm as if he were discussing a trivial matter. However, his words infuriated Sheng Fenglin, causing her to exhale sharply through her nostrils in indignation. "Yang Zhengxiang, I must say, you are utterly overstepping your bounds. Even if you wish to annex the Sheng female sect, there is no need to sacrifice your son in the process," she exclaimed, panting slightly as her demeanor shifted dramatically. "What do you mean by sacrificing my son? I never intended to involve him at all." Yang Zhengxiang scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain, seemingly dismissive of Sheng Fenglin's concerns, as if he were a sovereign ruler unconcerned by the repercussions of his actions. The intensity of Yang Zhengxiang's gaze instilled a sudden fear in Sheng Fenglin, a sensation she had never encountered before. A wave of inexplicable dread washed over her, and her mind began to conjure terrifying scenarios. After a moment, regaining her composure, she stammered, "Do you truly intend to annex the Sheng female sect?" Her voice trembled with fear, as if the very reality she dreaded was on the cusp of unfolding. Yet, Yang Zhengxiang remained silent, merely offering a cold chuckle, adopting an enigmatic demeanor that left her in suspense, forcing her to continue guessing his intentions. The absence of his response left Sheng Fenglin feeling utterly disheartened, at a loss for words, as a profound fear took root within her. Just as her anxiety peaked, Yang Zhengxiang spoke, "Rest assured, I have no interest in the Sheng female sect. If I did, do you believe it would still be standing?" As soon as these words were spoken, Sheng Fenglin let out a profound sigh of relief, feeling an immediate easing of tension. After all, the Sheng female sect represented everything to her, and she would never allow it to descend into ruin. Thus, with a forced smile, Sheng Fenglin remarked, "You said it yourself, so do not go back on your word." "Of course, I, Yang Zhengxiang, always keep my promises. You are well aware of my nature." Yang Zhengxiang retorted with a slight smirk. The atmosphere in the room lightened significantly, alleviating the pressure that had previously weighed heavily upon them. Sheng Fenglin's breathing became more even, her earlier anxiety dissipating. After a moment of calm, a sudden thought struck Sheng Fenglin, prompting her to inquire directly, "By the way, Yang Zhengxiang, your son wishes to marry my sectus sanctus. What do you have to say about this?" It must be noted that Sheng Fenglin was quite reluctant to let her saintess depart from the Sheng female sect, desiring instead for her to inherit her legacy, for the continued survival of the sect depended on it. Thus, she was eager to gauge Yang Zhengxiang's stance on the matter. Should he support Yang Fan, Sheng Fenglin would be at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing her words, Yang Zhengxiang furrowed his brow slightly. He had never anticipated such a development. The revelation left him utterly shocked, and his demeanor shifted markedly. What did you just say? My son wants to marry your saintess? The moment the words left his lips, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Sheng Fenglin, a flicker of hostility evident in his eyes. Internally, he thought, what on earth is my damned son thinking? Not every woman is fit for him. A look of growing anxiety crept onto his face, regardless of the circumstances. Yang Zhengxiang was determined to prevent such an occurrence, as it was essential for preserving the legitimacy of the Liang sword sect. Indeed, I need not deceive you. I am merely stating the truth. How you choose to respond is entirely up to you, Sheng Fenglin said with a resigned wave of her hand. Initially, she had assumed that this matter was orchestrated by Yang Zhengxiang, but now it seemed she had overthought the situation. Hearing her words, Yang Zhengxiang's brow knitted further. He could scarcely believe that Yang Fan had ventured to the Sheng female sect with the intention of bringing back its saintess. This revelation plunged him into deep astonishment. Son, how do you possess such charm? What can I possibly say about you? He lamented inwardly, albeit with a hint of approval. After a brief moment, Yang Zhengxiang regained his composure and spoke. This is his personal affair. I cannot intervene. Even if he wishes to marry you, there is little I can do about it. Upon uttering these words, Sheng Fenglin was left utterly astonished. Her gaze transformed, reflecting a myriad of emotions. Her heart raced tumultuously, leaving her at a loss for words. After a brief moment, she finally spoke, her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Are you implying that you will remain indifferent? Of course, why should I concern myself? Moreover, should you dare to lay a hand on my son, I shall lead the 10 great sovereigns to raise your Sheng new sect to the ground. Yang Zhengxiang retorted, a fleeting smirk on his lips, exhibiting an air of indifference. At this moment, Sheng Fenglin found herself at a loss for words, letting out a deep sigh. Very well. Yang Zhengxiang, I concede to your prowess. However, you must remember not to push a person too far, for in such circumstances, one might resort to unpredictable actions. As soon as she finished speaking, Sheng Fenglin turned and left without a trace of hesitation. Initially, she had intended to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Yang Zhengxiang. But upon reflection, she deemed it unnecessary. After all, in the face of overwhelming strength, any conversation would prove futile. Watching Sheng Fenglin's retreating figure, Yang Zhengxiang chuckled coldly. Dismissing the frosty woman entirely, he then ambled back to his chamber with a leisurely demeanor, gradually settling down to rest. As for other matters, he preferred to remain uninvolved. Time slipped by, and before long, the morning sun of the following day illuminated the earth, rousing Yang Fan from his slumber. After stretching and performing a simple morning routine, he exited his room and made his way towards the main hall of the Sheng female sect. Eager to resolve the pressing issue at hand so that he could swiftly return to the Liang Sword Pavilion and engage in a heartfelt conversation with his beloved. After a short while, Yang Fan arrived at the hall, only to find that the only attendees were the sect leader of the Sheng female sect and Liu Xin, with the other elders conspicuously absent. At this moment, Yang Fan was enveloped in confusion. Therefore, he slowly inquired, was it not stated that we would discuss some important matters today? Why are only the two of you present? His tone was imbued with perplexity. If possible, Yang Fan hoped that the leader of the Sheng sect and Liu Xin would provide him with an explanation. In this manner, one could discern the events that transpired within. Upon hearing Yang Fan's perplexity, the leader of the Sheng sect forced a faint smile and began to speak slowly. It is thus, young Master Yang, regarding this matter. I believe it should be wholly entrusted to you and Liu Xin for resolution, without any external interference. What do you think? Her gaze bore a hint of evasion. Alas, the command had been given to her by Sheng Fenglin. Otherwise, the leader of the Sheng sect would never have made such a decision. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan felt even more bewildered. What on earth is going on? He mused silently, utterly confounded by the leader's intentions. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his questions, as this matter had been jointly undertaken by the Liang Sword Pavilion and the Sheng sect. Moreover, in terms of true strength, the Sheng sect could not rival the Liang Sword Pavilion. This left Yang Fan feeling rather indifferent. Thus, he regained his composure and remarked, Oh, I see. In that case, let us proceed as you suggested, and I shall join you when the time comes. Having said this, Yang Fan prepared to take his leave from this place. He had no desire to linger any longer, for remaining here held little significance. It would be far more prudent to seize this opportunity to rest. In such circumstances, one can still nurture their spirit. However, just as Yang Fan was about to depart, the leader of the Xinyu sect spoke up, urging, young Saint Yang, please do not leave just yet. Could you assist Lu Xian with a favor? Her tone bore a hint of pleading. After all, Yang Fan was of a similar age to Lu Xian, possessed formidable strength, and had an exceptionally powerful background, which compelled the sect leader to seek his assistance. What kind of assistance? Yang Fan turned around, his expression a mixture of curiosity and confusion, his eyes blinking in bewilderment. He could not fathom the true intentions of the Xinyu sect leader. Young Saint Yang, Lu Xian has just broken through to the semi-mortal realm. What I wish to convey is that could you accompany her to Hualan Mountain to procure the sediment fruit? This would help stabilize her realm, as I fear that if this continues, she may succumb to inner demons. After her explanation, the leader's heart raced with anxiety. Terrified that Yang Fan might inadvertently refuse her request, leaving her at a loss for what to do next. Beside them, Lu Xin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the sect leader's words, gazing at her in disbelief, her face slightly flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer, visibly tense. Yang Fan, on the other hand, appeared utterly astonished, staring at the sect leader, his breathing becoming rapid. He had never anticipated such a request, rendering him momentarily speechless. After about 10 minutes, Yang Fan regained his composure and slowly replied, Sect leader, cannot you accompany Lu Xian instead? Why must I be the one to take her to Hualan Mountain for the sediment fruit? His voice was laced with confusion. While he felt that it was not a significant matter, he still wished to understand why the sect leader insisted on this course of action. After all, Yang Fan was a man who sought answers relentlessly and had not gained any tangible benefit from this situation. Without hesitation, the sect leader explained, Hualan Mountain permits only those under 18 who have reached the semi-mortal cultivation stage to enter. No other cultivators are allowed. Thus, I wish for you to protect Lu Xian during her visit. As she spoke, a bitter expression crossed her face. She had not intended to trouble Yang Fan, yet she felt she had no other choice, fervently hoping he would succeed in this endeavor. In this manner, one can attend to other matters without expending excessive mental effort on this particular issue. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself immersed in profound contemplation, uncertain whether to acquiesce to the request of the matriarch of the Saintist sect. Beside him, Lu Xian gazed anxiously at Yang Fan, her mind gradually filling with anticipation. Much like a girl newly in love, her adorably sweet demeanor evoked an irresistible urge to cherish her. After pondering for approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan lifted his head and spoke. Very well. In the interest of fostering a harmonious collaboration, I shall consent and accompany your esteemed Saintess Lu Xian. At this moment, both the leader of the Xinyu sect and Lu Xian internally exhaled a sigh of relief. They were no longer as tense as before, and a profound sense of ease washed over them. Just a moment ago, Lu Xian had genuinely feared that Yang Fan might decline. Hearing his agreement now filled her heart with immense joy, an inexplicable sensation surging within her, rendering her inexplicably elated. The leader of the Xinyu sect, upon hearing Yang Fan's affirmation, displayed a satisfied smile, as if this was the outcome he had long desired. As time passed gradually, approximately 10 minutes later, the leader spoke up. Since Holy Sun Yang has consented, I have nothing more to say. Lu Xian, prepare yourself and set off with Holy Sun Yang. Her tone was imbued with warmth, akin to that of a nurturing mother, meticulously caring for Lu Xian as if she were her own daughter. Upon hearing the leader's words, Lu Xian nodded and replied, As you command, sect leader. Without further ado, she made her way towards the Grand Hall's exit. However, as she passed by Yang Fan, her demeanor was exceedingly gentle, a gesture that utterly astonished him. He had never anticipated Lu Xian would transform in such a manner. Before long, Lu Xian departed from the Grand Hall, leaving only Yang Fan behind. Finally, he spoke up. Sect leader, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. The leader of the Xinyu sect gestured with her hand, sighing helplessly. Subsequently, Yang Fan wasted no time and exited the Grand Hall, matching Lu Xian's pace. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself compelled by the thought of wanting to win Lu Xian over. Otherwise, he would not have felt such urgency. As the afternoon wore on, Yang Fan quietly awaited Lu Xian at the entrance of the sect, eager for her to complete her preparations so they could set off. Just as impatience began to creep in, Lu Xian appeared before him, her beauty captivating and rendering him spellbound, his pupils widening in astonishment. Goodness, Lu Xian is so stunning. Even surpassing my fiancée. Yang Fan marveled to himself. However, he quickly regained his composure, making a concerted effort to suppress the burgeoning flames of desire within him. fully aware that certain matters could not be rushed and must be approached step by step. Only by doing so can the matter be handled with utmost perfection. I apologize for keeping you waiting. After a while, Lu Xian approached Yang Fan, wearing a hint of contentment. Her gaze instantly softened, transforming her demeanor entirely compared to the Lu Xian from yesterday at the training ground. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yang Fan quickly regained his composure, showing no trace of hesitation, and replied, "It's nothing. I haven't waited long at all." A radiant smile graced his face, and he appeared completely transformed from the description of his earlier self. A smile, once it graced her lips, rendered Lu Xian instantly bashful. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, akin to a fawn leaping wildly within her chest, portraying a vivid sense of urgency. Shortly thereafter, Yang Fan, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Let us be on our way." "Indeed," Lu Xian replied without a second thought, promptly following Yang Fan as they departed from the sect, venturing into the distance. Observing this, Yang Fan strolled leisurely, his demeanor remarkably relaxed, as if engaged in an utterly trivial endeavor. Thus, Yang Fan and Lu Xian left the Sheng sect, making their way towards Hualin Mountain. Perhaps others were oblivious to the perilous nature of Hualin Mountain, yet for Yang Fan, who had witnessed the Supreme Being, the dangers were all too apparent. This realization compelled him to ponder deeply, contemplating his next course of action. For only with meticulous planning could he hope to mitigate the threats that lay ahead, thereby enhancing his chances of evading serious harm. "What troubles you, Yang Fan? You appear quite discontented," Lu Xian inquired during their journey, noticing his troubled expression. Her tone was imbued with curiosity, as she hoped he might elucidate his concerns. In this manner, the confusion within oneself can be unraveled, preventing a prolonged state of bewilderment as experienced presently. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yang Fan immediately regained his focus. Without hesitation, he responded directly, "The Hualin Mountain is guarded by two formidable beast lords. We must devise a strategy to circumvent them and obtain the sediment fruit. Otherwise, should we encounter any danger, I would be at a loss as to how to proceed." After elucidating his thoughts, a look of sorrow enveloped Yang Fan's visage. He was acutely aware of the rules governing Hualin Mountain, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Even the protagonist, Long Outyen, from the Supreme Venerable, only entered after elevating his strength to that of a terrestrial immortal. Here he was, merely at the threshold of an immortal. The perilous nature of the situation was all too evident. At this moment, Lu Xian slightly furrowed her brow, aware of the concerns weighing on Yang Fan's mind. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the anxiety that once lingered within Lu Xian dissipated in an instant. In the presence of Yang Fan, she felt an unwavering sense of security, rendering fear a distant memory. This sensation struck Lu Xian as profoundly peculiar. Could this possibly be what one refers to as a sense of security? Lu Xian pondered within herself. Her beautiful eyes cautiously regarded Yang Fan, while a subtle flush of crimson graced her cheeks, as if she were contemplating some ineffable thoughts. However, in that fleeting moment of her embarrassment, Yang Fan, upon noticing her rosy complexion, promptly inquired, "Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" His tone bore a hint of confusion, yearning for Lu Xian to elucidate the matter. In such a manner, one would not feel so perplexed within. However, upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately regained her composure, hesitant to delve further into her thoughts, fearing that the more she pondered, the more likely something unfortunate would transpire. Lu Xian was at a loss for what to do next. Once she collected herself, she sought to ease her troubled mind and replied, No, it's nothing." I suddenly recalled something joyful. Her eyes were filled with a hint of panic. Although Yang Fan recognized that Lu Xian's words were woven from deceit, he chose not to expose her. He understood that some truths were better left unspoken, for the reality could be excruciatingly painful. Thus, Yang Fan decided against lingering on the matter and continued to lead Lu Xian towards Hualin Mountain. However, the journey to the sacred sect of the women was quite distant, requiring 2 or 3 days of travel. Yet, Yang Fan was not in a hurry, for he could utilize this time to devise a clever solution to their predicament, ensuring he would not be flustered later on. Gradually, time passed, and nightfall approached. Observing the darkness, Lu Xian inquired, "Yang Fan, it is quite dark now. Shall we rest here for a while before continuing our journey?" Her beautiful eyes blinked occasionally, adding to her charm. Had it been an ordinary cultivator, they might have succumbed to Lu Xian's allure, unable to extricate themselves. Yet, Yang Fan, being a resolute man, remained unfazed. Without further contemplation, he responded, "Very well. Let us do as you suggest." He He then ascended a large stone and began to rest leisurely, relishing the moment. Watching Yang Fan, who was now at ease, Lu Xian shook her head in resignation, secretly pondering, Yang Fan, do you possess even a modicum of gentlemanly grace? Although we have both abstained from food, there is no need for such indifference. At least engage in conversation with me. At this very moment, Lu Xian found herself enveloped in a profound sense of melancholy. She pondered whether her allure had diminished, leading to Yang Fan's unexpected behavior. After a deep sigh, Lu Xian dismissed her concerns and approached Yang Fan. Lighting a fire within mere steps of him, she settled quietly beside him, her mind drifting into a labyrinth of thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Fan had long been aware of Lu Xian's inner musings. Yet, he chose to remain silent, observing her with an enigmatic smile that hinted at a mastery over the unfolding events. By the way, Yang Fan, why did you agree so readily? Lu Xian suddenly inquired, her tone laced with confusion. She recalled how he had so effortlessly acquiesced earlier, leaving her perplexed and eager to unravel the mystery behind his swift consent. Only by understanding the situation could she hope to alleviate her bewilderment. Upon hearing Lu Xian's question, Yang Fan responded without hesitation. Isn't it simply because I wish to spend more time in the presence of such a captivating beauty? His eyes sparkled with a teasing glint. Initially, Yang Fan had not intended to articulate his thoughts in such a manner. However, he recognized that a candid response might render the atmosphere awkwardly tense. Thus, he endeavored to lighten the mood. In this manner, the surrounding atmosphere can transform into a softer ambience, alleviating the previously overwhelming tension. However, the mere mention of this causes Lu Xian's complexion to flush a deep crimson. Her delicate fingers fidget incessantly, revealing her profound unease. Witnessing Lu Xian's reaction fills Yang Fan with sudden delight, for this is precisely the outcome he had desired. After a brief interlude, as Lu Xian's tension begins to dissipate, she responds with a quivering tone, do not speak nonsense. I am hardly a stunning beauty. Yang Fan chuckles softly. How can that be? A true beauty would never admit to being one. It is evident that Lu Xian has gracefully fallen into Yang Fan's carefully laid trap, a scenario that brings him immense satisfaction. It is important to note that Yang Fan is acutely aware of the significant assistance Lu Xian has provided to Long Outyin within the realm of the Supreme Sovereign. Thus, no matter the cost, Yang Fan is determined to seize her for himself. In this manner, what significance does Long Aotion hold before me? Who could deny that Lu Xian possesses an enviable system, known as the Destiny Stealing System? It remains dormant for now, yet once awakened, its formidable power shall undoubtedly be revealed. This elucidates the reason behind Long Outyin's formidable prowess in the later stages. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian found herself at a loss for response, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Gradually, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yang Fan's eyes, fearing that he might instantly discern her innermost thoughts. Nevertheless, Lu Xian felt an undeniable joy within, for just the night prior, she had developed a peculiar sentiment towards Yang Fan. In the midst of her bewildering emotions, Lu Xian found herself at a loss for words. The peculiar sensation was overwhelming. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a thunderous sound shattered the tranquility of the night, akin to a colossal firecracker exploding in the darkness. It jolted both Yang Fan and Lu Xian from their reverie. What was that sound? Lu Xian's gaze swiftly darted towards the source of the noise, her eyes sharpening with an intensity that starkly contrasted her earlier gentle demeanor. One might have thought she was afflicted with some form of psychological turmoil. Shall we investigate? Yang Fan inquired, shaking his head in confusion. The source of the recent uproar had equally perplexed him. After all, it was the first time he had encountered such a sound. His mind was ensnared in a web of contemplation. Upon hearing Yang Fan's suggestion, Lu Xian nodded in agreement, her curiosity piqued by the prospect of discovering the creature that had produced such a terrifying roar. This world was teeming with various mystical beasts, and despite the relentless efforts of cultivators to hunt them, these creatures seemed to possess an uncanny ability to replicate themselves, reappearing time and again in an unimaginable cycle. Without further hesitation, Yang Fan led Lu Xian towards the origin of the roar, their movements remarkably graceful, as if they were wary of disturbing the unseen entity. What do you think the creature that emitted that roar could be? Lu Xian asked, her voice tinged with perplexity as they advanced. She was eager to unravel the mystery of the being responsible for the sound. In response, Yang Fan fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on the nature of the noise. However, despite his efforts, he could not identify the creature that had made such an impression. With a sigh, he admitted, I do not know. It is the first time I have encountered such a sound. His tone carried a hint of embarrassment, for he too was unaware of the creature's identity. Had he known, he would have readily shared that information. Upon hearing Yang Fan's response, Lu Xian bore him no ill will. Instead, she continued to run forward, understanding that the world was filled with an array of bizarre and countless mystical beasts. Yang Fan's ignorance was entirely reasonable. Offering him reassurance, she said, "It's all right, Yang Fan. By going closer, we shall surely discover the truth." A charming smile graced her face, intended to comfort Yang Fan and dissuade him from overthinking. Remarkably, this smile from Lu Xian instantly captivated Yang Fan, igniting a sudden spark of joy within him. An inexplicable thrill surged through his heart. Consequently, Yang Fan quickened his pace, eager to uncover the nature of the being that could evoke such feelings in him. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Xian and Yang Fan arrived near the source of the roaring sounds. For the sake of safety, they concealed themselves within a thicket and cautiously peered out. However, upon doing so, they were met with a sight that filled them with dread, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, as if confronted by a terrifying entity that rendered them incapable of remaining calm. This is a demon slayer beast. Yang Fan marveled inwardly, his pupils widening slightly. Its black scales covered its entire body, massive claws, deathly gaze, and formidable fangs evoked sheer terror, deterring any thought of approach. What kind of demon beast is this? Lu Xian murmured in fear, thoroughly frightened by the sight before her. It was her first encounter with such a horrifying creature, and it was impossible for her not to be afraid. If given the choice, she would have preferred to flee the scene immediately, unwilling to remain any longer, terrified of what might happen next. Upon hearing the fear in Lu Xian's voice, Yang Fan slowly spoke. "This is the nemesis of the demon clan, the demon slayer beast, a being comparable to a king." As he finished explaining, his gaze sharpened, determination replacing any hint of relaxation. After all, should they let their guard down and be discovered by the demon slayer beast, escape would be futile. Thus, they had to remain silent, avoiding detection to evade the imminent danger. Otherwise, Yang Fan was at a loss for how to proceed. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately closed her mouth, her pupils widening in disbelief as she gazed at the scene before her, her emotions becoming increasingly complex. Heavens, why? Why must I encounter such a terrifying demon beast? I have not yet lived enough, Lu Xian cried out in her heart. Unfortunately, the situation had already transpired. Even if Lu Xian wished to alter the circumstances before her, it was utterly impossible. There was no option but to forge ahead. Gradually, she regained her composure and directly inquired, "What should we do now, Yang Fan?" Her tone carried a hint of urgency. Faced with the imminent danger, Lu Xian felt utterly powerless. Moreover, the demon-hunting beast was vigilantly scanning its surroundings, and it would undoubtedly soon detect the presence of Yang Fan and Lu Xian. Most critically, even if they wished to escape, there was no feasible way to do so. Thus, both Yang Fan and Lu Xian found themselves cornered by the formidable beast, with no retreat in sight. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yang Fan felt a surge of anxiety. His mind was engulfed in chaotic thoughts, desperately yearning to dispel the looming crisis. Cursing inwardly, he lamented, "Had I known this would happen, I should never have brought Lu Xian here. What was I so curious about?" Yet, the events had unfolded, and regretting it now served no purpose. The only way to extricate themselves from this predicament was to resolve the immediate threat. Thus, Yang Fan began to ponder, searching for a viable solution to their dilemma. Time slipped away, and he remained deep in thought. Yet, time waited for no one. Soon, the demon-hunting beast turned its gaze towards Lu Xian and Yang Fan. Within mere minutes, it had discovered their presence, prompting Lu Xian to become increasingly anxious, her body trembling with fear. It was not that she was cowardly. Rather, the beast was overwhelmingly powerful, capable of dispatching her with a mere flick of its finger. Who among us would not be gripped by fear in such a situation? Have you devised any clever solutions? As Yang Fan pondered this, Lu Xian, unable to contain her rising panic, directly inquired. Her eyes were filled with various shades of terror, desperately yearning to flee this perilous place. Just as the demon-slaying beast was about to discover Yang Fan and Lu Xian, a sudden idea flashed through Yang Fan's mind, illuminating his thoughts. Without hesitation, he spoke decisively. "Lu Xian, we cannot escape now. Our only option is to join forces and defeat the demon-slaying beast before us to ensure our safe departure. Otherwise, we have no way out." His tone was laced with urgency. After all, this was the best plan Yang Fan could conceive, although it carried a hint of recklessness. He firmly believed that with unwavering confidence, they could vanquish the beast before them, perhaps even claim it as their own. At that moment, Lu Xian was utterly astonished, gazing at Yang Fan with an expression of disbelief. She had never conceived of such a method. Her emotions began to grow increasingly complex. However, after a brief moment, Lu Xian came to terms with it. Rather than fleeing, it was far better to die valiantly on the battlefield. In this manner, the situation became somewhat more bearable. With this thought, Lu Xian's gaze instantly transformed into one of unwavering determination. She then spoke aloud, "All right, Yang Fan, let us proceed as you suggested." Subsequently, Yang Fan wasted no time, fully arming himself. He unleashed every last drop of his spiritual energy, preparing to engage the demon beast in a fierce battle to demonstrate their strength. Lu Xian shared this resolve. Upon sensing the unusual spiritual energy, the demon beast's eyes also filled with a fierce determination, fixating intently on the thicket. Its massive claws had gathered power, ready for action. Without hesitation, Yang Fan and Lu Xian launched their attacks. One transformed his spiritual energy into a colossal fire sword, while the other conjured a giant ice sword. Both aimed directly at the demon beast. The air around them nearly solidified in the face of such intensity. The two immense swords, ablaze with flames and frost, descended upon the demon beast. Yet, to their astonishment, the creature disregarded the impending assault, casually swiping its claw, instantly reducing the two swords to mere shadows. Witnessing this, Yang Fan and Lu Xian were momentarily rendered speechless. Although they were aware of the demon beast's formidable prowess, they had not anticipated its overwhelming strength to such an extent. It was enough to leave them in sheer shock, their hearts racing violently, breaths quickening. No, this cannot be. How can this demon beast be so powerful? Lu Xian cried out in terror, her heart filled with panic. She found herself at a loss as to how to confront the creature before them, her eyes devoid of any emotion but fear. Yang Fan, on the other hand, furrowed his brow, resolute in the thought that they could not perish here. The demon beast must be vanquished. Yet, as the saying goes, one must remain calm in the face of danger. Yang Fan endeavored to steady his emotions, understanding that only through tranquility could the impending crisis be navigated without chaos. In an instant, he spoke swiftly, "Lu Xian, do not be afraid. Fear will not resolve our predicament. Let us assault the demon beast together, for only then do we stand a greater chance of survival. Otherwise, we shall surely meet our end here." Having spoken, Yang Fan wasted no time and directly engaged in combat with the demon slayer beast, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. After all, indecision only leads to defeat. Meanwhile, Lu Xian gradually overcame her fear, realizing that immediate action was imperative. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing heart. Without further ado, Lu Xian launched a frost attack on the demon slayer beast, striving to eliminate the formidable creature before them. However, the disparity in strength between Yang Fan, Lu Xian, and the beast was insurmountable. Their attacks seemed little more than mere tickles to the beast. Yang Fan's anxiety escalated as he cursed under his breath, questioning the beast's overwhelming might. A sense of urgency began to engulf him, as he understood that failing to vanquish the demon slayer beast promptly could lead to dire consequences, the thought of which he scarcely dared to entertain. Lu Xian, too, began to feel despondent, her entire body trembling slightly. Perhaps the demon slayer beast had grown bored, as its gaze sharpened, fixating on both Yang Fan and Lu Xian. Without hesitation, the beast lunged, its massive claws slicing ferociously towards them. Lu Xian was fortunate enough to evade the attack, exhaling a sigh of relief, but Yang Fan was not as lucky. He took the brunt of the strike. Crumpling to the ground, he coughed up blood. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the beast. This was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries since arriving in this world, igniting a furious rage within him. His fists clenched tightly, yearning to slay the beast that had inflicted such pain. Yet, his spiritual energy was utterly depleted, leaving him devoid of any means to retaliate. Could it be that he was destined to perish here? Yang Fan bitterly lamented within, his spirit dimming. At that moment, a profound unwillingness welled up inside him. He desperately wished to turn the tide of this situation, for only then could he hope to survive. Regrettably, he found himself at a loss, unable to devise a way out of this predicament. Otherwise, he would have long since altered his fate. How could he possibly remain here, alive yet powerless? The demon slayer continued its relentless assault on Yang Fan and Lu Xian, leaving no room for reprieve. It was as if it had grown weary of the chase. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xian swiftly dashed to Yang Fan's side. channeling her last remnants of energy to conjure an ice wall in a desperate attempt to thwart the onslaught of the demon slayer. However, to the beast, the ice wall was as fragile as parchment, and it was obliterated in an instant. Luxian was consequently thrown back with great force, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. In that moment, Yang Fan's fury ignited within him, his eyes ablaze with boundless rage. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless, his fists clenched in frustration. Just as the demon slayer launched another attack, its colossal claw poised to strike Yang Fan, an enormous figure suddenly materialized before him, intercepting the beast's blow with remarkable strength. Silence enveloped the scene. Yang Fan stood transfixed, gazing at this formidable figure, his mouth agape in astonishment, as if he could fit an entire ear of corn within it. My goodness, little purple, you are truly formidable. Yang Fan marveled inwardly, taken aback by the mighty presence of the purple dragon. Indeed, this little purple was the creature he had previously taken under his wing, initially charmed by its adorable nature, having rescued it just before Dragon Aotian could. He never anticipated it would prove to be so invaluable, filling him with an overwhelming sense of joy. A radiant smile adorned his face, masking the exhilaration bubbling within. The now magnified purple dragon fixed its piercing gaze upon the demon slayer, an aura of murderous intent emanating from its very being. It was as if the demon slayer had struck a nerve, provoking Little Purple's ire. Following this, Little Purple unleashed a fierce roar in the language of beasts directed at the demon slayer, exclaiming, "You dark fiend, why do you harm my master?" With nostrils flaring in wrath, it expressed its fury, its delicate yet powerful claws scraping against the ground, while torrents of purple flames erupted from its mouth. In that moment, the demon slayer beast was utterly taken aback, its eyes widening in disbelief as it gazed upon the violet dragon before it. Instinctively, it recoiled several steps, for the creature felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from the petite figure of Xiaozi. The oppressive aura rendered the demon slayer beast breathless, instilling within it an inexplicable fear that was paralyzing. After a brief interval, the beast managed to catch its breath and stammered, "What do you intend to do?" Its voice trembled with palpable terror at the sight of Xiaozi. However, Yang Fan and Luxian, unable to comprehend the exchange between Xiaozi and the demon slayer beast, could only watch with wide eyes, rendered powerless to intervene. Upon hearing the beast's words, Xiaozi merely scoffed, her expression rife with disdain as she regarded the creature with utter contempt. She then calmly declared, "You have bullied my master. Should I not stand up for him and teach you a lesson?" The moment those words escaped her lips, the demon slayer beast was struck with shock, its entire form beginning to tremble as vivid images of being soundly thrashed by Xiaozi invaded its mind. In an instant, it found itself at a complete loss. Paralyzed by uncertainty, the most terrifying realization dawned upon it. Escape was not an option. Should it flee, Xiaozi would undoubtedly strike it down, leaving no room for regret. At that critical juncture, a sudden idea flashed through the beast's mind, yet the thought only served to heighten its anxiety. Unsure whether to act upon this notion, the demon slayer beast raised its gaze to the fearsome Xiaozi and found clarity in its resolve. Gritting its teeth, it suddenly collapsed before her, kneeling in abject submission. With a fervent bow, it implored, "Great One, I recognize my error. I had no knowledge that he was your master. Had I been aware, I would never have laid a finger on him, even at the cost of my life. Please forgive me, and I promise I shall not behave this way again." The desperation in its voice was unmistakable, for the demon slayer beast had no choice but to grovel for its life. In this manner, perhaps Little Purple could spare herself a life, at the very least avoiding such a tragic fate. Otherwise, the demon slayer would be at a loss regarding what to do next. Gazing at the pleading demon slayer, Yang Fan and Luxian were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing with thoughts. Goodness, who can enlighten me about what transpired here? Little Purple, observing the demon slayer kneeling on the ground, chose not to acknowledge him. Instead, she turned directly to Yang Fan and inquired with a gentle demeanor, as if discussing a matter of little consequence, "Master, shall we subdue him or eliminate him?" If some noble were to witness this, they might tremble in fear, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Little Purple's words, Yang Fan was instantly filled with joy, a radiant smile illuminating his face as if he had stumbled upon a great treasure. He nearly leapt with exuberance but ultimately restrained himself, aware that such a display would tarnish his image in front of the onlookers. After a brief moment, Yang Fan gradually regained his composure. Exhaling deeply, he resolutely declared, "Subdue him." His tone was imbued with determination and decisiveness. In truth, even without Little Purple's suggestion, Yang Fan would have opted for the same course of action, for the Demon Slayer's formidable strength had already ignited within him a desire for subjugation. Upon hearing Yang Fan's command, Little Purple exhibited no hesitation. She swiftly turned her gaze, piercingly fixed upon the Demon Slayer. However, this mere glance startled the creature, causing it to tremble involuntarily, as if confronted by an overwhelmingly fearsome presence. Demon Slayer, I offer you a chance at life. Will you accept my terms? Little Purple spoke slowly, her eyes radiating authority, aiming to instill a sense of compliance in the Demon Slayer. Before she could finish her statement, the Demon Slayer hurriedly responded. I agree. No matter the conditions, I shall comply. There was no trace of hesitation in the Demon Slayer's voice. Given the opportunity to live, who would willingly choose death? After all, the Demon Slayer was still quite young, far from reaching its full potential, and naturally wished to avoid demise. At this moment, Xiaozi nodded in satisfaction. Even without articulating her thoughts, she was aware that the Demon Slayer beast would undoubtedly acquiesce. Despite its towering and formidable presence, the beast was, in truth, fraught with trepidation. Gradually regaining her composure, Xiaozi wasted no time and spoke directly. Very well, since you wish to preserve your life, I shall not hold back. You will now enter into a contract with my master, Yang Fan, and become a loyal companion to him for eternity. Upon hearing these words, the Demon Slayer beast was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xiaozi with disbelief. Her declaration echoed relentlessly in its mind, and an expression of incredulity flickered in its eyes. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, the silence so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. After a prolonged silence of about 10 minutes, the Demon Slayer beast exhibited a dejected demeanor. Faced with the choice between life and death, it opted for survival. After all, who would willingly choose death when life was still an option? With a heavy heart, the beast slowly replied, I understand. Rest assured, I will comply and become a companion to your master. Its tone was tinged with resignation. After all, its fate lay firmly in the hands of another. Should it refuse, it would forfeit its chance to live. Hearing the beast's words, Xiaozi nodded in satisfaction. She refrained from saying anything further and turned away, gradually reverting to her original form, vanishing swiftly into Yang Fan's storage pouch as if she had never been there. Only Yang Fan, Liu Xian, and the Demon Slayer beast remained in the vicinity. The beast, feeling utterly helpless, transformed to match Yang Fan's size and approached him step by step, then spoke in human tongue, Master, please contract with me. The head instantly lowered, unable to meet Yang Fan's gaze. After all, the contract between a demon beast and an immortal cultivator was deemed a rather disgraceful affair. However, the slaying demon beast had no choice but to acquiesce for the sake of survival. Otherwise, it would never accept such a fate. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's spirit soared, his face radiating with joy as if he had stumbled upon a moment of great delight. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and promptly began the contract with the slaying demon beast, without any hesitation. Beside them, Liu Xian was filled with envy, utterly astonished that Yang Fan had effortlessly formed a bond with a beast of such esteemed rank. This left her heart feeling quite unsettled. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on it too much. At least she was no longer in immediate danger and could finally set aside her worries. After about 10 minutes, Yang Fan successfully concluded the contract with the slaying demon beast, and the anxiety that once lingered within him evaporated, leaving only elation. From now on, I shall call you Xiao He, he said, affectionately patting the beast's head, his eyes gleaming with happiness. Xiao He, without much thought, nodded in agreement. Even if it had hesitated, it would have had no choice but to comply. Work hard, and I promise there will be meat for you, he declared, not lingering on the matter, and set Xiao He aside to engage Liu Xian in conversation. Are you all right, Liu Xian? I hope I didn't frighten you too much, Yang Fan inquired gently, his tone reminiscent of a caring lover. Liu Xian, lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing his words and quickly responded, I'm fine, really. A strained smile emerged on her face, not wanting Yang Fan to worry about her unduly. At this moment, Yang Fan let out a profound sigh of relief, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curving upwards. Dragon Aotion, how will you feel when you discover that I have seized your Demon Slayer beast? Yang Fan mused to himself, unable to contain his elation. For he understood that with this action, his own strength would be augmented, while Dragon Aotion would be rendered weaker. Such fortuitous events. How could Yang Fan possibly remain unelated? Meanwhile, in the depths of the mountains, Long Aotion was diligently cultivating. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura surged from within him, causing him to erupt with blood from his mouth, collapsing instantaneously. Upon witnessing this, Wu Ji was consumed by confusion. With a heavy sigh, she cautiously lifted Long Aotian and continued to channel her vital energy into him. In her heart, she silently mused, "Master Long Aotian, your constitution is exceedingly frail. You bleed so easily. In comparison to Yang Fan, you truly fall short." As time trickled by, Wu Ji eventually restored Long Aotian to health and resumed her own cultivation, offering not a single word of concern for him. Once she had concluded her tasks, Yang Fan settled down to rest in place, while beside him sat the anxious Lu Exine, seemingly lost in thought over some intricate matter. In the distance, Xiao He stood guard, vigilantly observing the surroundings to ensure the safety of Yang Fan and Lu Exine, displaying unwavering loyalty. What could she be contemplating? Noticing Lu Exine's prolonged silence, Yang Fan directly inquired, his mind swirling with myriad questions. If possible, he hoped Lu Exine would provide him with a thorough explanation. In this manner, her heart would no longer be shrouded in confusion. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Exine gradually regained her composure. Forcing a faint smile, she promptly replied, "No, I was not thinking of anything." Her tone was imbued with a palpable sense of panic, as if she had committed some transgression, rendering her exceedingly tense. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that Lu Exine was undoubtedly concealing something of great significance from him. It was merely that he had failed to deduce it. Thus, Yang Fan began to reflect, seeking to unravel the nature of the matter that could so abruptly alter Lu Exine's demeanor. After pondering for some time, Yang Fan still could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. This caused Yang Fan to feel a surge of frustration. Finally, unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Lu Exine, do you regard me as a friend? Could you share what troubles you?" His gaze sharpened, conveying the weight of a matter of great significance. Initially, Yang Fan had no intention of expressing himself in such a manner. However, he found it impossible to allow certain thoughts to fester in his mind, knowing that doing so would only invite further distress without any benefit. Thus, his eagerness to uncover the truth stemmed from this very reason. Upon hearing his words, Lu Exine was momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yang Fan. Strangely, this sensation stirred within her an inexplicable sense of emotion. Her heart raced wildly, as if a fawn were frolicking within her chest. Soon, she regained her composure and, without hesitation, began to speak. "I am merely concerned about the two formidable demon beasts atop Hualien Mountain. I fear that I might inadvertently place you in peril, and I would be at a loss for how to respond. Furthermore," she continued, "suddenly, I feel utterly useless, incapable of providing you any assistance, and only dragging you down." Upon finishing her words, a look of despondency enveloped Lu Exine's face. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Had ordinary cultivators witnessed this scene, they might have been moved with compassion for Lu Exine. Startled, Yang Fan gazed at Lu Exine with a hint of astonishment. The words he had just heard were unprecedented, especially when uttered from Lu Exine's lips. In an instant, he was overwhelmed, her voice echoing in his mind, causing his breath to quicken. A sudden impulse to kiss Lu Exine surged within him. However, he ultimately restrained himself from acting upon it. After a brief moment, a faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. "What is there to worry about? You needn't be so concerned. After all, I still have Xiaozi. If it comes to that, I can simply unleash Xiaozi. While she may not be able to vanquish our opponent, she can certainly ensure our escape." His face bore a reassuring smile, portraying an air of nonchalance. In truth, Yang Fan only said this to comfort Lu Exine. Fully aware that Xiaozi was still in her juvenile stage, her strength far from reaching the esteemed level of a king, she would be no match for such an adversary. In fact, the thought of her being crushed by a king was a source of great anxiety for him. Yet, in order to alleviate Lu Exine's worries, Yang Fan felt compelled to resort to deceit. In this manner, Lu Exine's mood gradually began to settle. Remarkably, Yang Fan's words illuminated her perspective. She internally pondered, "Indeed, how could I have overlooked such a notion?" Instantly, a look of joy graced Lu Exine's face, akin to savoring the sweetest nectar. Without further hesitation, she promptly exclaimed, "Yes, I understand now. I need not worry any longer." Her tone was imbued with a sense of newfound clarity. At this moment, Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief, for his worries had diminished at least somewhat. After all, Lu Exine's mental state had improved, alleviating Yang Fan's concerns. Yet, deep within his heart, unease still lingered, though he chose not to voice it. "I must urge my father to send assistance. Otherwise, should any unfortunate event occur, what shall I do? Yang Fan pondered silently, his gaze sharpening as if conveying the gravity of the situation. Gradually, the sky dimmed, and Lu Xian, sensing her fatigue, drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Yang Fan initiated contact with his father, Yang Jingxiong, using a communication device. Before long, he successfully reached his father. Without hesitation, Yang Fan spoke urgently, "Father, please send someone quickly. I can hardly hold on any longer." His words brimmed with anxiety, reminiscent of a dire situation unfolding. In that moment, Yang Jingxiong was enveloped in a haze of confusion, his mind teeming with an array of questions. He was eager to uncover the circumstances that had led to Yang Fan's current predicament. Gradually, he inquired, "What troubles you, my son? What has transpired that has you in such a state of urgency?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fan wasted no time and recounted the events in detail. However, little did Yang Jingxiong know that the revelation would leave him utterly astounded. His brow twitched involuntarily, a manifestation of his mounting fury towards the decision made by the leader of the Sheng sect. His eyes burned with an insatiable wrath as he seethed, "Sheng Feng Lin, how dare you send my son to his demise? Just wait. If I do not obliterate your Sheng sect, I shall cease to bear the Yang name." The intensity of his emotions nearly contorted his features. Once Yang Fan concluded his tale, he sensed something amiss with Yang Jingxiong and queried, "Father, what is troubling you?" Instantly, Yang Jingxiong regained his composure and forced a smile, replying, "It is nothing, my son. I understand now. I shall send someone to address this matter. You need not worry." At this moment, Yang Fan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling far less anxious than before. A joyful smile spread across his face, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Yet, before he could revel in his happiness, a single remark from Yang Jingxiong plunged him into despair. "By the way, my son, I have heard that you are fond of the saintess of the Sheng sect. I am not opposed to it, but certain matters must await marriage. Should you dare to act before tying the knot, do not blame your father for being unkind." With that, Yang Jingxiong abruptly terminated the communication, turning his attention to other arrangements. Yang Fan was left with a sorrowful expression, gazing into the enveloping darkness before him, feeling an urge to curse. However, he ultimately restrained himself, recognizing that the other party was, after all, his father. To act otherwise would be akin to disparaging himself. After a while, Yang Fan collected his thoughts and slowly returned to the tent, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. After all, the issue had been resolved. Any continued contemplation would only serve to exacerbate his worries, offering no benefit whatsoever. In light of this, it was far better to let go of such thoughts. In this manner, one could find a semblance of joy. Gradually, time passed by, moment by moment. Before long, the dawn of a new day arrived. With the fervent sun casting its golden rays upon the earth, directly piercing into Yang Fan's eyes, compelling him to awaken. As he opened his eyes slightly, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. To his astonishment, Lu Xian was actively preparing breakfast. Surely, he must be dreaming. Yang Fan mused internally. Without delay, he tidied himself up and hurried over, eager to confirm whether his eyes had deceived him. Soon, he found himself standing before Lu Xian, who was wholly absorbed in her culinary task, displaying an intense focus that even his approach failed to alert her. This revealed the depth of her dedication. Observing Lu Xian's earnest demeanor, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, a charming smile gracing his face as he approached her from behind. Without hesitation, he spoke, "Lu Xian, what are you doing? You didn't even notice I was here." The moment the words left his lips, Lu Xian, startled, was momentarily thrown off balance. After a brief pause, she turned to him with an expression of mild reproach, her gaze heavy with a mix of annoyance and surprise. "Young Fan, what on earth are you doing? Startling me like that? Have you no sense of decorum?" Her tone was laced with a hint of blame. In truth, Lu Xian's frustration was not directed at Yang Fan himself, but rather at the extravagant manner he had adopted, reminiscent of a privileged scion. This was something she found difficult to accept. Yet, she understood that regardless of her discomfort, she would have to gradually come to terms with it. There was no alternative. Yang Fan, taken aback by her unexpected ire, found himself astounded. He had never anticipated Lu Xian would react with such intensity, leaving him at a loss for words. After a deep breath, he finally replied, "I meant to give you a little surprise." As he spoke, he scratched his head in regret, realizing that had he foreseen this outcome, he would have chosen a different approach. If things had unfolded differently, such a situation might have been averted. However, fate has dictated otherwise, and now the events have transpired. Even if Yang Fan finds it difficult to accept, he must gradually come to terms with it. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Exine exhaled deeply, her expression shifting to one of mild seriousness, resembling a frigid iceberg. In response, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words, glancing around aimlessly. In that instant, Lu Exine realized that Yang Fan must be seeking distraction, deliberately toying with her. Consequently, she chose to ignore him, focusing intently on preparing breakfast. The reason for her earnestness in cooking was, after all, to express her gratitude towards Yang Fan. Otherwise, she would not have exerted herself in such a manner. As a result, the atmosphere became exceedingly quiet, with even the sound of dripping water resonating in the stillness. Most importantly, Yang Fan remained unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, merely standing by in a daze, his demeanor shifting. After a little over half an hour, Lu Exine finally completed the breakfast and called out to Yang Fan, "Come and eat. We need to head to Hualin Mountain soon." Upon hearing her call, Yang Fan snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, walked over to her side. Moments later, he settled down next to Lu Exine and began to savor her culinary skills. To his astonishment, the moment he tasted the food, he was taken aback. Goodness! Lu Exine's cooking is exceptional. He marveled internally, and his gaze towards her transformed. Without further ado, Yang Fan dug in heartily, showing no restraint. "Is it delicious?" Lu Exine asked, blinking her eyes in curiosity, her tone imbued with warmth. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming desire to earn Yang Fan's praise. And her heart raced with anticipation. "It's delicious," Yang Fan replied without hesitation, continuing to indulge in the meal, relishing every bite. This marked the first occasion for Yang Fan to savor such exquisite food since his arrival in this world. The delight it brought him was truly unparalleled. In that instant, Lu Exine felt an overwhelming joy within her heart, thoroughly relishing Yang Fan's reaction. Before long, the breakfast prepared by Lu Exine was entirely devoured by Yang Fan, leaving not a trace behind. This clearly attested to the exceptional quality of Lu Exine's cooking. After gently patting his satiated belly, Yang Fan inquired aloud, "Lu Exine, how is it that your dishes are so delectable?" Yang Fan was exceedingly pleased with what Lu Exine had prepared, momentarily taken aback and eager to unravel the mystery behind this culinary delight. In this manner, one would no longer be engulfed by inner confusion, allowing for the resolution of perplexities within. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Exine did not ponder further and responded directly, "Because my constitution is that of a gourmet. The delicacies I create are, of course, exceptionally delectable." A radiant smile adorned her face, as if she were boasting to Yang Fan about something. Upon hearing Lu Exine's response, Yang Fan was immediately engulfed in a state of shock, gazing at her in disbelief. "Is there truly such a system? Good heavens, please tell me you jest." Yang Fan lamented. He had encountered peculiar systems before, but never one as extraordinary as this. The revelation left him at a loss for words, and he shook his head vigorously, displaying profound astonishment. It felt as though an immense stone had lodged itself within his heart, rendering him incapable of remaining calm. "What's the matter? Do you not believe me?" Lu Exine inquired, her expression tinged with displeasure upon seeing Yang Fan's head shake. In truth, she had no intention of divulging this information, for this system held no utility in cultivation. Had it not been for her close relationship with Yang Fan, she would have never revealed it, fearing he might look down upon her. Yet now, having confided in him, she felt an unsettling anxiety. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Fan quickly regained his composure and replied, No, I believe you. It's just that this is the first time I've encountered such a system." His tone was laced with a hint of panic, and there was no trace of disdain in his gaze towards Lu Exine. After all, they had spent considerable time together, gaining an understanding of each other's characters. Otherwise, Yang Fan would not have reacted in this manner. At this moment, Lu Exine secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The previous panic now dissipated. After a brief respite, she smiled gently and said, "Yes, I understand what you were thinking. But rest assured, although my abilities may seem inadequate, I will strive diligently to ensure that I do not hinder your progress." As these words left her lips, a subtle flush crept onto Lu Exine's cheeks. For that declaration bore a striking resemblance to a confession of affection towards Yang Fan. Her heart raced fiercely in response. Fortunately, Lu Exine possessed remarkable resilience and quickly regained her composure, feeling considerably less anxious than before. "I haven't said much, so let us make haste towards Hualin Mountain. It will soon be dark." Without dwelling on the matter further, Yang Fan stood up, ready to proceed to Hualin Mountain and swiftly resolve the matters at hand. In this manner, Yang Fan could attend to other matters, alleviating the incessant anxiety that plagued him. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. She swiftly gathered her belongings and followed Yang Fan, departing from their original location without a trace of doubt. Lu Xian understood that the longer they delayed, the less the accumulation would benefit her. Therefore, it was imperative to seize the moment and swiftly resolve the situation. Thus, Yang Fan and Lu Xian continued their ascent towards the foot of Hualin Mountain, with Xiaohe silently bearing Yang Fan on his back. However, Lu Xian, harboring a deep-seated fear of Xiaohe, chose to walk on the ground instead. After traversing for the better part of the day, Yang Fan and Lu Xian successfully arrived at the base of Hualin Mountain. Gazing at the foreboding and eerie mountain, which emanated an unsettling aura, both Yang Fan and Lu Xian couldn't help but furrow their brows. They were taken aback by the sheer terror that Hualin Mountain exuded, startling them both. Yang Fan, shall we take a moment to rest before venturing inside? What do you think? Lu Xian inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation. To be candid, she felt utterly unsteady at that moment, her fear palpable as she worried about the potential dangers lurking within Hualin Mountain, rendering her unable to find peace. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yang Fan did not dwell on it and nodded in agreement. He dismounted from Xiaohe's back and began to rest on the spot. During this interlude, Yang Fan turned to Lu Xian and inquired, "What are your plans now, Lu Xian? We have reached the foot of Hualin Mountain." With a hint of perplexity in his tone and a piercing gaze fixed upon Lu Xian, Yang Fan exhibited a demeanor of utmost seriousness, as if he were imparting a matter of great significance. He was acutely aware that continuing forward would undoubtedly lead to peril, a danger that could not be evaded. Thus, he understood the necessity of preparation. Only by doing so could he confront the impending threats. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian began to ponder deeply, contemplating her next course of action and how she might obtain the elusive fruit of sedimentation. She realized that without such a means, her progress would be utterly stymied, potentially leading to her demise. To prevent such an occurrence, she knew it was imperative to consider every aspect. After a while of contemplation, frustration welled up within her, as she found herself bereft of any viable solutions. With a deep sigh, she finally spoke, her voice tinged with despair. "I currently have no idea what to do." Lu Xian, with her inherently simple mind, found it exceedingly challenging to devise a solution. Nevertheless, she possessed confidence in her ability to navigate the crisis at hand. Observing her distress, Yang Fan recognized that he could not allow Lu Xian to bear this burden alone. He too needed to engage in contemplation. Thus, he began to ponder deeply, considering their next steps. However, his thoughts were not earnest, for Lu Xian was not his beloved, and thus his heart was not fully invested. After some time of fruitless deliberation, an idea suddenly sprang to life in Lu Xian's mind, igniting a wave of joy within her. Her face blossomed with a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "Yang Fan, I have thought of a brilliant idea. We can enter Hu without encountering any danger." Her voice was laced with urgency and exuberance, as if she had just won a lottery worth 5 million. In a state of disbelief, Yang Fan gazed at Lu Xian, utterly confounded by the idea she had conceived. Once he had calmed his thoughts, he wasted no time and inquired directly, "What kind of idea?" His eyes were fixed intently on Lu Xian, filled with anticipation for her revelation. In this manner, the confusion within oneself would dissipate, providing a sense of relief. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian wasted no time and directly articulated her solution. The approach was quite simple. By disguising themselves as demon beasts and infiltrating Hualin Mountain, they would encounter minimal danger. What do you think? Upon concluding her thought, Lu Xian joyfully leaped into the air, twirling in circles. She had never anticipated that she could devise such a plan, and at that moment, she was overwhelmed with excitement, yearning to rush into Hualin Mountain immediately to obtain the sediment fruit. However, she also felt a touch of embarrassment, recognizing that throughout their journey, Yang Fan had been the one assisting her, while she had contributed nothing. This realization brought a hint of warmth to Lu Xian's heart as she secretly vowed that once this endeavor concluded, she would express her gratitude to Yang Fan. Her eyes reflected determination and admiration for him. Upon hearing her plan, Yang Fan did not hesitate and readily endorsed it. Thus, he replied, "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest." Without delay, Lu Xian began to disguise herself, eager to swiftly acquire the sediment fruit. In this manner, Lu Xian firmly believed that her abilities would undoubtedly ascend to a higher level, certainly surpassing Yang Fan. Moreover, by taking such actions, she could extend her assistance to Yang Fan, no longer burdened as a mere encumbrance. Yang Fan, too, was resolute. adopting a facade of calmness. After approximately 10 minutes, once Yang Fan and Lu Xian had completed their disguises without any hesitation, they promptly ascended Hulin Mountain with Xiao He. However, at that moment, Lu Xian felt a twinge of anxiety within her. Fortunately, with Yang Fan by her side, she found it hard to conceive such a brilliant strategy on her own. Soon, as Yang Fan and Lu Xian entered Hulin Mountain, they were met with a scene that rendered them utterly speechless, disbelief washing over them as they surveyed their surroundings. Their hands and feet began to tremble slightly, an inexplicable dread surging from within. Lu Xian was engulfed in fear at the horrifying sight before her, a spectacle she had never encountered before. The ground was strewn with white bones, and the air was thick with a metallic scent of blood, making it nearly unbearable for both Yang Fan and Lu Xian. The majority of the corpses belonged to demonic beasts, with only a scant few being cultivators. In an instant, Lu Xian began to doubt her decision, a profound fear taking root in her heart. Had she known the situation would be thus, she would have refrained from disguising herself as a demonic beast. Now, even if she wished to retract her choice, it was far too late. Moreover, the path down the mountain was cloaked in dense fog, leaving Lu Xian utterly at a loss for what to do. With a flustered demeanor, Lu Xian turned to Yang Fan and inquired, "Yang Fan, what should we do now?" It was her first encounter with such a sinister scene, and how could she not be afraid? Yang Fan, too, gradually succumbed to fear. It was not just Lu Xian witnessing such a chilling sight for the first time. Yang Fan was equally inexperienced in this regard and felt a profound sense of trepidation, completely at a loss for how to proceed, albeit not as terrified as Lu Xian. After taking a deep breath, Yang Fan slowly replied, "What else can we do? We must continue forward. There is no retreat. Only by obtaining the sediment fruit might we have a chance to escape this place. Otherwise, there is simply no way out." Upon finishing his words, Yang Fan's expression darkened. The playful banter had dissipated, replaced by an understanding that the challenges ahead were far from ordinary. Gradually, after gathering his thoughts, Yang Fan displayed no hesitation as he resolutely led Lu Xian onward. However, he remained exceptionally cautious during their journey, his gaze alert and vigilant, scanning the surroundings with trepidation. He feared that a formidable beast might suddenly emerge to launch an attack. In such a scenario, he would be at a loss as to how to respond. Before long, Yang Fan and Lu Xian ventured deeper into the unknown. Fortunately, their path had not been obstructed by any powerful creatures. Otherwise, their progress would have been significantly hindered. "Yang Fan, look, that is a sediment tree." Suddenly, Lu Xian spotted a familiar silhouette and exclaimed excitedly, her voice brimming with enthusiasm, as if she had discovered a treasured artifact. Her spirit soared, completely overshadowing the surrounding dangers. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yang Fan wasted no time and turned his gaze toward the direction she indicated. The sight was not alarming at first, but upon closer inspection, Yang Fan felt an increasing sense of tension within him. He understood that the closer he approached the sediment tree, the greater the peril he would encounter. Caution was imperative. Only through meticulous vigilance could he evade unnecessary dangers. After exhaling deeply, Yang Fan spoke, "The path ahead may prove exceedingly perilous. Stay close behind me, and whatever you do, do not get lost." His gaze bore an earnest seriousness, devoid of any jest. It was crucial to note that Yang Fan had perused the tome of the Supreme Sovereign, fully aware of the treacherous nature of Hulin Mountain. Thus, he dared not afford himself any moment of relaxation, especially with the sediment tree so near. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian nodded promptly, instantly grasping the gravity of Yang Fan's warning. She became acutely vigilant, scanning their surroundings, yet her heart remained as exhilarated as before, for the allure of the sediment fruit was simply irresistible. Without further ado, Yang Fan continued towards the sediment tree, his resolve unwavering. However, this time, he proceeded with deliberate slowness, unwilling to let his guard down. Gradually, time slipped away, and soon Yang Fan and Lu Xian found themselves within a kilometer of the sediment tree, on the brink of their destination. Yet just then, a thunderous roar shattered their concentration, forcing them to halt in trepidation, eyes darting anxiously around. "Do you have any idea what beast emitted that roar?" Lu Xian inquired, her body trembling inexplicably with fear. "I don't know," Yang Fan replied, shaking his head. If he had known, he would have disclosed it long ago. There was no reason to delay until now. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, Yang Fan and Lu Xian concealed themselves in a shadowy nook, meticulously observing their surroundings, determined to remain vigilant. Before long, in their line of sight, a colossal creature emerged, fixated on the direction of Yang Fan and Lu Xian. Upon witnessing this enormous being, Yang Fan was taken aback, secretly marveling, This is the hairless sovereign. In an instant, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for what to do, his heart racing with anxiety, and his eyes betraying a profound sense of panic. It is essential to understand that a Zun Wang embodies a realm even more formidable than that of terrestrial immortals. Among cultivators, there exist only 10 Zun Wang, and the demon clan boasts an equal number. The sheer improbability of encountering the hairless Zun Wang in this moment left Yang Fan utterly bewildered, causing his hands and feet to tremble slightly, reflecting his overwhelming fear. After all, the disparity in cultivation levels between Yang Fan and this hairless Zun Wang spanned 2 significant realms. Who would not feel trepidation in such a situation? Why Yang Fan, I think. I think he has noticed us. In the midst of Yang Fan's astonishment, Lu Xian spoke fearfully, her heart inexplicably filled with a flicker of despair. Especially upon encountering the hairless Zun Wang's terrifying gaze, it was the first time Lu Xian had witnessed such a sight. In that moment, she felt utterly lost as to what to do. Calm down, let me think of a solution. After suppressing his inner turmoil, Yang Fan spoke, though his hands and feet continued to quiver. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful demon beast. Yet, Yang Fan understood that fear would not resolve their predicament. He needed to contemplate their next course of action. Only by doing so could they navigate this imminent crisis smoothly. Otherwise, should calamity befall them, Yang Fan would be at a loss for how to respond. However, Lu Xian found it nearly impossible to regain her composure. Trembling, she exclaimed, I can't calm down, Yang Fan. At this moment, Lu Xian desperately wished to flee from this hairless Zun Wang, yet she knew that once targeted by a Zun Wang, no matter how swift her escape, she would inevitably fall prey to his grasp, crushed to death beneath his might. This realization plunged Lu Xian into despair, her eyes brimming with tears, ready to spill over at any moment, a testament to her profound fear. Nonetheless, Yang Fan recognized that surrendering to fear would serve no purpose. He needed to devise a strategy to address the challenges before them. Taking a deep breath, he spoke reassuringly, All right, Lu Xian, do not be afraid. We will surely find a way to overcome this difficulty. You must trust me. The tone was imbued with a sense of security, and a forced smile graced his face. In an effort to calm Lu Xian, Yang Fan exerted considerable effort. Alas, anxiety alone could not resolve the challenges at hand. Only by attaining a state of tranquility could the issues be addressed effectively. Otherwise, the imminent crisis would remain insurmountable. A gentle voice resonated in Lu Xian's ears, gradually soothing her, alleviating her previous urgency, though a flicker of fear still lingered in her heart, preventing her from finding peace. Even with Yang Fan's reassurances, the trepidation within her could not be dispelled by mere words. But I am still so frightened, Yang Fan, Lu Xian said, her heart racing, her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. The current crisis was indeed terrifying. Realizing that Lu Xian would not calm down anytime soon, Yang Fan understood that he must confront the crisis alone. Thus, he began to contemplate how to deal with the formidable foe before him. Only by doing so could he hope to resolve the perilous situation. Damn it, father. If you don't send someone soon, I might truly perish. Can you bear to see your son meet such a fate? Yang Fan cursed silently to himself, regretting his haste in departing. The unfortunate circumstances had unfolded in a way that seemed impossible to rectify, prompting a surge of urgency within him. He then glanced at the storage pouch and noticed Xiaohe trembling, clearly exhibiting signs of fear, while Xiaozi lay in a deep slumber, unresponsive to Yang Fan's calls. At that moment, Yang Fan realized that he could rely on no one but himself. After taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and approached the hairless sovereign. His legs trembled slightly, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. Gradually, Yang Fan spoke, Greetings, hairless sovereign. Why do you gaze upon us in such a manner? He forced a faint smile, aware of the immense power the hairless sovereign wielded. Had his father, Yang Jingxiang, been present, Yang Fan would not have felt so subdued. He would have confronted the hairless sovereign with fierce indignation. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the hairless sovereign furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing and laced with an intimidating aura, as if emanating boundless murderous intent. Fortunately, Yang Fan possessed a strong resistance. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the sovereign's formidable stare. Before he could catch his breath, the hairless sovereign spoke in a slow, commanding tone. Why have you two lowly cultivators trespassed into the territory of our demon clan? Are you unaware of the regulations that prohibit such intrusions? His voice was imbued with an imperiousness that exuded authority, reminiscent of a monarch confronting a mere commoner. Yang Fan understood this reality all too well. However, he had already arrived, and there was no turning back. After taking another steadying breath, he replied, "Hairless Sovereign, we inadvertently entered your domain. May we leave at once?" His voice was tinged with urgency, for the overwhelming might of the Hairless Sovereign compelled him to consider a hasty retreat. As for the sediment fruit, he would have to devise a plan to acquire it in the future. It was clear he would not obtain it today. Yet, shortly after Yang Fan's plea, a voice erupted that ignited his frustration. "Yang Fan, why are you leaving so soon? I have yet to obtain my sediment fruit. If we leave now, how will I ever get it?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xan snapped back to reality, her expression shifting to one of anxious bewilderment. This revelation, though seemingly innocuous, inadvertently reached the ears of the Hairless Sovereign. Instantly, he exhaled a series of heavy breaths, his heart filled with outrage. Was it true that the words just spoken were nothing but deceit? Cursed be the cultivator. His gaze sharpened with fury as he fixed an intense stare upon Yang Fan. With a voice laced with indignation, the Hairless Sovereign declared, "Did you not just claim that you stumbled into my territory by mere chance? Yet now you dare to seek the immortal fruit? What is the meaning of this? Do you truly disregard my presence?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Yang Fan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. An overwhelming urge to deliver a severe beating to Lu Xian surged within him. He had anticipated a smooth escape from this predicament, yet who could have foreseen such an encounter? His frustration mounted, and his fists clenched tightly. However, as Yang Fan seethed with rage, the Hairless Sovereign could no longer tolerate the deception. He unleashed his formidable aura, which struck Yang Fan with such force that he was sent staggering back several meters, ultimately collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. How is this Hairless Sovereign so powerful? Has he somehow gained extraordinary abilities? Yang Fan lamented internally, feeling despair creeping in. At that moment, he even contemplated the unthinkable. He never imagined that Lu Xian would resort to such tactics. Yet now the situation had escalated. And Yang Fan realized that he must resolve this dilemma swiftly to address the impending issues. Otherwise, should any further complications arise, he would be left utterly defenseless. Upon witnessing Yang Fan collapse and bleed, Lu Xian was instantly engulfed in panic. She rushed forward, exclaiming, "Yang Fan, are you all right?" Her eyes filled with concern, her voice tinged with urgency. She felt utterly helpless, uncertain how to proceed. If anything were to happen to Yang Fan, she would be at a complete loss. Thus, recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Xian hurried to Yang Fan's side, gently assisting him to his feet, and urgently inquired, "Please, Yang Fan, you must not be harmed. If something were to happen to you, I would not know what to do." Tears brimmed in her eyes, poised to spill at any moment. In truth, Lu Xian was not concerned for Yang Fan, but rather for her own solace. As previously stated, once Yang Fan fell victim to the Hairless Sovereign, she would undoubtedly be next. This realization was the source of her distress. After taking several deep breaths, Yang Fan waved his hand, signaling that he was unhurt. However, his gaze towards Lu Xian was laden with worry and reproach. Had Lu Xian not spoken out earlier, their predicament would not have deteriorated to this extent. Yet, the events had transpired, and even if Yang Fan wished to express regret, it was futile. He needed to devise a plan. There were no alternatives. Once he had calmed his emotions, Yang Fan slowly inquired, "Let us not dwell on me for now. We must consider how to resolve our current situation. We need to eliminate the Hairless Sovereign before we can escape this place. Otherwise, we may truly meet our doom." After speaking, he coughed a few times, clearly affected by the prior roar of the Hairless Sovereign, which had inflicted internal injuries that would take weeks to heal. Unfortunately, Lu Xian felt utterly helpless, her expression turning bitter, tears nearly spilling over. The Hairless Sovereign, witnessing this scene, became profoundly serious, his anger palpable. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he began to gather energy, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Yang Fan and Lu Xian, intending to erase them from existence. Moments later, having completed his charge, the Hairless Sovereign unleashed a massive wave of light towards them. As Yang Fan beheld this approaching force, panic seized him. He was at a loss for how to react, especially with his injuries rendering him incapable of evasion. Despair washed over him, his expression turning grim as he silently pondered, "Is this truly how my journey ends?" Just as he lamented his fate, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Swiftly channeling spiritual energy, it transformed into a colossal shark, voraciously consuming the oncoming wave of light. Afterward, the giant shark let out a satisfied belch and vanished. Instantly, the hairless sovereign adopted a gravely serious demeanor, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. When a moment passed without an explosion, Yang Fan opened his eyes and looked ahead, discovering that the leader of the Shadow Guard had come to his rescue. Elation surged within him, and he exclaimed, "Shadow Guard, unleash an unrelenting assault on him. Let him understand the might of our fierce Sunsword sect." The air was thick with excitement, as though a savior had descended upon them. "I understand now," Yang Xingzi spoke the Black Shark Sovereign with a calm demeanor. He then turned his attention to the Hairless Sovereign, his gaze imbued with an icy indifference. Without further ado, the Black Shark Sovereign inquired, "Shall we engage here or elsewhere?" With a dismissive gesture towards the sky, it was clear he regarded the Hairless Sovereign with utter disdain. "Humph, you wish to annihilate my domain? Then, of course, we shall go elsewhere." As soon as the words were uttered, the Hairless Sovereign soared into the sky, vanishing from view in less than a second. Observing this, the Black Shark Sovereign wasted no time. He cast a glance at Yang Fan and Lu Xian before ascending into the heavens to confront the Hairless Sovereign directly. Yang Fan, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, felt a surge of emotion within him. He secretly mused how splendid it would be to possess such power. In the sky, the Hairless Sovereign and the Black Shark Sovereign locked eyes, an aura of lethal intent emanating from both, as if each had provoked the other to wrath. "Black Shark Sovereign, you are indeed bold to trespass upon the territory of my demon clan. Do you not fear the emergence of my other 9 demon clan sovereigns, who would swiftly encircle and eradicate you?" The Hairless Sovereign scoffed, his tone laced with derision. After all, as fellow sovereigns, there existed a palpable tension and mutual disdain between them. Nevertheless, the Hairless Sovereign was in no rush to engage. He intended to taunt the Black Shark Sovereign before ultimately striking him down. Upon hearing the Hairless Sovereign's words, the Black Shark Sovereign let out a few cold laughs, dismissing him entirely. After a brief pause, he said nonchalantly, "Do you know who the cultivator you just bullied was?" "Pardon? What do you mean by that?" The Hairless Sovereign responded with evident confusion, gazing at the Black Shark Sovereign with a perplexed expression. If possible, he wished for the Black Shark Sovereign to elucidate his statement. In this manner, one would no longer be engulfed in confusion. "It is of little significance. Fortunately, you have shown restraint, for otherwise, the entire demon clan might have faced annihilation from this world. Let us dispense with trivialities, since you dare to bully my esteemed young master. Do not blame me for being impolite." With that, the Black Shark Sovereign instantaneously unleashed his formidable presence, charging directly at the Hairless Sovereign. In an instant, the Hairless Sovereign was sent staggering several steps back, nearly losing his footing. At this moment, the Hairless Sovereign was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the Black Shark Sovereign. You have actually attained that realm," he exclaimed in astonishment, his massive palm trembling slightly, exuding an unmistakable aura of fear as though confronted by an ominous occurrence. This left the Hairless Sovereign in a state of acute anxiety. What significance does that realm hold? Is there a realm even higher than that? The Black Shark Sovereign replied with an air of indifference. Without further ado, he summoned his spiritual energy, instantly transforming into a colossal black shark, confronting the Hairless Sovereign directly. The immense presence of the black shark bore down on the Hairless Sovereign with overwhelming pressure. Were it not for the Hairless Sovereign's formidable strength, he might have been overwhelmed and reduced to mere shadows, disappearing from existence. However, the Hairless Sovereign was no pushover. He gathered his momentum and released his own spiritual energy. Gradually, as he completed his build-up, his immense spiritual energy morphed into a gigantic golden lion, roaring defiantly at the towering black shark before him, refusing to yield. As the golden lion stood before him, the Black Shark Sovereign let out a few derisive snickers, his countenance brimming with disdain. He then declared, "Heavenly tier technique, sword of slaughter." Upon uttering these words, a sword imbued with a palpable aura of murder materialized in the Black Shark Sovereign's grasp, emanating a terrifying presence that sent the Hairless Sovereign staggering back several steps, eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the sword of slaughter. A glimmer of horror flickered in his gaze. "How did you acquire the sword of slaughter?" the Hairless Sovereign inquired, striving to steady his tumultuous heart. Within him, an inexplicable surge of greed arose, a fervent desire to seize the sword of slaughter from the Black Shark Sovereign for his own use. Yet, the Black Shark Sovereign merely responded with a cold laugh, fully aware of the Hairless Sovereign's intentions, that he sought the coveted sword of slaughter. Moments later, the Black Shark Sovereign hurled the sword of slaughter, splitting it into two beams of light that formed a cross, directly aimed at the hairless sovereign. In that moment, the hairless sovereign swiftly evaded, his teeth clenched in disbelief at the black shark sovereign's utter disregard for martial ethics as he brazenly launched an attack. This incited considerable ire within the hairless sovereign. However, the swiftness of the sword light was overwhelming, striking him in an instant. Fortunately, the hairless sovereign possessed a resilient physique, managing to withstand the blow. Had it been any other sovereign, they might have succumbed to the blade of the murderous sword long ago. Nevertheless, despite his fortitude, the hairless sovereign was still struck by a colossal wave, causing him to cough up a trace of blood, his face etched with resentment. "Impressive, you managed to endure. It seems I underestimated you," remarked the black shark sovereign, his tone nonchalant, as though recounting a trivial matter. This revelation was unsettling, igniting an intense fury within the hairless sovereign. His formidable lion's paw trembled, radiating an inexhaustible wrath. "Since you choose to disregard the principles of martial ethics, black shark sovereign, do not hold me accountable?" With that declaration, the hairless sovereign bellowed, "Secret technique, devouring heaven." Instantly, he opened his massive lion's maw, launching an assault towards the black shark sovereign, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Faced with the hairless sovereign's full-force attack, the black shark sovereign dared not to underestimate the threat. He swiftly unleashed the sword of slaughter, tracing arcs of sword light around him, ready to demonstrate the true power of the sword of slaughter to the hairless sovereign. 9 strikes, the sword of slaughter, the brilliance of the celestial path, a lethal thrust. 9 terrifying and sinister beams of sword light surged forth, directly colliding with the enormous lion's maw. The convergence of these two distinct powers resulted in an overwhelming burst of white light. Upon witnessing this blinding radiance, Yang Fan instinctively embraced Lu Xian and fell to the ground, fully aware that this assault was beyond his capacity to comprehend. Avoidance was the only option. Not far from Hualin Mountain, a snow-white nine-tailed fox, sensing the commotion, became immediately solemn. Murmuring to itself, it said, "Umph. How dare a cultivator intrude upon the domain of the demon race? Truly a foolhardy endeavor." Without hesitation, the nine-tailed fox surged forth in a flash of white light, its eyes glinting with keen determination. As the white light dissipated, it became evident that the black shark sovereign had emerged victorious. The hairless sovereign collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, the black shark sovereign sustained severe internal injuries that would likely take a year and a half to heal. Nevertheless, he persisted, unwilling to reveal any sign of weakness. After a moment, the black shark sovereign exhaled deeply and leaped down from the air, approaching the hairless sovereign. He spoke slowly. "The hairless sovereign of the demon race is nothing but this." His tone dripped with disdain. Upon hearing the black shark sovereign's words, the hairless sovereign seethed with indignation. Yet he was painfully aware of his inability to defeat his opponent, leaving a bitter taste in his mind. Yang Fan and Lu Xian were taken aback by this spectacle, their hearts pounding furiously. Particularly, Yang Fan was astounded by the prowess of the black shark sovereign. Goodness! Why did I not realize the black shark sovereign's formidable strength when I was observing the supreme sovereign before? Yang Fan was overwhelmed with emotion, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. If it were possible, he would have slapped himself twice to regain clarity. After a few minutes, when the black shark sovereign deemed it unnecessary to spare the hairless sovereign, he drew the sword of slaughter, poised to deliver the final blow. However, just as the black shark sovereign was about to strike, a figure appeared, unleashing a tempest that forcefully repelled him several dozen meters away, crashing him against the mountainside. In this moment, Yang Fan and Lu Xian were utterly astonished, their minds racing with thoughts of the terrifying power before them. Lu Xian trembled even more, questioning the audacity of a cultivator who dared to be so brazen in the presence of the demon clan, disregarding the esteemed nine-tailed lord. As she spoke, a fox with 9 majestic tails materialized before the onlookers, its piercing gaze surveying the scene with formidable intensity. The black shark sovereign was equally overwhelmed, astonished that his recent confrontation with the hairless sovereign had drawn the attention of the nine-tailed lord. In an instant, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Suppressing his pain, the black shark sovereign quickly approached Yang Fan and Lu Xian, confronting the nine-tailed lord. However, before he could utter a word, the nine-tailed lord interjected with a commanding voice. "You, a mere sovereign, dare to be so arrogant? Kneel before me." Before the black shark sovereign could react, the overwhelming might of the nine-tailed lord bore down upon him, forcing him to his knees with a resounding thud. He was unable to lift his head, a testament to the immense strength of the nine-tailed lord. In that moment, the black shark sovereign found himself utterly at a loss, his heart brimming with anxiety. Meanwhile, The nine-tailed sovereign chose to disregard him entirely, instead sweeping his massive claw with a flourish. Instantly, the hairless sovereign was restored to full vitality. An act executed with remarkable swiftness and finesse, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. Moments later, the hairless sovereign stood revitalized beside the nine-tailed sovereign. His gaze piercingly fixed upon the trio of the black shark sovereign, his hands clenched tightly in a display of unrestrained fury, while an air of profound respect for the nine-tailed sovereign emanated from him. As the nine-tailed sovereign prepared to speak, the black shark sovereign, suppressing the mounting pressure, slowly uttered, "Nine-tailed sovereign, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Do you not fear inciting the wrath of the alliance of immortal cultivators?" His tone was imbued with gravity. The unexpected arrival of the nine-tailed sovereign had caught the black shark sovereign completely off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless and filled with a bitter sense of foreboding. Your alliance of immortal cultivators holds no significance in the eyes of our demon tribe. Were it not for our apprehension of that formidable figure, we would have already launched a counterattack, allowing you to act so brazenly. The nine-tailed sovereign scoffed dismissively, exuding an air of indifference. In his perception, the black shark sovereign was little more than a corpse awaiting its inevitable fate. At this moment, the black shark sovereign found himself at a loss. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have refrained from making such a commotion. Furthermore, he was likely preoccupied with his own predicament, rendering him incapable of concerning himself with your fates. Before the black shark sovereign could fully comprehend the situation, the nine-tailed sovereign spoke with a calm demeanor, his eyes gleaming with delight. After enduring so much frustration, he finally had the opportunity to retaliate. Who would remain unperturbed in such a predicament? In that moment, the black shark sovereign comprehended the gravity of the situation. However, he found himself utterly incapable of escape and could only focus on the imperative task of safeguarding Yang Fan. Thus, he resolved to depart from this perilous place with utmost haste. Otherwise, should any unfortunate events transpire, he would be at a loss for what to do. Taking a deep breath, the black shark sovereign spoke with a measured tone. "Nine-tailed sovereign, I acknowledge your might, your superiority over me. Yet, I implore you, spare the lives of the man and woman behind me. It is but a humble request." With that, he bowed his head in a display of profound despondency. For within the depths of his heart, nothing held greater significance than Yang Fan's safety. Thus, by any means necessary, the black shark sovereign would ensure Yang Fan's survival, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Upon hearing the black shark sovereign's words, Yang Fan was struck with astonishment, his expression one of utter disbelief as he gazed at the sovereign. The echoes of the sovereign's plea reverberated in his mind, and tears welled up in his eyes, threatening to spill over. He could scarcely fathom that, even in such dire straits, the black shark sovereign was still concerned for him. This left Yang Fan at a loss for words. Nevertheless, the nine-tailed sovereign dismissed the black shark sovereign's plea with a disdainful scoff. "What right do you have to negotiate with me? You are but an insignificant insect, easily crushed at my whim. Moreover, if I were to spare them, what would prevent them from reporting to the Immortal Cultivators Alliance? Allow me to make this abundantly clear. No one present, including you, shall escape from this place." With that declaration, the nine-tailed sovereign unleashed a formidable domain of power, ensnaring Yang Fan and the others, leaving them with no opportunity for escape. At this moment, the last straw for the black shark sovereign was abruptly shattered. His fists clenched tightly, he could hardly fathom the ruthless nature of the nine-tailed sovereign, leaving him utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, Liu Xian and Yang Fan began to panic as well. Could it be that this time, I am truly destined to perish here? Yang Fan thought bitterly to himself, feeling completely helpless. However, the events had already unfolded, and it was too late for him to harbor regrets. "Do you have anything to say? If not, I shall send you directly to hell." After a brief pause, the nine-tailed sovereign sneered, his tail swirling menacingly, completely disregarding the black shark sovereign and his companions. Realizing that he must thwart the nine-tailed sovereign's assault at all costs, the black shark sovereign gritted his teeth against the pain and stepped forward to stand before Yang Fan, determined to absorb the nine-tailed sovereign's attack with his own body. Only in this way could he safeguard Yang Fan's life. Yang Fan was deeply moved by the black shark sovereign's selfless act, rendered speechless. Subsequently, noticing the prolonged silence from the black shark sovereign, the nine-tailed sovereign wasted no time and began to gather power. A faint purple aura gradually coalesced into a wave of light, poised to strike at the trio. Yet, just as the nine-tailed sovereign prepared to unleash his attack, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, piercing through his domain. Instantly, the nine-tailed sovereign furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with resentment as he gazed upward. Recognizing this as their best chance to flee, the Black Shark sovereign wasted no time, swiftly lifting Yang Fan and Lu Xian and making a break for it. Running without a hint of hesitation, the nine-tailed sovereign, sensing their escape, attempted to pursue and eliminate them. However, just as he was about to chase after them, a disoriented figure appeared before him, blocking his path. Gazing at this bewildered silhouette, the nine-tailed sovereign felt an inexplicable wave of fear wash over him, compelling him to retreat several steps. After a moment, he took a deep breath and inquired, "Who are you, and why do you obstruct my path?" The gaze suddenly sharpened. Yet the nine-tailed lord remained unperturbed by the figure before him. After all, this was the territory of the demon clan, and the nine-tailed lord was confident that the adversary would not act recklessly. The demon clan was known to possess a formidable presence. The hazy figure offered no response to the nine-tailed lord. Instead, it let out a series of cold laughs. Subsequently, the figure unleashed a powerful aura, sending the nine-tailed lord flying and causing him to spill a copious amount of blood. At this moment, the nine-tailed sovereign found himself engulfed in profound shock. He never anticipated the overwhelming strength of his opponent, causing his limbs to tremble involuntarily. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, with even the sovereign's breath becoming audible. His eyes revealed an infinite aura of terror, for the brilliance before him emanated an insurmountable pressure. This pressure emanates from deep within, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread in the nine-tailed lord. After a brief moment, the nine-tailed lord, in a state of fluster, exclaimed, "Who dares to step forward? Hiding in the shadows does not make one a hero." His voice was tinged with palpable anxiety. Such a terrifying presence was encountered for the first time by the nine-tailed sovereign. Even in the presence of his own king, he had never felt such an overwhelming pressure, a testament to the formidable strength of the opponent. However, this brilliant flash did not respond to the nine-tailed sovereign. Instead, it unleashed two bolts of heavenly lightning that struck him directly, sending him hurtling through the air. The hairless sovereign, standing nearby, was left utterly astounded, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an entire egg. This was the first time he had witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, and a wave of panic surged within him. Subsequently, the flash emitted a voice that warned, "If you dare to harm the proton again, you shall not be so fortunate next time I strike." In an instant, the flash vanished, as if it had never existed. The words echoed in the minds of both the nine-tailed sovereign and the hairless sovereign, their hearts racing with anxiety, unable to find tranquility. The earlier scene and that voice were profoundly unsettling. After what felt like more than half an hour, the nine-tailed sovereign gradually regained his composure, though his expression twisted with turmoil. Exhaling deeply, he turned to the hairless sovereign and inquired with a glint of menace in his eyes, "How did that group of cultivators come to be within your domain?" The implication was clear, suggesting that the calamity they faced was a direct consequence of the hairless sovereign's actions. This knowledge infuriated the nine-tailed sovereign, causing his delicate hands to clench tightly, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. At this moment, the hairless sovereign realized that the nine-tailed sovereign was venting his frustrations upon him. Consequently, he hastily recounted the entire sequence of events to the nine-tailed sovereign, leaving no detail unspoken. He understood that any attempt to conceal the truth could lead to dire consequences, potentially even costing him his very life. After over half an hour of anxious narration, the hairless sovereign finally concluded his account, trembling in fear before the imposing figure of the nine-tailed sovereign. Instantly, the nine-tailed sovereign furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts of the hairless sovereign's words. Could it truly be him? The nine-tailed sovereign's heart raced with anxiety. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "Fetch me 2 sediment fruits." The current state of the nine-tailed sovereign left no room for risk. The formidable prowess of his adversary loomed large in his mind. What if, on a whim, the adversary decided to unleash his wrath upon him? Upon hearing the command, the hairless sovereign dared not hesitate. He dashed to the sediment tree, frantically plucking 2 fruits. He then hurried back to the nine-tailed sovereign, presenting the fruits without an ounce of reluctance, fearful that even the slightest delay might render him a lifeless corpse at the hands of the nine-tailed sovereign. Who could possibly accept such a situation? Upon acquiring the sedimented fruit, the nine-tailed sovereign exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. In an instant, he soared away, devoid of any lingering doubts. After running for 50 kilometers, Yang Fan and his companions, noticing that the nine-tailed sovereign had not pursued them, sought refuge beneath the shade of a tree to catch their breath, exhaling heavily. However, Yang Fan did not linger long. He hastened to the side of the Black Shark Sovereign and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" He understood that had it not been for the Black Shark Sovereign's timely intervention, his escape would have been far less secure. At this moment, Yang Fan felt a burgeoning sense of affection for the Black Shark Sovereign. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the Black Shark Sovereign managed a pained smile, delaying his response due to the severity of his injuries. After a brief pause, he gradually regained some composure and, in a weakened voice, replied, I am fine, young Saint Yang. You need not worry. You must leave this place at once. If the Nine-Tailed Sovereign catches up, we may not escape at all." Aware of his own physical limitations, the Black Shark Sovereign insisted that Yang Fan and Liu Xian depart immediately to ensure their safety, disregarding his own well-being. This clearly illustrated the significant place Yang Fan held in the Black Shark Sovereign's heart. Yet, Yang Fan shook his head, unwilling to abandon the Black Shark Sovereign. Had this been the Yang Fan of old, he might have fled without a second thought. However, the current Yang Fan was resolute. He would not forsake the Black Shark Sovereign. "No, your injuries are far too severe. If I leave now, I would be less than human. I cannot abandon you." He gazed steadfastly at the Black Shark Sovereign, as if a monumental decision had been made within his heart. In that instant, not only did the Black Shark Sovereign grow anxious, but Liu Xian, too, began to feel a sense of urgency. To be frank, Liu Xian was desperate to vacate this perilous location. In this manner, one would be shielded from any harm. Alas, Yang Fan was unwilling to depart, causing Liu Xian to be consumed with anxiety. She felt utterly at a loss, her mind swirling with complexity. "Listen to me, young Master Yang. You and Liu Xian must leave this place immediately. Do not concern yourselves with me. I have lived a long life and have had my fill. You should leave without delay." After a brief moment, the Black Shark Sovereign spoke slowly. Though deeply moved, the Black Shark Sovereign still hoped that Yang Fan would abandon him. Perhaps this would afford him a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, the Black Shark Sovereign was at a complete loss as to what to do next. However, just as Yang Fan was about to respond, a beguiling purple mist suddenly materialized before them. From within this mist emerged a statuesque woman. Upon seeing her, Yang Fan's brow furrowed slightly, and his palms began to tremble involuntarily. "My goodness, Nine-Tailed Sovereign, must you persist in your relentless pursuit?" The woman who appeared before Yang Fan was none other than the Nine-Tailed Sovereign, the very figure who had previously sought to hunt him down. This left Yang Fan momentarily at a loss, his emotions becoming increasingly complex. He found himself uncertain on how to confront the formidable Nine-Tailed Sovereign before him. Gradually, his thoughts descended into chaos, a deep desire to eliminate the Nine-Tailed Sovereign overwhelming him. Observing this, the Black Shark Sovereign, despite enduring pain, rose swiftly and positioned himself protectively in front of Yang Fan, his gaze sharp as he addressed the Nine-Tailed Sovereign. "I implore you, spare their lives. I am willing to sacrifice myself for them." His tone resonated with unwavering resolve. In the depths of the Black Shark Sovereign's heart, nothing held greater significance than Yang Fan, even surpassing his own existence. However, shortly after the Black Shark Sovereign's plea, the Nine-Tailed Sovereign ignored him, instead fixating on Yang Fan, a flicker of complexity flickering in his eyes. Internally, he pondered, could it be that this Yang Fan is his? Quickly dismissing such thoughts, the Nine-Tailed Sovereign exhaled deeply. Retrieving 2 sediment fruits and a nine-tailed fox waste token from his storage pouch, tossing them to Yang Fan. As Yang Fan caught the fruits and the token, confusion washed over him, his expression one of bewilderment as he regarded the Nine-Tailed Sovereign, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind his actions. Before Yang Fan could gather his thoughts, the Nine-Tailed Sovereign took a breath and spoke. "I was wrong before. This waste token allows you to summon me at any time. Consider it my recompense." Without further ado, the Nine-Tailed Sovereign vanished in a flash, soaring into the distance, leaving Yang Fan and his companions in a state of shock, the Sovereign's words echoing in their minds, preventing them from regaining composure. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan emerged from his astonishment, his heart brimming with incredulity as he gazed at the sediment fruits and the waste token in his hands. The reasoning behind the Nine-Tailed Sovereign's actions eluded him. Nevertheless, with the immediate threat averted, Yang Fan felt a quiet relief wash over him. After a brief moment, he cast 1 sediment fruit to Liu Xian and placed the remainder into his storage pouch. Once organized, Yang Fan hurried to support the Black Shark Sovereign, handling him with utmost care, fully aware of the severity of his injuries. However, just as Yang Fan secured the Black Shark Sovereign, an unexpected visitor appeared not far from him, an elderly figure whose gaze seemed to pierce through the mundane. Instantly on guard, Yang Fan rose to confront the elder. "Who are you?" Yang Fan inquired, his gaze instantly sharpened, unwilling to afford any relaxation. He feared that a moment's carelessness might lead him into the snares of his adversary. Should anything untoward occur, he would be utterly at a loss for how to respond. The visitor was none other than the ghostly physician, the very one who had once saved Yang Fan's life. The ghostly physician regarded the gravely injured Black Shark King, shaking his head in resignation. Before turning his attention to Yang Fan, he then spoke directly. "Young man, I have saved your life out of goodwill, and this is how you repay me?" His tone carried a hint of gentleness, akin to that of a divine healer. At this moment, Yang Fan was filled with confusion. Observing his reaction, the Black Shark Sovereign, concerned that Yang Fan might misunderstand, began to elucidate the events that had transpired. However, what he revealed was startling, leaving Yang Fan stunned and unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Eventually, Yang Fan realized that he had been overly sensitive. Thus, he took a deep breath and addressed the elder with sincerity, saying, "I apologize, esteemed elder, I have wronged you, and I am here to express my regret." Without hesitation, Yang Fan bowed deeply to the ghost Dr. Sovereign, wishing to convey his remorse. Remarkably, this gesture proved to be quite effective. The ghost Dr. Sovereign smiled gently and replied, "It is of no consequence. You simply did not see me when you awakened, which led to the misunderstanding. Now that we have cleared the air, all is well." He then observed the severity of the injuries sustained by the Black Shark Sovereign and suggested, "If you agree, I shall take him back for treatment." Upon finishing, the ghost Dr. Sovereign furrowed his brow, as if he already sensed the gravity of the Black Shark Sovereign's condition. He knew that without prompt medical attention, the outcome could be dire. Therefore, he wished to expedite their return for treatment. In this manner, timely treatment can be obtained, alleviating any further concerns. As for why the esteemed ghost physician extends such kindness, it is simply because the Black Shark Sovereign owes him a favor. Otherwise, the ghost physician would not be so benevolent, nor would he pay any heed to the Black Shark Sovereign. Upon hearing the ghost physician's words, Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly, harboring a lingering skepticism towards the ghost physician's assurances, fearing that he might harbor ulterior motives. Subsequently, Yang Fan gazed at the Black Shark Sovereign with an expression of sorrow, pondering what decision he would make. However, when Yang Fan witnessed the Black Shark Sovereign nodding, he felt compelled to acquiesce despite his inner reluctance. Regaining his composure, Yang Fan let out a deep breath and said, "Very well. I entrust the Black Shark Sovereign to you. Please ensure his recovery." "Rest assured, I shall heal him," replied the ghost physician without hesitation. As he approached the Black Shark Sovereign and gently lifted him, casting a glance back at Yang Fan, he then vanished in an instant, leaving Yang Fan and Lu Xin standing in place. Watching the departing figure of the Black Shark Sovereign, Yang Fan felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. He silently prayed, "Oh, Black Shark Sovereign, please do not come to harm." Just as Yang Fan was lost in thought, Lu Xin stepped beside him and patted his shoulder, saying, "It will be all right. He will be fine, so there is no need for worry." Her tone was laced with warmth, yet her heart was tinged with bitterness. As she reflected on how she had not been able to assist Yang Fan throughout their journey, it had been he who had continuously offered her help. In that moment, a pang of guilt washed over Lu Xin. This was the first time Lu Xin felt utterly useless. If possible, she would have liked to weep uncontrollably. However, in the end, she managed to suppress her tears. Yet, deep within her heart, she had quietly resolved to assist Yang Fan in any way she could. Only by doing so could she alleviate the guilt that weighed upon her soul. After about 10 minutes, Yang Fan regained his composure, exhaling deeply before slowly uttering, "Let us go." At that moment, the brightness in his eyes had dimmed considerably. Perhaps the recent events had profoundly impacted him, leaving him in this state. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xin snapped back to reality and nodded affirmatively. "All right." Her tone revealed no hesitation. Thus, step by step, Yang Fan and Lu Xin departed from the vicinity of Hualin Mountain, heading directly towards Shengnazong. Throughout their journey, there was an evident lack of conversation between them, highlighting Yang Fan's distress. Indeed, anyone faced with such circumstances would find it difficult to maintain a positive disposition, and thus, Yang Fan's reaction was understandable. Gradually, the sky darkened, and night fell upon them. Yang Fan realized that they could no longer continue their journey and had to rest. Therefore, he spoke, "Let us take a break." His voice carried a hint of coldness, reflecting the magnitude of the blow he had just endured. Lu Xin nodded, not overthinking it, and settled down to rest. However, Concern flickered in her gaze as she looked at Yang Fan, fearing that he might not emerge from this abyss. She worried that if something unfortunate were to occur, it would be dire. Hence, Lu Xian dared not disturb him, opting instead to speak softly, hoping that perhaps this might gradually uplift his spirits, at least alleviating the gloom that had enveloped him. Moments later, feeling the cold air surrounding them, she ventured to ask, "By the way, Yang Fan, what are your plans once we return?" Her beautiful eyes blinked inquisitively, eager for him to share his thoughts. In this manner, one could foster a closer connection with Yang Fan, thus gaining a better understanding of his interests. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan, without much contemplation, directly responded, "Perhaps I shall retreat for a while." His tone was imbued with uncertainty. After enduring numerous challenges, Yang Fan was made acutely aware of how insignificant his prowess appeared in the eyes of certain formidable figures. This revelation ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him. Otherwise, such thoughts would not have crossed his mind. The only path forward was to gradually enhance his abilities, ensuring that when faced with formidable adversaries, he would possess the strength to stand his ground, rather than existing in his current state, akin to an ant. Instantaneously, Lu Xian was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed such intensity in Yang Fan's gaze, leaving her profoundly shaken and unable to regain her composure. After a moment, she managed to muster a faint smile and remarked, "That's wonderful. Once I return, I shall also strive to improve my strength." Initially, Lu Xian had not intended to express herself in such a manner, but felt compelled to do so. What if she did not convey her thoughts and Yang Fan began to disdain her? Yet, after speaking, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Lu Xian found herself uncertain of how to articulate her feelings, her heart heavy with helplessness. "Yang Fan, I know you're feeling down, but I am a beautiful woman. Isn't it too much to ask for you to keep me company?" Lu Xian silently lamented, her face etched with frustration as she grappled with how to communicate effectively. Now, Lu Xian was at a loss, having no idea how to engage Yang Fan in conversation. Thus, the night passed in silence, with neither Yang Fan nor Lu Xian uttering a single word, enveloped in an atmosphere of quietude. Meanwhile, in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, the nine-tailed monarch gazed upon the imposing beast god before him, a flicker of fear stirring within his depths. "Nine-tailed monarch, have you failed in your previous mission?" The beast god inquired, his expression unchanged, as if recounting a trivial matter, leaving others unable to discern his true thoughts. "Beast god, this cannot be solely attributed to me. I have done my utmost." The nine-tailed lord spoke with a bitter tone, his voice imbued with a sense of despondency. Initially, he had believed this task to be exceedingly simple. However, who could have anticipated the multitude of tribulations he would have to endure? It rendered the nine-tailed lord utterly incapable of rallying his spirits, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. After regaining his composure, the nine-tailed lord wasted no time and recounted the intricate details of the situation to the beast god, hoping for forgiveness and a reprieve from punishment. He spoke for over half an hour before finally concluding his narrative. Yet, when he lifted his gaze to meet that of the beast god, he found the deity staring back in astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief. After a moment, the beast god, unable to contain his incredulity, inquired, "Nine-tailed lord, is everything you just recounted truly the case?" His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his breath quickened as if he had just received an astonishing revelation. "Indeed, it is true, esteemed beast god. That is precisely how it unfolded, and I find myself utterly helpless," the nine-tailed lord affirmed with a nod. Had it not been for an unforeseen complication, matters would not have spiraled into such disarray. This turn of events had plunged the nine-tailed lord into a deep abyss of despair, rendering him incapable of regaining his composure. In stark contrast, the beast god erupted into hearty laughter, his excitement surging forth with uncontainable fervor. At that moment, the nine-tailed lord was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why the beast god would burst into laughter. If possible, the nine-tailed lord wished for the beast god to elucidate the matter for him. In this manner, the turmoil within one's heart would surely dissipate. After a brief interlude, the beast god cleared his throat twice and began to speak slowly. "You have performed admirably, nine-tailed monarch. Yet I must now entrust you with a task of utmost significance, one that pertains to the very survival of our entire demon race." In an instant, the beast god's demeanor shifted, his gaze becoming gravely serious, as if a momentous event were imminent. This was the first time the nine-tailed monarch had witnessed such a profound change in the beast god's expression, causing a flurry of thoughts to whirl chaotically in his mind, leaving him bewildered as to the nature of the task that lay ahead. A myriad of uncertainties ensnared the nine-tailed monarch's heart. After a considerable moment of contemplation, he found himself still perplexed, and thus summoned the courage to inquire, "Beast god, what is it that you wish for me to do?" His eyes mirrored his confusion as he gazed at the beast god. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him, a nagging feeling that something ominous was about to unfold. The rapid thumping of his heart echoed within him, and his expression shifted to one of trepidation. Observing his reaction, the beast god wasted no time and spoke directly, "In truth, this task is rather simple for you. All I require is for you to discreetly infiltrate the life of a certain individual named Yang Fan, attending to him with utmost diligence to earn his favor. When the time comes, should any misfortune befall our demon race, you need only to call upon him for assistance." Upon hearing these words, the nine-tailed monarch was rendered speechless, his mind awash with a cacophony of shock and disbelief. His mouth fell agape, as if it could easily accommodate an egg. Such a proposition had never crossed his mind, and the beast god's suggestion left him utterly at a loss for words. If it were possible, the nine-tailed monarch would have preferred not to have heard the beast god's decree. In this manner, one's mood gradually begins to calm, alleviating the current state of turmoil. After a while, the esteemed nine-tailed lord regained composure and exhaled deeply. He then spoke, This seems rather inappropriate, beast god. If you proceed in this manner, are you not effectively selling me to Yang Fan?" His tone was laden with bitterness, revealing his reluctance to comply with the beast god's directive. After all, such actions were utterly beyond what the nine-tailed lord could ever bring himself to do. Yet, the beast god was unyielding. He promptly retorted, "What is so inappropriate about this? Adhere to the command. Sacrificing one for the prosperity of the demon race is a small price to pay. Hurry and prepare yourself. Should you refuse, do not blame me for my wrath." In an instant, the beast god's imposing aura bore down upon the nine-tailed lord, an overwhelming pressure that rendered him breathless and filled him with immense dread. Reluctantly, the nine-tailed lord had no choice but to accept this grim reality. With a deep sigh, he departed from the ancestral grounds, his weary form trudging away into the distance. Despite his unwillingness, he had no alternative but to comply with the beast god's decree. "Why is my fate so wretched?" he lamented upon leaving the ancestral grounds, fully aware that there was no avoiding the inevitable consequences. He promptly shook off these thoughts and returned to his dwelling to prepare. He then set off toward the location of Yang Fan, though his expression was one of profound discontent. Gradually, time slipped away. The following morning, sunlight streamed across the earth, awakening Yang Fan from his slumber. After stretching lazily, he rose to his feet. However, upon standing, he noticed movement beside him and glanced down. To his shock, he was startled to see someone sleeping next to him, causing him to instinctively take several steps back in panic. He never anticipated that she would be beside him in slumber. Fortunately, he had donned his clothing. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to react to any untoward incident that might have occurred. The sudden disturbance jolted her awake, and as she blinked sleepily, she gazed at Yang Fan with a dazed expression. Indeed, the figure beside him was none other than the nine-tailed lord, which explained Yang Fan's astonishment. "What is the matter with you?" The nine-tailed sovereign gently rubbed her eyes with her delicate, rosy hands, her speech becoming hazy, as if she had yet to awaken fully. This revelation left Yang Fan at a loss for words, his heart brimming with unspoken anguish. After a moment's pause, he exhaled deeply, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he inquired, "How is it that you find yourself here?" His gaze became shrouded in uncertainty, reflecting an unmistakable fear. After all, no one could assure him of what the nine-tailed sovereign might do to him. One misstep, and Yang Fan's life could very well be forfeit in this very moment. Who could possibly accept such a situation? Why am I not allowed to be here? Having uttered these words, before Yang Fan could even regain his senses, the nine-tailed sovereign fell back into a deep slumber, revealing just how weary he truly was. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. He was utterly bewildered by the intentions of the nine-tailed sovereign. If given the opportunity, he would dearly wish to unravel the mysteries surrounding the current situation. Just then, Liu Xin heard the commotion and approached Yang Fan alone, perplexed by his bizarre behavior so early in the morning. However, upon reaching his side and witnessing the scene before her, her eyelids flickered and her expression darkened instantly, particularly upon observing the disheveled appearance of the nine-tailed sovereign. She comprehended the gravity of the situation. After a brief pause, Liu Xin, her voice laden with irritation, demanded, "Yang Fan, would you care to explain what has transpired here?" Her tone was rife with dissatisfaction, akin to a spilled jar of vinegar, and her countenance displayed unmistakable displeasure. If circumstances permitted, she would have liked nothing more than to unleash her anger. Yet, ultimately, she restrained herself, fully aware that confronting the nine-tailed sovereign was beyond her capabilities. With no alternative but to endure, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he too was deeply confused and longed to clarify the situation. Thus, he exhaled a deep sigh and, with a touch of bitterness, replied, "I am equally in the dark about what has transpired. Had I been aware, I would not be in this predicament." His face was a canvas of varied emotions, reflecting his desire to comprehend the unfolding events. In this manner, the confusions within one's heart can be unraveled, preventing an endless cycle of perplexity. Alas, the nine-tailed lord is currently in slumber, leaving Yang Fan at a loss as to how to attain clarity. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian's mood soured further. She held no belief in Yang Fan's assertions, and a surge of anger welled up within her, manifesting as evident fury. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. She was not in any way connected to Yang Fan, and thus should not meddle in his affairs. Even if Yang Fan were to sleep with someone else, it was his own matter. This thought plunged Lu Xian into a deep despondency. After a brief moment, she forced a smile and declared, "It's fine. If you choose not to explain, so be it. I am not anyone significant to you." Before Yang Fan could respond, Lu Xian turned and left, not once glancing back, leaving Yang Fan in a state of bewilderment. He was utterly confounded by her sudden transformation. What is it with women? They can be perfectly fine one moment, and then change entirely in an instant. Yang Fan lamented internally. However, he too was consumed by distress and did not pursue Lu Xian, for he was equally uncertain about the events that had transpired. Reluctantly, he remained by the side of the nine-tailed lord, waiting for her to awaken so he could inquire why she had suddenly found herself in his embrace. In truth, the nine-tailed lord had not been asleep at all. She had been fully attentive to the conversation between Yang Fan and Lu Xian, a smirk of satisfaction playing upon her lips. For reasons unknown, Yang Fan's presence beside her stirred a subtle emotion within the nine-tailed lord. After approximately half an hour, she felt it was time to stretch. Her enchanting lavender eyes fixed upon Yang Fan, causing him to tremble. Internally, he lamented, "This nine-tailed lord is extraordinarily formidable." Instantly, a rush of exhilaration coursed through him. Fortunately, his composure was strong. Otherwise, he might have truly succumbed to her allure. "You have been guarding my side all this while?" the nine-tailed lord inquired gently, her eyes fluttering softly as she gazed serenely at Yang Fan. This was not something to be mentioned lightly. Once spoken, it rendered Yang Fan unable to meet the gaze of the nine-tailed sovereign. He endeavored to quell the fiery tumult within his heart. Undoubtedly, the nine-tailed sovereign before him was the most feminine woman Yang Fan had ever encountered, unparalleled in her allure. "Why have you fallen silent?" After a prolonged period of Yang Fan's silence, the nine-tailed sovereign pouted, her words laced with reproach, and her gaze toward him transformed, as if chastising her husband. Had it been any other man, he would have succumbed to the charms of the nine-tailed sovereign long ago. In an instant, Yang Fan slapped himself several times to regain his composure, startling the nine-tailed sovereign with his audacity, her pupils widening in surprise. "Could you please behave normally?" With that terse remark, Yang Fan turned on his heel and departed without a moment's hesitation, fearing that remaining in her presence would lead to his downfall. Observing Yang Fan's retreating figure, the nine-tailed sovereign furrowed her brow in disbelief, astonished by the strength of his will. She had underestimated him. However, a smile graced her lips as she mused. "Ah, there will be ample opportunities ahead. I shall see if you can maintain your resolve." With that thought, the nine-tailed sovereign tidied her attire and glided gracefully to follow Yang Fan, determined that her persistence would prevent him from evading her. Soon, Yang Fan found himself seated beside a flickering bonfire, gazing disconsolately at the dying embers, his heart heavy with unease. At that moment, the nine-tailed sovereign joined him. Taking a seat at his side, her expression fixed intently upon him. Lu Xian, witnessing this scene, was consumed by indignation. Yet, her anger was futile, for the nine-tailed sovereign was undeniably audacious. "What is it that you truly desire?" At last, Yang Fan could no longer contain himself and inquired, his tone tinged with displeasure. He yearned to comprehend the sudden shift in the nine-tailed sovereign's demeanor, which left him baffled regarding her true intentions. His eyes darkened with hostility, and he was acutely aware of her formidable strength. A careless misstep could provoke her ire, and he feared he might not even realize his impending doom. Thus, Regardless of the circumstances, young Fan was resolute in his decision to keep the nine-tailed sovereign at bay. After all, no one would willingly carry a ticking bomb upon their back. I do not wish for anything nefarious. Upon my return, I recognized my errors. Hence, I am here to rectify my previous mistakes by offering you my protection. Without haste, the nine-tailed sovereign spoke with a charming smile gracing his visage. However, within the depths of his heart, he had berated young Fan countless times. He had encountered the oblivious before, but none had displayed such profound ignorance. It was enough to infuriate the nine-tailed sovereign immensely. I do not require your protection. I am perfectly capable of safeguarding myself. You should leave at once and cease to trouble me. Young Fan exhaled deeply, yearning to send the nine-tailed sovereign away. In such circumstances, young Fan would not remain in a perpetual state of anxiety. This feeling is indeed quite distressing. Otherwise, young Fan would not behave as he does. However, the nine-tailed sovereign disregarded young Fan's words, continuing with an air of nonchalance. Upon overhearing the exchange between the nine-tailed sovereign and young Fan, Liu Xian instantly grasped the unfolding events. It dawned on her that she had unjustly accused young Fan. A wave of sorrow washed over her, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet young Fan's eyes. At that moment, Liu Xian wished to slap herself. Had she known it would come to this, she would have sought clarification beforehand. Yet, the events had transpired, and even if Liu Xian wished to express regret, it was now too late. Who dares to dismiss you? With your meager strength, do you truly believe you can survive in this world? The nine-tailed sovereign scoffed, entirely dismissing young Fan's words. It is essential to recognize that the nine-tailed sovereign had cultivated for over 10,000 years, fully aware of the weight of this world's burdens. At this moment, young Fan realized that no matter what he expressed, the nine-tailed sovereign would not depart. He found himself at a loss on how to persuade the nine-tailed sovereign to leave, yearning for tranquility in his world. After a brief pause, he managed to gather his thoughts and spoke slowly. You may accompany me, but you must refrain from meddling in my affairs. Otherwise, do not blame me for dismissing you. His tone exuded seriousness, and his gaze sharpened, clearly showing that he was not jesting with the nine-tailed sovereign. Initially, young Fan intended to expel the nine-tailed sovereign, but he soon realized that it was futile. Rather than severing ties, it seemed more prudent to keep the entity close, as it might prove beneficial. Upon hearing young Fan's words, the nine-tailed sovereign's face lit up with delight as she eagerly nodded in agreement, feeling immense joy. After all, her aim had been fulfilled, and she felt a silent sigh of relief within. However, Liu Xian was not pleased, casting a reproachful glance at young Fan. Despite her dissatisfaction, she understood that she could not alter the current situation and had no choice but to gradually accept it, as there was no other recourse available to her. Given that she could not contend with the nine-tailed sovereign, just as young Fan conversed with the nine-tailed sovereign, a sudden rustling noise emanated from the bushes. The trio turned their attention towards the source of the sound. Moments later, a figure emerged from the underbrush. Upon seeing this individual, young Fan was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. What an extraordinary coincidence! He thought in dismay, completely unprepared for this unexpected encounter. Indeed, the person was none other than the protagonist from the Supreme Venerable, Long Outyen. Long Outyen, upon spotting young Fan, was equally taken aback. His surprise soon transformed into jealousy as he noticed two exquisite women by young Fan's side, his eyes darkening with envy. Here he was, tirelessly honing his skills, while this seemingly pampered young Fan spent his days courting women. Heaven above, is there no justice left? Long Outyen cursed inwardly. After a brief moment, he glared at young Fan and scoffed. Well, if it isn't the so-called waste who merely grew up on potions, gracing us with his presence. What a miracle. The tone was imbued with a hint of mockery. At this moment, Long Outyen brimmed with newfound confidence. After more than 2 months of rigorous training, his strength had significantly escalated, instilling in him the belief that he could triumph over the formidable young Fan before him. With this thought, a wave of exhilaration surged through Long Outyen, akin to witnessing the dawn of a new day. Meanwhile, young Fan merely smiled, effortlessly discerning Long Outyen's capabilities. However, young Fan regarded Long Outyen with indifference. Thus, he remarked with a cold smirk, "It is clear who the true waste is." Before Long Outyen could fully comprehend the situation, young Fan unleashed an overwhelming aura that swept over him, propelling Long Outyen several meters back, leaving him half-crouched on the ground. In that moment, Long Outyen gazed at young Fan in disbelief, realizing that despite his arduous training over the past 2 months, he was still no match for Yang Fan. Who could endure such a situation? Clenching his teeth tightly, he cast a furious glare at Yang Fan, consumed with the desire to rush over and strike him. However, having received guidance from the elder, Long Outyan's intellect gradually began to align with normalcy, no longer muddled as before. Yang Fan, just you wait. Once I grow stronger, I shall unleash my wrath upon you and capture every woman by your side to warm my bed. With that, Long Outyan resolved to vacate the premises, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. After all, the paramount concern was to elevate his own power. That was the true path to success. Yet, upon hearing Long Outyan's words, the nine-tailed sovereign became incensed. With a fierce flick of its tail, it struck Long Outyan with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. The impact caused Long Outyan to spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back in agony. Just as the nine-tailed sovereign prepared to deliver the final blow, Yang Fan intervened, halting its advance. The nine-tailed sovereign regarded Yang Fan with confusion, unable to comprehend why he had obstructed its intentions. Yang Fan, shaking his head in resignation, though filled with indignation, recognized the futility of the situation. The nine-tailed sovereign then glared menacingly at the unconscious Long Outyan before effortlessly casting him aside with its tail, leaving no room for mercy. In an instant, Long Outyan transformed into a mere speck of starlight, vanishing from Yang Fan's sight. After tidying up the aftermath, the nine-tailed sovereign flicked its tail and, with a huff, turned to Yang Fan, inquiring, "Why did you stop me from eliminating this insolent wretch? He has insulted me so." Its tone brimmed with reproach, desperately seeking an explanation and a measure of consolation. With eyes brimming with a delicate, pleading sorrow, it gazed at Yang Fan, appearing utterly pitiful. Upon hearing the nine-tailed sovereign's words, Yang Fan let out a weary sigh. How could one hope to slay someone under the heaven's protection? He mused internally. After a moment, he regained his composure and replied, "It's nothing. You will understand in due course. Let us continue our journey." Without hesitation, Yang Fan turned and departed. To speak frankly, no one desired the demise of Long Aotian more than Yang Fan himself. However, he understood that he was incapable of vanquishing Long Aotian. It was only when his own strength surpassed that of the heavens could he hope to slay Long Aotian. Thus, Yang Fan resolved to expedite his pursuit of power, seizing every opportunity that Long Aotian might encounter. Only in this manner could he gradually ascend in strength. As Yang Fan's figure receded from view, both Jiawei Zuinjuan and Lu Xin were engulfed in confusion. Yet, as Yang Fan was unwilling to divulge his thoughts, they felt it inappropriate to press further, and thus followed him step by step away from the scene. Meanwhile, Long Aotian, having been sent flying by Jiawei Zuinjuan, lay unconscious at the foot of a mountain. One must acknowledge that Long Aotian was indeed fortunate. He fell onto a thick patch of grass, otherwise he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. After several days and nights of slumber, Long Aotian finally regained consciousness. However, his body felt as if it had been dismantled, plagued by a myriad of pains that made even movement exceedingly arduous. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes blazed with an inexhaustible fury, his teeth grinding audibly. After a moment of respite, Long Aotian glared menacingly in the direction from which he had been propelled and seethed, "Yang Fan, you shall await your reckoning. I will ensure your demise is anything but peaceful." Meanwhile, as Yang Fan ambled along, he felt a tickle in his nose and succumbed to a series of yawns. Who was thinking of me? He mused silently. Just as he paused, Jiawei Zuinjuan approached him, inquiring, "What is the matter, Fan Fan?" Her tone was laced with perplexity. If possible, Jiawei Zuinjuan hoped that Yang Fan would provide a thorough explanation. In this manner, the turmoil within one's heart would cease to exist. "It's nothing." Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. He chose not to elaborate further and continued onward without a trace of hesitation. At this moment, his sole desire was to depart from this dreadful place, unwilling to linger any longer. After all the events that had transpired over the past few days, Yang Fan recognized the profound dangers inherent in this locale, dangers far beyond the ordinary. Observing this, the nine-tailed sovereign and Lu Xin did not ponder long and swiftly followed Yang Fan's lead towards the Sheng sect. After 3 days and nights of travel, the trio finally arrived at the gates of the Sheng sect. Without hesitation, Yang Fan turned to Lu Xin and declared, "Well, I have brought you back. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again on another occasion." Before Lu Xin could respond, Yang Fan cast a meaningful glance at the nine-tailed sovereign, urging a hasty departure. The nine-tailed sovereign, unperturbed, promptly shifted and whisked Yang Fan away from the scene. Once Lu Xin regained her bearings, she realized Yang Fan had vanished. Instantly, her lips pouted, her face a canvas of displeasure. Moments later, she muttered to herself, "Humph. Yang Fan, you may escape the initial pursuit, but you cannot evade me forever. Just wait. Once my strength has increased, I shall ensnare you thoroughly, leaving you no chance of eluding my grasp." With that, Lu Xin ceased her musings and, filled with a sense of unwillingness, ventured into the Sheng sect. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, under the guidance of the nine-tailed sovereign, returned to the Liyang Sword Pavilion. The familiar scents and sensations instantly invigorated him, rendering him blissfully at ease. The nine-tailed sovereign, observing Yang Fan's sect, merely smirked, unperturbed by its significance. After all, having lived for over 10,000 years, she had long since grown accustomed to many things. Very well. Let us proceed inside, Yang Fan suggested with a slight smile after a brief pause. Without further ado, he stepped inside, and the nine-tailed sovereign nodded in agreement. Soon after ensuring accommodations for the nine-tailed sovereign, Yang Fan hurried towards his courtyard, eager to discover how Sister Ranran had fared during his absence. However, upon arriving at the backyard and finding no trace of her, confusion enveloped him, his mind a whirlwind of questions. He yearned to know where Sister Ranran had vanished to. Just as Yang Fan was engulfed in his perplexity, a figure emerged from behind him, gazing at him with incredulity. Her delicate hands trembled slightly, her heart racing in disbelief at the sight before her. Indeed, the person was none other than the beloved Sister Ranran, whom Yang Fan had been yearning for. After a deep sigh, Sister Ranran, with a tremor in her voice, spoke softly. "Yang Fan, is that you?" Her tone was imbued with longing. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan, disregarding everything else, turned to face Sister Ranran. Upon realizing it was truly her, he rushed over and enveloped her in a tight embrace. For reasons unknown, Sister Ranran had always occupied a special place in Yang Fan's heart. Perhaps it was because she was his first love. After holding her for what felt like an eternity, he reluctantly released her and gently inquired, "Where have you been?" His gaze was filled with tenderness, reminiscent of a quintessential warm-hearted gentleman. "I was just cultivating and have only just returned. But you, where have you been? I was so worried." After speaking, Sister Ranran caressed Yang Fan's cheek with her delicate hand, and a wave of familiar warmth surged through her heart. At this moment, Sister Ranran no longer needed to worry about Yang Fan's comfort. A sense of relief gradually enveloped her heart, as her concerns for Yang Fan diminished compared to before. Upon hearing Sister Ranran's words, Yang Fan took her by the hand and guided her to sit beside the table. He then recounted his previous experiences to her in intricate detail, without any concealment, including the matter of the nine-tailed sovereign. After approximately half an hour, once Sister Ranran had absorbed Yang Fan's narrative, a wave of discontent washed over her mind, and her face was painted with reproach. She had never anticipated that Yang Fan would return from his outing with a woman in tow. Who among us could endure such a predicament? Yet, Sister Ranran understands that this is hardly Yang Fan's fault. After all, his charm is indeed overwhelming. After a moment of respite, Sister Ranran gradually voiced her inquiry. "How do you intend to deal with this nine-tailed sovereign?" Her words dripped with a hint of jealousy, as if a jar of vinegar had been upended. In response, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words, his mind a blank slate regarding the resolution of the nine-tailed sovereign. A sense of despondency washed over him, leaving him uncertain about how to respond to Sister Ranran. Observing his expression, she shook her head in resignation, realizing that he had not contemplated the matter deeply and chose not to reproach him further. "All right," she said. "I recognize that this may place you in a difficult position. Take your time. After all, I've learned that there is another woman above me, and she is unmarried." At this revelation, Sister Ranran's demeanor shifted dramatically, reflecting her evident discontent and unhappiness. Yet, what could she do about it? The circumstances were immutable, plunging her into a state of despondency, for she had already fallen for Yang Fan, leaving her with no choice but to accept the situation. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in disbelief. He could not fathom how Sister Ranran came to know of these matters. A myriad of questions swirling in his mind. How did you come to know of this? After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply, his body trembling slightly, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. If it were possible, he wished for Sister Ranran to elucidate the situation for him. In this manner, one would no longer feel such confusion within. "Do you think that during your absence, I was idly wasting my time here? I have already gathered all the necessary information," Sister Ranran remarked with a dismissive glance. Despite the profound discontent in her heart, she ultimately had no choice but to accept this reality. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond to Sister Ranran. He couldn't help but let out a faint sigh, a reflection of his helplessness. How unfortunate it was. Why was he entangled with so many women? Yang Fan lamented inwardly. However, the situation had already unfolded and was beyond his control. There was no alternative but to forge ahead. Well, I must return to my cultivation. Do not overthink it. I am merely expressing my sentiments. You've been out for quite some time and surely need to rest. Go on and take a break. Sister Ranran said with a warm smile, observing Yang Fan's discomfort. The events had transpired, and even if Yang Fan wished to alter them, it was futile. There was no choice but to move forward. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan nodded, dismissing any further thoughts, and headed straight into the room to alleviate his fatigue. Only in this manner could he manage the myriad of issues at hand. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed sovereign grew increasingly bored within the Liang Sword Pavilion, casting glances around. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he made his way to a forbidden area of the pavilion, as if it were his own home. Before long, he arrived at the forbidden zone, only to be confronted by an aged figure. The gaze of this elder was piercing and formidable. It was none other than the ancestor of the Liang Sword Pavilion, Yang Riang, whose strength was unfathomable. Nine-tailed sovereign, what brings you to my Liang Sword Pavilion? Are you not aware of the regulations that prohibit cultivators and demon clans from intruding upon each other's territory? Do you not fear that I might slay you? Yang Riang spoke with a profound intensity, his aura erupting and enveloping the nine-tailed sovereign, forcing him back several meters. Cursing inwardly, the nine-tailed sovereign thought, how is this old man still so formidable? Realizing he could no longer hesitate, he exclaimed, You old fool, do you wish to harm your granddaughter-in-law? His voice boomed with urgency. At this declaration, Yang Riang halted, a look of confusion washing over his face, his eyes betraying a sense of bewilderment. After a moment of silence, he inquired with a weary tone, What do you mean by that? His sharp gaze remained fixed on the nine-tailed sovereign, radiating an immense presence. After catching his breath, the nine-tailed sovereign replied, I am now Yang Fan's woman. If you lay a hand on me, would it not be akin to striking your granddaughter-in-law? A smug smile graced his lips, revealing his sense of triumph. Upon hearing those words, Yang Liang was nearly taken aback, his heart racing with an intensity akin to receiving an astonishing revelation. After a moment of regaining his composure, he slowly spoke. You mean to say that you are my grandson Yang Fan's woman? His voice quivered slightly, and his mind was in turmoil. Of course, why would I deceive you? If you doubt me, you may inquire with your grandson, replied the nine-tailed sovereign, adjusting her attire, secretly reveling in the situation, as if she had anticipated Yang Liang's reaction. In that instant, Yang Liang found himself at a loss for words. His emotions were profoundly conflicted. He yearned to seek out his grandson, Yang Fan, for clarification. However, upon observing the expression of the nine-tailed sovereign, he sensed her honesty. Yet, no matter how he rationalized it, he could not accept such a reality. Thus, he exclaimed, I refuse. You have lived for over 10,000 years and still wish to pursue my grandson? Get lost, or I shall strike you down. His fists clenched tightly. A fierce desire to confront the nine-tailed sovereign surged within him. Yet inexplicably, he hesitated, his heart filled with doubt. Come now, old man, let us be reasonable. What do you mean by an old bull seeking tender grass? I am the tender grass here. If you do not acquiesce, I shall reveal the misdeeds you committed millennia ago. And then we shall see if you are still opposed. The nine-tailed sovereign spoke with unshakable confidence, well aware of Yang Liang's temperament, which had once been quite charming. Upon hearing her words, Yang Liang instantly moved before the nine-tailed sovereign, his eyes blazing with fury, his fist crackling with tension. Had she not been Yang Fan's beloved, he might have already struck her down, denying her any opportunity to speak. Nevertheless, in the end, Yang Liang relented, exhaling deeply. Then with a hint of panic, he declared, Regardless, I cannot accept this. You, ancient crone, should return whence you came. How dare you covet my grandson? It infuriates me. The more he pondered, the worse his mood became. The age disparity was simply too vast for anyone to bear. This was precisely why Yang Liang's ire was so intense. After all, this matter pertained to the future of the Yang family, where even the slightest misstep could not be tolerated. In that moment, the nine-tailed sovereign found himself at a loss for words, utterly taken aback by Yang Riang's unwavering stubbornness, reminiscent of events from millennia past. Yet, the nine-tailed sovereign remained unperturbed, firmly believing in his own abilities to ultimately penetrate the depths of Yang Fan's heart. At that juncture, even if Yang Riang were to oppose him, it would be of no consequence. With this thought, the nine-tailed sovereign's heart swelled with joy. After a brief interval, he gradually composed himself and, adorned with a faint smile, addressed Yang Riang. Given the circumstances, do you truly believe you can effect a change? Embrace this reality, for I shall take my leave now. Before Yang Riang could react, the nine-tailed sovereign vanished without a trace. Watching the receding figure of the nine-tailed sovereign, Yang Riang was consumed with indignation. However, as the sovereign had stated, the situation had reached a critical juncture, one beyond Yang Riang's control. How could my family, the Yangs, find themselves in such a predicament? He lamented internally, his face a canvas of displeasure, etched with frustration. Ultimately, unable to endure this affront any longer, Yang Riang resolved to take action, determined to alter the current circumstances. It was imperative to avert the impending doom threatening the Yang family's legacy. With this conviction, Yang Riang wasted no time and soared forth, heading directly to Yang Fan's residence without a moment's hesitation. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at Yang Fan's abode. After exhaling deeply, he strode inside without delay. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, in the throes of slumber, was abruptly roused by the commotion, springing from his bed to investigate. Upon realizing that it was Yang Riang seeking him, astonishment washed over him, his eyes reflecting incredulity and his heart racing. It is worth noting that Yang Fan was well aware of Yang Riang's significance and understood that the Liyang Sword Pavilion's ascendance to the pinnacle of sects was largely due to Yang Riang's presence. After gathering his thoughts, Yang Fan emerged from his chambers, contemplating the purpose behind Yang Riang's visit. A myriad of questions swirled in his mind until, a moment later, he stepped into the courtyard and confronted Yang Riang directly. Without any hesitation, Yang Fan spoke. "Grandfather, what brings you to seek me?" A charming smile adorned his face as he gazed intently at Yang Riang. However, his heart was in a tumult of excitement. For Yang Fan was acutely aware of Yang Riang's formidable prowess. Yet, Yang Riang offered no response, instead donning an expression of profound introspection as he regarded Yang Fan. He remained silent, his demeanor strikingly aloof, as if Yang Fan had committed some grave offense against him. In that moment, Yang Fan found himself enveloped in confusion, utterly bewildered by Yang Riang's behavior. Thus, he exhaled deeply and inquired, "What is it, grandfather? Why do you remain silent?" His tone was laced with a palpable sense of perplexity. If it were possible, Yang Fan earnestly hoped that Yang Riang would provide him with an explanation. In this manner, the turmoil within oneself would dissipate. After a brief moment, Yang Riang gradually spoke. "Did you commit any transgressions against the Yang family?" His voice resonated with an imposing authority, pressing heavily upon Yang Fan, almost rendering him breathless. Fortunately, Yang Riang eventually relaxed his demeanor. Otherwise, Yang Fan would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness. After gasping for air, Yang Fan slowly replied, "Grandfather, what do you mean by that? I cannot comprehend." His eyes momentarily filled with confusion. An intense desire to unravel the events that had transpired surged within him. At this moment, Yang Riang furrowed his brow slightly, and his gaze toward Yang Fan transformed, filled with an air of perplexity. He was profoundly bewildered, for Yang Fan's demeanor suggested a complete lack of clarity regarding the unfolding events. Otherwise, he would not appear so confused. "Do you truly not know?" Yang Riang exhaled, his expression tinged with a hint of incredulity. "Grandfather, if you do not explain it to me, how could I possibly know?" Yang Fan replied with a resigned wave of his hand. If he was aware of the situation, he would not be in such a predicament. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that he remained oblivious. Thus, regardless of Yang Riang's explanations, Yang Fan was entirely in the dark about the matter at hand. Upon realizing this, Yang Riang understood that Yang Fan was not deceiving him. He took a deep breath and spoke. "It concerns the nine-tailed sovereign. I have heard that she is already your woman." The mere thought of this incited an overwhelming fury within Yang Riang. Regrettably, he found himself powerless against the nine-tailed sovereign and could only seek a resolution through Yang Fan. Upon hearing Yang Riang's words, Yang Fan suddenly grasped the situation. So this was the matter at hand. However, for some inexplicable reason, the more he listened, the more uncomfortable he felt, as if a multitude of concerns were festering within him. Regaining his composure, Yang Fan slowly responded, "How could she possibly be my woman, grandfather? You must be mistaken. If she were truly my woman, I might as well eat dung." A smile strained across his face, though internally he was quite displeased, unable to comprehend why Yang Riang would pose such a question. In an instant, Yang Riang exhibited an expression of disbelief, utterly confounded by the unfolding events. He was at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. "By the way, grandfather, where did you hear this rumor?" Suddenly, Yang Fan recalled something and directly inquired, his tone laden with confusion, urging Yang Riang to elaborate on the matter. In this manner, one could discern the matters at hand. Upon hearing this, Yang Riang refrained from further trivial conversation. He spoke slowly and directly. It was the nine-tailed sovereign, your woman, who mentioned it. Otherwise, how could I possibly know? However, young man, I must inform you that she is an ancient being, having lived for several millennia. Regardless, I shall never consent to this marriage. If you dare to marry her, do not blame me for breaking your legs. After uttering these words, Yang Riang turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. His current mood was decidedly poor, which explained his hasty exit. It was evident that numerous concerns weighed heavily on his mind. Watching Yang Riang's receding figure, Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly, his thoughts instantly thrown into disarray as he reflected on Yang Riang's words, which only served to deepen his frustration. After a brief moment, Yang Fan let out a resigned sigh, his eyes reflecting a bitter essence. Finally, he exhaled deeply and murmured to himself, how did things come to this? No. It seems I must seek an opportunity to have a proper discussion with the nine-tailed sovereign. With that, he dismissed further thoughts and returned to his chamber to continue his slumber, for the past month had left him utterly exhausted. Gradually, time slipped by, and before long, it was noon. Sister Ranran had risen and was meditating in the courtyard. Noticing Yang Fan still lost in slumber, she chose not to disturb him and instead continued her cultivation. However, after an hour of practice, a sudden commotion jolted Sister Ranran awake. Her gaze fixed intently on the footsteps approaching the door, curious to see who sought Yang Fan. When the figure finally came into view, she was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with surprise. She had not anticipated the arrival of a graceful and alluring woman seeking Yang Fan. The shock within her was palpable, for this woman was none other than the nine-tailed sovereign whom Yang Fan had brought back. Taking a deep breath, Sister Ranran rose to her feet and walked step by step towards the nine-tailed sovereign, their eyes locking in a gaze that radiated a protective aura. After a brief pause, Sister Ranran boldly inquired, "Who are you?" The tone was imbued with an unmistakable sense of hostility, as if the sudden appearance of the nine-tailed lord was met with considerable displeasure, as though he might usurp her man. Upon hearing Sister Ran's words, the nine-tailed lord did not respond immediately. Instead, he offered a faint smile, scrutinizing Sister Ran closely. He observed that, while she possessed qualities that set her apart from the average woman, there was little else of note. The sense of impending threat dissipated instantly. Thus, the nine-tailed lord slowly began to speak. "Who are you, and what brings you to Yang Fan's courtyard?" He chose not to answer Sister Ran's inquiry directly, countering with a question of his own, his gaze revealing a hint of playful mockery, as if he regarded her with indifference. At this moment, Sister Ran felt a slight shock, her brows furrowing involuntarily. An inexplicable sense of discomfort welled up from her heart, rendering her unable to feel any joy. After a brief lapse of about 10 minutes, once she regained her composure, she wasted no time and declared, "I'm Yang Fan's woman. Why should I not be here? Not only am I here, but I also reside here. As for you, who might you be?" Her demeanor transformed instantly, exuding an air of authority as if she were the mistress of this estate, unperturbed by the presence of the nine-tailed sovereign. After all, this was the luminous sword pavilion, and Sister Ran had faith that as long as she did not strike first, her opponent would have no means to harm her. Thus, she felt a sense of confidence. Upon hearing her words, the nine-tailed sovereign furrowed her brow several times, her mood darkening as her eyes narrowed into slits. For the sovereign saw no trace of deceit on Sister Ran's face and discerned that she spoke the truth. An inexplicable wave of discomfort washed over her, catching the nine-tailed sovereign off guard. However, she was not easily subdued. "What a coincidence. I too am Yang Fan's woman. I wonder how many you are," she retorted, unleashing her sovereign aura upon Sister Ran, attempting to coerce her into submission. Indeed, the nine-tailed sovereign's presence was formidable, and Sister Ran, lacking in strength, found herself retreating several steps, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes. How could this woman be so powerful? Why had Yang Fan never mentioned this before? Sister Ran thought to herself, determined not to underestimate or relax in the face of such a formidable adversary. Moreover, she was acutely aware that the nine-tailed sovereign was even more beautiful and alluring than herself. This aspect is something that Sister Ranran cannot compare to. A twinge of disappointment inevitably surfaced in her heart, reflected on her rosy cheeks, which betrayed a hint of dejection. Observing this, the nine-tailed sovereign felt an overwhelming sense of delight, and a sly smile crept upon her lips. Seizing the moment, the nine-tailed sovereign remarked, "Little sister, you are still quite young, and there will be ample opportunities in the future. Do not vie with me for Yang Fan. I fear the blows you might endure will be substantial. Her tone was imbued with an air of authority, akin to a queen surveying her subject. As she scrutinized Sister Ranran, instantly, a surge of defiance welled up within Sister Ranran. She cast a fierce glare at the nine-tailed sovereign. After a brief pause, she replied, "It remains uncertain who will face the greater setbacks. Yes, I can see that you possess beauty surpassing my own and strength that dwarfs mine. However, to think I would relinquish Yang Fan is utterly impossible. You might as well abandon that notion." With that declaration, Sister Ranran felt unencumbered by any reservations. After all, having shared so much with Yang Fan, she had gradually found her footing and resolved that nothing would deter her from pursuing him. At this moment, the nine-tailed sovereign was taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. The gaze of Sister Ranran evoked memories of his own childhood, stirring emotions within him that rendered him momentarily speechless. His mind was flooded with recollections, prompting him to shake his head and chuckle softly. At this juncture, the nine-tailed sovereign found himself at a loss for words regarding Sister Ranran. To his astonishment, he had encountered a woman as naive as he once was. A sense of melancholy washed over him, evident on his exquisite countenance. Just then, a figure emerged from the room. Upon seeing the nine-tailed sovereign and Sister Ranran, a wave of displeasure washed over him, as if something significant was about to transpire. Yang Fan felt an involuntary tension rise within him. Without further ado, he gathered his thoughts and approached them directly. Once within earshot, Yang Fan called out, "Sister Ranran, nine-tailed sovereign, what are you two doing? Why do you regard each other with such animosity?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's voice, both the nine-tailed sovereign and Sister Ranran quickly gathered their thoughts and turned to face him, their hearts subtly shaken by his unexpected arrival. They were utterly unprepared for this encounter and found themselves uncertain of how to respond. Moments later, Yang Fan stood beside the two women, casting a cold glance over them without uttering a word. Although silence enveloped the scene, the chilling gaze he directed at them was almost unbearable. After a brief pause, the nine-tailed sovereign exhaled deeply and spoke, "We aren't doing anything, Yang Fan. I came to find you for some fun, but unexpectedly, a dog leapt out and started to attack me." He gestured helplessly with his delicate hands, his expression one of innocence. However, upon hearing his words, Sister Ranran's mood escalated to a boiling point, her teeth grinding audibly in frustration. "How dare you slander me like this? Have you no shame? You infuriate me." She seethed inwardly, harboring no fondness for the nine-tailed sovereign. Her countenance grew increasingly irate. Her fists clenched tightly, tempted to deliver a sound thrashing to the audacious figure before her. Before Sister Ranran could retort, Yang Fan interjected, "Nine-tailed sovereign, isn't it inappropriate to speak of Sister Ranran in such a manner? Do you not consider my presence at all?" There was a hint of dominance in his tone. It is crucial to understand that Yang Fan possessed a profound understanding of Sister Ranran's character, knowing full well that she would never behave in such a manner. Furthermore, they were currently within the confines of the Liang Sword Pavilion. Yang Fan harbored no fear of the nine-tailed sovereign. If he had the capability, let him strike directly at Yang Fan. Thus, Yang Fan's earlier remarks were particularly frigid. After all, the nine-tailed sovereign had dared to provoke Yang Fan's sensitive spot. In that moment, the nine-tailed lord was taken aback, gazing at Yang Fan with disbelief. A profound sorrow surged within him, as if a multitude of daggers had plunged mercilessly into his heart, leaving him utterly helpless. His expression became increasingly unnatural, and even the nearby Sister Ranran was slightly taken aback, completely unaware of Yang Fan's unexpectedly cold demeanor. "Moreover, did you visit my grandfather and claim to be my woman? Let me clarify something. I never consented to this, so please, have some self-respect." Yang Fan continued, shattering the last glimmer of hope within the nine-tailed lord, leaving no room for any optimism. After all, Yang Fan was well acquainted with the book's supreme sovereign and had a profound understanding of the nine-tailed lord's character and past actions. He had no desire to find a knife thrust into his back by someone he once considered a friend. Thus, he decisively severed all those entangled red threads, ensuring that he would not encounter such troubles in the future. However, Yang Fan's words, rather than alleviating the situation, plunged the nine-tailed lord into despair. For countless years, he had been the one to reject others, never having faced rejection himself. "Very well, Yang Fan, I shall remember you." After a brief moment, the nine-tailed lord regained his composure and spoke coldly, his heart instantly turning to ice. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and vanished from sight, soaring out of the blazing Sun Sword Pavilion without any pause. After all, the words Yang Fan had spoken were profoundly hurtful to the Nine-Tailed Lord's heart. Genuine sincerity had yielded such a devastating outcome. Who could accept such a reality? Are you not going to pursue him? Shortly after the Nine-Tailed Lord departed, Sister Ranran approached Yang Fan cautiously, her voice laced with concern. Although her heart brimmed with gratitude towards him, she did not wish for Yang Fan to feel any distress because of her. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words. It's fine, let him go. It's for the best. His departure will spare me further trouble. After speaking, Yang Fan turned and walked towards the back courtyard, preparing to immerse himself in rigorous training. With a resigned sigh escaping his lips, he glanced back at Yang Fan's receding figure. Sister Ranran felt an inexplicable sense of concern and decided to follow him, fearing he might engage in some reckless behavior. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tailed Sovereign, emerging from the blazing Sunsword Pavilion, was consumed by a fierce rage. Her captivating eyes radiated an unquenchable fury, resembling a world-destroying demon. She was seething with indignation. Yang Fan, just you wait, she vowed silently. I shall prove that I am the most suitable woman for you. Any woman who dares to approach you shall meet their demise. Her fists clenched tightly. And had mortals witnessed this scene, they might have been instantly overwhelmed by her imposing presence. At that moment, a voice captured the Nine-Tailed Sovereign's attention. She cast a cold glance in that direction, only to find a person staring at her foolishly, and chose to disregard him. After all, she deemed his strength beneath her notice. That individual was none other than the protagonist of the Supreme Being, Long Outyen. Indeed, it was he, Long Outyen, back once more. The sight of the stunning Nine-Tailed Sovereign ignited a surge of excitement within him, as if sensing the arrival of his romantic fortune. Without hesitation, Long Outyen called out exuberantly, "Hey there, beautiful. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you? I'm in fantastic shape." This revelation only served to further incite the ire of the Nine-Tailed Sovereign. Previously, the Sovereign had no outlet for the pent-up fury within. Now, an individual had audaciously approached him. In a swift motion, the Nine-Tailed Sovereign struck fiercely at Long Outyen, rendering him unconscious once more, collapsing onto the ground. However, the Sovereign soon discerned that Long Outyen still exhibited signs of life, which left him astounded, his brow furrowing slightly. It is worth noting that even a sovereign of equal strength would struggle to withstand such a blow. The fact that Long Outyen endured it was utterly unexpected for the Nine-Tailed Sovereign. After a moment of contemplation, the Sovereign chose not to linger, turning away without uttering another word. He understood his own capabilities and recognized who was worthy of his attention and who was not. As for the lack of interest the Nine-Tailed Sovereign harbored towards Long Outyen, it stemmed from the potent aura emanating from him, which deterred the Sovereign from approaching. Departing was undoubtedly the wisest decision. As time flowed, a week passed. Yang Fan continued his training as usual, engaging in conversations with Sister Ranran during his leisure moments. Life was indeed quite joyous. However, this morning, a disciple rushed in through the entrance, visibly flustered. Upon reaching Yang Fan, he stammered anxiously, young saint. The sect master requests your presence, claiming there is a matter of utmost importance." His tone was laced with urgency, as if a significant event had transpired. At this moment, Yang Fan was taken aback, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to Sister Ranran and declared, "I shall step out for a moment. Upon my return, I will gladly provide you with guidance on your cultivation." Before Sister Ranran could fully comprehend his words, Yang Fan had already departed with resolute determination. Watching his retreating figure, Sister Ranran refrained from intervening, instead patiently awaiting his return. However, her mind was rife with wild conjectures about the matters Yang Fan might be attending to, a flurry of uncertainties ensnaring her thoughts. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall. After exhaling deeply, he strode inside. Once within the hall, he wasted no time in inquiring, "Father, what has transpired? Why the urgency in summoning me back?" His tone was imbued with confusion, and he earnestly hoped that Yang Zhengxiong would provide a thorough explanation. In this manner, the turmoil within one's heart would be alleviated. Yang Zhengxiong gazed appreciatively at his son, Yang Fan, his eyes brimming with joy. It is worth noting that previously, Yang Fan had been quite reckless and carefree. Whenever an incident occurred, he would retreat far away. However, since his return, he has shown a remarkable dedication to serious matters. What father could remain unmoved by such a transformation? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Zhengxiong slowly spoke. "My dear son, as you are aware, you are soon to embark on the battlefield against demons, which is already in the process of being organized. I believe it would be prudent to host a tournament, inviting all the talented individuals from our domain to compete. The victor shall become your attendant, thereby ensuring your safety. What do you think? Having expressed his thoughts, Yang Jingxiong turned his gaze back to Yang Fan, eager to see what decision he would make. After all, Yang Jingxiong and others were not permitted to enter the battlefield against demons, thus they could only rely on formidable cultivators to protect Yang Fan. In this manner, no unforeseen incidents would transpire. After all, the Liyang Sword Pavilion has but one scion, Yang Xingzi, and it is only natural to ensure his safety. Upon hearing Yang Jingxiong's account, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Now, having learned of it, he felt a profound shock within his heart and was deeply moved by Yang Jingxiong's actions. Quietly, he felt a sense of elation. Yet, Yang Fan did not dwell on it for long, promptly responding, "Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest, father." "Excellent, I shall make the necessary arrangements." "You may go and focus on your cultivation," Yang Jingxiong replied, then returned to his official duties, disregarding Yang Fan further. Without hesitation, Yang Fan bowed respectfully to Yang Jingxiong before departing the grand hall. Upon stepping outside, he gazed at the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. Who might the fortunate individual be that would become my attendant? Yang Fan mused internally, filled with delight. With this joyful sentiment, he strode purposefully toward his quarters, devoid of any hesitation. Soon, news of the attendant selection competition spread swiftly across the continent. Almost every cultivator of Yang Fan's age became electrified, their eyes gleaming with boundless excitement. They recognized that becoming Yang Fan's attendant would equate to receiving the protection of the Liyang Sword Pavilion. Such an opportunity was simply too good to miss. Consequently, a myriad of cultivators hastened towards the Liyang Sword Pavilion, resolutely determined to seize this chance. Only through this could they gradually rise to prominence, free from oppression. Meanwhile, the Liyang Sword Pavilion began preparations for the arena, ensuring everything was in order for Yang Fan. In the courtyard, Sister Ranran gazed at Yang Fan with a hesitance that suggested she had something of great importance to convey. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Yang Fan's mind was instantly filled with curiosity. He then inquired, "Sister Ranran, what troubles you? Is there something you wish to share with me?" His tone was laced with confusion, his gaze fixed intently upon her, hoping she would elucidate her thoughts. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Sister Ranran took a deep breath, and without any hint of concealment, she expressed her true feelings. May I participate in this attendant competition?" Upon finishing her words, Sister Ranran immediately lowered her head in shyness, unable to meet Yang Fan's gaze. Her heart raced fervently, as if a tiny deer were wildly leaping within her chest. Her cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. At this moment, Yang Fan was taken aback, his expression one of utter disbelief as he gazed at Sister Ranran. He had never anticipated such words from her, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, as he regained his composure, Yang Fan finally spoke. "Silly girl, you are my woman. How could I possibly allow you to participate in this competition?" Before Sister Ranran could react, he affectionately ruffled her hair, instantly rendering her obedient. Yet, deep within her heart, she felt a pang of discomfort. After all, it meant that she would be unable to enter the demon-slaying battlefield, which signified a long period without seeing Yang Fan. She would even find herself worrying daily about his safety. How could Sister Ranran possibly feel at ease? With this thought in mind, she summoned her courage and said, I truly wish to accompany you. Please allow me to participate in this tournament." After speaking, she gazed at Yang Fan with a pitiful expression, her heart inexplicably filled with anticipation. After all, she had become deeply attached to him. However, Yang Fan merely shook his head slightly, unequivocally rejecting her, denying her any chance to pursue her intentions. "No, you must not even entertain such thoughts. Regardless of what you say, I will not agree," Yang Fan declared, his tone imbued with resolute conviction. He understood all too well that the battlefield of demon subjugation was fraught with peril, where the threat to one's life loomed at every turn. To protect Sister Ranran from danger, he felt compelled to act in this manner. After all, he had read the tome of the Supreme Being and possessed considerable insight into the battlefield's treachery. Upon witnessing this, Sister Ranran's expression instantly shifted to one of sorrow, her eyes brimming with tears that threatened to spill over at any moment. Seeing her in such a state, Yang Fan, despite feeling a profound sadness within, could only suppress his emotions. He could not be swayed. Allowing her to venture into the battlefield would be tantamount to signing her death warrant. Moreover, he was resolute in not permitting his beloved to engage in such hazardous endeavors. Gazing into Yang Fan's unwavering eyes, Sister Ranran understood that he would never relent. A sense of muted melancholy enveloped her heart. All right, Sister Ranran, I know you are reluctant to part with me. However, the battlefield of demon subjugation is far too perilous. I cannot bear to see you placed in harm's way. You must remain in the Sunlit Sword Pavilion. After explaining, Yang Fan revealed a hint of tenderness. After all, Sister Ranran was his first love. Though their relationship had originated in a moment of intoxication, Yang Fan was a responsible man, deeply committed to her well-being. But what if something happens to you? I will worry about you. After a moment, Sister Ranran stammered, her concern spilling forth. It was evident that she had fallen deeply in love with Yang Fan and could not bear the thought of him coming to harm. Rest assured, even if the heavens were to fall, I shall remain unscathed. Yang Fan waved his hand, his face adorned with a radiant smile, exuding an air of confidence. Instantly, Sister Rant's expression turned to one of perplexity as she struggled to comprehend the source of Yang Fan's unwavering assurance. However, since he was unwilling to elaborate, she refrained from pressing him further. Subsequently, Sister Ran engaged Yang Fan in casual conversation. Days slipped by, and the arena competition of the Sunlit Sword sect was prepared and ready. One by one, cultivators began to arrive at the Sunlit Sword sect. They were instantly captivated by the opulence surrounding them, igniting a flicker of determination within their hearts. They were resolute in their pursuit of victory in the arena competition, for it was only through triumph that they could secure the protection of the Sunlit Sword sect. Gradually, the crowd swelled, gathering in the vast plaza of the sect, their spirits animated as they gazed up at the esteemed elders on the stage. The imposing presence of the elders stirred a fervor among the cultivators. At that moment, an elderly man accompanied by a bruised and battered youth, one eye completely closed, approached the entrance of the Sunlit Sword sect. The old man's gaze was fiercely fixed upon the spectacle before him, his fists clenched tightly, radiating palpable anger. Indeed, this elder and the youth were none other than a shrewd old man and Long Aotion, both harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Yang Fan. Disciple, during this demon-slaying battlefield, you must remember to strive for the finest treasures within. Do you understand? The old man said with a sly smile, as if he had meticulously orchestrated every detail. I understand, Master. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the task you have entrusted to me, Long Aotion replied with a nod, his blood surging with fervor and a smile creeping onto his lips, reflecting his pride and excitement. Deep within Long Aotion's heart lay a lingering grudge that had yet to be resolved. The animosity nearly clouded Long Aotion's judgment. Very well, you may proceed. I shall ensure your junior sister discreetly safeguards you, the old man declared before striding away without casting another glance at Long Aotion. After all, every matter had already been meticulously arranged by him. Watching the old man's receding figure, Long Aotion did not linger and promptly turned towards the Liyang Sword Pavilion, his steps light and triumphant. This demeanor elicited scornful glances from the surrounding cultivators. Just a nascent soul cultivator. Does he have any reason to be so arrogant? One scoffed. I could easily pin him to the ground with a single hand. What audacity. Indeed, they had encountered many who deserved a good beating, but none as deserving as him. A cacophony of discontented voices echoed in Long Aotion's ears, fueling his frustration and desire to unleash his wrath. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, for he understood that his current power was insufficient. Other than enduring, he had no alternative. Before long, Long Aotion entered the Liyang Sword Pavilion, his gaze brimming with resentment. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, accompanied by Sister Ranran, arrived at the central square. Observing the disparate assembly of cultivators below, Yang Fan felt a surge of emotion. He had never anticipated such a vast gathering of onlookers. Sister Ranran was equally taken aback, profoundly impressed by the scene. At that moment, a charismatic and imposing middle-aged man emerged from a grand hall, teleporting directly onto the platform, surveying everything below with an air of superiority. Upon laying eyes on the scene, the assemblage of cultivators below was rendered utterly astonished, their feet trembling slightly in the presence of the formidable middle-aged man before them. This man was none other than Yang Zhengxiang, the esteemed leader of the Liyang Sword sect and the father of Yang Fan. For these lowly cultivators, encountering such a powerful figure of high standing was an unprecedented experience. Instantly, they closed their mouths, refraining from provoking Yang Zhengxiang any further. The atmosphere grew profoundly silent, to the extent that one could hear a pin drop, underscoring the immense intimidation and awe he commanded. After a brief pause, Yang Zhengxiang cleared his throat twice, adopting a serious tone as he began to speak. Ahem, greetings to all. I am Yang Zhengxiang, the sect leader of the Liangsort sect. I am truly fortunate and delighted to have you all present here. My expectations are modest. The victor shall accompany young Master Yang to the demon-slaying battlefield to eradicate the demonic forces. Additionally, I have arranged a benefit. You will receive the protection of the Liangsort sect. Regardless of what may transpire, should you call for assistance, the sect will respond without delay. Please take the time to rest well. The competition will commence tomorrow. With those words, Yang Jingxiong said no more and turned to depart, leaving the crowd with a lingering impression of his formidable presence. The moment the words were spoken, the atmosphere erupted with fervor, causing a palpable tremor in the palms of those present, a manifestation of their excitement. For cultivators, encountering such a boon was unprecedented, and it was only natural for their emotions to be fraught with tension and exhilaration. Gradually, the crowd composed themselves, regaining their composure, and then, under the guidance of the disciples from the Liang Sword Pavilion, they proceeded to their respective quarters without a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, Yang Fan observed the scene from a distance, remaining silent and merely taking in the unfolding events without uttering a word. Yet, at that moment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure that illuminated his surroundings, sending a subtle shock through his heart. To his astonishment, he realized that this individual had also come to the Liang Sword Pavilion. Yang Fan's thoughts raced with disbelief as he fixated on the person before him, his expression darkening with discontent and an unsettling feeling. Indeed, the figure he beheld was none other than Long Outyen. At this juncture, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. Sister Ran noticed the shift in Yang Fan's demeanor and furrowed her brow, perplexed by the rapid change in his expression. A whirlwind of questions surged within her, and if circumstances permitted, she hoped that Yang Fan would share his thoughts. In this manner, the turmoil within her heart began to dissipate. Thus, Sister Ran took a deep breath and directly inquired, "Yang Fan, what troubles you? What has transpired?" Her tone was imbued with curiosity, and her gaze remained fixed upon Yang Fan, her expression tinged with perplexity. Upon hearing Sister Ran's words, Yang Fan immediately snapped back to reality, shaking his head to indicate that nothing was amiss. However, his eyes were resolutely fixed upon an individual, none other than Long Outyen. Within his mind, he began to devise a plan to address the situation at hand. Seeing Yang Fan's reluctance to divulge his thoughts left Sister Ran feeling quite vexed. Consequently, she followed Yang Fan's gaze and beheld Long Outyen, igniting a flurry of speculation in her mind. She pondered silently, who is this person? Why does Yang Fan's gaze towards him bear such profound intensity, as though fueled by deep-seated enmity? After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan ceased his scrutiny and turned to depart. Already plotting how to extricate himself from this predicament, he realized that if something undesirable were to occur, he would be at a loss regarding how to respond. However, Sister Ran chose not to accompany him. Instead, she addressed Yang Fan. "I have a matter to attend to. I shall return shortly." Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan nodded without further thought and strode away, offering no elaboration. As he departed, Sister Ran felt a quiet relief wash over her. Without lingering, she headed straight towards Long Outyen, her expression darkening slightly. After a brief interval, Sister Ran arrived near Long Outyen. Organizing her thoughts, she approached him directly. "Hello, handsome. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" she said with a feigned smile, as if she were utterly captivated by Long Outyen's presence. At her words, Long Outyen turned to face her. At first glance, everything seemed perfectly ordinary, yet the moment he laid eyes on her, Long Outyen's heart surged with excitement. His breath quickened, as if he had just won a lottery of 5 million. To his astonishment, he had been approached by a stunning beauty. Could it be that his long-awaited springtime had finally arrived? Thoughts raced through his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a trickle of exhilaration, his mouth watering slightly in anticipation. Throughout his life, Long Outyen had never been approached by such a captivating woman. Now that it had happened, who could remain composed? Gathering his thoughts, he slowly replied, "Sure, I am Long Outyen, and it is a pleasure to meet you." With that, he extended his hand towards Sister Ran, his demeanor radiating an infectious excitement, as if he were ascending to new heights. However, Sister Ran felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the sight of him. She was tempted to ignore Long Outyen entirely, but in pursuit of the truth, she suppressed her distaste and decided to engage with him. Taking a deep breath, she managed a smile and said, "So, you're Long Outyen. I'm Sister Ran, delighted to meet you. How about we find a place to sit and have a proper chat?" With a charming smile gracing her lips, she began to devise a plan, as if every detail was under her control. Upon hearing Sister Ran's suggestion, Long Outyen, without a second thought, eagerly nodded in agreement, his happiness evident. "Sure," he replied enthusiastically. Seeing him acquiesce, Sister Ranran wasted no time and turned to lead Long Aotian away from the square, heading towards a nearby restaurant. Intent on clarifying the relationship between him and Yang Fan. In this manner, one could resolve the troubles encountered by Yang Fan. After all, in the heart of Sister Ranran, Yang Fan has assumed a position of prominence. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not allow any harm, however slight, to befall him. Even the slightest grievance would be unbearable for Sister Ranran. Approximately 10 minutes later, under Sister Ranran's guidance, Long Aotian arrived at the restaurant. He sat down directly across from her, his eyes ablaze with boundless enthusiasm, radiating a myriad of peculiar glimmers. His demeanor was one of uncontainable excitement, as if he had encountered the goddess of his dreams. After taking a deep breath, Long Aotian unveiled a faint smile, and then inquired, "Sister Ranran, you are exceptionally beautiful." Immediately after uttering those words, he clasped his mouth in shock, his mind a blank canvas, his gaze unfocused. He was utterly bewildered as to how he had come to express such a sentiment. The revelation startled Long Aotian profoundly, if possible. He would have wished to find a coffin to bury himself in. In this manner, one would be spared from encountering such situations. Upon hearing Long Aotian's words, Sister Ranran felt a profound disdain within her heart, looking down upon the figure before her. When compared to Yang Fan, it was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Undoubtedly, Long Aotian represented the latter. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the information she desired, Sister Ranran chose to conceal her aversion deep within. With a deep exhale, she forced a semblance of a smile and remarked, "Thank you for the compliment." Despite her considerable discontent, Sister Ranran resolved to endure for the sake of the future. "By the way, I noticed that you seem to have a conflict with the Luyong Sword Pavilion. You appear rather reluctant to be here?" Suddenly, an idea struck Sister Ranran, prompting her to inquire, her voice tinged with confusion as her eyes blinked rapidly while gazing at Long Aotian. Upon the mention of Long Aotian, a wave of indignation surged within him. He exhaled sharply, his nostrils flaring, embodying an unmistakable fury. His fists clenched tightly, as if confronted with an earth-shattering revelation. After a brief interval, Long Aotian began to voice his grievances, recounting the illustrious yet infuriating exploits of the Liyang Sword sect and Yang Fan. He spoke for over half an hour, gradually easing his agitation, though the resentment in his eyes remained palpable. "Indeed, this Yang Fan is utterly despicable. He deserves to be condemned by all," he declared, before seizing a cup of water from the table and drinking deeply. In that moment, Long Aotian felt an exhilarating sense of relief, having finally unburdened his heart after such a long time, as if he had found a kindred spirit. However, Sister Ranran's expression darkened instantaneously. The muscles in her face twitched, as if provoked by Long Aotian's words. "How dare you speak ill of my husband in my presence? Just wait and see how I will make him pay." She seethed inwardly, already plotting her course of action. This time, no matter what, the formidable dragon Aotian must face a dire reckoning. Thus, Sister Ran began to ponder how best to exact her retribution upon him. After much contemplation, a brilliant idea suddenly sparked within her mind, causing the corners of her mouth to curve into a subtle smile, as if she had conceived a most exquisite plan. She then spoke slowly. Dragon Aotian, would you be so kind as to fetch something for me from outside? I shall await your return here." In an instant, Sister Ran transformed her expression into one of heart-wrenching vulnerability, exuding an irresistible charm. Even a man of sound judgment would find it nearly impossible to resist such allure. Upon hearing her words, Dragon Aotian lifted his gaze to Sister Ran, instantly entranced by the seductive glimmer in her eyes. His heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a young deer frantically colliding within his chest. Moments later, regaining his composure, he nodded eagerly in agreement and rushed outside without a second thought. After all, this was Dragon Aotian's first opportunity to assist a beautiful woman. How could he not give it his all? Moreover, he had long harbored thoughts of eventually marrying Sister Ran, though he deemed the timing not yet right. As he observed Dragon Aotian's departing figure, Sister Ran's expression darkened immediately. Her delicate fists clenched tightly, radiating an unmistakable fury, as if the very presence of Dragon Aotian had incited her wrath. Without hesitation, Sister Ran withdrew a vial of black potion from her pocket, pouring its contents forcefully into Dragon Aotian's cup, muttering softly to herself, "You dare insult my husband? I shall make you experience the torments of relentless diarrhea for 3 days and nights." Once the black potion was fully emptied, she took care to stir it. anxious that Dragon Ao Tian might detect something amiss. Half an hour later, Dragon Ao Tian returned, laden with the items she had requested. For reasons unknown. The more he gazed at Sister Ran, the more enchanting she appeared, as if they were bound by a fateful connection that rendered him unable to divert his gaze. After taking a seat, Dragon Ao Tian declared, "Here you go. I have procured the items you asked for. Please take a look." Immediately, Long Outian handed the item to Sister Ran, adorned with a captivating smile. Despite his considerable fatigue, this smile emanated from the depths of his heart. Sister Ran, unfazed, accepted the item directly from Long Outian's hands, continuously expressing her gratitude. Perhaps wearied, upon noticing the glass of water on the table, Long Outian instinctively seized it and began to drink heartily, exhibiting no hesitation and placing complete trust in Sister Ran. Witnessing this, Sister Ran felt an overwhelming joy within her. She thought, "Haha, I am eager to see what you will do next." Her face radiated happiness, as if she held mastery over the unfolding events. After a while, sensing the opportune moment, Sister Ran stood up and gently addressed Long Outian, saying, "Long Outian, I suddenly remembered that I have some matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. I will come to find you when I have the time." Upon hearing her words, Long Outian, without a second thought, readily agreed, his heart brimming with excitement. After all, this was an invitation from a goddess. How could he possibly decline? Thus, Sister Ran gracefully departed the restaurant, making her way towards Yang Fan's courtyard with nary a trace of hesitation. However, mere moments after her departure, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Less than 10 minutes after Sister Ran left, a powerful sensation surged within Long Outian's belly, prompting him to spring to his feet and dash towards the restroom. Without a hint of hesitation, upon entering, he quickly settled down, and a series of tumultuous sounds ensued. Instantly, Long Outian was enveloped in frustration, his face contorting in agony. He muttered to himself, "What is happening? Why am I suddenly experiencing such distress?" A multitude of perplexities clouded his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. Yet, being a rather simple individual, he chose not to dwell on it excessively, opting instead to remain in his position. However, this decision proved unwise. Each attempt to rise from the restroom was met with a fervent sensation, forcing him to sit back down, his heart heavy with gloom. He yearned to unravel the mystery of his predicament. What on earth is going on? How could I possibly be suffering like this? Long Outian lamented, as a pained expression gradually etched itself upon his face. If only he could decipher the intricacies of this situation. In this manner, one would no longer endure the persistent torment they currently experience. Yet, despite much contemplation, Long Outian remained perplexed. He could only sit despondently on the toilet, quietly awaiting the gradual alleviation of his discomfort. Meanwhile, Sister Ran swiftly returned to the courtyard. Upon noticing Yang Fan seated pensively on the stone bench, she approached him without hesitation. Sitting beside Yang Fan, she inquired, "What troubles you, Yang Fan? Have you encountered something disheartening?" Her tone was imbued with confusion. If possible, Sister Ran hoped that Yang Fan would elucidate his predicament to her. Thus, one would no longer be plagued by such inner turmoil. After hearing Sister Ran's words, Yang Fan shook his head, signaling that he was fine and wishing to avoid causing her any worry. He chose to confront these issues alone. This time, Yang Fan beheld the spirited Long Outian and, for reasons unknown, felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a decisive blow to him, wishing for Long Outian to be rendered incapacitated. Only in that way would he feel liberated from any threat. However, it was unfortunate that Long Outian was under the protection of the heavenly Tao, leaving Yang Fan at a loss for how to proceed, and rendering him incapable of eradicating the threat entirely. This is precisely the source of Yang Fan's greatest vexation. Since his return, he has been enveloped in gloom, consumed by thoughts of how to eliminate Long Outian. Observing Yang Fan's reluctance to confide, Sister Ran's spirits began to sag, her lips pouting slightly in disappointment. Despite her persistent inquiries, Yang Fan remained reticent, leaving her perplexed. After a moment, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, resolving to cease dwelling on these matters. As the adage goes, when soldiers come, we meet them. When water comes, we dam it. Regardless of any adverse events that may transpire, Yang Fan possessed the confidence to handle them. Having watched the Supreme Master countless times and possessing an intimate understanding of its narrative. Thus, he rose, a faint smile gracing his lips, and addressed Sister Ran, saying, "It's all right. I'm fine now. You should rest well. You've risen quite early today." His gaze exuded a gentle warmth, rendering him particularly charming. "All right. But you must also retire early," Sister Ran replied, her demeanor one of dejection. Understanding Yang Fan's unwillingness to share, she did not press him. For she was not the type to be domineering, merely a petite lady who cared for her husband. However, just as Yang Fan and Sister Ranran stood up, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, startling Yang Fan to his core. He gazed in disbelief, his heart racing violently. Internally, he marveled in astonishment. How could he come to find me? In that instant, Yang Fan was at a loss, his mind blank, yearning to unravel the situation at hand. The figure, having spotted Yang Fan, initially wore an expression of joy at finally seeing him. Yet, upon noticing the woman by Yang Fan's side, his expression darkened instantaneously, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Unable to contain himself, the figure took slow, deliberate steps towards Yang Fan, his pace imbued with urgency. Sister Ranran, bewildered by the unfolding events, blinked repeatedly, questioning, "Who is this woman? She is stunning. Can someone explain what is happening here?" Sister Ranran pondered quietly within her heart, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Soon, a figure materialized before Yang Fan, their pale violet eyes radiating an endless brilliance, leaving Yang Fan at a loss for how to respond. Before he could utter a word, the figure inquired with a commanding tone, "Please elucidate the situation. What on earth is going on?" Their voice was laced with an air of authority, and their gaze turned anxious. Unable to fathom that a mere moment away from Yang Fan could lead to such significant turmoil, something completely unforeseen. The turmoil within was akin to a jar of vinegar toppled over. If Yang Fan failed to provide a satisfactory explanation this time, the figure would not easily let him off the hook. They would certainly make him pay a severe price. After all, Yang Fan's every action had already caused the figure considerable heartache. Had it not been for their impulsive decision to visit the Li Yang Sword Pavilion, they might still remain oblivious to the current predicament. Who could possibly accept such a situation? At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words, his face etched with sorrow. Who can enlighten me as to what is transpiring here? How did he come to be at the Sun Sword Pavilion? Oh, heavens! Are you toying with me? Yang Fan lamented silently within. He was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to confront these circumstances. Meanwhile, Sister Ranran fixed her gaze intently on the figure before her, yearning to inquire about their identity, yet she ultimately refrained from speaking. Time passed slowly, each second laden with an awkward tension, so palpable that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The figure who sought out Yang Fan was none other than his fiancée, Lin Zixia. Yang Fan was taken aback, astonished that Lin Zixia would seek him out at such a moment, leaving him utterly unprepared to navigate this predicament. Just then, Lin Zixia continued, "If you won't speak, then I shall take my leave." She prepared to turn and depart, unwilling to linger any longer, her heart weighed down by unbearable anguish. Never had she anticipated that such an event would unfold in her life, leaving her in profound distress. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan hastily grasped her delicate hand, preventing her from leaving, for he understood that if Lin Zixia were to walk away now, it would be exceedingly difficult to bring her back. "What more do you want? To live your life with your lover? Why must you still cling to me?" Lin Zixia retorted, her voice tinged with disdain. It was evident that Yang Fan had deeply wounded her heart this time. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment, rendering her utterly pitiful and heart-wrenching to behold. With a deep sigh, Yang Fan finally spoke, "I will explain everything to you shortly." He then turned to Sister Ranran to bid her farewell, saying, "You should return and rest. I will come back soon." Before Lin Zixia and Sister Ran could react, Lin Zixia was swiftly led away by Yang Fan, moving with a speed reminiscent of a racing giant. Once Sister Ran regained her composure, an inexplicable wave of melancholy washed over her, engendering a profound sorrow, as if she had lost something of utmost importance. This sensation was unbearably heavy for her to bear. Nevertheless, Sister Ran understood that, regardless of her current inability to accept it, she must gradually come to terms with the reality. There was simply no alternative. Thus, she steadied her emotions, her sorrowful figure slowly making its way into the room. However, once inside, she succumbed to despair, weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming from her eyes. Meanwhile, under Yang Fan's guidance, Lin Zixia found herself in a pavilion on the back mountain of the Liang Sword Pavilion. Yet, her heart was heavy with distress, leaving her at a loss for how to address Yang Fan. She could only hope for a thorough explanation from him, otherwise, she would find it exceedingly difficult to forgive him. The impact of the situation had been overwhelmingly significant, rendering Lin Zixia utterly disoriented. This was not a sentiment exclusive to her. Any woman in her position would likely feel the same profound disquiet, yearning to unravel the complexities of the circumstances. Only by gaining clarity could she hope to alleviate the confusion that plagued her heart. After a brief moment, Lin Zixia took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. Please, tell me what has transpired. If you do not provide a clear explanation, I shall not easily grant you my forgiveness. Despite her profound sorrow, Lin Zixia ultimately found the courage to express her feelings. After all, Yang Fan was her fiancé. Upon hearing Lin Zixia's words, Yang Fan was engulfed in anguish, unsure of how to elucidate his situation. His mind raced with thoughts of what to do next. However, after much contemplation, he resolved to be forthright. He proceeded to narrate the entire sequence of events to Lin Zixia in detail, hoping that she would find it within herself to forgive him. Otherwise, he felt utterly lost. It took Yang Fan over half an hour to convey everything clearly. Upon finishing, Lin Zixia's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him, her mind echoing the revelations he had just shared. She was plunged into a profound shock, utterly unprepared for the gravity of the situation. The very notion of such events unfolding was staggering to her. Yet, even with Yang Fan's candid explanation, Lin Zixia still felt an immense weight of discomfort, struggling to accept the reality of their predicament. This is how things are now. I never desired for it to be this way, but alas, it has come to pass, and I am powerless to alter it, Yang Fan lamented. A bitter expression etched on his face. Regrettably, the situation was beyond remedy. All that remained was to forge ahead and confront the challenges that lay before them. Yet, the turmoil in his heart persisted. In a moment of vulnerability, Lin Zixia gradually poured out her innermost thoughts, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, embodying profound sorrow. She pondered how she had come to face such tribulations and questioned the fairness of fate's cruel hand. At this point, Yang Fan found himself at a loss. He never anticipated that Lin Zixia would burst into tears over a mere disagreement. Consequently, Yang Fan was utterly unprepared for this emotional outpouring, and he felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. The anguish was so profound that it rendered Yang Fan nearly lifeless. With a deep sigh, he spoke gently. Do not weep, Zixia. I love you, and regardless of what transpires, I shall remain by your side, shielding you from harm and loving you unconditionally. Please, cease your tears. With that, Yang Fan tenderly wiped away the tears from Lin Zixia's cheeks. Alas, the heart is an intricate tapestry, and one cannot simply cast aside the threads that bind. All he could do was hope that Lin Zixia would come to accept this truth. Otherwise, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Yet, Yang Fan's words of comfort proved to be ineffectual, as Lin Zixia continued to weep until, after half an hour, she gradually regained her composure, silently resolving to make a significant decision. With this thought in mind, Lin Zixia wiped her tears and stood tall, her gaze resolutely fixed on Yang Fan, as if she had made a momentous choice within her heart. What troubles you, Zixia? Yang Fan inquired, confusion etched upon his features, his eyes betraying a growing concern. He wished earnestly for her to elucidate her thoughts. However, Lin Zixia did not respond immediately. Instead, she exhaled deeply, her eyes locked onto the distant scenery. Then, she spoke decisively. Wait here for 2 hours while I speak with the sister you mentioned, Ran. You must not return. Initially, Lin Zixia had not intended to act in such a manner, but for the sake of her future happiness, she resolved to take this significant step. However, the mere mention of her plans startled Yang Fan, who gazed at her in disbelief. Yet upon seeing the determination in her eyes, he understood that this matter was beyond alteration. He sighed deeply and nodded in agreement. After all, he recognized that sometimes women might resolve such issues amongst themselves, and it was best for him to refrain from interfering, especially since he was the source of the turmoil. Seeing Yang Fan acquiesce, Lin Zixia wasted no time and departed, leaving him alone in the pavilion to await her return. No matter the circumstances, this time, Lin Zixia was resolute in her intention to resolve the situation, ensuring that Ran would no longer be a presence in Yang Fan's life. A profound sensation gradually enveloped Lin Zixia's heart. After approximately 10 minutes, she arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, she stood at the threshold of Sister Ran's room. Gathering her courage, she knocked on the door. Upon hearing the knock, Sister Ran wiped away her tears, feeling an overwhelming sense of distress. Despite her sorrow, she rose to her feet and opened the door, eager to see if it was Yang Fan who had come to visit her. However, upon opening the door and encountering Lin Zixia, she was taken aback, her expression betraying disbelief. She never anticipated that Lin Zixia would seek her out, a notion that left her utterly astonished. Taking a deep breath, Sister Ran inquired, Who are you? Her tone carried an air of hostility, and her gaze grew increasingly sharp. After all, this was a fierce contest between two women vying for Yang Fan's affection. In matters of love, none would willingly relinquish their claim. Upon hearing Sister Ranran's words, Lin Zixia exhaled deeply and replied, "My name is Lin Zixia, Yang Fan's fiancée. I know your name, Sister Ranran, and I am aware of your relationship with him. Let us sit down and have a proper conversation." With that, Lin Zixia wasted no time and turned towards the stone chair, moving forward with unwavering determination, as if she held the reins of the situation in her hands. At this moment, Sister Ranran was slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lin Zixia would be so assertive. However, Sister Ranran remained unfazed and followed her without hesitation, curious to discern Lin Zixia's intentions. Once seated, the two women locked eyes, neither daring to break the silence. It was as though the unspoken words could be exchanged through their gazes. Ultimately, unable to contain herself, Sister Ranran took the initiative to inquire, "Have you come to see me regarding something?" Despite feeling a twinge of anxiety within, her demeanor held its ground against Lin Zixia's. After all, Sister Ranran shared a profound bond with Yang Fan. "I wish to discuss the matter between you and Yang Fan," Lin Zixia responded promptly, without hesitation. "What could there possibly be between us? We merely coexist." "No, that is not what I mean. I am suggesting that you distance yourself from Yang Fan and cease to interfere in his life. You are well aware that he is an exceptionally talented man, hailing from a distinguished family. Do you not feel any remorse for clinging to him? Moreover, he is already engaged." Upon concluding her statement, Lin Zixia emanated an intense gaze. "This time, without fail, we must ensure that Sister Ranran concedes. In this manner, both oneself and Yang Fan may find happiness together in the future. Otherwise, should any unfortunate events transpire, Lin Zixia would be at a loss as to how to proceed." Without saying a word, the atmosphere shifted as Sister Ran's expression darkened instantly. Her gaze turned decidedly unfriendly as it fell upon Lin Zixia. The notion of persuading Sister Ran to relinquish Yang Fan was utterly implausible, for her heart had already entwined itself with his. Even in the face of death, Sister Ran would never let go. Taking a deep breath, she firmly declared, "I'm sorry, but I cannot do that. I will never abandon Yang Fan. You might as well give up on that hope. Moreover, I have a genuine bond with Yang Fan, while you are merely an engaged fiancée. Perhaps it is you who should consider departing." Though her words were harsh, Sister Ran felt compelled to express herself thus, unwilling to sever ties with Yang Fan. An immediate silence enveloped the scene, as both women locked eyes, their breaths palpable in the tense air, which felt as if it could ignite into a fierce battle at any moment. After a brief pause, Lin Zixia regained her composure. Exhaling deeply, she slowly spoke. "It seems I underestimated you. Your resolve is indeed commendable." Her tone bore a hint of appreciation, as if she genuinely admired Sister Ran. Had Sister Ran not been entangled with her man, Yang Fan, Lin Zixia believed they could have forged a strong sisterly bond. Alas, she recognized that such a possibility was now entirely out of reach. Continuing, Lin Zixia proposed, "Very well, since you are unwilling to concede, let us engage in a contest. The victor shall remain, while the loser must depart from Yang Fan's side. What do you say?" Had Lin Zixia not regained her strength, she would never have uttered such a challenge. Yet, with her confidence restored, she was certain she could triumph over Sister Ran. Upon hearing Lin Zixia's words, Sister Ran did not hesitate to express her agreement with a nod. "All right, how shall we compete?" she inquired, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Zixia, resolute in her determination to keep Yang Fan close. Contemplating Sister Ran's question, Lin Zixia pondered deeply, her mind racing until a brilliant idea sparked within her. Without delay, she articulated, "Let us compete to see who can first break through to the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Whoever achieves this first shall be deemed the winner. What do you think?" Having spoken, Lin Zixia gazed solemnly at Sister Ranran, a faint smile gracing her lips. After all, Lin Zixia understood that her strength was on par with Sister Ranran's, placing them on equal footing, a perfectly fair competition. Otherwise, such an idea would not have been proposed. Upon hearing this, Sister Ranran was momentarily taken aback but soon agreed without hesitation, having anticipated a more outrageous challenge from Lin Zixia. Instead, this proposition filled Sister Ranran's heart with joy. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. However, the one who loses must not resort to dishonorable tactics," Sister Ranran affirmed, her tone brimming with confidence. In other matters, she might falter, but when it came to cultivation, Sister Ranran was undeniably self-assured. Indeed, I shall not renege on this agreement. Let it be a delightful resolution." With these words, Lin Zixia turned and departed, intent on enhancing her strength. Only through this effort could she secure Yang Fan exclusively for herself, ensuring he would not be taken by others. Watching Lin Zixia's retreating figure, Sister Ranran exhaled deeply and headed in the opposite direction, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. She believed wholeheartedly that this time, she would not be defeated. As time passed, 2 hours slipped away, and Yang Fan swiftly returned to the courtyard. However, upon his arrival, he found the surroundings utterly devoid of any presence, which instantly filled him with frustration and discontent. Where has Sister Ranran gone? Yang Fan pondered, at a loss for how to articulate his current emotions. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a letter on a table. Without further hesitation, he opened it to read. However, the moment he did, he was taken aback, his brows furrowing in surprise. For what he held were 2 farewell letters, one from Lin Zixia and the other from Sister Ranran, stating that they would return after some time. This left Yang Fan exceedingly vexed, utterly baffled by the intentions of Sister Ranran and Lin Zixia. However, after a moment of contemplation, he exhaled deeply and slowly articulated, "Let them do as they wish. It is no longer my concern." Having watched the Supreme Elder, Yang Fan possessed a profound understanding of the personalities of Sister Ranran and Lin Zixia, knowing full well that they were unlikely to engage in any reckless actions. Thus, he composed himself and retreated to his chamber to rest, choosing not to dwell on matters further. After all, it would not be long before he had to venture to the demon-slaying battlefield, a place fraught with peril, the dangers of which Yang Fan understood better than anyone. Only by sufficiently rejuvenating his spirit could he hope to survive. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise there. Time passed, and soon it was midday on the following day. The trials for the attendants commenced, with Yang Fan and Yang Zhengxing seated upon the platform, their expressions grave as they gazed intently at the crowd below, exuding an aura of unfathomable intensity. "Fanner, who do you believe is superior?" At that moment, Yang Zhengxiang transmitted his thoughts, his countenance unusually solemn, as if on the verge of a significant undertaking. Upon hearing Yang Zhengxiang's words, Yang Fan surveyed the assemblage beneath him. "I do not know," he responded, but as he scanned the crowd, he was struck by the conspicuous absence of Long Outyin, which swiftly engendered a sense of confusion within him. He was deeply curious about Long Outyin's whereabouts at that very moment, wondering why he had yet to make an appearance. This uncertainty stirred a profound intrigue within Yang Fan, and he earnestly wished for someone to step forward and provide an explanation. In this manner, one would no longer be so perplexed. Ultimately, Yang Fan failed to uncover Long Outyin and subsequently relinquished his search, quietly awaiting the commencement of the competition. The battles were exceedingly fierce, and thus, they shall not be detailed one by one. In the end, a youth named Kai Huang emerged victorious in this grand tournament. Despite the profound dissatisfaction harbored by the cultivators, the reality remained unchanged, leaving them in a state of discontent. If given the choice, they would have preferred to engage in yet another bout. In such circumstances, one would not feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. However, such a scenario is fundamentally implausible. One can only endure the turmoil within. Gradually, they departed from the radiant Sunsword Pavilion, their eyes betraying a profound sense of reluctance. Only Kai Huang remained within the pavilion. Nevertheless, Kai Huang exhibited remarkable composure, as if all events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. "Fanner, engage in a meaningful dialogue with Kai Huang. I have other matters to attend to." With that, Yang Zhengxiang departed, not lingering any longer in the spot. Watching Yang Zhengxiang's retreating figure, Yang Fan did not ponder deeply. He approached Kai Huang, his gaze fixed intently upon him, while his mind began to recall the character named Kai Huang from the Supreme Elder. Yet, after a moment of reflection, Yang Fan could not recollect who he was. In that moment, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, almost to the point of wanting to strike someone. "Yang Xingzi, what troubles you? Would you like me to escort you to a healer?" Kai Huang inquired, puzzled by Yang Fan's sudden change in demeanor. He was utterly bewildered as to why Yang Fan had transformed so drastically. Numerous questions swirled in his mind, and if possible, Kai Huang wished for a thorough explanation from Yang Fan. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan simply shook his head and refrained from elaborating further. He then said, "Prepare yourself well. In 2 days, we shall depart." Without lingering, Yang Fan turned and strode towards the courtyard, dismissing all other thoughts. After all, the demon-slaying battlefield was fraught with peril. Following Yang Fan's words, Kai Huang said nothing more and nodded in agreement, feeling a rising tension within him. The notorious reputation of the demon-slaying battlefield was well known across the continent, and no one dared to approach this forbidden ground. Thus, Kai Huang and Yang Fan went their separate ways to begin their meticulous preparations. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yang Fan surveyed the emptiness that surrounded him. An immediate wave of solitude washing over him. With a sigh of resignation, a bitter taste lingered in his heart. Yet, he understood that this was an unchangeable reality. He could only hope that Sister Ran and Lin Zixia would soon resolve their conflicts and return to him. It seemed that this impending journey to the demon-slaying battlefield would be fraught with dangers. After reflecting on his thoughts, Yang Fan wasted no time and began to pack his belongings with urgency. Meanwhile, Long Outyen, after 3 days and nights of discomfort, emerged to find that the competition had already concluded, igniting a surge of resentment within him. His fists clenched tightly, betraying his simmering rage, his teeth grinding in frustration. Ultimately, Long Outyen realized that it was unwise to linger in this place, prompting him to leave swiftly, his demeanor heavy with disappointment. Yet, as he departed, he cast a few lingering glances back at the Liyang Sword Pavilion, silently vowing, "Yang Fan, you will regret this. I will ensure you pay a painful price and come to understand my might." In the meantime, Yang Fan continued on his path without delay, leaving no room for hesitation. 2 days, neither long nor short, passed in the blink of an eye, and a multitude of cultivators gathered at the Liyang Sword Pavilion, their strengths varying widely. "Fanner, are you prepared?" Yang Zhengxiong gazed at the young man before him, a hint of anxiety in his voice. For reasons unknown, he had been preoccupied with concerns for Yang Fan's safety over the past few days, a nagging feeling that something unfortunate awaited him on the battlefield against demons. This unease had robbed Yang Zhengxiong of restful sleep. "I am prepared, father. You need not worry," Yang Fan replied with a faint smile. Despite the intense apprehension within him, he chose to offer a comforting lie to alleviate his father's worries. In this manner, Yang Zhengxiong would no longer find himself burdened by worry as he had previously. Observing Yang Fan's confident demeanor, Yang Zhengxiong nodded in satisfaction. Nevertheless, he harbored no fears regarding Yang Fan's safety, for he had taken precautions prior to their departure to ensure Yang Fan's secure return. At that moment, Lu Xian, the representative of the Victory Woman sect, also arrived at the Liyang Sword Pavilion. However, the cultivators she led were all women, instantly becoming the focal point of attention within the venue. The gazes of those present turned towards the group of graceful women, with even their breathing becoming increasingly rapid. "Well, Fanner, now that you are prepared, it is time for you to set off. Remember to exercise caution on your journey." With these words, Yang Zhengxiong turned and departed, wishing to avoid lingering too long, lest he become reluctant to let Yang Fan go. In that moment, Yang Fan, without further contemplation, returned to his senses and walked step by step to Lu Xian's side. Wearing a faint smile, "You arrived rather quickly," he remarked, his face adorned with a charming grin. This comment left Lu Xian momentarily stunned, her emotions tumultuous as she recalled the myriad moments they had shared. Her heart raced as if a young deer were frantically bounding within her chest. After a brief pause, Lu Xian gradually calmed herself, revealing a captivating and cheerful smile. "Of course, if I hadn't arrived early, someone would certainly be anxiously waiting." While her words bore a hint of jest, they did little to alleviate the pervasive tension, as everyone understood that their destination was none other than the demon-slaying battlefield, a place fraught with peril far beyond that of ordinary danger. Well then, let us hasten our departure." With that, Yang Fan chose not to engage further with Lu Xian, positioning himself at the forefront of the group, leading 200 cultivators towards the battlefield without a hint of hesitation. Kai Huang closely followed behind, ever vigilant in safeguarding Yang Fan's life. Observing this, Lu Xian exhaled deeply and, accompanied by 100 cultivators, followed suit. Yet, her thoughts were far from the battlefield. They were entirely consumed by Yang Fan. After much contemplation over the past few days, Lu Xian realized she had fallen deeply in love with him. The thought of not being together with Yang Fan filled her heart with an indescribable ache. However, with no opportunity to confess her feelings at present, she could only patiently await the right moment. In this manner, one can truly express their innermost thoughts. Thus, Yang Fan and Lu Xian, accompanied by 300 cultivators, embarked on the path to the demon-slaying battlefield. As for the nature of the battlefield, only Yang Fan was privy to its secrets. What occupies your mind? During their journey, Yang Fan sensed Lu Xian's unusual demeanor and inquired, his tone imbued with a sense of perplexity. If possible, Yang Fan hoped that Lu Xian would elucidate her thoughts to him. In this manner, one would no longer feel such confusion within. Upon hearing Yang Fan's doubts, Lu Xian let out a deep sigh. Then, she forced a faint smile and replied, "No, I wasn't thinking of anything." Her gaze began to flicker, unable to meet Yang Fan's eyes directly, as if she were burdened by a guilty secret, rendering Lu Xian's emotions exceedingly tense at that moment. At this moment, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, yet he refrained from pressing further. After all, since Lu Xian was unwilling to share, he knew that no amount of inquiry on his part would elicit her confession. Thus, Yang Fan collected his thoughts and began to speak slowly. "Very well. But do remember to inform me of any matters at the first opportunity. We are now comrades in arms, and there should be no secrets between us, understood?" Lu Xian replied, nodding earnestly. There was no hint of hesitation, and her heart was gently stirred within. For reasons unknown, at that very moment, Lu Xian perceived Yang Fan as a towering figure, instilling her with an immense sense of security. After walking for a considerable time, perhaps feeling that the battlefield against the demons still lay far ahead, Yang Fan turned to the 300 cultivators and called out, "Let us rest here for half a day before we continue our journey to the battlefield." Upon hearing his words, the cultivators erupted with cheers. Given their varied levels of strength, many would undoubtedly struggle to endure the journey if they pressed on. Thus, Yang Fan's announcement was met with jubilant acclaim. Without a moment's hesitation, the 300 cultivators settled down to rest. Meanwhile, Yang Fan took a seat beside Lu Xian, his gaze fixed on the sky, as if burdened by a weighty contemplation that pressed heavily upon his heart, rendering him incapable of smiling. "Yang Fan, what troubles you?" Lu Xian inquired, observing his gloomy demeanor with a look of confusion. If possible, she wished for him to elucidate his feelings to her. In this manner, one's heart would not be so perplexed. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yang Fan shook his head, signaling that he was fine. After all, some matters are not meant to be casually disclosed. In an instant, Lu Xian found herself at a loss for words. She was acutely aware that Yang Fan harbored something, yet he was unwilling to divulge it, leaving her entirely uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, out of helplessness, Lu Xian could only obediently seal her lips, refraining from any further contemplation. At that moment, a man clad in enigmatic attire stealthily infiltrated the group, maintaining a conservative concealment akin to that of a thief. However, none of the attendees perceived his presence. They continued their engrossing conversation, entirely oblivious to him. This man was none other than Long Outyin, who had suffered from relentless diarrhea for 3 days and nights. At that moment, his face bore the marks of exhaustion. For anyone enduring such an ordeal would inevitably appear thus. It was fortunate he did not succumb to complete debilitation. Time passed slowly. After what seemed like half a day of rest, Yang Fan resumed his journey towards the demon-slaying battlefield, without a trace of hesitation, his gaze radiating unwavering determination. Days later, under Yang Fan's leadership, 300 cultivators finally arrived at the demon-slaying battlefield. The sight of the stark white bones, the acrid stench, and the desolate surroundings left everyone around them in shock. Fear gripped their hearts, and their limbs trembled slightly. They had never anticipated that the demon-slaying battlefield could be so perilous, leaving all present utterly astonished and at a loss for words. At that moment, a soldier clad in demon-slaying attire approached Yang Fan, his body stained with blood. He inquired, "You are the reinforcements, are you not?" A palpable aura of slaughter emanated from the soldier, whose face bore no trace of a smile, only deep despondency. Under such dire circumstances, anyone would inevitably adopt a demeanor like his. Perhaps the soldier was fortunate to still be alive. "Indeed, I am Yang Fan, the holy son of the Liyang Sword Pavilion. Where is your commander?" Yang Fan replied, nodding, his tone devoid of hesitation, his expression becoming grave. This was the first time he had witnessed such a brutal scene. Naturally, he could not afford to be complacent. He must seize the opportunity. "The commander is awaiting you at the camp. I will escort these cultivators down. We are desperately short on personnel in the camp." The soldier spoke with a sense of resignation, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. After all, if the battlefield against the demons were to fall, the demonic horde would surely invade. Such an occurrence must be averted at all costs. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. Refraining from further discussion, he gestured subtly to Kai Huang and Lu Xian behind him and proceeded toward the commander's tent without a trace of hesitation. Meanwhile, the 300 cultivators were escorted away by the soldiers, their fate unknown to them. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, Yang Fan and his companions arrived at the entrance of the main tent. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan stepped inside. However, upon entering, He was met with a familiar figure, and his expression dimmed instantly as a troubling thought surged within him. What are you doing here? Indeed, the person before Yang Fan was none other than the recently encountered ghostly physician, the esteemed Wang. Yang Fan had never expected to find the ghostly physician in this place, much less in the position of commander. His heart was filled with astonishment, and he yearned to understand the circumstances that had led to this. In response to Yang Fan's exclamation, the ghostly physician merely smiled faintly, gazing at him in silence, as if he had anticipated Yang Fan's shock all along. Shrouding himself in an air of mystery, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he exhaled softly before speaking. Why shouldn't I be here? Have you forgotten? I, too, am a cultivator of some standing. His tone was laced with teasing. Nevertheless, the ghostly physician felt a twinge of surprise within. He had never imagined that he would send his own son to the battlefield against the demons, leaving him at a loss for words. Then, the ghostly physician noticed Liu Xian and Kai Huang behind Yang Fan, pausing for a moment before dismissing them with indifference. After all, their backgrounds paled in comparison to Yang Fan's. You truly astonish me. I never expected to see you here. Do you realize you startled me quite a bit? After a brief moment, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, his gaze revealing a sense of incredulity. Fortunately, his resilience was commendable, preventing him from succumbing to terror. Otherwise, he might have fainted on the spot. Moments later, he continued, what is the current situation on the demon-slaying battlefield? The scene I witnessed outside was utterly devastating. Could you please elucidate the matter for me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Fan fixed his unwavering gaze upon the ghostly physician monarch, determined to extract a thorough explanation. Only then would he grasp the events that had transpired, alleviating the confusion that plagued his mind. Upon hearing Yang Fan's inquiries, the smile faded from the ghostly physician monarch's face, replaced by a profound solemnity, his eyes sharpening with an intense clarity, as if he had touched upon something forbidden. The atmosphere around them grew markedly colder. After a moment, the ghostly physician monarch noticed Liu Xian and Kai Huang, and, without hesitation, spoke slowly. You too should step outside. I need to discuss matters with your commander. At this pronouncement, Yang Fan immediately sensed that something significant had occurred, causing a surge of anxiety within him. He found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, since the ghostly physician monarch had made such a request, Yang Fan turned to Liu Xian and Kai Huang, saying, please, step outside. Despite their reluctance, Liu Xian and Kai Huang complied, understanding the gravity of the situation. They nodded in agreement, refraining from further interruption as they exited the tent and awaited Yang Fan's return outside, their hearts heavy with apprehension, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. Once they had left, Yang Fan swiftly turned to the ghostly physician monarch, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness, devoid of any levity. The stakes of this situation were far too high. Even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the ghostly physician monarch took a deep breath and began to explain. This time, the demon-slaying battlefield is unlike any previously. We cultivators successfully defended against any incursions by the demon race. However, the circumstances had now shifted dramatically. The demonic faction has dispatched a formidable entity of the esteemed lord level, which has relentlessly forced us into retreat, leaving us devoid of any capacity for resistance. You must take great care to protect yourself. Otherwise, should any calamity befall us, the consequences would indeed be dire. After elucidating this, the ghostly healer lord's visage was one of fury. He could hardly fathom the extent of the demonic faction's treachery in sending forth such a powerful adversary. It left him utterly devoid of solutions, uncertain of how to proceed. The catastrophic losses we have suffered can be wholly attributed to the machinations of this lord-level being. Otherwise, such devastating outcomes would not have occurred. At this moment, Yang Fan was taken aback, his gaze growing heavy with an unexpected weight. He had never anticipated such an occurrence, leaving him at a loss for words. His mind raced rapidly through a myriad of thoughts. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Isn't there a regulation in place prohibiting any formidable beings of the esteemed lord level and above from entering the demon-slaying battlefield? How is it, then, that a being of such caliber is being dispatched? His tone was rife with confusion, as he found himself utterly bewildered by the intricacies of the situation. He yearned for an explanation from the revered ghost doctor, hoping to unravel the mysteries that surrounded him. In this manner, one could grasp the intricacies of the situation, preventing the perpetual state of confusion that currently prevails. However, the esteemed ghost physician merely chuckled derisively. How could I possibly know? I reported this information to them, yet they did not extend a hand for assistance. What recourse do I have now? To speak candidly, the ghost physician found herself rather vexed. Encountering such circumstances felt akin to enduring a lifetime of misfortune. Nevertheless, the events had transpired, and even if the ghost physician wished to retract her actions, it was far too late. The entire faction was now ensnared by the pervasive influence of that sovereign consciousness. Moreover, should they attempt to withdraw, it would be the cultivators of the continent who would bear the brunt of the calamity. Thus, leaving this place was simply not an option. At this moment, Yang Fan suddenly grasped the situation. There is undoubtedly something amiss in this situation, yet Yang Fan finds himself at a loss to pinpoint the exact issue. After a moment's contemplation, he exhales deeply and inquires, "What shall we do now? We cannot simply sit here and await our fate. For retreating now spells doom. Just as advancing does, it is imperative that a sound solution be devised. Otherwise, if this continues, a tragic calamity is inevitable. The only course of action is to contemplate ways to resolve the pressing dilemma at hand. This is truly a pressing matter." However, the esteemed ghost doctor shook his head in despair. If there were a solution, he would have already taken action instead of sitting idly by. "I find myself powerless. If I possessed a means, I would not be in such a predicament, alas." After a moment, the ghost doctor continued, stating that unless a powerful being of the esteemed sovereign level could assist us, we would struggle to overcome this crisis. Otherwise, it seems that the outcome may indeed be dire. This revelation momentarily illuminated Yang Fan's expression, akin to witnessing the dawn of hope. However, after a brief interval, his demeanor quickly darkened, his heart enshrouded in turmoil, leaving him at a loss for words. "What troubles you? Have you recalled something?" observed ghost Dr. Zun Wang, furrowing his brow in concern. He found himself utterly perplexed by Yang Fan's sudden shift in disposition. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yang Fan made a significant, albeit reluctant, decision in his heart. Acknowledging that the current circumstances were inescapable, he resolved to seek assistance from the other party. Perhaps this course of action could navigate them through the impending crisis. Otherwise, they would inevitably face demise. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan finally spoke. "I am acquainted with a formidable figure of the Zunjun level, yet I cannot ascertain whether he will extend his aid. Therefore, temper your expectations. Let fate take its course." His voice was laced with a bitter undertone. Initially, he had been certain of securing the individual's support, but past conflicts had rendered their relationship exceedingly delicate, leaving Yang Fan devoid of confidence. Upon hearing these words, ghost Dr. Zun Wang's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, his mind echoing Yang Fan's statement, rendering him breathless with excitement. Such an unexpected possibility had never crossed his mind, and he found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate his current emotions. After a moment, ghost Dr. Zun Wang exhaled deeply and inquired, "Is what you say truly the case?" His tone was charged with fervor, brimming with anticipation. If a solution to their troubles existed, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune, alleviating all concerns. "Indeed, it is true, but I lack assurance. I cannot predict whether he will come. Thus, do not harbor excessive hope. We must simply give it a try," Yang Fan affirmed with a nod, his gaze dimming once more. The situation was undeniably intricate, a reality that left Yang Fan in a state of indecision. "Fear not. Having a plan is far better than having none. Are you prepared? Depart at once to seek him out and ascertain if he will assist you. Time is of the essence." Thus, the revered ghost doctor urged. For time was of the essence, and matters needed resolution with utmost urgency. Only by doing so could they fend off the demonic tribe. Otherwise, any misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. "Very well, I shall set forth at once. I entrust my 2 companions outside to your care. Please look after them well." With that, Yang Fan wasted no time and turned to depart, resolutely avoiding any further delay. It was indeed a race against time, allowing no room for error. As he gazed at Yang Fan's retreating figure, for reasons unknown, the ghost doctor felt a quiet sigh of relief within. He murmured to himself, "Yang Fan, your life is far more precious than mine. Even if you cannot find what you seek, do not return." Subsequently, the ghost doctor swiftly established a formidable formation to prevent Yang Fan from coming back empty-handed and thus falling into peril. After all, the ghost doctor was acutely aware of Yang Fan's background. No matter the circumstances, it was imperative that Yang Fan remain unharmed. For he knew that none among those who stood behind Yang Fan were individuals one could offend. Upon leaving the battlefield, Yang Fan made his way towards a forest, his heart heavy with trepidation. He was uncertain how to confront the impending encounter, and a torrent of bittersweet emotions washed over him, prompting a resigned sigh. I hope he can assist me, Yang Fan thought to himself. After roughly an hour of fervent travel, he finally arrived at his destination. Taking in the surroundings, he exhaled deeply and, steeling his courage, stepped inside without further contemplation. Before long, he found himself in an elegant setting. The individual he sought was none other than the one with whom he had shared a notably ambiguous relationship, the nine-tailed sovereign. Yet, just as Yang Fan was about to enter this refined space, a voice rang out, halting his advance. Stop right there. What brings you here? The voice carried a hint of melancholy, clearly still harboring feelings regarding Yang Fan's past actions. Nevertheless, the nine-tailed sovereign felt a flicker of joy within. At least Yang Fan had taken the initiative to come and apologize. I have come to express my apologies. After exhaling deeply, Yang Fan slowly began to speak. Despite the bitterness of the situation, he recognized that he had no choice but to proceed in this manner to avert any unnecessary tragedies that might ensue. These words left the nine-tailed sovereign momentarily stunned, as Yang Fan's remarks echoed incessantly in her mind, causing her breath to quicken. Without further ado, she leapt out from her previous confines, standing before Yang Fan with a faint smile gracing her lips, although her countenance appeared markedly haggard. The impact of Yang Fan's earlier words had evidently weighed heavily upon her, for otherwise, she would not have transformed in such a manner. As Yang Fan gazed upon the nine-tailed sovereign, an inexplicable emotion stirred within him. He had never anticipated that circumstances would evolve in such a way. Thus, he took another deep breath and directly inquired, "Are you faring well these days?" His tone bore a hint of remorse, and he found himself unable to meet her gaze. After all, it was Yang Fan's actions that had precipitated this situation, leading to such a poignant scene. However, the moment he broached the topic, it ignited a wave of agitation within the nine-tailed sovereign. "This is utterly unacceptable. Were it not for you, I would not be in such distress," she retorted, her lips pouting in indignation as she glared at Yang Fan. Yet, this outward display of displeasure could not conceal the glimmer of joy that flickered within her heart. After all, Yang Fan's willingness to approach her and apologize had already brought her immense satisfaction. In truth, even if Yang Fan had not sought out the nine-tailed sovereign, she would have inevitably sought him out herself, not merely for the sake of duty, but also for the sake of her own heart. The demon clan is known for its passionate nature, unafraid to love and hate. Upon hearing the nine-tailed sovereign's words, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond, his mind becoming a whirlwind of confusion and a bittersweet expression crossing his face. At that moment, the nine-tailed sovereign continued, "However, seeing you come to me with an apology makes it difficult for me to refuse your request for forgiveness. Very well. I shall reluctantly grant you my pardon." With that, a look of happiness blossomed upon her face. "In recent days, the haze that shrouded my heart has dissipated in an instant, revealing the sun." At this moment, Yang Fan let out a profound sigh of relief. The tension that had previously consumed him dissipated in an instant, alleviating the unease that had gripped him. After all, it was Yang Fan who had wronged the nine-tailed sovereign. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Just moments ago, he had been at a loss, unsure of how to confront the nine-tailed sovereign. Fortunately, the sovereign was magnanimous, granting Yang Fan a moment to breathe. As Yang Fan prepared to voice his concerns, he was abruptly interrupted by the nine-tailed sovereign, who suddenly regarded him with a serious expression and inquired, "You do not have other matters to discuss with me, do you?" Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to respond. His breathing quickened, as though something of great significance was about to transpire, leaving him unsure of how to answer. The nine-tailed sovereign remained silent, patiently gazing at Yang Fan, awaiting his response. Meanwhile, a myriad of thoughts raced through the sovereign's mind, pondering various possibilities. After what felt like an eternity, approximately half an hour later, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and spoke, "Actually, I do have something to discuss with you." Initially, he had intended to postpone this revelation, but the sovereign's inquiry compelled him to speak. His tone was laced with a sense of shame, and he dared not meet the sovereign's gaze, lowering his head instead. After all, he felt unworthy in the presence of the nine-tailed sovereign, making it nearly impossible for him to face her directly. At this moment, the expression of the nine-tailed sovereign darkened significantly. Internally, she mused, I knew something was amiss." Soon after regaining her composure, she parted her violet lips slightly and spoke, "It appears my suspicions were indeed correct. You have come to me with a matter of importance. Pray, enlighten me on the nature of this affair." Her gaze gradually became more solemn. While others may remain oblivious to Yang Fan's background, the nine-tailed sovereign, having lived for millennia, possessed a profound understanding of his origins. Consequently, she found herself deeply pondering whether Yang Fan had encountered some grave predicament. Otherwise, such a transformation in demeanor would be inexplicable. This thought made the nine-tailed sovereign increasingly anxious, as she yearned to unravel the mystery surrounding these developments. In this manner, the confusion within oneself would dissipate. The myriad of uncertainties could be dismantled. Upon hearing the words of the nine-tailed sovereign, Yang Fan exhaled deeply. His heart was laden with hesitation, unsure of how best to articulate his thoughts. After a brief pause, he took another deep breath and recounted the events that had transpired, laying them bare before the nine-tailed sovereign without a shred of concealment. Yang Fan was not one to fabricate. He spoke only the unvarnished truth. It took him over half an hour to convey the entirety of the situation. "This is how it is. Perhaps you can assist me," he concluded, his heart racing violently, akin to a fawn thrashing within him, revealing his palpable anxiety. After all, this was the best course of action Yang Fan could conceive. However, the nine-tailed sovereign offered no immediate response, merely gazing silently, which rendered the atmosphere profoundly still, with even the sound of breathing becoming audible. After a moment, the nine-tailed sovereign exhaled deeply and spoke. "So, you do not seek my forgiveness, but rather wish for me to intervene on your behalf?" The tone bore a hint of melancholy, and her gaze turned sharp, radiating indignation. In truth, the nine-tailed sovereign felt no anger. She was merely testing Yang Fan. "Indeed," Yang Fan replied candidly. Were it not for this predicament, he would never have approached the nine-tailed sovereign. Moreover, he had no intention of deceiving her. Thus he chose to speak the truth. Yet, the nine-tailed sovereign's subsequent reaction startled Yang Fan profoundly. Without a word, she turned and walked away, not glancing back. In that instant, Yang Fan found himself at a loss, his pupils dilating, and his breath quickening as though the last straw of salvation had vanished before his eyes. Panic surged within him, prompting him to cry out, "Will you not help me?" At that moment, tears threatened to spill from Yang Fan's eyes. As he grappled with the weight of his emotions, if it were possible, he would have longed to rush forward and embrace the nine-tailed sovereign tightly. Yet, he found himself paralyzed, waiting anxiously in place. "Who said I would not assist you? I shall return to make arrangements. Do you wish for other men to witness your woman's alluring side?" The nine-tailed lord turned slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his face radiating sheer joy. He felt immensely satisfied with Yang Fan's reaction. In truth, the nine-tailed lord had been filled with hesitation moments ago. However, upon witnessing Yang Fan's anxious demeanor, his spirits soared, as if he had indulged in the sweetest nectar. All traces of previous displeasure were completely forgotten. At this moment, Yang Fan felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. The recent events had nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest. Fortunately, the nine-tailed sovereign had acquiesced, alleviating Yang Fan's urgency. A joyful smile adorned his face. Thus, he refrained from lingering and stood still, patiently awaiting what was to come. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed sovereign joyfully entered his separate courtyard. After donning a sturdy attire, he emerged and approached Yang Fan with a warm smile, saying, "Let us depart." Yang Fan nodded. Without a moment's hesitation, swiftly leaving the spot and racing towards the distance, his spirits soaring high. Yet, within the depths of the nine-tailed sovereign's mind lingered a sense of perplexity. After all, it was baffling that someone with such a formidable background would come to invite him. He yearned to unravel the intricacies of this situation. In this manner, one would no longer be beset by inner confusion. After traversing the day under Yang Fan's guidance, the nine-tailed sovereign arrived at the demon-slaying battlefield. Upon witnessing the devastation before him, his brows furrowed slightly, and he was profoundly shaken, pondering, what is the meaning of this? The demon-slaying battlefield has never been in such a dire state before. In fact, the nine-tailed sovereign had previously visited this battlefield, yet it had never appeared in such disarray. The scene before him was nothing short of astonishing, leaving the nine-tailed sovereign yearning to uncover the truth behind what had transpired here. In this manner, the confusions within oneself could be unraveled, at least not remaining as perplexing as they currently are. "What troubles you? What has transpired?" Yang Fan inquired, gazing at the somber expression of the nine-tailed lord, his mind teeming with a multitude of questions. Should it be possible? Yang Fan yearned for a thorough explanation from the nine-tailed lord, believing that only through such clarification could the turmoil within his heart be alleviated, preventing him from being ensnared in confusion as he was now. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the nine-tailed lord quickly regained his composure and began to speak slowly. "It is nothing, merely recollections of past events." He then shook his head, yet his mood remained unchanged. still burdened by memories of bygone occurrences that weighed heavily on his heart.